Vhumad God Chapter 2807 to Chapter 2887. These human warriors had also started to use the title of Archean power. Moreover, they now knew what 20,000 Archean power meant. Among the younger generation, they represented the pinnacle of existence. One had to know that an ordinary saint only had 17,000 to 17,000 Archean power. 20,000, it definitely surpassed an ordinary saint. A saint could easily kill an ordinary saint. Looking at the claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and pointed in front of him. As he pointed, his golden finger shone with an unparalleled light. It carried a terrifying sword qi and shot into the sky. Courting death, seeing this, Xiaoyu was enraged. He grabbed at his opponent with one hand. He was already arrogant enough, but his opponent was even more arrogant than him. He directly stretched out a finger to fight against him. Who was he? He was a prodigy of the heavenly dog race. He was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, he roared and the power of his palm increased again. With an unparalleled momentum, he crushed down. Since his opponent looked down on him, he would kill him in one blow. Facing the increased power, Lin Xian was not afraid. His finger continued to shine and pointed in front of him. However, the power was also stronger than before. A dragon's roar erupted from his finger. It turned into a giant dragon and shot up 90,000 miles. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision. This time, it directly pierced through the giant palm in the sky. Blood splattered in the sky and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Xiaoyu was shocked. He could not believe that his opponent had broken through his palm. Damn it, this kid was so powerful. His face was ugly. He stretched out his other palm. This time, his palm was even more terrifying. It was like the palm of an Archean demonic beast. It stretched out from the sky. The human warriors who were watching the battle from afar were shocked and exclaimed. Many people were sent flying by this aura. Some even fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. As expected of the Central Emperor, those Archean demonic beasts roared crazily. Kill him, we must kill him. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his left fist and punched out. It was like a blazing sun. Boom, this punch directly blew up the other party's palm once again. The sea of blood in the sky surged, and a miserable cry rang out. Xiaoyu roared furiously in the sky. How despicable. 2 moves, 2 of his palms were smashed apart by the other party. Aside from the pain, what he felt was even more unbearable. Shame, shame, this was his greatest shame, shame. Ever since he made his debut, he had easily killed 3 prodigies and saints, which made him think that there were not many humans who could be his match. But now, he had suffered 2 losses at the hands of the other party. This was unbearable for him. Brat, you've angered me. I will definitely kill you. Xiaoyu's voice was cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. It was like a vast ocean that shattered the void. A terrifying light descended from the sky, intending to destroy all traces of the world. Xiaoyu did not hold back in this attack, and its might caused the expressions of many figures of the older generation to change drastically. The faces of the human race experts also changed. They started to worry for Lin Xian. In the distance, the archaic lifeforms roared wildly. This was a killing move. Previously, it was this move that Xiaoyu easily defeated the other 3 sons. Therefore, in their view, Lin Xian similarly could not block this move. But very unfortunately, this time, they guessed wrong. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian was fearless. He did not dodge at all, directly reaching out his palm and grabbing over. This time, his palm also became infinitely larger, as if it became a world, enveloping all things. In the center of his palm, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if it was a real starry sky universe. These were all evolved from the great dragon sword soul, carrying an extremely powerful spiritual energy aura, directly obliterating Xiaoyu's attack. Not only that, this palm even enveloped Xiaoyu. What? It was broken. Was it so easy to break it? Those archaic lifeforms were stunned, especially the Tiango race archaic lifeforms. Their faces were full of horror, not daring to believe it. That was their ultimate killing move, and it was actually broken so easily. Who the hell was this brat? On the human race's side, everyone cried out wildly. As expected of the Central Emperor, too terrifying. It was not something those saints could compare to at all. Previously, when Xiaoyu defeated the other 3 saints, they had also seen the battle. At that time, they reckoned that there were probably not many people who could defeat Xiaoyu. Even if they could, it would be very difficult. But now, the shock that Lin Xian had given them was simply too much. He easily broke the other party's killing move. He even trapped the other party in his palm. Buzz, Lin Xian closed his 5 fingers, and the moon and stars revolved, obliterating everything, wanting to kill Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. How can the other party be so powerful, damn it, I don't believe it. Get lost, he roared, and the 2 pairs of white wings on his back spread out, transforming into 2 heavenly blades that slashed in all directions. Those white wings were very strange, and there were white runes on them. At that moment, they were incomparably flickering, and their power was much more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. Get lost. With a roar, the white wings slashed the world. But they could not cut open Lin Xian's palm. The pair of wings slashed on the palm, and there were clanging sounds. Countless cracks appeared in the void, but they were still unable to stop Lin Xian's palm. This scene made Xiaoyu despair, and it made the archaic creatures even crazier. On the side of the human race, they were also stunned. In the sky, the huge palm slowly closed, and then the sun, moon, and stars were obliterated and revolved, and miserable cries could be heard. Ah, ah. Ah, miserable cries could be heard, and blood rain fell from the sky, flowing down from the gaps of the huge palm, piercing through the void. What? He was injured. Seeing this scene, the human race experts exclaimed, and the archaic creatures were shocked. Especially those from the heavenly dog race, they screamed crazily. Damn brat, let go of our genius. You dared to hurt him, you're dead, these people roared, but it was still useless. In the sky, the blood rain became more and more terrifying. The blood dripped down and was directly collected by the crimson dragon below. This was the blood of an archaic creature, and it contained a strange energy, so he naturally would not let it go. Xiaoyu also let out a sharp cry. Damn brat, you dare to kill me. His body had been shattered dozens of times, and after reassembling, it would be obliterated by the sun, moon, and stars. Now, he was finally afraid. Because his soul was also beginning to be attacked. If his soul was obliterated, then he would really be dead. He never thought that the other party would really dare to kill him. He was not an ordinary archaic creature, but one of the top geniuses of the heavenly dog race. Moreover, what frightened him was that even with his 20,000 archaic power, he could not fight back in front of the other party. In 3 simple moves, he was in a life-and-death situation. Not good, Howling Moon's life was in danger. The expressions of the surrounding heaven-old race creatures also changed as they hurriedly went up to save him. They transformed into terrifying lights and charged forward. In an instant, they arrived beside the large palm. These 3 heaven-old race creatures roared and transformed into their main bodies. The 3 heavenly dogs were each 1,000 feet long, covering the sky and covering the sun as they roared crazily. One by one, the heads bared their fangs and brandished their claws, biting towards Lin Xian's palm, wanting to tear him apart and save Howling Moon. These 3 heads were too ferocious. When combined, their power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, they bit the large palm that covered the sky. Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds were emitted as the surrounding void was shattering. Boom! Boom! The palm in the sky vibrated, directly shattering the 3 heads. Those 3 heads were torn apart, blood splattering wildly. Following that, 3 corpses fell from the sky. What? Killed? The Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race's ancient creatures were shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The 3 heavenly dog race creatures were actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, it was not a full-powered attack at all. Just the palm vibrated and they were killed. Damn it, who in the world was that brat in the sky? What extent did his strength reach? They did not dare to imagine. The experts of the human race were stunned as well. Looking at this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. Why do I feel that his strength has become stronger again? That's right, He was really too strong. We were still worried previously, looks like our worries were really unnecessary. Most likely, no one can block more than a few moves from the Central Emperor. These people had a new understanding of Lin Xian's strength. In the sky, Howling Moon's miserable cries continued to sound. But not long later, it dissipated into thin air. The large palm that covered the sky slowly opened. A corpse fell down, falling into pieces. It was precisely Howling Moon's corpse. His soul had long been obliterated. His blood was even collected by the Crimson Dragon. Finally, the Crimson Dragon's dragon claws reached out and brought away Howling Moon's corpse. Tonight, we'll eat dog meat. The current Howling Moon already revealed his true form. It was a very large heavenly dog. Its size was like a small mountain. However, in front of the Crimson Dragon, he was like an ant. He was caught and put away. Immortal Palace's experts cheered crazily. This was too great. They were going to eat dog meat. It was said that the heavenly dog meat was very nutritious. Hall Master, give me a few more spirit herbs to make the heavenly dog soup. It will taste even better. Tonight, I'll drink heavenly dog soup. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The Immortal Palace cultivators behind him became even more excited. The surrounding people were all stunned. Just like that, a genius of the ancient race was killed. It was unbelievable. Originally, they thought that this would be an intense battle, a fierce struggle between two giants. However, that was not the case at all. As Lin Xian spoke and laughed, he killed the other party with ease. Geniuses from your two races, are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll go back and eat heavenly dog meat. Su Chen then looked at the Fire Cloud tribe and the Silver Lightning tribe. Immediately, the ancient life forms of the two races began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Brat, you're too arrogant. Today, I'm going to kill you. A thunderous voice sounded between heaven and earth. Following that, tens of thousands of divine lightning bolts descended. A figure charged over quickly with the power of wind and thunder. It was the Silver Lightning tribe's genius. When the human cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. That was because only the Silver Lightning clan could control such terrifying lightning. When the ancient life forms of the Silver Lightning tribe saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. They had never felt as complicated as they did today. Because in the past, when their geniuses arrived, they would definitely cheer. Because they knew that those human saints were dead for sure. But this time, they were worried for their geniuses. Because the strength that the other party had displayed was too terrifying. It was bottomless. In the sea of lightning, a figure bathed in it. He was the Silver Lightning tribe's genius, Lei Haoyan. Buzz suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. Rolling flames turned into a sea of fire that spread in all directions. A figure descended from the sky, carrying boundless divine flames, distorting the entire void. The Fire Cloud tribe's genius was also here. Everyone cried out in alarm again. This time, it was the Fire Cloud tribe's genius, Hualing. She was a woman in a red dress. Her figure was hot, and her face was beautiful. Her fiery red hair reached her shoulders, and there was a fierce aura between her brows. Although she was beautiful, no one dared to underestimate her. Because she was also a famous heaven's favorite. 5 saints had already been defeated by her. It could even be said that the strength of these two people was even more terrifying than Xiaoyu. The two ancient life forms of the two tribes hurriedly transmitted their voices to remind their geniuses not to act rashly. After Lei Haoyan and Hualing heard this, they also frowned. There was even a trace of shock in their eyes. Xiaoyu was killed? How was that possible? They did not dare to believe that the other party was a genius with similar strength as them. He had many trump cards and the power of his bloodline was also very terrifying. How could he be killed? They could not believe it at all. They even suspected that their subordinates had fallen into an illusion. Therefore, that Silver Lightning race's genius, Lei Haoyan, snorted coldly and walked out. Kid, I don't know what method you used to make these subordinates of mine fall into an illusion. But today, you can't escape death. Daring to kill my Silver Lightning race's martial artists in public, you can't escape death. What last words do you have? Leave them all. Lei Haoyan stood out, lightning surging on his body, piercing in all directions. The Silver Lightning race's ancient life forms quickly persuaded, but Lei Haoyan did not believe them at all. In his opinion, these people were all under an illusion. Those human race martial artists in the distance sighed. It's over, this Lei Haoyan was too confident, actually not believing his subordinates. Looks like this time, the other party was dead for sure too. Yes, although this Lei Haoyan's strength was stronger than Xiao Yu's, it was estimated that he only had 21,000 plus archaic power. Looks like he should not be Lin Xian's match. Everyone discussed animatedly, but Lei Haoyan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was not the other party's match? What a joke, these humans actually dared to look down on him so much, this made him unable to tolerate it. Kid, go to hell for me. He directly pulled out a lightning-long blade from the sea of lightning and slashed forward. The lightning that filled the sky swallowed and spat out light, splitting the sky into two. Reckless and blind. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian smiled coldly, still calm and collected. Because the disparity in strength between the two parties was seriously too great, he directly reached out a palm and grabbed forward. Dare to grab my lightning sun sword barehanded? Really courting death? Lei Haoyan snorted coldly. This was not an ordinary lightning-long sword, but it was condensed with his bloodline power. The lightning sword was very terrifying. Even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure sword. The other party actually dared to resist barehanded, he guaranteed that he would split the other party in half in an instant. Buzz, in the sky, the two attacks collided. The lightning sword struck the golden palm with a deafening sound. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Xian's palm did not break open. Instead, he grabbed the lightning sword. How was that possible? Lei Haoyan was shocked when he saw that. The other party was actually able to contend against his Thunder Sun sword. This was simply too unbelievable. Was Lin Xian's physique that strong? Damn it, this guy actually had a physique comparable to a saint physique. Even members of the primeval races had heard of Leaf Dao Denier's physique. However, they did not expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he even screamed. The lightning sword made cracking sounds as it was covered with cracks. With a clang, the lightning sword was broken in half. It was broken. The incomparably terrifying sword of lightning was directly broken into pieces by someone. This scene was too shocking. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe it at all. Lei Haoyan was also stunned. In the sky, after Lin Xian's palm broke the lightning sword, he quickly pounced forward. With a bang, he slapped Lei Haoyan's body. When Lei Haoyan was struck by the palm, he was sent flying rapidly. The bones in his body were shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Even his internal organs were knocked out. He rolled for 70,000 to 80,000 miles before he stopped. His body was torn apart, and only his head was intact. The surrounding humans and Archean beasts were completely flabbergasted by the sight. Their eyelids were twitching, and their hearts were about to jump out. They did not expect to see this scene again. It was the same torture. No, the ancient creatures of the Silver Lightning race roared crazily. They had already warned their prodigy, but they did not expect him to ignore them. However, they did not expect their prodigy to be defeated so quickly. Lin Xian's body was torn apart with a single punch. How could this be? How could that kid be so strong? On the other side, Hualinger from the Fire Cloud race also frowned. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond her imagination. Ah, kid, I want you dead. With a crazy roar, Lei Haoyan's body reformed once again. His face was pale, but his eyes were like lightning. He was simply too furious. His opponent's palm had actually shattered him into pieces. He couldn't stand it. He swore that he would torture the other party to death. Boom, mysterious silver symbols appeared one after another on his body. They surged and pulsed, turning into terrifying lightning that surrounded his surroundings. Now that he had activated his bloodline power, he had activated it at full force. As prodigies of the Silver Lightning tribe, they were born with lightning. In particular, he was accompanied by a type of lightning called Silver Spirit Lightning. This kind of lightning contained an extremely strong destructive power. Now that he was using it, the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles collapsed entirely, forming a terrifying black hole that seemed as though it was going to devour everything. Buzz Leihoutian stretched out his palm and transformed it into a silver claw. There was a terrifying destructive force on it as he clawed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter and be annihilated. Nothing could stop it. Not good, this power is too terrifying. Was this the power of his bloodline? He was indeed a genius of the Silver Lightning tribe. This destructive power was really despairing. You're too weak. I'm not interested. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's voice was cold. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Too weak, such a terrifying power, and he said that it was too weak. This was already close to 22,000 units of Archean power. And he said that it was too weak. Oh God, was this Lin Xian crazy? Or did he really have such strength? Everyone was shocked, and those archaic creatures roared crazily. That damn brat, before they could finish their words, they were already stunned. In front of them, Lin Xian drew his sword. The long sword was like a dragon as it slashed down, the entire world was cut in half. Everyone trembled as if they were about to be split apart. Their bodies were uncontrollably prostrated on the ground. After that sword strike, all the terrifying scenes in the sky disappeared. The destructive power disappeared, and the large silver palm turned into ashes. In the distance, Leihoutian's body floated in midair. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. It grew bigger and bigger, sliding down his cheeks and neck. Bang, his body was split in half. Even his soul power was destroyed in an instant. When the sword struck, he was destroyed. It was just one move. After that move, Lin Xian put away his long sword and stood with his hands behind his back. The prodigy of the Silver Lightning tribe was no longer breathing. Haha, another good thing. The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. With a wave of its dragon claw, it put away the corpse and blood. This was already the corpse of the second archaic prodigy. If he could get a few more, he could set up a bloodthirsty true spirit formation to cultivate. Leihoutian, the prodigy of the Silver Lightning tribe, was dead. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Especially those from the Silver Point tribe, they screamed crazily. They could not accept this fact at all. On the other side, the people of the Fire Cloud tribe were also terrified. Hualing's face was pale. She turned around and left without saying a word. Previously, when her subordinates told her that the other party was very powerful and killed the Heavenly Dog prodigy in 3 moves, she did not believe them. But now, she saw that Leihoutian was easily killed by a sword strike. She believed it. The other party was really powerful and far surpassed her. Perhaps only the prodigies of the primordial royal families could fight against him. Such a person was not someone she could provoke. Hualing's figure turned into a fiery red light and fled into the distance. Seeing this scene, the people of the 10,000 Archean races were stunned. The other party actually fled, the humans were also shocked. The prodigy of the primordial era actually admitted defeat. This was too unbelievable. You want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian watched as the other party fled. He did not chase after her. He stretched out his hands, and the sword chi on his body crackled, forming a large bow. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. Buzz, terrifying sword chi surged between heaven and earth. This arrow pierced through the void and flew out. Boom, hundreds of thousands of miles away, Hualing's body stiffened. The arrow had pierced through her heart. She was also nailed to death in midair by this force. Ah! She screamed as if she had gone crazy. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the air, and her beautiful face was filled with infinite fear. You can't kill me, I am a prodigy of the Fire Cloud tribe. You have already offended 2 primordial races. You can't offend the Fire Cloud tribe anymore. Otherwise, there will be no path for you in the entire world. So what if I offend the Fire Cloud tribe? Behind her, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold. His eyes erupted with a cold light. In front of him, the arrow that had pierced through Hualing suddenly exploded. Endless sword chi erupted and enveloped the other party. Boom! Boom, boom! Miserable cries and terrifying explosions rang out. Hundreds of thousands of miles ahead of them were filled with chaos and completely turned into nothingness. When everything disappeared, everyone trembled. The Crimson Dragon also sighed. Sigh, nothing is left behind. That's right, Hualing had been completely killed. There was no corpse left, not even a drop of blood. The sword chi of the great dragon sword soul was truly terrifying. They were dead. The three geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races were famous all over the world, suppressing the human holy sun until he could not raise his head. But now, in front of Lin Xian, they were easily killed. In the blink of an eye, a powerful enemy had been reduced to ashes. That was the true portrayal of Lin Xian. Previously, no one had expected Lin Xian to be so powerful. Especially the remaining ancient creatures, their faces were filled with despair. Previously, they had been clamoring for more than a month, but the other party did not come out. They thought that the other party was afraid and was not their match at all. But how could they know that the other party was too powerful? It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was a fatal blow. They could not bear the consequences of such a thing. Damn kid, the silver lightning race will definitely not let you off. Yes, the fire cloud race will definitely tear you into pieces. How dare you kill one of our people? The heavenly dog race will let you know what regret is. The ancient creatures roared crazily. They had really gone crazy. They swore to report to their family's patriarchs and completely destroy the other party. Eh? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the ancient creatures with an extremely cold gaze. Those ancient creatures were enveloped by his gaze. Their bodies trembled and they directly knelt on the ground. There was nothing they could do. That aura was too powerful. Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war, high and mighty, while they were ants in the mortal world. How could they withstand such a gaze? Therefore, they all knelt on the ground with a plop. Damn it, impossible. Get up. More than a dozen ancient creatures roared crazily. They were the high and mighty 10,000 ancient races with noble statuses. Previously, the human race was their slave. But now, they were kneeling in front of the other party. Moreover, their bodies were kneeling uncontrollably. They could not even stand up. The ancient creatures trembled. Such a situation would only happen when they faced their family's patriarchs. However, the other party, a young man, actually did it. It seems that you're determined to kill me. If that's the case, why should I show mercy to you? As he spoke, Lin Xian's gaze erupted, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that directly pierced through these ancient creatures. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, these archaic creatures fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The entire world was silent. The human warriors in the distance were completely stunned. Powerful, it was too powerful. Good, well done, as expected of Central Emperor Lin Xian. Almighty Lin Xian was indeed powerful. These people clenched their fists in excitement and roared madly. It couldn't be helped. These days, they had been suppressed by the 10,000 ancient races to the point that they couldn't breathe. These 10,000 ancient races were like gods as they walked the earth. Wherever they passed, the human race's geniuses would be defeated. Only a small number of people were able to resist it. But right now, Lin Xian had taken down 3 archaic paragons with ease in a domineering manner. This gave them a sense of hope. Lin Xian might be able to save the human race. At the very least, he could save their face. Lin Xian looked into the distance and said to the human warriors who were watching the battle. Spread the news. Tell the 10,000 ancient races geniuses to wash their necks and wait for me. I will trample on them one by one. I will let them know the consequences of challenging the human race. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, reverberating between heaven and earth. The human warriors in the distance were extremely excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their faces were flushed red. He was going to sweep the world, that's right. Previously, the 10,000 ancient races swept through the human race. Now, Lin Xian was going to use the same method to sweep through the 10,000 ancient races geniuses. Let's go and spread the news. This was really something to be happy about. They had to let the world know how powerful the human race's geniuses were. These people flew in all directions and began to spread the news crazily. Soon, the news spread like a hurricane. It spread throughout the entire middle state to the eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, and Nanling. In an instant, the world was shocked and the entire race was in an uproar. What? You're saying that Lin Xian came out of seclusion? And he easily killed 3 primordial geniuses. Everyone was stunned. They had truly experienced how powerful the primordial geniuses were during this period of time. However, Lin Xian actually came out of seclusion in such a domineering manner. This action shocked and excited these people. At first, they didn't believe it. However, as more and more news and details were revealed, they had no choice but to believe that Lin Xian was really that terrifying. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian said that he was going to sweep through the 10,000 ancient races geniuses. This news excited the entire human race. As for the 10,000 ancient races, they were driven mad with anger. A puny human dared to say such words to them? He really didn't know time. The 10,000 ancient races were high and mighty existences. How could a lowly human provoke them? Therefore, the 10,000 ancient races geniuses were all filled with killing intent, preparing to kill Lin Xian, Jade Lake's sacred ground. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia stood arm in arm in front of the immortal peach tree. When they heard the news, their faces were filled with joy. Big brother Lin Xian is too awesome. Big brother Xian finally came out of seclusion. The two of them smiled. Previously, they were worried that Lin Xian had been in seclusion and hadn't come out, so they were worried that something had happened. But now it seemed that he was just in seclusion. Yi family. Yi Wudao stood at the peak of a mountain with his black hair fluttering in the wind. When he heard the news, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Elder, I also want to sweep through the world. It's finally about to begin. When the Yi family's elders heard the news, they also took a deep breath. Their expressions were solemn as they nodded solemnly. Go ahead and attack. We won't care about the younger generation. Leave the older generation to us. Yi Wudao was their hope and the future of their family. However, they knew that this kind of future shouldn't be a flower raised in a greenhouse. He had to go through bloody battles to become a true greater success. Saint Physique. Previously, Yi Wudao had planned to challenge the 10,000 ancient races geniuses. However, before he could make a move, Lin Xian had announced it in advance. This ignited the fire in his heart. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say that he would sweep through the world. For a time, the world was in an uproar again. Was Yi Wudao going to make a move too? Saint Physiques were indeed powerful. Central Emperor and Eastern Sage were going to make a move. Who knew what the other titled kings would do? Everyone was looking forward to it. Western Desert, 10,000 Buddha Temple. Dustless sat there, his eyes clear and without any fluctuations. He chanted the Buddhist Dharma, Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. I am willing to eliminate all suffering and eliminate all suffering in the world. When this news came out, it shocked the world once again. Although the other party did not say that he would challenge all the 10,000 Archean tribes, it was clear that Wu Chen was going to come out and travel the world. It would be another earth-shattering battle. South Mountain, Yan family. The Yan family was also an overlord in South Mountain. At that moment, in a fairyland in the Yan family, a man stood there with his hands behind his back. He was handsome like a banished immortal, and there was a terrifying divine light on his body. He was Yan Nantian, the one known as the South Emperor. Yan Nantian was also one of the titled prodigies. He was extremely powerful, and it was rumored that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. His foundation was terrifying, and his strength was unfathomable. At that moment, Yan Nantian was not standing there alone. There were two figures opposite him. One of them was a mysterious figure surrounded by black flames. He was like the god of hell, and he emitted a terrifying aura. Even the surrounding space became distorted. Behind that person was a pair of black flame wings with mysterious black runes on them. Apart from that, he also had a black tail that was like a black whip. It emitted a sharp aura. It seemed that he was not alone. The figure standing next to him was even stranger. He had 3 heads. However, those 3 heads were not human. The one on the left was a crocodile head, the one in the middle was a lion head, and the one on the right was an elephant head. 3 heads on one person's body. It was really strange. Moreover, that person was covered in scales. His limbs were thick, and his claws were like the claws of a beast. They had an extremely sharp aura. With a wave of his hand, he could easily cut through the void. At that moment, the 3-headed monster snorted. Lin Xian was really arrogant. He wanted to conquer the world. He was courting death. Not only Lin Xian, but the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Being and Western Deserts Wuchen were also courting death. The 10,000 Archean tribes were definitely beyond their imagination, the 10,000 Archean tribes. Those two people were also members of the 10,000 Archean tribes. However, they were standing with Yan Nantian. No one knew what the relationship between the three of them was. Hearing that, Yan Nantian's eyes flickered. I've seen the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Being before. He's very powerful. After all, he is a clan of the ancients, a descendant of the monarch clan. He is equivalent to the royal clan of the 10,000 Archean clans, therefore, you must not be careless. As for that central emperor Lin Xian, although he had never seen him before, he had heard that he practiced the 9-yang divine body. After he cultivated it, he wouldn't be any weaker than a great success holy physique. So, he would be a difficult opponent to deal with. But don't worry, I'm not afraid of these two. At this point, his eyes were filled with pride. There were very few people in heaven and earth who didn't fear Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier. And Yan Nantian was one of them. At the front, the black flaming figure and the three-headed monster sneered. Don't worry. So what if they're from the remote antiquity? Apart from having extreme weapons, they can't compare to the ancient theocrats. There was no need to even mention Leaf Dao Denier. Although he was a descendant of an emperor clan, the great emperor blood flowing in his body was simply too thin. You must know that the primeval theocrats have princes and princesses. That was the direct descendant of a great emperor. How terrifying would such a bloodline be? It was definitely not something that Leaf Dao Denier could compare to, let alone Lin Xian. At this point, their eyes were filled with passion and worship. The child of a great emperor, what a terrifying bloodline inheritance. It would probably surpass all the primeval aristocratic families. Yan Nantian's expression also fluctuated. Would a great emperor really appear? To be honest, he was also too shocked. One had to know that he was someone who had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He knew how terrifying a great emperor was the best. How heaven-defying would that bloodline be if it was directly passed down? Perhaps he would be born with this earth-shattering power. It was absolutely true that a dragon crown prince was about to appear in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Just wait, it won't be long before he appears. Moreover, the 10,000 ancient races have already discussed it. When the time comes, we will join forces to control the world together. Don't worry, as long as your Yan family helps the 10,000 ancient races, when the time comes, your Yan family will be the primeval royal family. As for the others, if they dare to resist the 10,000 ancient races, they will be completely reduced to slaves. At this point, a sharp light erupted from their eyes. Don't worry, my Yan family will naturally be on good terms with you. Yan Nantian said in a deep voice. If someone was here and heard this news, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The Yan family was actually going to join forces with the 10,000 ancient races. What was even more shocking was that the 10,000 ancient races were actually secretly plotting to regain control of the world. It seemed that the human race was really going to fall into a disaster. On the other side, the Silver Lightning race, the Heavenly Dog race, and the Fire Cloud race had an extremely solemn atmosphere. Their prodigy had been killed in front of everyone right outside the city. In fact, none of the ancient creatures had returned. This made them extremely angry. Damn it, kill him, we must kill him, Elder, I'll go kill him. One figure after another stood out. Attack. If you encounter that brat, don't show any mercy. Directly kill him, preserve his soul and body and bring him back. Let him suffer for 10,000 years. I want him to live a life worse than death. Among the three great races, cold voices sounded one after another. The prodigies of the three great races appeared again, and Lin Xian had already left the immortal palace. After Lin Xian said that he would dominate the world was in an uproar, and the atmosphere became more and more intense. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to make a move, so he and the Crimson Dragon left the immortal palace on the Black Earth. Their first destination was the imperial capital of the Taiyu dynasty, because the prodigy of the Dark Feather race, Yu Yi, was there. This was not the first time Lin Xian had come to the imperial capital of the Taiyu dynasty. Previously, when he helped the 8th prince obtain the position of crown prince, he had come here before. At that time, he had an intense conflict with the 1st prince and the empress. He was even hunted down and left the Taiyu dynasty in the end. Now that he had come to the imperial capital of the Taiyu dynasty again, it was a completely different scene. The Black Earth moved quickly. Lin Xian was inside, using the blood of the ancient prodigies to temper his body. At the same time, he silently absorbed divine crystals and swallowed pills to improve himself. Brat, the imperial capital of the Taiyu dynasty is outside. The Black Earth floated over and quickly reminded him. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He walked out of the blood-colored array and put on a bright red robe. His soul probed the outside world. Whoosh whoosh, his figure flashed, and he and the Crimson Dragon left the Black Earth. The little white monkey was also dozing off on his shoulder. The group descended. This time, Lin Xian did not go through the south gate, nor did he pay any spiritual stones. Instead, he descended directly from the sky. He wanted to forcefully descend into the imperial capital of the Taiyu dynasty. This scene was exactly the same as when the three prodigies of the Silver Lightning race had forcefully descended into the imperial capital of the Divine Wind race. There were two reasons why Lin Xian did this. Firstly, he wanted to tell the Taiyu dynasty that he, Lin Xian, had returned. Moreover, he had returned in an extremely domineering manner, because he knew that there was still an empress in the imperial capital, and she still had a terrifying force behind her. Lin Xian had to intimidate the other party with his powerful stance. Secondly, the purpose of his trip was to dominate the world and trample the immemorial celestial feet under his feet. If those immemorial celestial sects could descend from the sky and enter the imperial capital, why couldn't he? If those immemorial prodigies were arrogant, then he would be even more arrogant than all of them. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war as he quickly descended. Boom! Boom, boom. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and a terrifying golden wave surged downward. Immediately, the entire imperial capital's array formation was activated. Endless light shone, and a terrifying sword chi pierced through the clouds. Everyone in the Taiyu dynasty was shocked. At this moment, they looked up at the sky. Someone was shaking the peerless array formation. There was a figure above. Could it be that another immemorial prodigy had entered? Hurry up and report, a shout sounded. The people of the Taiyu dynasty were shocked. In the imperial palace, dragon guards appeared one after another. The imperial elders also came out. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through the void and looking forward. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Damn it, it wasn't an immemorial creature, but a human, who dared to be so bold as to challenge the Taiyu dynasty. The expressions of the Dragon Guard's generals and elders all sank. It was one thing for the 10,000 ancient races to descend. After all, they were extremely terrifying. But who among the humans dared to be so rude, activate the array formation and directly kill the other party? An elder of the imperial family said coldly. The cultivators in the imperial capital were even more shocked. Who was it that was so reckless? Did they want to imitate the 10,000 ancient races? Did they not know how powerful the 10,000 ancient races were? It was over. They would definitely be killed by the array formation. It was probably someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone shook their heads and sneered. At this moment, a voice came from the imposing figure in the sky. I am Immortal Palace's lord, Central Emperor Lin Xian. You dare use formations against me? The voice was filled with authority and a terrifying aura, causing the space within the imperial city to rapidly shatter. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. What? Lin Xian, it was Central Emperor Lin Xian. Countless warriors in the imperial city were shocked. Lin Xian had actually come here. One had to know that Lin Xian's reputation had swept across the continent during this period of time. There was nothing he could do about it. He had killed 3 geniuses in a domineering manner. Such a battle record was simply too shocking. Especially the other party's posture. The other party was the first among the young prodigies of the human race to declare that he was going to dominate the world. The generals and elders of the imperial family were also taken aback. The opponent was actually a central emperor. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually come here. Furthermore, just like the other Archean prodigies, they had to descend from the sky. Elder, what should we do? The generals asked. The elder's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He said, "Don't activate the array first." Soon, he sent a voice transmission to the imperial city. Sure enough, a message came from the depths of the imperial palace. After the elders heard it, they were extremely shocked. In the next moment, they opened the array and let the other party in. Why? Let the other party in? The generals' faces were full of shock. They knew that other than the Archean prodigies who dared to enter, no other human experts would receive such treatment. But now, they were actually going to open the array directly to a young man. They had to admit that it was really unprecedented. They knew that this was not something the elder could decide. It was an order from a terrifying existence in the depths of the imperial palace. Therefore, they had to quickly open the array. The generals quickly controlled the array disk. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky and the array opened up a space. Buzz, two figures descended forcefully. They were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. It was indeed him. Countless warriors in the imperial city looked up at the sky. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a peerless god of war. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The little white monkey on his shoulder was yawning in boredom. "I wonder why Hall Master Lin has come to the Tai dynasty," the elder of the Tai dynasty asked with cupped fists. Lin Xian nodded. He had heard that the prodigy of the Serene Feather race was here and had asked him to come out. What? He wanted to challenge the prodigy of the Serene Feather race? Hearing this, the imperial family elder's eyelids twitched. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. It seemed that the other party was not just talking about conquering the world. Was he going to make a move? Yes, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They did not expect to be able to witness such a shocking battle today. One had to know that previously, the Archean prodigies roamed the world and specifically challenged the saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds. As for the saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds, they either passively accepted the challenge or went into seclusion. Very few people came out to challenge the Archean prodigies. Lin Xian was the first. How could they not be excited to see such a scene? The elders of the Tai dynasty also had their eyelids twitching. It seemed that the other party was really going to conquer the world. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The prodigy of the Serene Feather race was currently a guest in the imperial palace. Hall Master Lin, why don't you follow me into the imperial palace? The old man made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need. No one else could see the battle in the imperial palace. There should be a battle arena in the imperial palace, right? Let's fight there. Let all the human warriors in the world see how I trample these Archean prodigies under my feet. How dare you bully the human race? Do you think there's no one left in the human race? At this point, a piercing light burst out from his eyes and a terrifying aura rose from his body. The elders were shocked. The warriors in the imperial palace were all excited and clenched their fists. To clear the name of the human race, how exciting was that? Yes, they were in urgent need of a prodigy to make a name for themselves and intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Yes. Fight. They must defeat the other party. What 10,000 ancient races? How dare they put on such airs? This is the territory of the human race. Angry roars sounded one after another. They were too aggrieved. The 10,000 ancient races had special treatment everywhere, which made them very unhappy. How were they inferior to the other party? Today, they wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Xian would kill the other party. As more and more people responded, their voices turned into tens of thousands of thunderclaps that shook the clouds. The entire imperial capital trembled. Even those in the imperial city were shocked by the scene. What was happening? Were the people outside going to be shocked? In the imperial palace, the elders of the imperial family were also shocked. They all stretched out their souls. When they saw the scene outside, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh no, Lin Xian is here. Moreover, why are the martial artists of the royal capital so agitated? Lin Xian wants to challenge a prodigy of a race. Hurry up and calm those people down. Orders were passed down and many elders hurried out to calm them down. One had to know that most people hated the 10,000 Archean races. There were a few Archean creatures in the royal palace as guests. What if these people were angered and attacked the royal palace? Although they couldn't break through, they would become the laughingstock of the world if word of a fight got out. Get that Yi to come out and fight with our great god Lin Xian, what's with the pretense? Come out of the royal palace if you have the ability. Lin Xian had cleared the name of the human race and won a large number of followers. At this moment, these supporters were all roaring. Their voices turned into thunder and rolled into the royal palace. The people in the royal palace instantly understood what was going on. Lin Xian wanted to fight with the prodigy of the serene feather race outside the royal palace for all the humans to see. The experts in the royal palace looked at each other. Among them, an elder sighed and quickly passed the news to the prodigy of the serene feather race. Soon, the martial artists of the royal family moved quickly and arrived at the royal palace. The royal palace was very quiet and the environment was very good. The underground dragon vein surged and there were a few figures sitting there, drinking and chatting. Around them stood 7 or 8 maidservants. Their bodies were trembling and their faces were pale. Beside them, 5 or 6 maidservants had collapsed on the ground, their blood staining the ground red. The hearts of those maidservants had been dug out. Some of them had even been torn in half. These dead maidservants hadn't done anything wrong. They had only been killed by the archean creatures for fun. The martial artist of the royal family came to the hall and frowned when he saw this scene. However, when he thought of the other party's identity, he still sighed. He walked over and told the archean creatures what had happened outside. When the archean creatures heard this, they stopped what they were doing and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. "Are you saying that someone dares to challenge me?" In the middle sat a youth. He had a pair of black wings on his back. The black feathers on them were like black gold and shone with a cold light. He had a handsome face and 2 horns on his head. His eyes were incomparably dark, like the starry night sky. He was the prodigy of the dark feather race, Yi. Which saint was so reckless? One of the ancient lifeforms snorted coldly. It was Immortal Palace's clan, Central Emperor Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that Lin Xian who killed 3 primordial geniuses? Hearing this, the faces of the archaic creatures sank. They naturally knew what had happened before. The 3 skyprides of the Silver Electric tribe, the Heavenly Dog tribe, and the Fire Cloud tribe were killed on the spot. It was Lin Xian. Not only that, the other party soon spread the word that he wanted to dominate the world, trampling all the geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms beneath his feet. This was simply intolerable to them. When these paragons found out about this, they could only grit their teeth in anger. To think that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on their doors before they could even make a move, especially after Yi heard this, his face was extremely gloomy. What did the other party mean by looking for him first? You think he's easier to deal with? What a joke. He stood up, exuding an incomparably cold killing intent. It was abnormally terrifying. His strength was above Lei Haoyan and the other 2 from the Silver Electric tribe. Moreover, in his opinion, there was a reason why Lei Haoyan and the other 2 were killed so quickly. The 3 of them must have been careless, and the other party attacked with all his might. This resulted in this situation. He would not make such a mistake. He would attack with all his might from the start. I'd like to see what ability this Lin Xian has to be so arrogant to me. Yi stood up, and the cold aura on his body destroyed all the buildings in the main hall. The archaic creatures beside him reached out and grabbed 2 of the maids. Then, they opened their mouths and bit their heads to pieces. The maidservants trembled and fell to the ground, lifeless. The martialist from the royal family was shocked by this scene. These archaic creatures were too cruel. They did not treat humans as humans at all. That was right. In the eyes of these archaic creatures, humans were ants and slaves that they could kill at will. And they were high and mighty gods, masters. Now that an ant dared to provoke them, they naturally had to deal with the other party. The group of people strode outside. Soon, they arrived outside the imperial palace. Which one of you is Lin Xian? Get over here and die. The archaic creatures were very arrogant. Yi stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His black wings spread open, exuding a biting cold aura. The dark feather race had come out. The other human cultivators in the imperial palace exclaimed when they saw this scene. Their faces were pale. The aura exuding from the other party was too powerful. In addition to the terrifying power, there was also a terrifying bloodline pressure. They knew that this was the bloodline power of the 10,000 ancient races. It was much stronger than ordinary people like them. It was so oppressive that they could not breathe. These 10,000 ancient races were born to be favored. The power of the bloodline itself contained so much power that it was far beyond the power of the human race. Many human cultivators shook their heads and sighed. They were too envious of this bloodline power. Among the human race, there were very few people who had bloodline power. And these 10,000 ancient races basically all had bloodline power. The only difference was the strength of their bloodline. This difference in talent made these human cultivators feel despair and helpless. Oh, they came out. The Crimson Divine Dragon narrowed his eyes and let out a loud roar when he saw this scene. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Then, it neutralized the bloodline pressure of the dark feather race. The human cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. They were extremely shocked as they looked at the Crimson Dragon. Dragon's aura, it was really a dragon, the rumors were true. Lin Xian had a divine dragon by his side. And this dragon was on their side, they were wild with joy. The dark feather race's faces darkened. Even the archaic creatures began to tremble. They could not compare to the other party's bloodline pressure. One of them could not even stand steadily and almost fell from the sky. This scene made many people laugh. The archaic creatures of the dark feather race were furious. Damn it, they originally wanted to intimidate the human race and flaunt their strength, but they did not expect that they would be slapped in the face and become a joke. Damn it, who was it? They stared at the Crimson Dragon. In the next moment, their hearts trembled. They did not dare to be arrogant. Their gazes moved away from the Crimson Dragon and landed on Lin Xian. Yu Yi spoke. You are Lin Xian? You dare to challenge me? Challenge you? You think too much. I'm just teaching you how to step on you. Lin Xian said indifferently. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he did not put the other party in his eyes. You're courting death, Yu Yi was enraged. The other party's attitude infuriated him. One had to know that he usually used this attitude to deal with other human prodigies. But now, a human martial artist dared to treat him like this. This was intolerable. He was a high and mighty existence, and the other party was just an ant, brat, come and die. He roared angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The surrounding heaven and earth instantly darkened. The originally bright day with the sun in the sky turned into night. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. A terrifying aura engulfed everyone. It made these martial artists tremble. They all roared angrily. These human martial artists activated their battle armor, and light bloomed from their bodies. However, their radiance dimmed in an instant. This darkness suppressed everything. Not good, it's the other party's domain. This was the dark starry sky domain, the other party's bloodline power. The human martial artists were terrified. This domain was too terrifying. It could suppress all light. They couldn't see anything clearly. They even felt that their soul power was being suppressed. Damn it, not good. They were probably doomed in this dark starry sky domain, because the other party wasn't affected, and they couldn't see anything at all. How could they fight? Everyone was terrified. They were all worried for Lin Xian. You want to suppress me with a mere darkness? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated his 9-yang divine body, releasing billions of rays of light. With a hong sound, terrifying radiance rushed into the heavens, moving in all directions. His body turned into a blazing sun. It illuminated all directions. In an instant, the originally dark space became bright again. It was even dozens of times brighter than before. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The dark starry sky domain was broken. It was unbelievable. The ancient creatures of the dark feather race were also shocked. Yu Ye's pupils shrank. What was going on? The other party could still release light and directly light up the entire world. This way, the effect of his king's domain would be greatly reduced. What other abilities do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you can light up the sky. To be honest, you're still far from it. Yu Yi snorted. So what if the other party illuminated the light? His strength was not limited to this. As expected, the whole place began to tremble once again. The black light on Yu Ye's body became more and more intense. He was like a black hole that swallowed everything. Whoosh, he moved. Like a black demon king, he charged forward at high speed. A palm stretched out as if it had reached out from hell. It carried an incomparably terrifying energy as it grabbed forward. They wanted to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body, and the blood in his body roiled. He was like a peerless sun, emitting millions of rays of light. Boom! Boom! A terrifying radiance soared into the sky, blocking the giant black palm. Not only that, but the light seemed to carry an incomparably monstrous flame that wanted to burn the black palm. As expected of the Central Emperor, it was indeed terrifying. Even without moving, the light emanating from his body was more than enough to fend off the other party's attack. That's right, Lin Xian is really too strong. The prodigies of the human race are indeed terrifying. The human race cultivators exclaimed in shock. They were too excited because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed made them extremely excited. On the other side, the archaic creatures from the serene feather race had gloomy expressions as they gritted their teeth. Impossible, damn it, this brat must have used all his strength to be able to contend against our prodigies. They could not believe what they were seeing. Yu Ye's expression was even colder. A piercing light burst out from his eyes. Kill! With a furious roar, the giant black palm exploded once again. Black runes appeared on it as it slammed down, directly piercing through the countless rays of light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat! At this moment, Yu Yi was truly enraged. Boom! Boom, boom! The giant black palm covered the sky and covered everything, directly grabbing Lin Xian. There was only darkness in front of them. No one could see through it. Even their soul power could not see what was going on inside. Seeing this, Yu Yi laughed. The archaic creatures from the serene feather race raised their heads and laughed. Ha 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 ha, what human prodigy! In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he can't even withstand a single blow. That's right, I originally thought that he was some powerful figure who could contend against our prodigies. I didn't expect that he was just a figurehead. He's not a match for our prodigies at all. These archaic creatures were very arrogant. On the other hand, the human cultivators were shocked. Not good, Lin Xian was enveloped. He's not in danger, right? I don't know. This giant palm is very terrifying and can destroy everything. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Not necessarily. The 9-yang divine body is stronger than we imagined. He should be fine. These people discussed animatedly. However, they were extremely nervous because they could not see the situation inside. No one can contend against me, not to mention you humans. Yu Yi stood in the void. The giant black palm rumbled. Boundless black chi spread out as if it wanted to refine Lin Xian. This scene shocked everyone even more. However, not long after, an explosion sounded in the sky, and the entire space trembled violently. Even the giant black hand trembled. This was not Yu Yi activating the array formation, but the person inside seemed to be about to rush out. Seeing this, Yu Ye's expression changed. Just as he was about to activate his power, a sword light lit up in the next moment. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands as if it had become an eternal light. It shone between heaven and earth. The light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. The giant black palm was also cut in half. From inside, a figure walked out. This person was Lin Xian. His entire body bloomed with light, and divine flames danced. Sword chi surrounded him, making him look like a peerless war god. Lin Xian rushed out from inside. This is your strength? You've really disappointed me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His blood chi surged into the sky, shaking the void. He swung his sword, shattering heaven and earth. There was a loud boom. The terrifying giant black hand was torn apart, turning into countless spirit chi fragments that scattered across heaven and earth. What? It was broken. This was impossible. The ancient creatures were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yu Yi was also stunned. The human martial practitioners were also dumbfounded. However, after that, they erupted into incomparable cheers. Great, Lin Xian rushed out. I told you, how could Central Emperor Lin Xian be defeated so easily? Just wait, this is just the beginning. The sword qi on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger. He swung his sword and slashed forward. Damn brat, get lost. Yu Yi was enraged. The black wings on his back flapped, and he charged forward. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy exploded and swept across the land. Luckily, this was the imperial city. There was a peerless array that covered the entire city. Otherwise, this attack would definitely destroy the entire imperial city. Boom boom boom, the energy in the sky shot into the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds. Everyone was mesmerized by the scene. Suddenly, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, piercing through Yu Ye's body and nailing him in midair. This sword was too stunning. Yu Yi couldn't dodge it at all. His body was pierced through, and blood rained down. Ah! He let out a pitiful cry. Light bloomed on his body, and energy surged as he tried to break free. Boom boom boom, the surrounding space shattered. A pair of black wings kept spinning, forming two black hurricanes. They charged forward, trying to destroy the ancient sword. However, he couldn't do it. The sword light in front of him was too bright, and it destroyed all his attacks. Not only that, he could feel the violent sword qi in his body exploding, trying to tear his body apart. Damn it, at this critical moment, he was very decisive. He self-destructed, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. He then reformed in the distance. Brat, I'm going to kill you. He roared. He waved his hands, and a long black saber appeared, slashing forward. The other party had forced him to self-destruct to escape danger. He would definitely take revenge. In the distance, the human warriors were shocked. They couldn't believe that the powerful Yu Yi was at a disadvantage in an instant. Especially the archaic creatures. They were even more shocked. That's not right. Our prodigy must have been careless. He definitely won't lose again. As expected, Yu Yi exploded with unparalleled power. The two sabers restrained the ancient sword. He even sent the ancient dragon abyss sword flying. This scene made the archaic creature celebrate. Yu Yi even charged in front of Lin Xian. The long blade in his hand was about to chop off Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword shone brightly in the sky, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, Lin Xian's pair of huge hands sent the pair of black sabers flying. Whoosh, he grabbed the pair of black wings and pulled with all his might. Poochie! Yu Yi was torn in half. Miserable cries rang out, as if countless ghosts were howling, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No, those ancient life forms screamed like they had gone mad. Their heavenly geniuses had been torn apart again. What was going on? Yu Yi roared like a madman. He wanted to heal his body, but Lin Xian refused to let go. Lin Xian's strength was so great that Yu Yi was unable to escape. Buzz buzz buzz, the blood that filled the sky surged and turned into swords of blood that shot towards Lin Xian. They hit Lin Xian's body, making clanging sounds. The 9-yang divine body exploded. Lin Xian didn't have to dodge at all. Instead, he sent all the swords flying. I've said it before. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Killing you is just a matter of time. Lin Xian's voice shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war, extremely powerful. His arms shook, shattering the void. He grabbed the pair of black wings, preventing Yu Ye's body from healing. Ah! Yu Yi screamed like he had gone mad. His soul temporarily left his body, wanting to fly into the sky. At this moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword above his head exploded. It carried a terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura as it slashed down. With one slash, Yu Ye's soul was destroyed. Puff Yu Ye's soul didn't even have time to scream before it was destroyed. After the soul was destroyed, the 2 halves of his body stopped struggling and fell into the void. The terrifying sea of blood surged, making a roaring sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire sky was dyed blood red, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. The prodigy of the Serene Night race had died. And he had been killed by Lin Xian so easily. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Especially the ancient creatures of the Serene Night race. They let out crazed roars. No. You dare to kill him. You're dead, the Serene Feather race won't let you go, damn it, I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it, these people roared as if they had gone mad. A few of them rushed forward, wanting to attack Chu Feng. In the end, they were killed by Lin Xian's gaze. This scene caused the remaining archaic creatures to stop in their tracks. The other party was too strong. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He threw the two halves of the corpse in his hands to the ground. At the same time, his cold voice resounded in all directions. Remember, this guy isn't the first prodigy I've killed, and he won't be the last. Since he dared to challenge the human race, he must pay the corresponding price. Hearing this, the human race martial artists were extremely excited. They raised their arms and cheered. Lin Xian! Lin Xian, Central Emperor! Central Emperor, they were too excited, too excited. This battle would definitely make the human race proud. The Crimson Dragon also waved its dragon claw, opening a treasure bottle and directly storing the two halves of the corpse and the blood that filled the sky. Then, he beamed with joy. This was great. These were all excellent cultivation resources. Kid, where are we going next? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He turned his head to look at the people around him and asked in a low voice. Who knew if there were other prodigies of the Archean era nearby? It was said that there were prodigies of the Flying Mantis race nearby. But he didn't know if they were still there. Someone said. There seemed to be prodigies of the Green Vine race in the Ninely dynasty. Someone said another piece of news. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. He tore the void and soared into the sky with the Crimson Dragon, leaving the imperial capital. Hurry up and follow. There might be an earth-shattering battle. The people in the imperial capital were extremely shocked. They also left the imperial capital one after another to search for Lin Xian. In an instant, most of the martial artists had left. A small number of people were crazily passing on the news. How could they not share such a shocking news? In the sky, the Archean creatures of the Dark Feather race were so angry that their bodies were trembling. Their prodigy had been killed and even his corpse was taken away. How were they going to explain this when they returned? No, they had to report this to the elders. They had to kill that kid. They also tore the void and quickly left. The bustling imperial capital calmed down again. The elders and supreme existences in the palace naturally watched the battle as well. Their eyes flashed. Lin Xian was really impressive. He could kill an Archean prodigy so easily. His strength had definitely surpassed that of an ordinary Archean prodigy. He could stand up to an Archean royal prodigy. Yes, as expected of one of the top prodigies of the human race. Humph, everyone discussed. Of course, some sneered. He had killed so many Archean prodigies. Don't worry, the 10,000 Archean races won't let him off. Those who said that were naturally from the Empress faction. Now that Lin Xian was in the limelight and was so powerful, they naturally couldn't attack him directly. It seemed that they could only secretly contact the 10,000 Archean races and report Lin Xian's whereabouts to them. And that was exactly what they had done. Not long after, the news of Lin Xian killing the Dark Feather race's prodigy, Yu Yi, swept across the True Spirit Martial continent. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Another attack. Lin Xian killed another Archean prodigy, heavens. He was too strong. Was he really going to dominate the world? I feel like the 10,000 Archean races are finished. With Lin Xian's strength, not many people could contend against him. Everyone was extremely excited and discussed spiritedly. When the 10,000 Archean races heard this, they gritted their teeth in anger. They swore that they would definitely find and kill him. However, not long after, another piece of news came. Yi Wudao fought a prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race and won easily. What? Yi Wudao also attacked? Everyone was even more shocked. There was also news from the Western Desert. Dustless fought a prodigy of the Lightning Blood race and successfully converted him into a Buddhist sect. This scene was even more shocking. An Archean prodigy was actually converted into a Buddhist sect. This was even more terrifying than killing him. This dustless was seriously too terrifying. What kind of method did he use? Even those people of the older generation had faces full of fear. The 10,000 ancient races were also shocked. Damn it, could this be the legendary and incomparably terrifying salvation scripture? Some of the grand elders of the sacred grounds were puzzled. The Sutra of Salvation was an extremely ancient ability. Legend had it that this cultivation technique didn't have much offensive power, but it could convert people. Once the Expiation Sutra came out, everything could be expiated and brought into Buddhism. From the looks of it now, Wuchen was very likely to have mastered this ancient expiation scripture. The three titled heavenly talents had all made their moves. Everyone was looking forward to it. He wondered how South Emperor Yan Nantian was doing. Everyone was talking about it. However, they realized that Yan Nantian didn't send out much information. Could it be that he didn't make a move? These people were puzzled. As for that northern monster, he was too mysterious. He hadn't appeared yet. Eastern wilderness. In the middle of a mountain swamp, the earth split open and a black head appeared. In front of him sat a blue figure. The blue figure's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. Who would have thought that this Lin Xian would be so unexpected? Previously, he had conferred the title of Middle Emperor because he wanted to borrow the hands of the saints to kill him. Who would have thought that not only did they fail to kill him, but they even allowed him to grow stronger and stronger. Now, even the primordial geniuses were no match for him. What should we do? Should he use some more power to kill him? The black head asked. The blue figure shook his head. There's no need. The current situation is somewhat out of our control. This kid has too many secrets. Other than the 9-yang divine body, there are even more terrifying secrets. His sword chi is too sharp. It's not something an ordinary sword king can release. Even a peerless sword technique shouldn't be able to do that. I suspect that he should have a very terrifying attack power. A very terrifying attack power. The black head was puzzled. The mysterious blue figure nodded. That's right. Think about it, the Eastern Wilderness sacred body is the descendant of the Arch. There's a lot of blood in his body. Moreover, the sacred body is a terrifying physique. In addition, he's in the hands of a clan of the ancients. He must have the inheritance of the Arch. It's natural that he's powerful. South Emperor had obtained the inheritance of the Arch. Of course, he's terrifying. Wuchen from the Western Desert was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. He had the memories of his previous life. The power of his bloodline was probably very terrifying. Moreover, the Thousand Buddha Temple also had the inheritance of the Arch. These three people could be said to have powerful bloodlines and terrifying inheritances. But what about Lin Xian? It's true that Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, but that alone wasn't enough for him to fight against Yi Wu Dao and Yan Nantian. Unless he also had the inheritance of the Arch. The inheritance of the Arch. You're saying that he has the inheritance of the Arch? After hearing this, the black head was shocked. The inheritance of the Arch, how tempting was that? It was something that only sacred grounds and aristocratic families with extreme weapons had. The other sacred grounds and great sects had never produced the Arch. Naturally, they couldn't have such a powerful inheritance. Of course, people like Yan Nantian were very rare. The Yan family wasn't the Arch family, but Yan Nantian was very lucky. When he was young, he had obtained the inheritance of the Arch. There weren't many people in the true spirit world who had such luck. But now, Lin Xian actually had the inheritance of the Arch. This was even more shocking. Then which thearch's inheritance do you think he obtained? Every great emperor specializes in a different domain. I can't think of a single great emperor who has such a strong attack power. You mean the Arch Shiman? The black head was shocked. Brother Shiman, the sword emperor of a generation, was extremely terrifying. Back then, his offensive power could be said to have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was known as the Arch with the most terrifying offensive power in a million years. Rumor had it that he had fought his way into the immortal path and almost entered the immortal domain. Unfortunately, the immortal door hadn't opened in his era. Therefore, even though the Arch Shiman's combat power was heaven-defying, he still couldn't enter the immortal domain. In the end, his lifespan ran out and he died. There were too many legends about the arch-shaman. His offensive power was very strong. When he had just entered the sage realm, he had caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. When he became a great sage, he had already killed a quasi-emperor level peerless expert. In the end, after he became a half-emperor, there was a great dark turmoil. Terrifying tremors erupted in several forbidden lands. The true spirit world was in danger, and the human race was in danger. It was the arch-shaman. With a sword in the sky, he swept through all four directions and finally quelled the turmoil. It was said that the arch-shaman alone, with a sword, fought against several very terrifying enemies. In the end, he actually won. In fact, it had even scared away those terrifying existences. It could be said that in terms of offensive power, there really wasn't the arch who could compare to him. The arch-shaman's inheritance? It really made people jealous. If you can obtain, before the black head finished speaking, the blue-robed figure in front of it burst out with a biting cold light. No hurry, I already have the inheritance of the arch. If he really has the inheritance of the arch-shaman, then I can play with him. I hope that he won't disappoint me. At this point, the blue-robed man's voice became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Lin Xian didn't know that he was being watched by someone who had almost discovered his secret. He was related to the Shaman Great Emperor, but he didn't obtain the Shaman Great Emperor's inheritance. Instead, he obtained something that the Shaman Great Emperor once had. The Great Dragon Sword Soul. Although the mysterious blue-robed man didn't guess it correctly, he was pretty close to the mark. If the blue-robed man spread the news, everyone in the world would probably attack him. Not only the 10,000 ancient races, but even the human race wouldn't be able to resist. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was a terrifying existence. If he could obtain it, he could very well become the next great emperor. Lin Xian didn't know about all this. He was currently controlling the Black Earth to fly at full speed. He was looking for his next target. His target this time was the prodigy of the Green Vine race. The Green Vine race had an extraordinary origin. It was said that their ancestor was a natural green vine. After countless years of nurturing the chaos chi, he had cultivated to become a terrifying existence. Although they weren't a royal race, the Green Vine race was still very famous among the 10,000 ancient races. Boom, the void in front of them trembled as a terrifying force exploded, tearing the 9 heavens apart. Following that, several green rays of light shot into the sky, transforming into heavenly pillars that enveloped the Black Earth. The Black Earth shook violently, and Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon let out a shrill cry. Holy sh*t, who is so reckless as to attack us? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light as he stared at the green light pillar. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, it's the prodigy of the Green Vine group. He wanted to look for him, but he didn't expect him to come knocking on his door. That's right. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that the green light pillars weren't ordinary light pillars, but vines. However, they were too big and too bright. That was why they created such a scene. These vines were too terrifying. One of them whipped the Black Earth and sent it flying. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, his figure flashed, and he walked out. He looked at the huge vines in the sky and said coldly. Are you Qingmu from the Green Vine clan? That's right, I'm Greenwood. Since you dared to kill one of my primordial geniuses, today is the day you die. Even as the voice echoed out, more and more vines appeared. Soon, everything for hundreds of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by vines. Today is the day you die. In the sky, those terrifying vines flickered with incomparable light, transforming into long spears that pierced towards Lin Xian. These vines were too terrifying. They were even more terrifying than heaven-tier treasures. There were cyan runes on it. That was the terrifying power of the bloodline. Behind them, the human warriors who had followed Lin Xian to watch the battle immediately stopped when they saw this scene. They retreated madly. Not good, retreat quickly, it's the peerless genius of the Green Vine clan, oh heavens, they're fighting again. The Green Vine clan is so terrifying. The human warriors behind them were like small boats in the wind. Although they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He punched out, and the terrifying fist illuminated the surroundings. It was like a sun that blasted away the surrounding vines. At the same time, he waved his arm, and streaks of sword chi slashed forward. These sword chi were incomparably sharp. They cut through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, many of the surrounding vines were cut in half by the sword chi and fell from the sky. Damn it, seeing this scene, Qingmu frowned. He snorted coldly, and the surrounding vines became even more terrifying. Above them, runes rotated and quickly resisted the surrounding sword chi. Between heaven and earth, there was an intense collision. Large cracks were everywhere, and terrifying black holes were formed. With the two of them as the center, an invisible force spread out in all directions. The surrounding mountains, rivers, and trees all collapsed and ceased to exist. Their attacks were too terrifying. It was as if they were going to destroy the world. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. His aura also rose instantly. He was like a peerless sword god, getting sharper and sharper. In the sky full of stars and vines, a man in a green robe walked out. His face was cold, and his aura was terrifying. It was the peerless skypride of the Green Vine clan, Qingmu. A long green whip appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. With a swing of the whip, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. Within 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast, and he quickly dodged the green whip. At the same time, he drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and released streaks of terrifying sword chi, slashing forward. Clang! Clang, their weapons clashed in the sky, and it was a terrifying sight. Qingmu's face was gloomy. He was furious and wanted to kill the human in front of him. But after exchanging blows with his opponent, he was still extremely shocked. His opponent was too powerful. After exchanging a few blows, the blood in his body was boiling, and his arm was numb. His opponent was indeed powerful to be able to kill so many Archean skyprides. However, he would not lose. As the skypride of the Green Vine clan, he was powerful. More importantly, his vitality was vigorous, and he had an extremely strong recovery ability. It could be said that it was impossible to kill him. Unless those terrifying sacred leaders and sect leaders killed him in one blow. Otherwise, as long as he was still alive, he would not die. This was the terrifying part of the Green Vine clan, and also his trump card. So now, he attacked crazily without regard for anything else. Boom! Boom, boom! Winds and clouds changed between heaven and earth. Energy surged, and the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. The whip in Qingmu's hand seemed to have transformed into a green dragon, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the human experts were watching the battle through various secret techniques. They were extremely nervous. Because they realized that Qingmu was even more terrifying than Yu Yi from before. Moreover, they knew that the Green Vine clan had an extremely strong recovery ability. So they were extremely nervous. Not only were they watching, but the experts of the Ninely dynasty were also paying close attention. Apart from these humans, more than 10 Archean creatures were also gathered in a certain city of the Ninely dynasty. They stood with their heads behind their backs, looking up at the sky. Not a single human dared to take a step into their surroundings. At this moment, these people were also paying attention to the situation above. That person was Lin Xian of the Central Emperor? He was indeed powerful. His sword chi was simply too sharp. Moreover, his defense was unparalleled. No wonder he could kill so many Archean prodigies. One of the Archean creatures had a gloomy expression. It seemed that the human race still had some prodigies. The other person sneered. So what? How dare he be so arrogant in front of the 10,000 Archean races? He's definitely dead. The third person said. Originally, they wanted to let the Archean royal prodigies deal with him, but they didn't expect him to encounter the Greenwood prodigies. Don't worry, he's definitely dead. The one who spoke was also an Archean creature from the Green Vine race. The other Archean creatures all turned their heads. Oh, could it be that Brother Greenwood is confident this time? Of course, the Archean creature from the Green Vine race had a proud expression. This time, Brother Greenwood brought the Greenwood sword. Greenwood sword? You mean that terrifying half-saint weapon? That's right, it's that half-saint weapon. When the surrounding human cultivators heard this, they were extremely puzzled. So what if he had a half-saint weapon? Lin Xian had one too. Moreover, in the previous battles, prodigies of their level rarely used half-saint weapons. Because both sides had them, it was useless to take them out. They might as well use their own strength. But now, it seemed that these Archean creatures were so confident. Could it be that there was something special about this half-saint weapon? They didn't know, but thinking about it, they should be able to see it soon. Buzz in the sky, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation flickered, causing everyone to feel a sense of oppression. What's that? Everyone exclaimed when they realized that there was an ancient green sword in Greenwood's hand. It had a very simple appearance, and green light flowed on it. There were Dao runes on it, and it was incomparably dazzling. It was a half-saint weapon, an extremely terrifying half-saint weapon. Everyone exclaimed because only half-saint and saint weapons could have Dao runes on them. Half-saint weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He also had a half-saint weapon, and more than one. He even had the saint's hand bone and the flower protector. It was just that he hadn't used them before. Seeing that his opponent had used a half-saint weapon, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 9-story pagoda appeared beside him. It emitted a terrifying aura. Another half-step saint tool had appeared, the 2 semi-sage tools surged in the sky. Dreadful Dao patterns flickered, and formed an incomparably terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Is this your trump card? But it's useless against me. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the other party. Kid, you've underestimated me, and you've underestimated our Green Vine clan. Do you think this is just an ordinary half-saint tool? Today, I'll show you how powerful it is. Boom. Boom, as he spoke, the ancient azure sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with incomparable light, causing the surroundings to rapidly tremble. An extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. At this moment, everyone's blood surged, their faces pale, as if their bodies were penetrated. What a terrifying sword energy! This Qingmu was actually a peerless sword king. Why do I feel that his sword aura isn't any weaker than Lin Xian's, 2 great sword kings fighting? It was truly earth-shattering. Everyone discussed as they quickly retreated, because the aura in front of them was becoming more and more terrifying. It directly turned into a sky full of azure light that rushed into the 9 heavens and blasted out in all directions. The powerful figures of the 9 Li dynasty also raised their heads, their faces full of shock. Because this sword energy was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Within the city, the eyes of the archaic creatures also flickered. As expected of the Greenwood sword, it was indeed powerful. The archaic creatures of the Greenwood clan were even more proud. That was natural. With the Greenwood sword, it was enough to threaten the prides of the archaic royal family. It would definitely be able to kill that kid. Boom, the Greenwood sword slowly raised, and then slashed forward. Suddenly, the entire world was distorted, and endless azure light covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, they couldn't see anything. They could only see the peerless sword light shining. Not good, run. Some of the people who were too close were affected by the green sword light. They ran madly, but it was still too late. Some people were directly swept by the azure sword light, and their bodies were split into dozens of pieces. Some were directly pierced through, and nailed to the ground. Some were cut into a bloody mist by the sword, and no longer existed. It was too terrifying. These people were all experts, but at this moment, they couldn't even block the aftermath of the sword energy. On the human side, some of the saints frowned. No, was a half-saint artifact so powerful? One had to know that a half-saint artifact was very terrifying. Only some of the top invincible kings could use it at full strength. It would be difficult for them to use its full power in their hands. However, the half-saint artifact in the opponent's hand was too powerful. It was as if it wasn't used by a young genius, but by a sacred lord. What was going on? Damn it, this Qingting clan was really strange. No wonder they dared to use a half-saint artifact. These people's faces were gloomy, and they didn't know how Lin Xian would deal with it. In the middle ground, the princes of the dynasties had also come, and even the prince of the Great Xia dynasty had also come. His eyes shone with a piercing light as he stared at the battle. He was also very curious about how Lin Xian would deal with it. Although he hadn't fought with Qing Mu before, there was a very terrifying genius in the royal family who had fought with him. Although that genius wasn't as strong as him, he was also a very terrifying genius in the royal family. However, he still lost to Qing Mu. It was the greenwood sword in the opponent's hand that had defeated the genius of the royal family. Therefore, the prince of the great Xia dynasty became very serious when facing the greenwood sword. Lin Xian was also surrounded by countless azure sword energy, and when it hit his body, it made sonorous thunderous sounds. Endless flames pierced through all directions, forming terrifying black holes one after another. His eyes became a terrifying golden color, as if they were going to devour people. Competing with sword energy, how interesting. He didn't expect that his opponent was also a sword king, and such a terrifying one at that. Coupled with this half-saint artifact, it was really terrifying. However, when had he ever been afraid of others in the sword Dao? Humph, with a cold snort, terrifying sword energy erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword energy took the shape of a dragon and rushed into the sky as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure became more and more resplendent. Even though there were thousands of azure sword lights, everyone could still see him clearly. At this moment, all the warriors, including the humans, the ancient creatures, and the older generation experts, looked up at the sky. Heavens, what was that? When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. It was Lin Xian. Was he going to make a move? That's right, it was indeed Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. In front of him, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow that appeared and suppressed the surroundings. What was that? The archaic creatures in the distance screamed. Qing Mu's pupils also constricted because he felt a terrifying aura from the dragon-shaped sword shadow. That aura could still pose a threat to him. The other human experts, saints' sons, and geniuses all exclaimed in surprise. It was that dragon-shaped sword shadow again. They knew that Lin Xian had an extremely terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow. Back then, he had even gathered countless powers to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. It could be said that it was extremely strange and terrifying. Until now, they still hadn't figured out what that dragon-shaped sword shadow was. However, that didn't stop them from being terrified of it. After Lin Xian displayed the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the aura on his body rose infinitely, and the entire world trembled with him. Tens of thousands of sword lights swept in all directions. Buzz, Lin Xian reached out his palm and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He waved his long sword and pointed it forward. Boom! Boom, boom! Dragon roars sounded one after another. In the distance, Qing Mu's body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He felt that what his opponent was holding wasn't a sword, but a dragon. It was an incomparably terrifying dragon. Moreover, the dragon's might emitted from it suppressed his soul and bloodline. Damn it, Qing Mu's expression was extremely ugly. He originally thought that after he took out his Qing Mu sword, he could easily kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect his opponent to have such a terrifying thing. Moreover, it seemed to be even more terrifying than his Qing Mu sword. At this moment, his Qing Mu sword began to tremble rapidly, as if it couldn't resist at all. Everyone was terrified when they saw this. Even such a terrifying saint artifact couldn't resist it. This Lin Xian was really terrifying. No, damn it, I don't believe it, I can't lose to you. Qing Mu angrily roared. Green light blossomed from his body, and the Qing Mu sword in his hand emitted an incomparably sharp light. Around him, green vines quickly intertwined, crawling under his feet. Activating the power of his bloodline, a green plant appeared between his eyebrows, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, his strength had increased once again. Die for me, with a furious roar, tens of thousands of cyan sword lights crisscrossed, causing everyone to panic. The dreadful green sword light slashed out, and the heaven and earth were split into pieces. This was the power of a semi-sage tool. It was accompanied by countless Dao patterns in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as he activated his sword soul and released a dragon-shaped sword chi. It was like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The two sword chis collided in the air, erupting with unparalleled power. Boom! Boom! The sword light that filled the sky rumbled, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The impact of that energy caused all the surrounding experts to vomit blood. Their faces were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Of these two people, one had an incomparably terrifying sword shadow that seemed no different from a true dragon. The other was able to use a semi-sage tool to such a terrifying extent, far surpassing the younger generation. It could be said that these two were both monsters. Even an invincible king wouldn't dare to casually step forward in such a battle. This was because a single shockwave was enough to kill them. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the two divine swords collided 9 times. The entire heaven and earth were filled with countless large cracks. On the 9th collision, Qing Mu's arm was cut off. The Qing Mu sword in his hand flew into the sky, trembling non-stop. Boom! As for Qing Mu, his expression was incomparably ugly. This was because not only his arm, but his entire body was also filled with cracks. His opponent's sword chi was too cold. Even if he could use a semi-sage tool to a terrifying extent, it was still very difficult for him to resist it. He found it hard to believe. Damn it! He quickly retreated, countless vines intertwined on his body, forming a green sea in front of him to block the sword chi. The green vines surged, emitting an incomparably terrifying power. However, they only blocked it for an instant. In the next moment, all the vines were cut apart, turning into spirit chi that dissipated between heaven and earth. However, this was enough for Qing Mu. He had already retreated tens of thousands of miles away. Blood flowed wildly from his body. Aoki was injured. Aoki was injured, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially the ancient creatures, they were even more shocked. That was Qing Mu, who was incomparably powerful. Moreover, he had used the Qing Mu sword. One had to know that the Qing Mu sword had been nourished by Qing Mu's blood for many years. Although it was a semi-sage tool, Qing Mu could unleash energy that far surpassed what a young genius could use. It could be said that if other geniuses encountered Qing Mu, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. But now, Qing Mu was actually injured, while his opponent was completely unharmed. This was truly unbelievable. Damn it, what exactly was that dragon-shaped sword shadow? Could it be that it was also a semi-sage tool, or could it be a sage tool? Impossible, with that kid's strength, he still couldn't use a complete sage tool. It should be a special kind of accompanying saint artifact. The ancient creatures' faces were incomparably gloomy. The human powerhouses were also discussing animatedly. Qing Mu was so angry that his entire body trembled. He had never felt that his life was in danger like today. He couldn't bear it anymore. In the next moment, he roared crazily. The green light flashed and healed all his wounds. Buzz, he was completely unharmed. Damn kid, I'll let you know the price of injuring me. Qing Mu once again walked over like a god fiend. What? Unharmed? How did he do it? How terrifying was Lin Xian's sword chi? He was actually able to recover in an instant. Those people were extremely shocked. They only knew how terrifying Lin Xian's sword chi was. As long as one was hit by it, it would probably be very difficult to erase it. However, Qing Mu actually had such power. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He narrowed his eyes. The other party was actually able to destroy the inextinguishable aura of the great dragon sword soul. He had to admit that it was truly shocking. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice. Kid, he's from the Green Vine clan. The vitality of the Green Vine clan was extremely strong. It could be said that they were immortal and indestructible. As long as they had a drop of blood, they would be able to play with endless. This was their bloodline talent. You have to be careful. Bloodline talent? How magical. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. It seemed that the other party's bloodline wasn't about fighting strength, but recovery. This was beyond his expectations. It was really the first time he had seen an ancient creature with such tenacious vitality. However, so what if it was tenacious? If a drop of blood could regenerate, then he would destroy all of the other party's blood. Let's see how you're going to be reborn. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a piercing cold light. His opponent was indeed very powerful, and his regenerative ability was a headache for many prodigies. However, that was not a problem for Lin Mu. He had more than one way to kill Lin Mu. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly charged out. The terrifying sword light exploded again. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky one after another, spreading into the distance with terrifying and indestructible power. Kill, Qingmu also charged forward. He released his bloodline power and swung the greenwood sword in his hand. The two of them clashed again. However, this time, Qingmu was defeated even more miserably. His body was sliced apart again at the waist. Ah! I don't believe it. Heal. His bloodline power erupted, and his body healed once again with a powerful life force recovery ability. However, not long after, his body was cut open again. This time, he was cut into 4 pieces. Lin Xian looked down like a god fiend. Let's see how many times you can heal. As he spoke, the sword chi on his body became even more dazzling. Everyone was stunned when they saw that. He was too powerful. The terrifying prodigy of the green vine race was suppressed even when he used the greenwood sword. His body was cut open many times. If it were not for his strong regenerative ability, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, Qingmu would not be able to hold on for long. After all, he only had a strong regenerative ability, but he was not truly immortal. As expected, after the 20th recovery, Qingmu's face was abnormally pale. His bloodline power had weakened, and he did not have much energy left in his body. After all, every time he recovered, he had to consume a large amount of bloodline power to resist the indestructible sword intent of the dragon sword soul. When he was cut open for the 21st time, Qingmu's expression changed. Qingmu's expression finally changed. He knew that the young man before him was stronger than him. He did not dare to continue fighting. Because if he continued fighting, he would probably be killed here. Therefore, at the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, I'll let you be proud this time. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you with my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed and he quickly flew into the distance. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. Qingmu had escaped. Could it be that Qingmu had been defeated? Heavens, the terrifying Green Vine clan, a genius with such vigorous vitality, had actually been defeated. His opponent's sword chi was too terrifying. "You want to leave? Can you leave?" Lin Xian sneered as he watched the other party flee. Greenwood roared angrily. "Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. Although your sword chi is terrifying, you won't be able to kill me in a short period of time, so quickly stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for going all out." Seeing that the other party was still intending to make a move, Qingmu roared furiously. He was already sullen enough after his defeat today. Now, his opponent wanted to continue hunting him down. How could he tolerate this? Do you think you're very strong? Do you think I can't kill you just because you're full of vitality? Do you think I only have sword techniques? Lin Xian sneered and quickly formed a seal with his palms. One after another, profound palm prints appeared. Soon, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down at the earth like a god. As soon as the golden eye appeared, the people below began to tremble. Their souls trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kowtow. Damn it, what is that? That was especially true for those ancient life forms. They were terrified. That pair of golden eyes was simply too cold. Greenwood also felt that he was enveloped by a strange energy. In the next moment, he screamed in pain. Not good, it was a soul attack, he screamed crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have such a terrifying method. His soul was ignited and burned crazily. The pain made him despair and terrified. Although he was from the Green Vine race and had strong recovery abilities, that only referred to the recovery ability of the physical body, not the recovery ability of the soul. Therefore, once his soul was damaged, it would be very difficult for him to recover. He might even be killed. The heavenly secret divine eyes were too powerful. In addition, Lin Xian used it with all his might. The power of the soul burning made Greenwood unable to resist at all. Soon, he fell from the sky. His eyes were empty. It was obvious that he had been killed. No, when the 10,000 ancient races saw this scene, they screamed crazily and rushed over. Especially the immemorial creatures of the green vine race, they roared crazily. After a round of investigation, they were dumbstruck. Greenwood was dead. Their clan's genius had actually been killed by someone. How was this possible? One had to know that Greenwood's physical body had been shattered more than 20 times, but he could still revive. He even had the strength to fight. Now, his physical body was fine, but his soul was directly destroyed. Damn it, this kid was actually a soul expert. They couldn't accept this fact at all. The other immemorial creatures were also terrified when they saw this scene. The other party's methods were too strange, especially the soul attack. It was impossible to guard against. This made them extremely shocked. The human race's cultivators were also shocked. Dead, another primordial prodigy had died. Lin Xian was too powerful. That's right, how many archaic prodigies had been killed already? He was too dazzling. It would be difficult for him to live long. Some people had grave expressions. Indeed, Lin Xian was too dazzling. Such a human prodigy would definitely cause the 10,000 ancient races to be wary. It probably wouldn't be long before the true experts of the 10,000 ancient races arrived and secretly killed Lin Xian to prevent future troubles. In truth, the human race's experts guessed correctly. After the 10,000 ancient races received this news, they immediately began to secretly discuss. This youth was too abnormal. He probably had the potential to become a young great emperor. They didn't expect that there would be someone else besides a saint physique with such terrifying strength. He had to be eliminated, otherwise, if he was allowed to grow, he would become an unimaginable enemy. The elders and experts of the 10,000 ancient races discussed and decided to immediately eliminate Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was strong and had heaven-defying talent, he was different from Yi Dao Denier. Behind Yi Dao Denier stood the primordial aristocratic families. They had extreme weapons that could suppress everything. For the time being, they didn't dare to make a move. After all, if they angered the Yi family and the Yi family activated their extreme weapons, the 10,000 ancient races wouldn't be able to resist. Only the theocrats would be able to resist. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't dare to make a move against Yi Dao Denier. Unless no one had a handle on him. But Lin Xian was different. Although he was also the master of Immortal Palace, they hadn't heard that Immortal Palace had any extreme weapons. So what if Immortal Palace was angry if they killed him? The 10,000 ancient races were powerful. How could they fear Immortal Palace? For a time, several true experts of the 10,000 ancient races moved out. Their target was Lin Xian. This time, they wanted to kill him in one strike and eliminate all future troubles. After Lin Xian killed the prodigy of the Green Vine race, Qing Mu, he went on his way. Next, he killed 2 more primordial prodigies. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone, especially the primordial prodigies, was in a state of panic because the other party was too powerful. The humans were also shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian should have the strength of the primordial royal race. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill so many primordial prodigies. A royal prodigy? It was really shocking. The faces of the older generation were filled with amazement. Lin Xian, you brat, wash your neck and wait for me to kill you. At this moment, a shocking piece of news came from the horizon. In an instant, the world was shocked. Who dared to say such words at this time? It was the primordial royal race. The primordial royal race was about to make a move. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the person who said that was from the South Sea Divine Crocodile race. The South Sea Divine Crocodile race had just recovered recently and was extremely powerful, surpassing the primordial race like the Silver Lightning race. It was a lineage of the primordial royal race. And this time, the person who said that was a prodigy of the South Sea Divine Crocodile race. Was the primordial royal race finally going to make a move on Lin Xian? In 7 days, I'll be waiting for you at the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian said such words. He boarded the Black Master and headed to the Sunset Peak. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to really dare to accept the challenge. It was really a shocking battle, a golden age. A top prodigy, who was stronger, the humans or the primordial royal race? Everyone was shocked. The primordial creatures were also interested and headed to the Dawnfall Peak. As for the humans, they swarmed over in droves. Even Yi Wudao, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, the Alcade sage, and the others rushed over. Many primordial races had come out, but this was the first time a prodigy of the primordial royal race was fighting in front of everyone. Perhaps this was an extremely good opportunity to obtain information, to investigate and sense just what level of strength the prides of the ancient royal family had reached. The words of the two geniuses shook the entire world. Countless experts gathered at the Dawnfall Peak. Lin Xian took the Black Earth and arrived at the Sunset Peak early. Although the Sunset Peak was only a mountain peak, it was incomparably vast, and it stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Within the surrounding mountain ranges, countless figures could be seen flashing about. Lin Xian had even chosen the tallest peak and sat down cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the world, sun, and moon as he cultivated silently. The ancient royal family battle? To be honest, he was looking forward to it. The first 6 days had been very quiet. Although there were more and more people around, no one made a ruckus. They waited patiently. On the 7th day, an extremely terrifying whistling sound suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, a large number of projections fell from the sky, as if dark clouds were pressing down. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying aura that overflowed into the heavens. Here it comes. At this moment, all the martial artists and ancient life forms in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of mountain range opened their eyes and looked up. Humph! Lin Xian, you brat, you really dared to come. A cold laugh came from the sky. This voice shattered the world. The ground cracked, the sky was pierced, and black holes appeared one after another. How terrifying, just an aura was able to create such a terrifying scene. Was this the strength of an ancient royal family genius? It was really too terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could compete with him. Everyone trembled, especially the human race martial artists. They were terrified. The 10,000 ancient races were simply too strong. Even the primordial life forms were stunned. But soon, they clenched their fists. Great, the royal family genius had made a move. This time, they must kill him. That's right, what emperor of the human race? In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he was just an ant-like existence. Just you wait, this time, you humans will definitely lose. These ancient life forms were very arrogant. They were high and mighty, and no human martial artists dared to step into their territory. When everyone heard this, they fell silent. Because they didn't know what the final outcome of this battle would be. However, Lin Xian's supporters quickly counterattacked. What was so great about that? That's right, it wasn't the first time they'd heard that. Previously, those ancient prodigies were also very arrogant, but weren't they still killed by God Lin Xian? What did you say? You're courting death. Those ancient life forms were enraged. Lin Xian's supporters snorted coldly. What's wrong? They were killed, but they didn't allow others to say anything. You ancient life forms are too domineering. That's right, don't be arrogant here if you have the ability. Go and compete with God Lin Xian. Let's see if you can block his sword energy. You're courting death. Several ancient life forms were enraged on the spot. They reached out with their palms, covering the sky and the sun. They were like ancient demon mountains that pressed down. They wanted to crush those who spoke into pieces. Those human martial artists were terrified. The other party was too terrifying. In an instant, their bodies stiffened. Of course, there were also people who roared and used their artifacts, preparing to fight to the death. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a cold snort was heard. A golden light in the sky cut through the void like a sharp sword, blocking everyone. Watch the battle carefully. A cold voice sounded. There were only a few words, but everyone's scalp went numb, and they didn't dare to say anything else. Even those ancient life forms were stunned. They seemed to have a feeling of suffocation. This kind of feeling only appeared when they faced the ancient royal family. Damn it, who was it? They looked up at the sky. In the sky, there was a golden figure. It was the human race's Saint Physique. Instead, it was Leaf Dao Denier. A wisp of light on his body directly suppressed those people. This was especially true for suppressing these ancient creatures. Those ancient life forms withdrew their power and didn't attack again. On the other side, the human martial artists also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Dao was here. He was indeed powerful, as expected of Eastern sage, he was powerful. Just a wisp of his aura was enough to suppress those ancient life forms. It was really a golden age. On the other side, a whistling sound rang out. The chaotic chi in the sky flickered, turning into a terrifying chaotic light. It carried a peerless beauty and slowly descended. The saintess of all beginnings. It was her. That woman was getting more and more terrifying, everyone was discussing again. The Tao that could be spoken was not the Tao. Accompanied by the ethereal voice, a majestic figure descended. There were mysterious runes flickering around him one after another. It was really terrifying. Dao sage, everyone exclaimed, and the pupils of those ancient life forms shrank. The appearance of these human skyprides was simply too terrifying. Chaotic chi and innate Tao patterns had both appeared. It was really shocking. It wasn't over yet. After the saintess of all beginnings, Dao sage, and the others, a few more figures descended from the sky. They were all human prodigies. One of them was surrounded by a dazzling divine light. He was like a fiend god that had come into being, suppressing everyone until they couldn't breathe. That person was none other than the Alcade Saint. The other person had the shadow of a phoenix on her body. She was suppressing the primordial creatures, causing their blood to freeze. Damn it, what a powerful bloodline, how could the human race have such a bloodline? They were shocked as they looked at the figure in horror. The figure was incomparably flickering, and her body was surrounded by a terrifying light. A faint shadow of a phoenix circled around her. The other human warriors also exclaimed in surprise. The Jade Lake Saintess. The Jade Lake Saintess had arrived. Rumor had it that she had a mysterious bloodline. They did not expect it to be the Phoenix bloodline. Yes, it was impossible in the past. Now that the 10,000 Archean races had appeared, the Jade Lake Saintess bloodline had finally reappeared in the world. It was the terrifying Phoenix bloodline, that's right, the person who had arrived was Morone Qingqing. Her Phoenix bloodline was fully activated at this moment, causing her strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. Sister Miss Seductress, on the other side, purple clouds churned. A beautiful woman rode on a purple cloud and descended quickly. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. Saintess Xianxia, she actually had a heavenly spiritual body. Among the primordial creatures, a few primordial geniuses screamed as if they had seen a ghost. The humans were also shocked. What? Saintess Xianxia actually had a heavenly spiritual body? Heavens! Heavenly spiritual bodies were similar to Taoist bodies. They were close to heaven and earth and were not weaker than heavenly spiritual bodies. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xianxia to have a terrifying heavenly spiritual body. Lin Xian was really heaven-defying, his two female companions actually had such terrifying physiques. Everyone naturally knew the relationship between Morone Qingqing, Xianxia, and Lin Xian. This caused everyone to be speechless. That was because Lin Xian himself possessed the nine-yang divine body. The people around him were also terrifying. That dark red snake was not a snake, but a dragon. The two female companions beside him both had heaven-defying physiques, and he even had a friend like Wu Dao. It could be said that he was really strong to the peak. However, there were also elders who shook their heads and sighed. Too strong was easy to break. Perhaps this time, this Lin Xian of Zhonghuang was really in danger. The other holy sons, holy daughters, and skyprides fell silent. The archaic creatures sneered again and again. In the sky, the huge projections became more and more terrifying. They were like ancient demonic mountains that pressed down in all directions. Those who were weaker could not withstand it at all. Their bodies trembled, and even the saints and geniuses turned pale. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dark clouds churned and tore apart as a giant head poked out. The head was larger than a mountain, and its terrifying eyes were emitting a merciless light. He stared at the human warriors below. This time around, there are quite a number of saints and geniuses. However, you bunch of trash can't even withstand a single blow from me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed downwards. This palm was simply too terrifying. It covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As it pressed down, the void collapsed completely. Boom! Boom! The 5 elements Saint Sun and the 10,000 thunder Saint Sun both vomited blood and flew backward. The freedom Saint Sun also trembled and flew backward. It was too terrifying. These holy sons and holy daughters were originally the top skyprides of the human race. However, at this moment, they were nothing in front of the archaic royal skyprides. Humph, what a bunch of trash. The Silver Lightning Tribe, Firecloud Tribe, and Tiango Tribe skyprides sneered. The human race's faces were extremely ugly. Damn it, they were too arrogant. The other party actually dared to attack their skyprides. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, the Great Xia Prince, Wuchen, and the others snorted coldly. Their eyes emitted a cold light as if they were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few more terrifying rays of light came from the sky. Buzz, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky, dyeing the entire sky blood-red. The light emitted by the moon made everyone's hearts turn cold. Even their blood seemed to freeze. Not good, it's another archaic royal, the human race exclaimed. They knew that it was the Blood Moon tribe, which was also an archaic royal. It seemed that the Blood Moon tribe's skyprides had also come out. The archaic creatures also trembled. Many of them even prostrated themselves on the ground. They had no choice. In the face of an archaic royal, they also had to submit. The blood-red moon in the sky rotated slowly, emitting a terrifying aura. One of the rays of light flew towards the Reverence Moon Saint. Courting death, the Reverence Moon Saint's face changed instantly. However, he soon let out a roar. Even if it meant risking the Reverence Moon Sect's honor, he would still attack. How could he escape in front of so many human skyprides and experts? With a furious roar, he unleashed all of his power without holding back. A full moon also appeared behind her. The source of the Reverence Moon Sect's power was the moon. Therefore, they also cultivated the moon cultivation technique. At this moment, the full moon behind him and the blood-red moon collided rapidly. With a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. Countless large cracks appeared. Puff, the Reverence Moon Saint vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fainted on the spot. The full moon that he had unleashed was smashed into pieces. The blood-red moon was completely undamaged. The light on it became even more demonic. What? It couldn't even block one attack? The human cultivators were horrified. The people of the Reverence Moon Sect exclaimed in shock and hurriedly rescued the Reverence Moon Saint. Everyone's face turned ugly. The Reverence Moon Saint was in existence at the level of a saint. How could he not even block one attack from the opponent? Was the gap between them that big? These people were filled with despair. Hee, there were so many of them. How many of them would die in this battle? It would be best if all of them died. All of your souls are mine, the surrounding people trembled. Such a strange voice rang in their ears, making their scalps tingle. Even the archaic creatures were terrified. The skypride of the Blue Devil clan was here. Damn it, don't kill me, they were terrified. There was no other way. The Blue Devil clan was an archaic royal family. They were cruel by nature. They loved to collect soul stones. Anyone who was targeted by them, whether they were humans, demons, or 10,000 archaic creatures, could not escape. It could be said that the Blue Devil was a terrifying killing god. TSK, a bunch of trash. A disdainful voice rang out. A blue figure appeared in the sky, confronting the blood-red moon. The other party did not emit any strange scene. He just stood there. His body was blue, as if he was made of blue crystal. His face was ferocious, like a demon. There was a horn on his head and a pair of blue wings on his back. In his left hand was a black demonic banner, and in his right hand was a trident. His body emitted a biting cold aura that could make people faint with just a glance. He was the skypride of the Blue Devil clan. At this moment, the sky was divided into 3 parts. One part was blood-red, and the blood-red moon was slowly rotating. The other part was the skypride of the Blue Devil clan. The last part was pitch-black clouds. Ahead was ferocious, letting out a terrifying roar. It was the skypride of the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan. The 3 skyprides of the far ancient royal family were chatting in the sky, but the aura they emitted shocked everyone. Was the Blood Moon clan that powerful? Take my fist, below them, a golden light suddenly erupted from Wudao's body, and a golden fist blasted towards the sky. "You're courting death," an angry voice rang out, and the blood-red moon in the sky spun crazily. Then, it came crashing down with the force of Mount Tai. Boom! When the two of them collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent storm spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. "Not good, dodge," screams rang out. They were too close, and they were about to be killed. At this moment, some of the elders of the Holy Lands took out their treasures and worked together to form a light screen. Only then did they manage to protect everyone. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill most of the people present. They were saved. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. They wanted to see the result. Wudao retracted his fist and said indifferently. The Blood Moon clan was nothing more than this. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. The blood-red moon in the sky spun continuously, and the terrifying killing intent was getting more and more terrifying. Ba, he wasn't the only one who moved. Dustless also chanted Buddhist scriptures and stood up. Buddhist light bloomed from his body, and he stared at the sky pride of the Blue Devil clan. "Little monk, how dare you have designs on me? I'll take your soul away today." The sky pride of the Blue Devil clan laughed sinisterly. The soul-summoning banner in his hand moved quickly. Suddenly, countless vengeful spirits appeared, and a terrifying voice rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb, as if their souls were about to be pierced. Buzz the living fossil elder took out a treasure and froze it in midair. Only then was he able to protect everyone. Dustless faced all this with a calm expression. His fingers moved quickly, and all the light energy was stuck to his fingertip. It formed a very beautiful flower. Flower-pinching finger, a Buddhist grand mystique, many people screamed. The flower-pinching finger was too terrifying, and it could destroy all attacks. As expected, the attack of the Blue Devil clan's sky pride was destroyed by the flower-pinching finger. What a strange mystique, the genius from the Blue Devil clan also frowned. Although it was just a simple move, he could sense how terrifying his opponent was. In the blink of an eye, the two royals were glaring at Leaf Dowdenier, Dustless, and the others. The two of them were still fearless as they confronted each other. The atmosphere in the sky became more and more tense. The elders and experts of the human race joined forces to set up a formation that covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to protect the lives of the spectators. Otherwise, no one would dare to watch such a shocking battle. These people were all experts from the great sects of the Holy Lands. The array that they brought out was truly terrifying. It could definitely protect everyone. In the sky, the giant head of the southern sea crocodile god also turned. He said, "Gentlemen, give me some face today. After I kill that brat, the two of you can make your move." The sky pride of the Blood Moon clan nodded coldly. The sky pride of the Blue Devil clan also smiled. Fine, I'll give you face today and let you fight first." Their figures swayed. They stood on the clouds and looked down. Leaf Dowdenier and Dustless retracted their gazes. Dustless chanted Ba and retreated as well. The two of them were still fearless. No matter when the battle started, they were ready to fight. However, now wasn't the time for them to make a move. Their gazes pierced through the clouds and looked into the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged. Lin Xian sat on the peak with his eyes closed. His hands were forming hand seals, and his robes fluttered as if he were asleep. Endless spiritual energy was inhaled and exhaled with every breath he took. What had happened earlier didn't affect his cultivation. It was as if he'd already transcended the mortal world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The sky pride of the southern sea crocodile god clan did the same. He slowly turned his giant head and stared at the mountain below. "Kid, don't you think it's too late for you to cultivate now?" Two beams of piercing light shot out from his eyes and transformed into two flying swords. They pierced through the air and headed straight for Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Lin Xian. With a loud boom, the space around Lin Xian shattered rapidly. More than 10 large black holes appeared, bobbing up and down. However, Lin Xian still didn't react. He sat there as if he'd really fallen asleep. However, the mountain below him and himself weren't hurt at all. In fact, the two flying swords stopped completely when they were 1 meter away from him, as if they were caught by a pair of invisible hands. This scene stunned the Southern Sea Crocodile God clan. The others frowned as well. Buzz Lin Xian opened his eyes. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked in front of him. Instantly, the two flying swords turned into dust and scattered between heaven and earth. In the next moment, he slowly stood up, shook his robes, looked around, and said calmly, "I'll cultivate every day at this time. It won't change just because you're here. Alright, you can make your move now." Lin Xian's voice was soft, but everyone heard it clearly. This scene shocked everyone. Especially the archaic creatures. Their faces were filled with shock. He would cultivate every day, and it wouldn't change just because the archaic paragon had arrived. This meant that he didn't care about this battle at all. He was treating it as if it was nothing. Impossible. Shouldn't he be nervous and afraid? Damn it. This kid must be hiding something, the archaic creatures sneered. The humans were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian was full of confidence. "Kid, stop hiding. Don't pretend to be calm. I know you're scared because you're facing no one else but me. I'm a paragon of the archaic royal family, it's impossible for you to defeat me." The Southern Sea Crocodile God clan's voice was cold and emotionless. "I know that you're Lin Xian, one of the top paragons of the human race. You have the honor of the human race on your shoulders. Therefore, you can't run. You have to fight. However, I advise you to obediently admit defeat. You'll lose your honor and you'll be able to keep your life. But if you fight me, you won't even be able to keep your life. What's the use of honor then? So, kneel down and kowtow to me. I'll spare your life." The Southern Sea Crocodile God clan seemed to have turned into a king, controlling the life and death of others. When the archaic creatures heard this, they laughed out loud. "Did you hear that? Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. You're just an ant. How can you be a match for the archaic royal family?" There were quite a few archaic creatures who had come to spectate this time. At this moment, numerous voices rang out, sounding like mountain torrents as they shook the void. "Humph," a cold voice came from the sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and stood in the sky. "Beg you for mercy? You think too much. Today, I'll tell you that the human race cannot be bullied, tit for tat." Although the two of them didn't roar crazily, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. One of them was a high and mighty royal genius who wanted to trample on the human race and never make a comeback. The other was a human genius who carried the reputation and hope of the human race. The meaning and impact of the battle between the two of them was very far-reaching. Therefore, at this moment, countless pairs of eyes were watching from the sky. Even the sacred leader sect's supreme elders and ancient powerhouses were watching. Although they weren't at the scene personally, they had already used arrays and various secret techniques to watch from afar. It could be said that the entire world was paying attention to this battle. "Reckless guy, I'll let you know the consequences of going against me." The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan's genius. He revealed a sinister smile. There was no point in saying anything more. "Let's fight." Lin Xian's body also emitted a biting cold light. The 9-yang divine body burned like the sun. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, buzz, in the sky, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan finally couldn't help but make a move. He stretched out a palm. This palm was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a giant spirit with terrifying energy. It pierced through heaven and earth and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold as he stood in the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an eternal being. The sword chi on his body also rushed out quickly. Rays of sword light shot into the sky. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 Clang, clang! 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 Just the shockwave alone shattered the clouds in the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Countless sword chi were blasted away and scattered in all directions. However, the giant spirit's palm was also blocked in midair and couldn't descend any further. This scene caused everyone to cry out in surprise. They were evenly matched. The human warriors heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient creatures' faces were gloomy. Damn it. He can actually fight against a royal genius. How is this possible, brat? You have some ability. You were actually able to block my palm. However, it's a pity that I didn't use all of my strength in that palm strike. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile sneered. Is that so? No need to laugh. In a moment, you will discover that even if you use all your strength, you still won't be able to shake me in the slightest. Lin Xian's voice was steady, but the sword light on his body had become even more piercingly cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword was also pulled out by him. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, as if a huge dragon had been awakened. You're courting death. The other party's arrogant attitude had truly angered him. The Southern Sea Godly Crocodile roared and struck out with his palm again. This time, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was as if a demonic god had gone mad. Heaven and earth shattered, experiencing a great destruction. Fortunately, the surroundings were still enveloped by the formation. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would have long sunk the mountain range of hundreds of thousands of miles. As for the warriors below, other than those at the very top, the rest would be killed. Kill! Lin Xian roared and executed the Yin Yang 8 steps. Along with the terrifying ancient sword, he charged forward. Sword after sword split the heavens and earth, colliding with the huge palms and exploding with unparalleled power. The two of them exchanged blows quickly, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the sky, the huge body rotated, and every strike could kill an elite. Even the unrivaled kings didn't dare to get close. However, Lin Xian was able to deal with it calmly. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Very few people were able to capture his movements. The others couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see huge cracks appearing one after another. The Southern Sea Godly Crocodile roared crazily. In an instant, thousands of attacks had landed on his body. Every attack landed on his body, causing his blood to boil and his bones to tremble. Damn it! With a roar, the dark clouds in the sky rumbled. His huge body shrunk rapidly and finally became a human figure. He had a human crocodile head and looked extremely ferocious. In his hands, he held two huge axes. As he waved them around, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's body swayed and retreated a few thousand miles away. He sneered. Aren't you the Southern Sea Godly Crocodile? Why did you transform into a human? Didn't you look down on us humans? Why? Don't you have confidence in your true body? If that's the case, you can submit to the human race in the future. I can teach you a few skills. Damn it, the Southern Sea Godly Crocodile was about to go crazy. Smoke was coming out of his head. He had no choice. His true body was too big, and his opponent was too fast. The sword chi had broken through his suppression and reached him. The blood in his body was boiling, and his bones were about to break. That was why he shrunk his body and transformed into a human. That way, even if his opponent was fast, he might not be able to hurt him. However, his opponent took advantage of that and mocked him. He couldn't refute that. That was because he was indeed in his human form. Therefore, he could only rush over with bloodshot eyes and two giant axes in his hands. The axes fell, splitting the sky and earth. The sky was filled with axe shadows, making one feel despair. At the same time, his terrifying crocodile head opened from time to time and spat out balls of energy storms. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his long sword to fight back. The axe shadows that filled the sky were all destroyed by the sword light, and the energy storms were blown away by his punch. Show me your ultimate move. This attack can't threaten me. Lin Xian said coldly as he swung his sword again and knocked back his opponent's axes. The Southern Sea Godly Crocodile snorted. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He knew that it was time to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything to his opponent. Everyone held their breaths. The immemorial creatures were also shocked. In the sky, the prodigies of the Blood Knight clan and the Blue Demon clan also had solemn expressions. To think that this Lin Xian of the human race would be this formidable, however, they didn't care. From the looks of it, the Southern Sea Crocodile god hadn't used his full strength yet. When he used his ultimate move, Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Buzz, as the Southern Sea Crocodile god's aura exploded, the void behind him cracked open, forming a terrifying crack. It connected the 9 heavens and the earth, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Whoosh, endless light spewed out from that crack. Then, a blurry figure walked out of the crack as if it had traveled through time. It was emitting an aura. The shadow of the crocodile ancestor. It was the shadow of the crocodile ancestor, many archaic creatures screamed. Even the 2 prodigies, Blood Moon and Blue Devil, were stunned. They didn't expect the Southern Sea Crocodile god to use such a terrifying ultimate move. It seemed like the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was truly enraged. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. Shuiyu sneered. Lan Mo sneered as well. If he dies, his soul will be mine. The 2 of them sneered because they believed that Lin Xian was no match for the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile. The people of the human race were astonished. The aura of that figure was simply too terrifying. It was even scarier than the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile himself. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! The power of the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile's bloodline was too strong. What he summoned was an ancestral awakening phantom. Lin Xian frowned as well. It wasn't his first time seeing an ancestral awakening phantom. The last time he saw it, it was the War Tribe's prodigy who summoned the War Tribe's old ancestor. But this time, the ancestral awakening phantom summoned by the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was even scarier. It seemed like the ancestral awakening phantom had something to do with the power of one's bloodline and one's own strength. His guess was right. The stronger one's bloodline power was, the stronger one's cultivation would be, and the more powerful the atavistic shadow would be. Hee, kid, go to hell. After summoning the ancestral awakening phantom, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile sneered as he swung his axe down. The ancestral awakening phantom behind him did the same. Boom, with the support of the ancestral awakening phantom, the power of the axe was terrifying. It could split the heavens and earth, and its power was much stronger than before. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire area, causing everyone to tremble. Even those pillars began to tremble violently. Heavens, what is this thing? How could it be so terrifying? Damn it, this guy is too scary. Is this the strength of a royal prodigy? He was hiding so much of his strength. Is that Lin Xian in danger? When the axe fell, the people below cried out in surprise. They felt that the axe was simply too powerful. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand it, and the older generation figures couldn't take it. Can that Lin Xian withstand it? Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, Dustless, and the others looked serious. Ancestral awakening phantom? Let's see if your shadow is stronger or my dragon shadow is stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Boom, he directly summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon shadow appeared in front of him, circling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The terrifying aura caused the entire world to tremble. Even the huge axe in the sky had stopped moving, as if it had entered a quagmire. Its speed was terrifyingly slow. Damn it, what is this thing? As of this moment, the faces of Leaf Dao Denier, Sage Sun Alcade, Dustless, the Blood Moon clan, the Blue Devil clan, and the Heavenly Sect all flickered. This was especially true for the ancient creature. It was so terrified that it couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, hold it in, these people roared crazily, but they realized that they couldn't control their bodies. Even their souls were being suppressed. The Blood Moon in the Celestial Palace quickly bloomed with light, wanting to crush everything. The prodigy of the Blue Devil clan also had a serious expression on his face. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. They were also resisting this force. Damn it, that's a dragon. Their faces turned ugly. They didn't expect the other party to have such means. On the other side, the Southern Sea Crocodile god's expression also changed. He felt a great sense of danger from the dragon's shadow. It seemed to be able to threaten his life. Damn it, this kid has bloodline power too, and it's actually related to dragons. How is this possible? He was too shocked. The dragon clan was the royal clan. They were even more terrifying. However, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons, only some flood dragons were related to the dragon clan. How could this human be related to the dragon clan? He really couldn't understand. Buzz, Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out. The entire sky trembled. The ground was directly pierced through, the mountains trembled, and the sun and moon lost their light. Even the arrays dimmed, as if they would shatter at any moment. Damn it, get lost, the southern sea crocodile god roared. The giant axe in his hand fell again, turning into mountains that fell from the sky. Boom, the two's attack was earth-shattering. Even with the protection of the array, many people vomited blood and were sent flying. There was nothing they could do. These two were too terrifying. After the attack, the two of them retreated. However, it was obvious that the southern sea crocodile god retreated further. His arm was numb, and the giant axe in his hand almost fell out of his hand. This made it difficult for him to be confident. Could it be that the other party's strength was stronger than his? Damn it, I don't believe it, True Tai Water. Go to hell. He roared angrily, and the sky above his head spun rapidly, forming a huge vortex. Then, there was a rumbling sound. Terrifying black seawater fell from the sky, covering the entire sky. It whistled and swept towards Lin Xian. A drop of True Tai water could crush the void. At this moment, the True Tai water had turned into an ocean. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Even the expressions of the older generation changed. Damn it, strengthen the array, they attacked crazily. Fortunately, there were enough human powerhouses this time, and they brought enough treasures. That was why the array could withstand it. Otherwise, if the True Tai water fell, everything within 1,000,000 miles would turn into nothingness. Blazing sun, Lin Xian stood in the sky, activating the 9-yang divine constitution to the extreme. Balls of 9-yang divine fire danced on his body. At this moment, he was like the sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was so dazzling that those people could not open their eyes. Some people even wanted to force themselves to look, but their eyes bled and they screamed on the ground. The sun-like divine fire shone in all directions, spreading in all directions. It collided with the True Tai water, and there was an intense sound of fighting. Suddenly, white smoke rose between heaven and earth. The 9-yang divine body was a body of the purest yang. Lin Xian had cultivated it using all kinds of heavenly treasures and extremely terrifying methods. Although it had only reached the second level, its power was still terrifying. The 9-yang divine fire that it carried was truly terrifying. Even the True Tai water could not break it. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky, and it was a scene of apocalypse. Outside was endless black seawater that shook heaven and earth. Inside, there was a terrifying divine fire that directly enveloped Lin Xian. It made it impossible for the True Tai water to get close. Those that got close were all evaporated into white vapor, turning into clouds that drifted between heaven and earth. True Tai water? It was only SOSO, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. He used the Yin-Yang 8 steps and charged forward. His body was covered in the 9-yang divine fire, and he slashed forward. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, he forcefully killed a bloody path out of the True Tai water. Whoosh, in the sky, the True Tai water was mercilessly torn apart and retreated to the sides. Lin Xian had already arrived beside the South Sea divine crocodile. He stretched out his hand like the hand of a god and grabbed forward. His fingers were like a long dragon, carrying terrifying divine fire and sword chi. They directly enveloped the South Sea divine crocodile's head. He wanted to crush the crocodile's head. Seeing this scene, the South Sea divine crocodile was scared out of his wits. He roared angrily and quickly dodged. However, the palm was too cold. He couldn't completely dodge it. Although he avoided the vital part of his head, half of his body was still covered. Pfft, one of his arms was grabbed by Lin Xian's palm and immediately torn off. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. Ah! The South Sea divine crocodile let out a miserable roar. His body swayed and tore apart the starry clouds in the sky. However, he couldn't stop the fact that his arm was torn off. He retreated crazily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Everyone around was stunned when they saw the scene. They couldn't believe it at all. In particular, the primordial creatures were even more stunned. The South Sea divine crocodile was injured. How was that possible? That was a royal from the primordial era. Moreover, he had even summoned an atavism projection. How powerful was that? But now, one of his arms was torn off. That kid was too terrifying, his attack power was so strong. The prodigies of the Blood Moon clan had ugly expressions. The prodigies of the Blue Demons also had flickering eyes. Yi Wudao, Wuchen, the Yaoguang sage, and the others also had serious expressions. The stars in their eyes flickered as they deduced Lin Xian's movement technique and the timing of his attack. That's great. Big brother Lin Xian is awesome. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu cheered happily. Morong Qingqing also smiled. She knew that big brother Xian wouldn't lose. The others discussed animatedly. Too powerful, as expected of the Central Emperor. That's great. Great God Lin Xian, kill him. That's right. Next time, I'll grab his head and let him be arrogant again. The supporters of Lin Xian cheered wildly. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I want you dead. The Southern Sea godly crocodile was so angry that he went crazy. Killing intent surged from his body, piercing through the clouds. Blood gushed out of the severed arm as a new arm grew out. However, even though his body had recovered, the pain in his heart and his overflowing killing intent could not be extinguished. He had to personally tear this despicable brat to shreds. Lin Xian threw away the arm in his hand. Then, the Nine Suns' divine fire pounced on it and burned it completely. He looked ahead and sneered. Was this the strength of a primordial royal genius? That was all there was to it. What right do you have to be so arrogant towards the human race? Like I said, the human race is not a pity. If you don't pay the price today, don't even think about leaving. At the end of his speech, the sword aura on Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted, transforming into an azure dragon that soared into the clouds. This scene was too terrifying. Tens of thousands of sword shadows circled around his body. There was a world-destroying crisis. Tyrant Fist of the Heavens. On the other side, the Southern Sea crocodile god charged over once again. His eyes were bloodshot, and when he blinked, there was a terrifying killing intent. This punch was so powerful that it could swallow mountains and rivers. It was as if a demonic god had been awakened. Not only that, the shadow behind him also threw out a punch. When the two forces merged together, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was enough to destroy everything. The entire place was trembling as a terrifying force surged out from it. At this moment, the Southern Sea crocodile god seemed to have transformed into a demonic god that overlooked the earth. The crowd trembled once again. Although the Southern Sea crocodile god was being suppressed, there were no signs of him losing. In the end, it was still not certain who would emerge victorious in this battle. The Tyrant Fist of the Firmament was an extremely overbearing fist technique. When the Southern Sea crocodile god used it, it was definitely terrifying. I don't believe that the brat can block it. The Blood Knight clan's genius said softly. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Tyrant Fist of the Firmament? It was indeed a good fist technique. Lin Xian exclaimed. This fist technique was even more overbearing than the divine fighting fist that he had obtained. It was even more violent. As expected of a primordial royal. However, it did not matter. He had to win this battle. At the thought of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. As he waved his hands, endless sword light surrounded him. Then, it turned into a shadow and charged forward. This illusory figure flipped its mouth in the sky along with the palm. Then, it appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the ancient creature's eyelids twitched wildly, and they were stunned on the spot. The Southern Sea crocodile god was so angry that he vomited blood. That damned brat. He had gone too far. He was furious because Lin Xian had used his sword qi to form a crocodile. It was a huge crocodile that was exactly the same as his original body. How dare he use his original body to attack him? The Southern Sea crocodile god was furious. He swore that he would make Lin Xian suffer. Kid, do you think that you can defeat me like this? You've underestimated me, the Southern Sea crocodile god roared. The tyrant fist of the firmament became even more terrifying. He would not be affected by such provocation. However, he was wrong. Lin Xian was not provoking him. Instead, he was using the great dragon sword soul to simulate all the power to attack. The crocodile's shadow was extremely terrifying. It was like an ancient demon mountain that rampaged in the sky and collided with the tyrant fist of the firmament. The void trembled and distorted before shattering. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were filled with wind and clouds. The terrifying fist shadow blocked the crocodile's shadow and roared in all directions. The tyrant fist of the firmament was broken. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? The southern sea crocodile god kept retreating with an ugly expression. For a moment, he even felt that he was not facing a human, but a prodigy of his own race. Damn it, this is too real. How did he do it? What happened next was even more shocking. In fact, not only the southern sea crocodile god, but the prodigies of the blood moon race and the blue demon race were also shocked. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They could not wait to kill that detestable kid in front of him. Lin Xian waved his sword and countless sword chi intertwined in the air, forming a blood moon. The moon was huge and red, emitting a strange light. It was even brighter than the blood moon formed by the prodigies of the blood moon race. A blood moon, the prodigies of the human race exclaimed in disbelief. The prodigy of the blood moon race's face also darkened. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, how dare he use the divine power of the blood moon race? He deserves to die. As Lin Xian swung his long sword, the blood-red moon descended from the sky like a blood-red mountain that came crashing down. It collided with the southern sea crocodile god again. The southern sea crocodile god waved his 2 giant axes and controlled the shadow of the crocodile ancestor to fight back. The axe collided with the blood-colored moon again and again, causing a deafening explosion. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? The southern sea divine crocodile was shocked. He felt as if he was fighting against a prodigy of the Blood Moon clan. The power of the blood-colored moon was too terrifying. Impossible, who is this kid? How did he do it? How can he evolve such a terrifying divine power? The southern sea divine crocodile finally panicked. The blood-colored moon continued to descend, and every inch of space was compressed and shrouded by the blood-colored light. The sharp aura it carried made the southern sea divine crocodile tremble. Many cracks appeared on his palm. The power was too strong, and he could not hold his weapon. Boom, the blood-colored moon completely pressed down, forcing the southern sea divine crocodile back. A few cracks appeared on the southern sea divine crocodile's body, and he was injured again. Damn it! The southern sea divine crocodile's face was gloomy. Hegemonic heavenly axe, he used an extremely terrifying cultivation technique and charged over again. Lin Xian's longsword changed again. This time it was not a blood-colored moon, but a giant. It was an indomitable giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its body was as blue as crystal, with a single horn on its head and wings on its back. Its face was ferocious. It was the appearance of the Blue Demon clan, but it had been enlarged countless times. Damn kid, how dare you! The Blue Demon clan's prodigy instantly roared. He was so angry that his body trembled, and he even wanted to charge over and kill his opponent. However, he was stopped by Dustless's Buddhist light. What, you want to attack me together? I don't mind extraditing you. Dustless's indifferent voice sounded. Humph, the Blue Demon clan's prodigy snorted and did not attack again. However, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He swore that if he had the chance, he would kill his opponent with his own hands. After Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to evolve the blue giant, he began to attack. The weapon in the blue giant's hand turned into an azure dragon and charged forward. It collided with the heaven-splitting divine axe. With a clang, a resplendent light exploded. The southern sea divine crocodile cried out in anger. He realized that the divine power that his opponent had evolved was too powerful. He could not block it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Fusion, with a roar, the crocodile god behind him merged into his body. Immediately, millions upon millions of rays of light erupted from his body. It was as if at that moment, he had transformed into an eternity of time. An even more violent and ferocious power erupted. 27,000 units of Archean power. The skyprite of the Blood Moon clan had a solemn expression. The Blue Devil Prodigy's eyes flickered. That's right, the strength he displayed right now was definitely above 27,000 units of Archean power. In fact, he might even be able to reach 28,000 units of Archean power. As expected of the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile. What a powerful bloodline, what a terrifying bloodline phantom. One had to know that the other party was only from the younger generation, not an expert of the older generation. He had not cultivated for long before falling into a deep slumber. Now that he had awakened, he was still very young. However, he was actually able to erupt with the power of 28,000 units of the ancient era. This was truly terrifying. Most likely, not many of the young prodigies of the human clan would be able to contend against him. In fact, they felt that no one would be able to contend against him. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes as a golden light flickered in his eyes. 28,000 units of Archean power? It was indeed very powerful. In his normal state, he only had 25,000 units of Archean power. However, that was only his normal state. After summoning the great dragon sword soul, his combat strength had soared to the limit. One had to know that the Silver Lightning race's Archean powerhouse had lost 30,000 units of Archean power to him. Not to mention the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile in front of him. Kid, go to hell. After fusing with the Crocodile Ancestor's Phantom, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was incomparably powerful. With a swing of his axe, he directly chopped the blue giant into two halves. Countless large cracks appeared on the ground. Heaven and earth rumbled non-stop. Nothing could stop it. It was so terrifying. Its power had already surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the other party had easily broken Lin Xian's attack, the skyprides of the human clan exclaimed in shock. The older generation figures had worried looks on their faces. However, the surrounding Archean creatures laughed out loud. Kid, go to hell. The human clan can only crawl at our feet. They were too excited because soon, Lin Xian of the human clan would be killed by their skyprides. In the sky, the terrifying axe descended. It was as if the sky and earth were splitting apart, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps and his speed was extremely fast. He turned into a stream of light and kept dodging, quickly dodging all the attacks. Clang, however, at this moment, the Southern Sea Crocodile God opened its terrifying crocodile head and spat out a terrifying bolt of lightning that blasted onto Lin Xian's body. It directly sent Lin Xian flying. After smashing through countless mountains, Lin Xian fell into the ruins that filled the sky. Oh no, he was hit. That should be the Crocodile God's light. It was also a terrifying ability. After being hit, even an invincible king would be immediately pierced and killed. That kid definitely wouldn't survive. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Humph, he's dead meat. No one can compete with the primordial royal family. The primordial creature sneered. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu exclaimed. Yu Wudao and the others were also shocked. The other human experts discussed animatedly. They all looked at the ruins in the distance. Was Lin Xian really going to lose? Could it be that the primordial royal family's skyprides were really that terrifying? They couldn't believe it. Because previously, Lin Xian had been incomparably strong and had the upper hand. At one point, he even injured the Southern Sea Crocodile God. However, after the Southern Sea Crocodile God activated his bloodline power and fused with the primordial shadow, he became so strong. Could this be why the primordial royal family was so terrifying? The other party was too terrifying. Just the shadow in his bloodline already had such terrifying power. And that was only the royal family. It was rumored that the royal family had people on the same level as the emperor who were about to appear. When such a person appeared, who could compete with him, these people's faces were filled with despair. The Southern Sea Crocodile God also looked up to the sky and laughed. Lowly ant, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut you up piece by piece. I'll let you bleed to the last drop of blood. He was too angry. Previously, the other party had dared to injure him. He definitely wouldn't let him go. Is that so? You're very confident in your attack, huh? The next moment, a cold voice sounded behind the Southern Sea Crocodile God. What? The Southern Sea Crocodile God's body stiffened, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The others were also stunned and looked up at the sky. Damn it, impossible! The southern sea crocodile god suddenly turned around, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Not far behind him, Lin Xian stood there, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He didn't look injured at all. Damn it, impossible! That's impossible, how can you not be injured? The southern sea divine crocodile was stunned. He knew that his opponent might not die, but he would be severely injured. His crocodile divine light could definitely break his opponent's body, but his opponent was unharmed. He didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. That was too heaven-defying. Could it be that he didn't hit his opponent just now? He knew that his opponent had the 9-yang divine body, but he was more confident in his attack. One had to know that he had fused with the crocodile ancestor's shadow. He was confident that his attack could break through a sacred body, let alone the 9-yang divine body. Why? Were you surprised? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that you can hurt me just because you've fused with the primordial divine shadow? Let me tell you, you're still far from it. Your primordial royal family is no match for me. If you want to fight with me, let your primordial royal family come. Today, I'll start with you. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The expressions of the 10,000 Archean race changed. The primordial royal family was no match for him. If you want to fight, let the primordial royal family come. Heavens, he actually dared to say such a thing. Could it be that he wanted to die? The primordial royal family were the descendants of the emperors, the descendants of the emperors. Even the primordial royal family didn't dare to provoke such a person. How dare he say that he wanted to fight with him? Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you fight with the primordial royal family? Today, I'll kill you. The southern sea divine crocodile's face was gloomy. So what if his opponent wasn't injured? With his current strength, he could completely suppress his opponent. He didn't believe that his opponent's physique would always be so strong. One day, he would be able to split his opponent's body. Thinking of this, he waved the giant axe in his hand and attacked again. Terrifying energy surged, and heaven and earth trembled again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's only 28,000 Archean power. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. He was right. In the next moment, endless light burst out from his eyes as he crazily circulated the great dragon sword soul. Roar, 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 dragon roars rang out. The great dragon sword soul seemed to have come to life. It turned into an azure dragon and danced around. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Just his sword chi alone was enough to make everyone present tremble. Even Leaf Dao Denier and the others had very serious expressions on their faces. The expressions of the sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders who were watching all changed. This kid's strength was terrifying. What exactly was this dragon's shadow? Could it really be that thing? The eyes of the Yi clan, Gu clan, and the other clan leaders shone brightly, as if they could see through the void, wanting to see everything clearly. The southern sea divine crocodile's expression changed. How was it possible that his opponent could increase his combat power? Could it be that the other party really did not use his full strength when fighting with him earlier? He couldn't believe it. One had to know that he had already fused with the primordial shadow. Every move he made contained boundless power. However, he was still unable to injure the other party. However, now that his opponent had increased his combat strength, would he still be able to contend against him? He didn't know. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, and a fierce aura burst out. I don't believe it. He really didn't believe that he would have to gamble the glory of the royal family to fight with his opponent. He believed that the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan would not lose to his opponent. This was a terrifying collision. The power of the two was too strong, and cracks appeared on the array. It scared the others so much that their scalps went numb, and they retreated crazily. Fortunately, a peerless powerhouse joined forces in the end. Only then did the array stabilized. However, the space inside shattered and turned into nothingness. Roar, a terrifying dragon's roar rang out as it emerged from the void, forming an eternal peerless sword light. It destroyed everything. The heaven-splitting axe was cut in half, and the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was also cut in half. Ah! The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile screamed crazily, trying to heal himself. However, the aura of the great dragon sword soul was too strong. Even he could not heal himself. Although his body had fused together, if one looked closely, they would see that the two bodies had not healed. There was a terrifying crack in the middle, and sword chi was swimming on it. Damn it! The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile screamed crazily, and fear appeared in his eyes. He had actually lost in this exchange. His opponent had cut him in half, and even his soul had been severely injured. Fortunately, he had used a secret technique to protect his soul at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. There was a black bell above his head, and it emitted mysterious runes that shrouded his soul. He's not dead, that's really surprising. Lin Xian was also very surprised. His opponent's soul should have been destroyed by the sword just now. However, his opponent was still alive. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the black bell. Ancient treasures? Although the other party did not bring out many treasures, the heaven-splitting axe and the black bell were both incomparably profound. This was especially true for the black bell, which gave him a soul-stirring power. It seemed to be very dangerous. As expected, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile controlled the black bell and shot out a mysterious and terrifying rune. It pierced through the sword chi that filled the sky. The black rune quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat! Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he heard the ferocious voice. In the next moment, he swung the dragon-shaped sword and slashed at the black rune, completely destroying it. It's just a rune. Do you think you can hurt me? Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword again and attacked. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile's eyelids twitched. He was extremely shocked. That was not an ordinary bell. It was a half-saint artifact with Taoist runes on it. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. It was even used to kill souls. However, his opponent's soul was fine, and the sword in his hand was able to destroy his soul attack. What exactly was that? One had to know that even a half-saint artifact could not destroy a soul attack. Unless it was a half-saint artifact that was related to the soul. However, in the previous battle, he felt that the sword was not a treasure chi that was related to soul attacks. However, his opponent was able to do that, which terrified him. This battle was over. Lin Xian held the killing sword and came to the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile's side. Dozens of sword lights flashed out, and the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile fled crazily. He did not dare to take them head-on. His body had not healed yet. He roared and took out his ancient treasures to block the attacks. The terrifying shield, the terrifying flying sword, and the terrifying berserk blade were all infused with his power. These things could easily kill an invincible king. Even the primordial geniuses could not fight against them. However, in front of Lin Xian, he was sent flying. In the end, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile's body was cut into 36 pieces and scattered in the sky. He could not reassemble at all. I said that it's over. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light as he slashed out again. That sword strike was extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than before. It would appear that Lin Xian's killing intent had been aroused, and he wanted to eliminate Lin Xian. Oh no, the expressions of the Blood Moon and Blue Demons changed when they saw that. Was Lin Xian really going to kill him? How dare he? The primordial creature screamed crazily. Damned brat, stop. How dare you? On the side of the human race, their hearts were pounding wildly. Was Lin Xian going to kill a royal prodigy? This was truly an earth-shattering event. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was scared out of his wits. He did not expect Lin Xian to really kill him. Was Lin Xian not afraid of the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan's revenge? He was a royal prodigy. Once the royal prodigies were angry, all living beings would be killed and blood would dye the sky red. However, the sword still slashed down and sliced his body apart again. Damn it, brat, I won't let you off. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan was very decisive. His soul abandoned his physical body and entered the black bell. Then, the black bell emitted a black light and countless Taoist patterns. It shattered the void and tried to escape. Lin Xian snorted and extended a large hand that turned into a dragon's shadow. It pierced through the void and chased after the black bell. In an instant, he enveloped the black bell. Oh no! The primordial creature's expressions changed. The human powerhouses also held their breaths. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan screamed. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan will not let you off. If you kill me, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan will slaughter the entire human race. Blood will flow all over the land. His voice made the human warriors' faces turn pale. They knew that Lin Xian was telling the truth. The wrath of an archaic royal was truly irresistible. Lin Xian's voice was cold. I've said it before. The human race is not to be bullied. His body emitted a biting cold aura as the sword chi on his body kept attacking. The black bell trembled, and countless Taoist patterns on it were in a mess. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan was really afraid. Lin Xian was determined to kill him. What should he do? Seeing the Taoist patterns on the black bell gradually being worn away, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan's Taoist screamed in fear again. Blood Moon, Blue Devil, hurry and save me. My Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan will definitely reward you greatly. He had no choice but to seek help from the other ancient royal families. While the other party was terrifying, as long as the other geniuses of the Tai nation's royal families were to intervene, they would definitely be able to save him. Shui Yu's and Lan Mo's eyes flickered. Cold auras emanated from their bodies. They were about to attack. Wang, off to the side, Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless were also ready to attack. However, before these young geniuses could do anything, the sky suddenly split open, and the surrounding formations began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared in many places, and many people were instantly reduced to ashes. An extremely terrifying sense of danger permeated the air, shrouding the entire sky. A terrifying murderous aura swept out in all directions like a peerless divine light. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Many people were lying on the ground, unable to resist at all. The faces of those experts were filled with fear. Damn it, who was it? Who made a move? It was actually so terrifying. Not good. A peerless expert has made his move. The experts of the human race were also shocked. They once again took out peerless formations and set them up to resist the terrifying aura. In the sky, a huge palm slapped down with ruthless power. It was burning with terrifying light as it descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. Not good. His target was Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone's hearts were pounding wildly. A peerless expert wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and used the Yin-Yang 8 steps to pass through the void. The dragon sword spirit shattered the space and escaped quickly. He gave up on the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile clan because that palm was too terrifying. It was definitely above 30,000 Archean power. Boom, after that attack, the space where Lin Xian was previously shattered and turned into nothingness. The black bell was saved by the terrifying palm. Kid, I will definitely not let you off. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile's vicious voice rang out. The gray bell disappeared. In the sky, the black palm did not disappear. Instead, its aura became even more terrifying, causing everyone to tremble. Yi Wudao, Dustless, the Alcade Saint Sun, and the others all had grave expressions. This was definitely not someone from the younger generation. It was definitely someone from the older generation. Moreover, they guessed that it was someone from the ancient race that had made a move. Finally, what they were worried about had happened. Some of the older generation figures sighed. They had already said that things that were too hard were easy to break. Lin Xian's strength was too heaven-defying. He had killed many Archean geniuses, and now he wanted to kill a king race genius. This had definitely angered the ancient race powerhouses. Now, the other party wanted to kill Lin Xian. Damn it, how shameless, many human martial artists were enraged. The younger generation couldn't beat Lin Xian, so they sent the older generation to assassinate him. Was this the ancient race? How laughable, where were the human race's powerhouses? The older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't resist. This wasn't an ordinary ancient powerhouse, but an extremely terrifying existence. Moreover, it was an invincible king of the ancient era. Just a single palm was enough to suppress them. They couldn't even lift their heads. Perhaps even the holy sect master wouldn't be able to defeat him. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to fall here today? Everyone began to discuss. Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu's expressions changed. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were also crazily roaring. Palace Master, the Crimson Dragon's figure flickered, arriving beside Lin Xian. They both looked up at the sky. Lin Xian's face was dark. He didn't think that the ancient race powerhouses would actually make a move to kill him at this time. This was truly beyond his expectations. One had to know that they were in front of everyone. How could the other party act so recklessly? How shameless! Lin Xian sneered. Which race are you from? Let me see just who is so shameless. Facing the ancient race powerhouse, Lin Xian was still fearless. He even mocked him. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The ancient being sneered. Kid, you're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Let's see how you'll die later. As expected, the giant palm in the sky emitted an even colder aura. With a single palm, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's figures flickered as they dodged once more. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's body was also fiercely impacted. The nine-yang divine body rumbled, blocking all the energy. However, Lin Xian's expression was ugly. The Crimson Dragon beside him roared. F***ck, how shameless can you be, ancient race? You've lost all face. Are you bullying the weak? You want your own race's geniuses to step onto the path of emperor? Do you think that by killing him, your geniuses will become stronger? How laughable, the Crimson Dragon roared incessantly, emitting an endless dragon's might. The giant palm in the sky bobbed up and down. A cold voice rang out from the clouds. Although you're from the dragon race, you have nothing to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. Since we're both from the ancient race, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you, peel off your dragon skin, and drink your dragon blood. This ancient powerhouse had clearly figured out the Crimson Dragon's background. Therefore, even in the face of the dragon's might, he wasn't afraid. Damn it, how dare you threaten Benhuang? Just you wait. Once I reach the greater success stage, I'll definitely destroy your nest. The Crimson Dragon cursed. However, he also knew the danger of the situation. He turned to Lin Xian and said, Kid, hurry up and leave. This was definitely not someone from the younger generation. This was an extremely terrifying ancient king. Let's leave and think about it. As soon as the Crimson Dragon finished speaking, a cold laugh came from the sky. You can leave, but that kid has to stay. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The human powerhouse's heart beat wildly. It seemed that the other party was indeed targeting Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face also darkened. The other party was actually so blunt. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? He snorted coldly, and a biting cold light erupted from his body. The dragon sword spirit roared continuously, resisting the terrifying palm in the sky and the terrifying pressure. Little guy, let's go. Come with me to the ancient race to drink tea. The voice in the sky sneered, and the palm fell, smashing towards Lin Xian. He said that he was going to drink tea, but it seemed that if he was caught in the ancient race, he would definitely be torn to pieces. No, I don't like drinking tea. Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his body flickered, and countless illusions appeared as he dodged quickly. A sword broke through the void, and Lin Xian's body appeared in another place. However, this time, it wasn't the young Xianxia, but the ancient race. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Xian tore through the void, he still couldn't escape this terrifying palm. Not good, Lin Xian was probably really in danger. That's right. Unless someone helped him, he wouldn't be able to fight against the primordial king with his current strength. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. But would those elders from the Holy Lands really offend the primordial king and help Lin Xian? The answer was definitely impossible. Damn it, Lin Xian also roared angrily and took out the Saint's Hand Bone, the 9-layered pagoda, and the flower protector to protect his surroundings and stabilize the void. The great dragon sword spirit roared as it laid down countless sword lights around him. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Another voice sounded, and a second terrifying palm appeared in the sky. The terrifying killing intent seemed to want to destroy this world. What? There's another archaic king? Everyone was stupefied. Two archaic kings attacking at the same time. This was a fatal blow. Most likely, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to dodge it. In the sky, two giant claws erupted with terrifying divine power. They descended from the sky and completely enveloped Lin Xian. This time even the Crimson Dragon was affected. He roared crazily and resisted. The other party's strength was too strong. It seemed to be at the level of a holy lord or sect master. With their current strength, they couldn't resist such a person. Lin Xian also roared. His body bloomed with light, and his sword chi became even more biting cold. He felt boundless pressure pressing down on him. Many cracks appeared on his body, and blood instantly dyed his body red. Scram, with a roar, the great dragon sword spirit roared, and the 9-yan divine body emitted billions of rays of light, preventing him from being crushed into a bloody mist. Even so, it was still very dangerous. Because the two hands hadn't really landed. If they did, the power would be 10 times stronger than now. Die, kid. In the distance, the archaic creature sneered. The humans were shocked. Yi Wudao and the others had solemn expressions. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's faces turned incomparably pale. Light shone from their bodies, and they were about to attack. However, even with the two of them, they couldn't resist the divine power of the archaic kings. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the third archaic king had made his move. At this moment, everyone was in despair. The Crimson Dragon roared crazily. Lin Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. 3 archaic kings, 3 holy lords, had attacked him. They didn't give him any chance of survival at all. Who was it? Which archaic races were they? How could they be so ruthless? He swore that when he found out, he wouldn't be polite, he would slaughter all the geniuses of these 3 races. Kid, stop struggling. You don't have a chance. In the sky, 3 giant palms blotted out the sun and sunk the sun and moon. The scene was terrifying. The wounds on Lin Xian's body were even more terrifying. It seemed that his body was about to shatter. Buzz, at this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and turned into an eternal light, piercing through the 3 giant palms. Pfft, blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The human race's warriors were dumbfounded. The creatures of the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. What was going on? Someone had made a move. Furthermore, who was it that had injured 3 Archean kings in a single move? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Following the wound, he turned into a ray of sword light and instantly rushed out of the encirclement of the 3 giant palms. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also rushed out and roared at the sky. Ha 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 ha, damn it, let's see how arrogant you can be. Come and kill Ben Huang. He was too angry. The 3 archaic kings wanted to rely on their endless years of cultivation to crush him. How could he not be angry? Lin Xian's face was also full of killing intent. If it was a young genius fighting with him, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be afraid. However, these archaic kings took advantage of their seniority to attack him. They even joined forces to kill him. Fortunately, a peerless expert made a move in the end. Lin Xian could see that it was someone from a mortal palace. Moreover, it was that Li Xuanxian. That eternal light just now was a flying dagger. Li Xuanxian came late to protect you. Palace Master, please forgive me. In the sky, a figure floated down. It was Li Xuanxian. His body was surrounded by a cold light, and in his hand, there was a flying knife that was constantly spinning. Damn it, who was it? The clouds of the 3 giant palms surged, recovering from their injuries and then disappearing. 3 terrifying figures appeared in the sky like gods and devils. They were precisely the 3 archaic kings. One of them was surrounded by silver lightning, forming terrifying lightning that covered his body. The other was scarlet red like a fire god, releasing terrifying flames. The last one was hidden in the darkness of the sky. Only a pair of blood-red eyes were incomparably cold. With a single glance, even unparalleled kings would tremble and kneel down. The auras of the 3 overflowed into the heavens, suppressing everything. Silver lightning race. Fire cloud race. Dark Feather Race, the three archaic kings stood in the void, their faces incomparably malevolent. There was actually someone who could injure them and save that hateful brat. This was intolerable. In the next moment, they raised their heads, staring at the immortal-like figure in front of them. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you meddle in our affairs? Do you want to die? I am Immortal Palace's Li Xianxia. How dare you attack our palace master? Today will be the day you die. Li Xianxia's eyes also erupted with a cold light. The blade light on his body became even more terrifying. The flying blade in his hand was like a peerless divine light. He swept his gaze, and those archaic creatures all trembled. It was too terrifying, they cried out in alarm. There was actually such a terrifying person in the human race, injuring three archaic princes with a single blade. Who was it? How could Immortal Palace be so terrifying? They were extremely alarmed, because if it was a desolate ancient family or a top holy land with an extreme weapon that made a move, perhaps they could do this. However, they had investigated Immortal Palace before, and there were no great emperors or extreme weapons. In their eyes, it was just an ordinary holy land. How could such a holy land contend against them? But now, they realized that they were wrong. The other party casually picked a person, and it was already so terrifying. He injured three archaic kings with a single blade. This was unbelievable. Do you think you can contend against the three of us? The Silver Lightning Race's archaic king said coldly. The Fire Cloud Race's archaic king also snorted coldly. We were careless just now. Kill him. Don't talk nonsense with him. The Serene Feather Race's archaic king directly spread his wings, covering the sky. The entire sky turned into night. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. The three archaic kings charged forward, their terrifying auras vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Countless cracks appeared on the array formation below. The surrounding people fled crazily, because if they didn't escape, they would probably be crushed into a bloody mist by the aura. Buzz between heaven and earth, a blade light lit up, turning into an eternal divine light that shone in the night, illuminating the darkness as if it was daytime. A blade flew out, and the Serene Feather Race's archaic king was sent flying, his shoulder struck by the blade. Blood spurted out crazily, and his entire right arm was cut off. Kill! Ah! Miserable screams and angry roars sounded. The three archaic kings attacked crazily. The entire world collapsed quickly. On the other side, Li Xianxuan's flying blade flew out from time to time, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the three primordial kings were also very powerful. Therefore, Li Xianxuan was unable to kill them in a short period of time. On the contrary, the three archean kings became fiercer and fiercer as they fought. They even wanted to suppress Li Xianxuan. This scene caused everyone's hearts to jump out of their chests. The ancient race beings roared out in anger. Kill him. Kill the human, yes, let the human race bleed like a river. They were simply too infuriated. There was actually someone who dared to fight against the 10,000 ancient races. That person truly didn't know the meaning of death. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was cold. Although Li Xianxuan was strong, he was still worried. After all, 1 versus 3. Moreover, they were 3 Holy Lord-level archaic kings. It was simply too difficult. Boom, the sky was torn apart and the earth split apart. Another palm reached out, carrying terrifying chains of laws, slamming into the bodies of the 3 archaic kings. The 3 of them were sent flying. These 3 powerful archean kings suppressed an area and swept through the 8 desolaces. But at this moment, in front of this palm, he was like a fly, unable to resist at all. A sage! A sage has made his move, the human warriors screamed. The ancient creatures prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. Which race's sage was this? A clan of the ancients? A peerless holy land? They didn't know. A cold voice came from the palm in the sky. This time, I'm giving you a warning. If you dare to secretly attack again and bully the younger generation, I'll directly kill you. The cold voice echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, causing the ancient creatures' scalps to tingle. These human prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. Great, a human sage had stood up for them. This way, their safety would be guaranteed in the future. That archaic king was sent flying, his body splitting apart. Buzz. They regrouped in the distance, their faces pale and filled with fear. No matter how strong they were only invincible kings. On the other hand, the other party was a sage who could crush them with a single finger. Hence, in this aspect, they had no ability to resist at all. But they still roared crazily. Damn it, do you really think that the 10,000 ancient races don't have sages? When the sages of the 10,000 ancient races come out, they will definitely slaughter you. They were mad with anger. The sage in the sky coldly snorted. Why? Are you feeling very aggrieved? Are you feeling helpless? When you attacked the human prodigies, did you think about it? I'll let you feel what it's like to be bullied by the older generation. Hearing those words, Lin Xian chuckled out. Giving him a taste of his own medicine? What a slap to his face. The three archaic kings were so angry that they vomited blood. They were too aggrieved. They originally wanted to rely on their powerful advantage to suppress the other party. But they didn't expect that a human sage would jump out and use the same method to deal with them. This made them unable to resist at all, and they were about to cry from anger. In the sky, the sage spoke again. As for the sage of the 10,000 ancient races, if he wants to revive, tell him to come find me directly. I'll wait for him in the extraterritorial battlefield. At this point, terrifying Dao runes and divine chains danced wildly in the sky, emitting a terrifying sage aura. The 10,000 ancient races couldn't raise their heads at all. In the next moment, the void was torn apart, forming a terrifying spatial black hole that directly swallowed the 10,000 ancient races. Scram! The human sage coldly snorted and sent the 10,000 ancient races prodigies and experts flying. Ka-ka-ka in the sky, the terrifying large crack healed. And the 10,000 ancient races prodigies had long disappeared. The Dao runes and divine chains that filled the sky had also disappeared without a trace. It was as if the previous scene was a dream. However, these human race cultivators knew that it wasn't a dream. The sage had really appeared. That's great, the cultivators of Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief, and the others also discussed spiritedly. Lin Xian also revealed a cold smile, and his eyes shone with a biting cold light. Although the three archaic kings had been sent flying, this matter wouldn't end like this. As long as he saw the prodigies of the Fire Cloud race, Silver Lightning race, and Dark Feather race, he definitely wouldn't let any of them off. This was the outcome of the other party daring to kill him. In fact, Lin Xian directly said that he would offer a high reward for the whereabouts of the Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race, and Dark Feather race's prodigies. Those who provided information would each receive a divine crystal. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian was determined to fight to the death with the 10,000 ancient races. This news swept out like a gale, and the world was instantly in an uproar. The 5 continents of the true spirit world were discussing spiritedly. The sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were also shocked. Even the sage had made a move. Things seemed to be getting more and more intense. Sure enough, the 10,000 ancient races were incomparably furious, especially the Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race, and Dark Feather race. Even their sage had awakened and come to the extraterritorial battlefield. However, there was no more news after that. Some people said that the entire outer realm had been destroyed, and sage blood had dyed the sky red. Later on, the Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race, and Serene Feather race fell silent. They didn't do anything. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the 3 ancient races had suffered a loss? This was truly shocking. Just which power was it that did this? Was it the clan of the ancients? Or the other top sacred grounds? Who was it? Who was it? No one knew. But before long, the various clan of the ancients, as well as the top sacred grounds and sects, joined forces and made a statement. The older generation wasn't allowed to interfere in the battle between the younger generation, regardless of life or death. No assassinations were allowed. That was the rule. Once discovered, the human race would join forces with all the clan of the ancients, sects, and sacred grounds to hunt them down. They wouldn't rest until they were dead. The world was in an uproar. No one had expected the various sacred grounds and clan of the ancients to be so aggressive. Actually, it made sense. Most of the human race's chosen and geniuses had been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise their heads. However, there were a few that had risen like comets. Even in the face of the ancient royals, they still shone brightly. These people were the top geniuses of the clan of the ancients. They were the future hope of the clan of the ancients and the top sacred grounds. And these clan of the ancients and sacred grounds had supreme weapons. It could be said that they were extremely confident. Naturally, they didn't want their legacies to be destroyed. That was why they had joined forces to make such a statement. It was to prevent something similar from happening again. Otherwise, if Yi Wu Dao and the others died, the Yi family and other factions wouldn't be able to take it. The 10,000 ancient races also agreed to this suggestion and rule. After all, they didn't want their geniuses to be ambushed by the human race's sages, sect masters, and sacred lords. In this way, there would be endless assassinations. Therefore, they decided to abide by the rule and let the younger generation deal with it. Although Lin Xian had defeated the Southern Sea Crocodile God, they didn't think it was a big deal. After all, there were many clan of the ancient royals who were stronger than the Southern Sea Crocodile God. Moreover, the one who had attacked this time wasn't the strongest clan of the Southern Sea Crocodile God. Therefore, Lin Xian's victory didn't mean that the 10,000 ancient races had lost. Moreover, there was the royal family of the clan of the 10,000 ancient races. But the princes and princesses had yet to appear. Once such a character appeared, he would definitely be able to sweep through the world and suppress the 8 desolations. In a desperate situation, several figures of Taigu stood there. They were old, their faces were deep, and their eyes shone like stars. The aura emanating from his body was like a sea of smoke. One of the elderly men snorted out coldly. Damn these humans! To think that they would join forces to issue such a warning. Were they trying to threaten them? Ignore them. This rule may not be a bad thing for us. In this way, the safety of the younger generation is guaranteed. Don't worry, the humans won't be arrogant for much longer. Our plan will be implemented soon. At that time, the 10,000 ancient races will join forces. How can the human race be arrogant then? He was afraid that he could only crawl on the ground. The whole land will be ours. These people laughed sinisterly. It was obvious that they had already begun to carry out their secret plan. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before they started a direct conflict with the human race. Not long after, a piece of news appeared. The human race was stunned. Even the Archean prodigies and top human geniuses stopped fighting. Lin Xian didn't continue fighting either. After hearing this news, he fell silent. The Crimson Dragon at the side screamed. Damn, they really came out. What kind of terrifying existence was in the nest of 10,000 dragons? That's right, this shocking news was that the 10,000 dragons' annihilation had appeared. The revival of the dragon race in the nest of 10,000 dragons was no longer a secret. However, they had never appeared outside. They were only active in the nest of 10,000 dragons. But now, they had finally appeared. The nest of 10,000 dragons split open and a huge dragon rushed out, roaring in the void. His body was 100,000 feet long, like a mountain range, crushing the void. A terrifying dragon might filled the world, and the entire middle ground could hear the loud dragon roar. At this moment, countless people raised their heads to look at the sky in shock. Dragon, it was a dragon, the legendary dragon had finally appeared. This shocked everyone. The creatures of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground and bowed in worship. The nest of 10,000 dragons, the dragon race, was one of the ancient royal families. It was extremely terrifying. Even the ancient royal families had to be respectful when they saw it. The impact of the dragon race's appearance was too great. Not to mention the younger generation, even the elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters of the older generation had worried looks on their faces. The appearance of the ancient royal family was already a headache for them. But now, even a royal family like the dragon race had appeared. They were an even more terrifying existence. Their foundation and strength were not inferior to the ancient families. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the ancient families. Because it was rumored that there was an emperor-level existence in the dragon race. That was the son of a great emperor. How terrifying would his bloodline power be? They didn't dare to imagine. Once he appeared, he would probably be able to dominate the world. The son of a great emperor? Everyone was shocked. That was the son of a great emperor. Heavens, there was actually a terrifying existence like the son of a great emperor in this world. There was probably no hope for others to become a great emperor. That's right, the dragon race was originally a royal family. The power of their bloodline was unique and could crush everything. Now that there was a son of a great emperor, he was probably the one with the most hope of becoming a great emperor. Discussions and exclamations sounded one after another. The faces of the saints and geniuses were filled with despair. Why were they in the same era as the emperor? This was a great tragedy. Even Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others had solemn expressions. Emperor's son. These two words were like a mountain in front of them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Humph. So what if he's the emperor's son? Let me see how terrifying the descendant of a great emperor's son is. Lin Xian gripped his sword tightly, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. Yi Wudao also stood out. His sacred physique was released, and his golden blood surged. His eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. To others, this was the worst era, but to them, this might be the best era. Because being able to fight with a genius like the emperor's son was not something that every generation's genius could encounter. However, after the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared in the world, it did something that no one expected. Even those people were dumbfounded. Because the nest of 10,000 dragons had issued an order. It was a very strange order. Capture Lin Xian. As soon as this order was issued, the world was stunned. Those people were extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. Even the archaic creatures were stunned. Lin Xian, the nest of 10,000 dragons actually wanted to kill Lin Xian. How was that possible? Did Lin Xian offend the dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Even Lin Xian was stunned. Although he had entered and killed the creatures inside, even splitting open the nest of 10,000 dragons with a single sword strike. But even if the nest of 10,000 dragons wanted revenge, they shouldn't be looking for him. So many sacred leaders and sect masters had taken action, so why did they only target him? Moreover, they had issued such a primordial token. One had to know that once the dragon race primordial token was issued, no one in the world would dare to disobey. Most likely, those ancient lifeforms would go crazy and hunt him down. After the Crimson Dragon received this news, his face darkened. Kid, be careful. Things aren't that simple. I guess they should have seen through your trump card. They might know that the dragon-shaped sword shadow you used is the great dragon sword soul. If that's the case, then things are dangerous. At this point, the Crimson Dragon's expression was extremely solemn. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. It couldn't be. Had his final secret been seen through? To be honest, other than the Crimson Dragon, Lord Alcohol, and Xia Jiuyo, no one knew that he used the great dragon sword soul. This was his biggest secret, but now, the dragon race in the nest of 10,000 dragons had actually seen through his secret. This shocked him greatly. If this secret was leaked, everyone in the world would probably target him. I guess it should be close to the truth. The Crimson Dragon said again. After all, the great dragon sword soul contained the dragon soul. As the dragon race, the nest of 10,000 dragons had many powerhouses. They must have sensed it. When they think of your super powerful attack power, they might be able to guess it. So this was the case. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to prepare for the worst. However, he guessed that even if these people in the nest of 10,000 dragons knew that he had the great dragon sword soul, they probably wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they would capture him secretly. Otherwise, if the news were to spread, there would definitely be people fighting with the nest of 10,000 dragons. At that time, the nest of 10,000 dragons might not be able to obtain the great dragon sword soul. His guess was right. The 10,000 dragons' annihilation didn't explain the reason. Instead, they sent a few powerhouses of the dragon race to secretly set off to capture Lin Xian. Of course, they didn't send any older powerhouses either. After all, the human race and the 10,000 ancient races had just reached an agreement. 5 days later, Lin Xian stopped in a mountain range. There was a figure standing in front of him, a figure with dragon scales on his body. An expert of the dragon clan. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and his face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. He was able to lock onto his aura so quickly. In front of him, the figure stood in the void, his entire body covered in flashing purple scales. Even his eyes were purple. His cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. "You're that kid?" Sure enough, he had the aura of a dragon soul. Come to think of it, the great dragon sword soul in your body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he heard the other party's words. Sure enough, the other party had seen through his trump card. He didn't say anything, and his body emitted a fierce aura, ready to attack at any moment. The expert from the dragon race sneered coldly. "My guess is right. However, a human trash like you actually has the great dragon sword soul. This is really hard to believe. Damned ant, obediently hand over the great dragon sword soul, and I can give you a quick death. You don't deserve to have the great dragon sword soul. Only the dragon clan is worthy of having such an offensive saint technique." A fiery light appeared in his eyes. He had no choice. The great dragon sword soul was the strongest thing in terms of offensive power. Even the dragon clan would be ecstatic after hearing about it. How could he not be moved? "If you want my great dragon sword soul, let's see if you have the strength." Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face incomparably gloomy. The sword chi on his body became more and more piercing, forming a sword diagram that shone in the sky. Then, it suppressed towards the front. Facing the dragon clan expert, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. "How dare you attack me? You really don't know what's good for you." The dragon clan expert snorted. "Kid, although you have the great dragon sword soul, you're still too inexperienced. We're both young geniuses. I only need one palm to kill you." The dragon clan genius was very arrogant. He was not an expert of the older generation, but a young genius who had just recovered and was extremely powerful. Although he had not heard any legends about Lin Xian these days, he had even heard that Lin Xian had defeated the Southern Sea Crocodile God, a genius. But he did not care. That was because the Southern Sea Crocodile God was only a member of the royal clan, while he was from the dragon clan. The dragon clan was much stronger than those royal clans. He could easily crush his opponent. A palm slapped out, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying power that could destroy everything, and it descended from the sky. This scene made Lin Xian frown. His opponent was indeed very strong, and he was ridiculously strong. He had never seen a young man with such means. It was just a casual attack, but it was mysterious and unfathomable, with supreme magical powers. The dragon clan was indeed worthy of being a member of the far ancient royal clan. He was indeed too strong, however, he was no longer afraid. With a snort, the great dragon sword soul swung a golden fist forward. "Kill!" Lin Xian roared. His black hair danced wildly as he quickly charged forward. Facing the dragon clan genius, he was not afraid. He was only excited and his blood was boiling. He was too excited to be able to fight with such an expert. Boom, the fist and palm collided, causing a violent shockwave in the sky. The space within hundreds of thousands of miles was quickly torn apart, and there was not a single place that was intact. After that attack, the two of them retreated 3,000 miles and stopped. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became even more terrifying. On the other side, the dragon clan genius frowned. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He blocked it. How was that possible? How could his opponent block it? It was really surprising. One had to know that even the far ancient royal clan genius could not block his palm. But his opponent blocked it. Could this be the power of the great dragon sword soul? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He had to admit that the great dragon sword soul was really powerful. It could make a human ant like you be compared to me. To be honest, he did not take anyone seriously at all. He had only heard of those battles and did not see it with his own eyes. As far as he was concerned, humans were nothing more than ants and slaves. Their dragon clan was the true supreme existence that stood high above the masses. As a member of the dragon clan, he naturally did not take everything seriously. Now that there was someone who could fight against him, he naturally did not think that this was the other party's true ability. Lin Xian did not say anything. His face was gloomy, and the power in his body erupted once again. It was like a sea of stars surging into the nine heavens. This time, he was going to use his strength to tell the other party that he, Lin Xian, was not to be trifled with. No one could have any ideas about him. Kill. With another roar, Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword and charged forward. Accompanied by his sword technique and the terrifying Nine Suns' divine fire, the entire world trembled. One sword strike after another. Every sword strike could destroy the stars and shatter the earth. Despicable ant, die for me. On the other side, the dragon race cultivator's face was gloomy. His hands quickly formed seals, and the dragon blood in his body kept surging. He struck out with an extremely terrifying palm technique. Terrifying energy surged, and a huge explosion occurred in the void. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the sky was beaten into nothingness. This battle was too shocking. Terrifying energy spread in all directions, so much so that the people in the distance were terrified. Damn it, there was an apocalyptic battle. Who was it? Could it be that two sacred lords were fighting? No, it shouldn't be a sacred lord. It should be an expert of the younger generation. What expert of the younger generation? This power was too terrifying. Could it be Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others? Heavens, could it be that they were fighting with the immemorial king again? Let's go and take a look. Many people soared into the sky. They were too shocked. They hadn't received any news recently. One had to know that every time a human prodigy and an immemorial prodigy fought, the news would be released in advance, attracting countless people to watch. But this time, they didn't find any news. Therefore, they were very surprised. On the other side, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light, and he was also shocked. He realized that the other party was very strong, even stronger than the southern sea crocodile god. And the other party was just a young man who walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was too shocking. Roar. On the other side, the dragon race cultivator roared and waved his fist, smashing over again. Punch after punch, the entire sky was torn apart. It was impossible to resist. Lin Xian felt a great pressure, as if he was facing the divine fist of a god. Humph, he snorted coldly, and his expression was incomparably cold. The dragon sword soul in his body instantly surged, and with an extremely terrifying dragon roar, the terrifying sword chi turned into a vast ocean that roared in the sky. You're still too inexperienced to use the dragon soul in front of me. The dragon race cultivator sneered. He was a true descendant of the dragon race. The dragon blood in his body was so pure, yet the other party actually dared to display such a dragon aura in front of him. In his eyes, this was simply laughable. In the next moment, the dragon blood in his body surged, and he also transformed into the shadow of a true dragon and rushed out. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power and shockwaves. The two dragon shadows collided in the sky, creating a shocking sound of thunder. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, shattering the void. In the distance, the people who had flown over were stunned when they saw this scene. What a terrifying aura! Even though they were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, their bodies started to tremble. Those two dragon silhouettes in the distance were seriously too terrifying, making them extremely alarmed. Could it be that the dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons had made a move? That was very likely. Otherwise, who else could release such a dragon aura? But that's not right. Who are the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons fighting with? The other party also had such a terrifying dragon soul. Could it be that there was a civil war in the nest of 10,000 dragons? No, it was Lin Xian. Look at the other dragon shadow, it's formed by sword chi. This was definitely something that only Lin Xian could do. His sword chi was incomparably terrifying. Some of the peerless experts recognized this. The others were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was actually fighting with the dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Heavens, this was too unbelievable. Was Lin Xian trying to defy the heavens? Buzz. Suddenly, they closed their eyes and retreated frantically. Some people's eyes were bleeding because there was a peerless sword light in front of him. It was too resplendent and terrifying. This sword light was sent out by Lin Xian. He didn't intend to hesitate any longer and drag out the battle. Hence, he sent out his strongest attack. This sword energy, the great dragon sword soul roared and transformed into a huge dragon that descended from the sky. It directly split the other party's dragon shadow apart. Not only that, this sword strike struck the body of the other party's dragon race warrior. Pooh, that dragon race warrior vomited blood and flew backward. A terrifying crack was torn open on his body. Dragon blood surged, dyeing the void red. A drop of dragon blood crushed countless mountain peaks and sank the ground. That dragon race warrior was extremely shocked. Damn it, this was impossible, how could you injure me? He was too shocked. He was from the dragon race. He was a high and mighty member of the royal family, he could look down on everything. Even the ancient royal family didn't dare to be rude to him. But now, a human, an ant, actually injured him. This was hard for him to accept. Ah, damn it, roaming dragon, go to hell, this dragon race warrior roared angrily. The dragon blood on his body surged and enveloped him. In the next moment, his body quickly enlarged and turned into a huge purple dragon that rushed over. This huge dragon was 7,000 meters long and was extremely terrifying. With a roar, it directly crashed towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear him apart. Buzz, it was over, another sword strike. Lin Xian held the dragon sword shadow and became one with the sword. He turned into an eternal ray of light and rushed out. This sword pierced into the huge purple dragon's mouth. Puff puff puff, the huge purple dragon's body quickly split into two halves. Lin Xian rushed out from the dragon's tail. In the sky, the huge purple dragon that was thousands of meters long suddenly tore open. Countless amounts of blood dyed the void red. That huge body smashed down, completely shattering the ground. Roar, the huge dragon roared crazily. The two halves of the corpse wanted to heal. However, the sharpness of the dragon sword's soul and the inextinguishable sword intent made it impossible for even a dragon race warrior to heal. Damn it, the purple dragon race warrior roared angrily. His soul flew out, wanting to wrap around the corpse and leave. However, he was directly sent flying by Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the sky, a pair of golden eyes appeared and looked down. The purple dragon race warrior's soul trembled, and a trace of fear appeared. Damn it, how was this possible? What were these golden eyes? Why could even he feel a sense of fear in his soul? One had to know that he was a dragon soul. Who could suppress him in terms of soul? He didn't dare to believe it, however, the golden eye in the sky had managed to do that. In the next moment, he screamed in horror. Because the golden runes in the golden eyes turned into a golden vortex, forming a force that sucked him in. The purple dragon's soul wanted to break free, but it couldn't do so. In an instant, he was sucked in by the golden eyes. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, and the golden eyes in the sky disappeared. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. In the next moment, his body swayed. His sleeves rolled up the two halves of the huge dragon's corpse on the ground and disappeared into the void. The people in the distance were extremely shocked. The battle was over. Where was the dragon race warrior? Could it be that he was killed? Heavens, it can't be. Lin Xian defeated the dragon race warrior, and he even killed the other party. These people were extremely shocked. They felt that it was unlikely. 10,000 dragons suppressing the dragon clan, that was a legendary existence. It was even more terrifying than the ancient royal family. Anyone who walked out of it could wipe out a bunch of them. But now, it was actually killed by Lin Xian. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they quickly flew forward, wanting to investigate. When they arrived in front and saw the ground full of wounds and the terrifying stench of blood, they were all stunned. This battle was truly too bitter. Just the remnant ores on the surface were enough to cause them to be extremely alarmed. However, they saw some bloodstains and cracks in the ground, but they didn't see any corpses. Therefore, they couldn't be sure if the dragon clan members had been killed. They couldn't be sure if Lin Xian had been killed instead. All of this will be yours. However, this news quickly spread. After all, the battle between Lin Xian and the dragon clan warriors was too shocking. On the other side, Lin Xian left the mountain range and came to the sky. He entered the black earth. With a wave of his sleeve, the terrifying dragon corpse also appeared. Fortunately, the black earth could transform into a huge spirit boat. Lin Xian had also turned the giant dragon's corpse into a small mountain. Only then was it able to fit inside. The crimson dragon looked at the purple dragon corpse and drooled. Damn it, eat it. When Lin Xian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and his eyes widened. You want to eat it? It's your own kind. What kind? I'm from the Divine Dragon clan. He's just an ordinary dragon. He's much more humble. I'm already giving him a lot of face by eating it. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Besides, he wants to kill us. So what if I eat him? All right. Lin Xian nodded. He hadn't tasted dragon meat yet. Oh right, use that formation of yours again. This time, you'll get a lot of dragon blood. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. After all, this thing could increase the power of his 9-yang divine body and dragon sword soul. He naturally didn't want to miss it. The Crimson Dragon said. Don't worry. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the gigantic dragon's corpse. How boring would it be if only the two of us ate it? Tell Hui Dao and the others to send a message to Qingqing and Qiu'er. It would be best to call Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, and the others over so they could eat together. Good idea. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of a smile. Boy, I find that you are too bad. What's wrong? Lin Xian pursed his lips. The Crimson Dragon smirked. You're trying to drag them all down with you. Alright, you don't have to say it. I understand. I'll use the array formation to send them a message. The Crimson Dragon chuckled. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. It was just some dragon meat, so of course everyone had to enjoy it together. Soon after, those people heard the news. They opened the space gates and directly teleported away. In a spiritual vein, the Crimson Dragon laid down a peerless formation to isolate the aura. He waited outside the formation. Soon, the sky was torn apart, and one figure after another descended. Some were golden like blood, some were whistling like phoenixes, and some were purple from the east. They were Yi Wu Dao, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others. Of course, not only the three of them, but Gu Santong, Wu Hua, Hui Dao, and Peacock also came. Hui Dao and the others were from the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian naturally would not treat them unfairly. As for the others, they were all top-notch peerless geniuses. Big Brother Lin Xian. Big Brother Xian. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing walked over, and Lin Xian hugged them. Brother Lin, why did you call us here? I heard there's something good. Yi Wu Dao was a little confused, and Gu Santong's eyes flashed. Could there be something good for them to see? Wu Hua was also looking forward to it. Lin Xian looked at them with a smile. There must be something good, but, he looked at Wu Hua and scratched his head. Well, do you want to break your vow today? Break the vow? Wu Hua was stunned. Brother Lin, don't joke around. You're not going to introduce me to a peerless beauty, are you? Hearing this, Gu Santong and Yi Wu Dao laughed loudly. Hui Dao and the others also laughed. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu asked curiously. Brother Lin Xian, are you really going to introduce a peerless beauty to this monk? Wu Hua quickly shook his head. Brother Lin, forget it. I'm a monk. You should enjoy this good thing yourself. You can give it to Brother Yi or Brother Gu. Wu Hua shook his head. He did not care about beautiful women. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, it's not a beauty. But it's something else. Don't be anxious. Go in and take a look. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. This made the others even more excited. Come in. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Crimson Dragon next to him tore open the array. Immediately, a group of people walked in. Then, the array closed, forming a cloud that covered the heavens. No one knew that the top geniuses were gathered here. Brother Lin, what is this? That's right. Brother Xian. These people entered and were even more confused. This was a spirit vein, and the surrounding spirit chi was dense. However, they did not find any treasures. Could it be below? They looked carefully. Lin Xian smiled. He waved his hand, and a purple hill appeared in front of him. A terrifying aura was emitted from the hill. Buzz when the aura was emitted, the surrounding space collapsed, and the ground cracked. The spirit chi in the surroundings gathered crazily, forming tornadoes. Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others were also shocked. During the meeting, Peacock and the others were breathing heavily. Even Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were shocked. Big brother Lin Xian, what is this? Is it a monster? Xianxia's face turned pale, and Morong Qingqing's blood vessels roared to resist the aura. In the next moment, they were shocked. What is this? Could it be? They were stunned. Because they had already noticed the hill in front of them. It was not a hill, but a dragon that was circling there. However, its size was too huge. It looked like a mountain. A dragon, a dragon. And it's the corpse of a dragon. The top geniuses were breathing heavily. They widened their eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, where did you get this thing? Yes, did you pull it out from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others were shocked. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's something. What, you killed it? You killed a dragon? They were even more shocked. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were nervous. Big brother Lin Xian, you're not injured, are you? They had no idea that Lin Xian was fighting with the dragon race. Now, they were very nervous. They were worried about Lin Xian. Is he injured? This guy shouldn't be a peerless genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. He's just an ordinary dragon. His strength is stronger than the average archaic prodigy, but not to the point of being heaven-defying. Therefore, he can't threaten me. Lin Xian said simply, then looked around. How about it? Are you interested in tasting it? What? You want to eat dragon meat? Hu Yidao and the others shrieked. Even Yi Wudao and Gu Santong's pupils constricted. On the side, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also astonished. Wu Hua laughed bitterly. He finally understood why Lin Xian had said that he might have to break his vow this time. It was not for beauties, but for meat. But soon, Wu Hua smiled. Brother Lin, it seems that you don't know that the Western Desert is different from the Buddhist sects of the mortal world. We don't forbid such things. You know, there are some powerful monster kings whose flesh is filled with power that we use. So even if I eat dragon meat, it's not considered breaking my vow. Lin Xian was stunned by Wu Hua's words. Since there was such a thing, this was even better. How about it? Do you want to eat? Good, good. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Gu Santong's eyes lit up, and Yi Wudao nodded. To be honest, he had never eaten dragon meat before. How could he not be excited to eat it for the first time? After all, it was a legendary thing. Alright, hurry up. Ben Huang couldn't wait any longer. The Crimson Dragon conjured a large cauldron and placed it on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy going to eat it too? Xianxia exclaimed. Morong Qingqing and Yi Wudao's mouths twitched. The Crimson Dragon rolled its eyes impatiently. What's with your expressions? Why can't Ben Huang eat it? Damn, this guy is our enemy. He wants to kill me. Why can't I eat him? You're making a fuss out of nothing. He snorted coldly. His face darkened, and he started lighting a fire. I'm on my side. Whitey also jumped out. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Let's do it. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others waved the dragon carcass. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. They sat together. Haha, Ben Huang can't wait any longer. The Crimson Dragon was the first to reach out. With a wave of its dragon claw, it tore off the cooked meat. The piece of meat was sparkling and translucent, emitting dense spiritual energy. It was even more terrifying than the spiritual energy in the spirit vein. The Crimson Dragon did not hesitate and bit down. The next moment, he screamed. Oh, it feels so good. The dragon blood in his body boiled, releasing rumbling sounds. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, roaring non-stop. Awesome, it was just too awesome. There was simply too much energy contained within. The Crimson Dragon kept roaring. Hearing this, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others all took a bite. In the next moment, their bodies also rumbled. Their pores opened up, and streams of spirit chi came out of them. This power was simply too overwhelming. It was as if he had eaten a divine crystal. Little White also took a bite, and immediately became lively and lively. Wang, their eyes were burning with passion as they quickly waved their chopsticks. Soon, a dragon that was thousands of meters long was eaten up by them. In the end, they even drank the soup. Awesome, it was simply too awesome. I feel like I'm about to break through. My cultivation base has also grown, the few of them exclaimed. It was too terrifying. A dragon could make them have such a reaction. As expected of the dragon race. The power and bloodline it contained were simply too terrifying. Don't waste it, hurry up and cultivate. Lin Xian and the others sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, completely refining the energy in their bodies. 5 days later, they opened their eyes. Brother Lin, be careful. The nest of 10,000 dragons wants to capture you. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Yes, if you need us, just say the word. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others said. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, if I need you, I won't be polite. However, you guys have to be careful too. When the dragon race appears, in addition to capturing me, their prodigies will also appear. When that time comes, there will be a huge battle. Hearing this, Yi Wudao and the others looked solemn. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyes also flickered. Lin Xian was right. Was the royal family about to appear? They wondered if other royal families would appear besides the 10,000 dragons' annihilation. Finally, Yi Wudao spoke and told them a piece of news. Everyone, be careful. When you return, inform the sacred leader and the sect leader. Our Yi family has received news that the revival of the 10,000 ancient races this time is not simple. It's not just the younger generation that is challenging. They might cause a huge commotion in the near future. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for the entire human race. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Is there any accurate news? Yi Wudao nodded. Because in the past few days, the Yi family's patriarch and several grand elders have been gathering resources non-stop. Moreover, they are about to take out their extreme weapons. If the situation changes, they will directly take out their extreme weapons. In fact, some peerless experts have even come to the Yi family and invited the Grand Elders to go out and find a treasure to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. It seems that chaos is about to happen. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In this chaotic world, only the strong could survive. The others naturally understood this principle, so they discussed for a while, left each other a transmission array, and then left. Qingqing, Qiu'er, where are you two going? Lin Xian asked. Brother Xian, I'm going to go back and cultivate. Brother Lin Xian, I also want to go back and cultivate. I promise I won't be a burden to you. Shen Jingqiu waved her pink fists. All right. Lin Xian hugged the two of them. If there's any danger or something, you must tell me. In the end, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu left hand in hand. As for Lin Xian, he also left. After going out, Lin Xian received the news and was shocked. Because he realized that the dragon race was completely enraged. There was nothing he could do about it. The news of him killing a dragon still spread. The nest of 10,000 dragons was completely enraged. They swore to capture him and order all the races in the world to capture him together. It directly caused a huge commotion. Countless primordial geniuses came out one after another, wanting to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, in a mysterious mountain range, a blue-robed man and that strange head also came up with a plan. They felt that they should add fuel to the fire and let the human race join forces to kill Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was too strong. He had 2 supreme treasures. Such a person would definitely be a powerful enemy on the road to becoming a great emperor in the future. Therefore, they decided to join forces to get rid of him now. Of course, they wouldn't make a move. Instead, they released a piece of news. This news was guessed by the mysterious blue-robed man. He wasn't 100% sure. But now, it was no longer important. As long as this news was out, even if those people didn't believe it, they would capture Lin Xian and investigate. This piece of news was that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul. As soon as this news came out, the world was in an uproar and instantly swept across the entire continent. What? Great Dragon Sword Soul, are you talking about the one with the highest attack power in the world? No wonder, I thought that there was something wrong with that dragon-shaped sword shadow. I didn't expect it to be the legendary Great Dragon Sword Soul. Oh my god, no way, this can't be true, right? Lin Xian actually had such a treasure. No wonder he was so powerful. That was left behind by the Ximen Great Emperor. Everyone was stunned. The entire human race was in an uproar. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also in an uproar. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a treasure in his hands. The dragon race powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons roared angrily. Damn it, who was it? Who leaked the news? Investigate, you must find out for me. Tear him into pieces. They were too angry because they also knew that the other party had it. However, they didn't want to make it public. Instead, they planned to quietly capture the other party and bring him back to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Their dragon prince would have more hope on the path of becoming a great emperor. He might even be able to use it to break through the gate of immortality. But now, before they could capture Lin Xian, the news had been leaked. This result made them go crazy with anger. The Yi family, Gu family, Yao Guang, Yao Qi, and the other sacred leaders' eyes flickered. As expected, they had long suspected it, but they didn't dare to believe it. But now, when this news came out, they were even more certain that the thing in Lin Xian's hands was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was a cultivation method and saint technique. It was once possessed by the Ximen Great Emperor and became a sword emperor of his generation. It could be said that in terms of attack power, it could definitely dominate the world. Whoever obtained it had hope of becoming the next Ximen Great Emperor. How could these people not be tempted? Not to mention the sacred leaders, even the primordial kings and the dragon race were incomparably jealous. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The 10,000 ancient races didn't hesitate and directly issued a kill order to frantically search for Lin Xian. They wanted to capture him and seize the Great Dragon Sword Soul. On the other side, the humans were also shaken. Many of them were burning with passion. Of course, they could not be so shameless as to attack directly. They might have been able to do so in the past, but now, with the 10,000 ancient races eyeing them covetously, it was time for the human race to join forces. Therefore, at this time, he should not be so blatant. However, these people would definitely not give up. Many elders and even sect masters of the sacred grounds were secretly searching for Lin Xian. As long as they discovered the other party, they would secretly make a move, quietly kill the other party, and seize the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Especially those who had a grudge against Lin Xian. The 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Lightning Sacred Ground, Tuoba Clan, and others were also secretly taking action. The Taiyu Dynasty, the Battle Tribe, and the Heavenly Human Tribe also came out to search for Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had once again become the focus of the world. What? Great Dragon Sword Spirit, Leaf Dao Denier, Gu Santong, Flowerless, Morong Qingqing, and Shinjingqiu had just returned to their clans in the Holy Land when they heard the news. They were extremely shocked. They really did not expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. Morong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu were not so surprised. The two of them had followed Lin Xian for a long time, so they knew. However, Leaf Dao Denier and the others did not know. In fact, Leaf Dao Denier was extremely shocked because Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was originally not weaker than his saint body. Now that the other party had such an offensive saint art in his hands, it could be said that he would definitely be a powerful enemy on the road to becoming a great emperor in the future. However, he would not be afraid, nor would he assassinate. In fact, he did not even want his clan to make a move. Because he and Lin Xian were friends, even if there was a fight on the road to becoming a great emperor in the future, he still hoped that it would be a fair fight. Moreover, it would not hurt the feelings between them. Not to mention them, even the people from the Immortal Palace were stunned. The chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the others were also shocked. Because other than Xia Jiuyo, no one else knew that Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. They did not expect Lin Xian actually had such a secret. Li Xuanxian said in a deep voice. There was no need to say anything now. Quickly send people to bring the palace master over. They could not let others assassinate him. The palace master is the hope of the immortal palace in the future. These people were excited. Lin Xian was the palace master of the immortal palace. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger the immortal palace would be. If Lin Xian became the next great emperor, the immortal palace would soar into the sky and become an extreme Tao holy land. In tens of thousands of years, they would become the true overlord of the world and be respected by all. How could they not be excited by such a scene? Therefore, the people of the immortal palace moved out one after another, preparing to bring Lin Xian back. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also driving the Black Earth at full speed. They wanted to reach the immortal palace as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be bad if they were robbed and killed by others. There was an agreement before that the older generation was not allowed to kill the young geniuses. But this time it was too special. This was not a battle between the younger generation, but a battle to seize the great dragon sword soul, an offensive saint art. Perhaps even the saints would jump out at that time. Indeed, a few of the saints were tempted. They had no choice. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art. If they could obtain it, they would have a chance to become a great emperor. How could these saints not be excited about such a thing? Rizalong quickly opened the gate and teleported back. Lin Xian also stopped flying. He decided to use the array formation to quickly return. The Crimson Dragon began to set up the array formation. In the void, the power of space cracked, forming a terrifying black hole. The Black Earth was still slowly entering. It was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a large palm descended from the sky, directly smashing the void and shattering the newly formed teleportation array. The Black Earth was also sent flying, crashing into the ground below, directly breaking a dozen mountains. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's blood was boiling. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Damn it, a peerless powerhouse had made a move. The hand in the sky was too terrifying. It could shatter everything in an instant. Moreover, the other party was able to determine their location so quickly. It was too shocking. Could it be that Wu Dao and the others had leaked the news? The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He shook his head. Impossible. I believe them. It shouldn't be them who leaked the news. Perhaps someone has deduced our fate. Moreover, we are already millions of miles away from the spirit vein. Even if the news was leaked, they couldn't have found us so quickly. Lin Xian was right. The Crimson Dragon understood this. But who did it? They didn't know. Damn it, you better not let me know. Otherwise, Ben Huang will tear down your nest in the future. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Lin Xian said with a gloomy face as he hurriedly left. He controlled the Black Earth and quickly shuttled away, preparing to leave in another direction. However, at this moment, another giant palm slammed down from the sky, destroying the mountain range and sending the Black Earth flying into the void. Not good. Another terrifying peerless expert. This was definitely a terrifying invincible king. He was at least at the level of a Grand Elder, a Sacred Lord, or a Sect Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so terrifying. Run! Lin Xian burned his divine crystal. The Black Earth erupted with a terrifying light, piercing through the void. It was very fast, completely escaping the range of the two giant palms. It flew towards the direction of the Immortal Palace. However, not long after, he was sent flying again. Another powerful enemy had appeared. Not good, I'm afraid we can't go back. There are peerless experts hiding on the path of the Immortal Palace, waiting to kill us. The Crimson Dragon said. Damn it. Lin Xian was also going crazy. They didn't expect these people to act so quickly. Kid, look at this aura. It's not just the ancient race. There are also experts from the human race. I knew it. Lin Xian's face was cold. He naturally knew that the human race would definitely make a move. However, these people were all hidden. He didn't know who did it. Sure enough, along the way, Lin Xian had already suffered 4 terrifying attacks. Fortunately, the Black Earth was incomparably tough. Under such terrifying attacks, it didn't break. It could still explode with power and move forward quickly. However, more and more experts appeared in front of him. This made Lin Xian's heart sink. All of a sudden, the rift was torn apart as several terrifying figures descended from above. Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the others descended from the sky. Palace Master, we'll cover you. Hurry up and retreat. Xianxia and the others used their powerful strength to resist. In the sky, the giant palms were constantly shattering. Buzz, a few hazy figures appeared. These figures were like gods and demons. They appeared in the sky, surrounded by a hazy light that covered their true faces. In the sky, an intense battle broke out. Xianxia, the chief enforcer, and the others went all out, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. Lin Xian controlled the black earth to travel quickly. However, after flying for a period of time, another group of terrifying experts arrived. This time, the experts were even more terrifying. Not good, Lin Xian hurriedly changed directions and flew into the distance. The experts behind him quickly chased after him. Suddenly, a wisp of saintly might descended from the sky, piercing through the void. Fortunately, Lin Xian's reaction was fast enough. He controlled the black earth to perform a spatial warp. That was why he wasn't hit by the holy might. Otherwise, even the black earth would have been damaged. Not good, it's the sage has made his move. Lin Xian's face darkened, and the crimson dragon screamed. Up until now, they had been hunted down by at least 5 forces. Moreover, a sage had appeared. This was not a good thing. The longer this dragged on, the more saints would make their move. Kid, you can't go to the Immortal Palace anymore. The path to the Immortal Palace has been completely cut off by them. Even if you activate the formation, you will definitely be beaten out. The Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice. Lin Xian also nodded. He naturally knew that these people would definitely not let him return to the Immortal Palace. Because if he returned to the Immortal Palace, it would be difficult to catch him again. After all, as an ancient inheritance, the Immortal Palace had terrifying strength. After entering, it would be very difficult to attack. Moreover, it would be very inconvenient. Therefore, these people would use all kinds of methods on the road. Then where should we go? Lin Xian asked. Do you still remember the Black Demon Cliff? You mean the place where you obtained the 9 Yang Divine Body inheritance? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. You mean, we should go in? That's right, that was a forbidden area. Even saints did not dare to step in easily. Entering there would be temporary safety. Well, that was the only way. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that this was the only place where he could temporarily hide. Although it was a forbidden area, he had entered it last time. Moreover, this time, he had the 9 Yang Divine Body, so he should be able to enter safely. However, the others should not dare to enter. Thinking of this, he activated the formation platform again and teleported. In the sky, terrifying energy bombarded the void. However, this time, their deduction was wrong. They were bombarding the void in the direction of the Immortal Palace. And this time, Lin Xian did not return to the Immortal Palace at all. Therefore, this time, he teleported away safely. Not good, my deduction was wrong. This kid is not going to the Immortal Palace. He is going somewhere else. If he doesn't go to the Immortal Palace, he will die. No matter where he goes, it will at most prolong his life a little. In the sky, a few cold voices sounded. As long as they cut off the path to the Immortal Palace, the other party would not be able to escape. Go. These people also tore the void. Some of them even divined the heavens to capture Lin Xian's position. The sage in the sky formed a series of divine chains of order that pierced through the void. The power of a sage was definitely mysterious and unfathomable. In an instant, they caught up. Boom. Boom, boom. Above the endless mountain, the void split open, forming a huge crack. In the terrifying vortex, a black spirit ship flew out. Without stopping at all, it flew towards the black mountain peak ahead. In an instant, it disappeared into the cliff. Not long after the black earth entered, the void behind it split open, and a terrifying figure appeared. Divine chains of order danced around his body. It was the mysterious sage. After he appeared, he frowned. This guy actually entered here. The sage's voice was hoarse and carried a biting cold aura. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Xian to enter the Black Demon Cliff. With a cold snort, the sage tore through heaven and earth and walked forward. Wherever he passed, countless nomological laws flickered under his feet, forming a divine bridge that carried him forward. Soon, he also entered the Black Demon Cliff. Not long after he entered, a few more figures tore through the void and rushed over. They were the other powerhouses who were chasing after Lin Xian. However, when these people saw the Black Demon Cliff, their faces became extremely ugly. Damn it, this kid actually entered this forbidden area, should we chase after him? Legend has it that the Black Demon Cliff is very strange. Although it is not one of the 5 forbidden areas, it is still a very terrifying place of death. Even the sages did not dare to enter easily. If this kid enters, it will definitely be difficult for him to survive. I guess he should be hiding outside, not daring to go in. That's right, he's only here to hide, not to die. Use your energy to bombard the outside of the Black Demon Cliff. Force that brat to come out. Several people quickly transmitted their voices, and then they struck out a vast amount of energy. Like a mountain torrent, it surged downward. Suddenly, the void below split open with a terrifying roar. The terrifying energy swept through the outside of the Black Demon Cliff. The mountains around the Black Demon Cliff shattered, and the entire Black Demon Cliff exuded a peerless aura. Streams of black air turned into giant pythons and quickly rushed forward. In an instant, it enveloped the mysterious powerhouses who had attacked. Damn it! Not good. Retreat, get lost, these powerhouses roared angrily and attacked with amazing divine abilities to resist. However, they were still blasted away by the black air and vomited blood. Damn it, this Black Demon Cliff is so evil. These people's faces were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear. They had only used energy to bombard the outside, but they had already suffered such a terrifying attack. If they went in, they might not even have a corpse left. Roar, ah, just as they were discussing whether to attack again or ask for reinforcements, a crazy voice suddenly came from inside Black Demon Cliff. As soon as this voice came out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Those mysterious powerhouses also felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, this is the pressure of a sage. Could it be that a sage had gone in? Sure enough, in the next moment, a ray of light soared into the sky from inside Black Demon Cliff, carrying terrifying divine chains of order and terrifying laws. It tore through the void and quickly escaped and disappeared. Only a pool of blood was left behind, piercing through the ground. Sage blood, that was the blood of a sage. Oh heavens, a sage was injured. These people were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Black Demon Cliff was indeed a legendary forbidden land of death. Even a sage would be injured if he went in. Fortunately, they did not go in before. Thinking of this, they quickly retreated to a safe distance and set up camp. They did not act rashly, but they joined forces to seal the surrounding space to prevent that kid from going out. Black Demon Cliff is too dangerous. We can't go in. Indeed, that kid would definitely not be able to hold on for too long. It would not be long before he came out. These people waited in place. As soon as the kid left Black Demon Cliff, they would kill him. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. These peerless powerhouses frowned. What was going on? The kid didn't come out, damn it, he couldn't have been killed in there, right? It was very likely that even a sage would be injured after going in, let alone that kid. He would have probably been turned into ashes long ago. Could it be that the great dragon sword soul was left in Black Demon Cliff? These people frowned. They immediately passed on the message. A day later, the void cracked open, and even more terrifying and powerful figures descended. Some of them even used holy weapons. In the sky, divine chains danced as the laws condensed. Quickly, set up the heaven-concealing formation. We can't let the news spread. These people worked together to set up a peerless formation, concealing all the secrets of the heavens. Otherwise, just the saints' might alone would have been enough to shake the entire place, and everyone would have been able to tell that the other party was here. In that case, they would engage in endless battles because everyone would be fighting for the great dragon sword soul. Fortunately, they were well prepared. This time, they brought a saint and 2 saint weapons. Terrifying energy, earth-shattering, poured into the Black Demon Cliff, trying to force its way in. This was an earth-shattering battle. The Black Demon Cliff was stimulated. Endless demonic energy surged, turning into devil kings one after another, tearing apart the heaven and earth. In the end, the two saint weapons were sent flying, and a saint was injured. This scene terrified the 10,000 Archean races. Damn it, what kind of place is this? A saint and two sacred weapons were unable to do anything to him. Could it be that they had to use an extreme weapon? However, extreme weapons were not something that could be used at will because they were used as a foundation to intimidate others. Basically, they would only use extreme weapons if they were in danger of extermination. Under other circumstances, they would definitely not use extreme weapons unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, the consequences and influence of using an extreme Dao weapon were simply too great. Firstly, it would consume endless resources. Secondly, a single attack would definitely cause unimaginable consequences. Therefore, these people's expressions were ugly. However, without using extreme weapons, even a saint could not enter. Could it be that they had to watch the great dragon sword soul be lost in the Black Demon Cliff? In the sky, the laws on the saint's body danced, forcing the demonic energy out of his body. His face was pale as he said coldly, "Although the attack just now did not enter, I've already detected it. I didn't sense the aura of the great dragon sword soul, which meant that the kid was not dead. The great dragon sword soul was still in his hands. Otherwise, the great dragon sword soul would definitely be earth-shattering." Hearing the saint's words, the other 10,000 ancient races' powerhouses' expressions turned grave. Not dead yet? This was really surprising. Patriarch, what should we do? The primordial kings looked at the primordial saint in the sky and asked in a deep voice. The primordial saint said, "You guys stay here and guard. That kid will come out sooner or later. Seal the world and don't let any news leak. Don't let anyone else enter. Anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. I'll go back now. The 10,000 ancient races have already started that plan. Therefore, I can't stay here for long. However, as soon as that kid appears, inform us immediately." "Yes, Patriarch, we understand." The primordial kings hurriedly responded respectfully. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Was that plan finally going to be activated? It really made their blood boil. Unfortunately, they could not go and could only watch that kid from here. It was really frustrating. But thinking about it, if they could capture that kid, it would definitely be a great contribution. It would not be any worse than carrying out that plan. Therefore, they all felt relieved. In the sky, the primordial king stopped and sat down cross-legged. Around them, there were other primordial creatures floating in the void. They had set up an inescapable net. At the same time, the news also spread. Lin Xian was chased by countless primordial kings and mysterious powerhouses, and in the end, his whereabouts were unknown. This news caused an uproar in the world. Did they make a move? They did not expect that these powerhouses would make a move so quickly. This was especially true for the archaic kings, who were crazily fighting over the treasures. The people on the human side also had gloomy expressions. Some of the sacred lords and sect masters were secretly angry. Damn it, he actually let that brat escape. Could it be that he was caught by the primordial kings? No, the great dragon sword soul, the world's offensive saint technique, must not fall into the hands of those primordial races. These people gritted their teeth. Even the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Light, Jade Pool, and the sacred lords of the first-tier holy lands asked one after another. However, they did not receive any news at all. The Immortal Palace Hall was furious. They did not expect that these people would dare to be so crazy. They dared to attack their palace master. And now, Lin Xian's whereabouts were really unknown. Even they did not know where he went. This was unbearable for them. If something happened to Lin Xian, they would not be able to accept such a loss. Therefore, at this moment, the Immortal Palace Hall attacked like crazy. Invincible kings roared in all directions. There were even saints who appeared and walked between heaven and earth. This made everyone tremble. It seemed that the Immortal Palace was indeed terrifying. Even a saint had appeared. However, even a saint couldn't find where Lin Xian was. This was even more shocking. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? Was he killed by an immemorial king? No one knew. At this moment, countless cultivators in the world were searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts. On the other side, in the nest of 10,000 dragons, the dragon race experts had solemn expressions. In front of them, there was a small golden dragon standing there, exuding a monstrous dragon aura. This golden dragon was incomparably valiant. The aura on its body was too terrifying, especially the dragon blood. It was even more terrifying than the old experts around it. These dragon race experts stood in front of this little dragon with incomparable respect. Because this dragon was the dragon prince of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was also the son of the dragon emperor. He was the true emperor's son. Is there any news of the great dragon sword spirit? The golden dragon's voice was still a little immature, but it carried a sense of majesty and unquestionable authority. Soon, a dragon race cultivator knelt on the ground on one knee and reported to the dragon prince that there was no news yet. That person escaped into the Black Demon Cliff. We can't attack him for a while, and we can't send too many people in. Black Demon Cliff? The golden dragon's eyes flickered as he said coldly, send someone to guard there. If there is news, immediately report to me. Now, let's carry out the plan. Dragon Prince, there's no need for you to personally take action. You can continue to absorb the dragon aura here to strengthen yourself. Leave these matters to us. In front of him, an immemorial king said respectfully. All right. The golden dragon nodded. I'm still in the growth period, and I still need some time before I can go out. I'll leave these matters to you. I'll send 2 saints to go with you. In addition, bring the azure dragon skin and cover the sky. You must suppress the foundation of those ancient families and extreme Tao holy emperors. We must not let their saints revive. Don't worry, Prince. Everything is under our control, those immemorial kings. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The golden dragon nodded. He directly entered the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He began to absorb the dragon aura. To strengthen his body. Rapid growth. In the surroundings. Huge divine crystals were floating in the air. It was obvious that the peerless powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons had not fully recovered. They still existed in the form of a foundation. Among them, 2 saints had awakened. They would lead these archaic kings and archaic life forms into battle, conquering humanity and flattening the entire true spirit world. Let's go, it's time to reclaim the world. The entire world will be under our control once more. The 2 sages exuded a biting cold aura as the terrifying order law formed beneath their feet. Take the azure dragon horn and command the world. One of the Archean kings took out the horn of the azure dragon and channeled his energy into it. A bizarre sound rang out, reverberating through the area. Boom! Boom! The sky trembled violently. A blood moon descended from the sky as if it was going to crush the entire world. Soon, a blood-colored moon descended into the nest of 10,000 dragons and turned into a group of figures. These people's chi and blood surged. There were blood-colored moon phantoms revolving around their bodies. They were like stars, emitting a terrifying aura. Blood Moon Clan, greetings to the Dragon Prince. I am willing to follow the Dragon Crown Prince to conquer the world. In front, an archaic king knelt on one knee, looking very respectful. Behind him, the Blood Moon Clan's archaic life forms also looked extremely pious. Boom! In the Void Palace, a huge figure tore open the space and walked out. A terrifying power emanated from his body. His eyes turned into the stars of the universe. Stone Clan greets the Dragon Crown Prince. These people were tall like stone men. Their bodies emitted terrifying runes, and their aura could destroy the world. Blue Demon Clan greets the Dragon Crown Prince. Silver Clan greets the Dragon Crown Prince. Blue Demon Clan greets the Dragon Crown Prince. The void split open, and one terrifying figure after another appeared in the nest of 10,000 dragons. These archaic races didn't come alone. Instead, they came with the peerless powerhouses of their clans. They were densely packed, forming a terrifying royal army. A total of 10 royal clans descended, and they all prostrated themselves at the feet of the Dragon Clan. Very good. The Dragon Crown Prince bathed in the aura of the Dragon Tao. Golden blood surged from his body, and a terrifying dragon might spread. You will follow the dragon clan to conquer the world and return to the world. Yes. We pledge our lives to follow the Dragon Crown Prince. The powerhouses and geniuses of the 10 royal clans said respectfully. Very good. The corners of the Dragon Crown Prince's mouth curled up into a smile. He raised his golden head, and his eyes were like divine arrows that pierced through the void. I wonder how the other places are doing, Divine Phoenix Ridge. This was also a terrifying place. No humans dared to come here. Because this was the territory of another archaic royal clan. The Phoenix clan once had a terrifying great emperor, the immortal Phoenix god. It could be said that it was an existence on par with the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was extremely terrifying. Now, it had also awakened. At this moment, in front of the Divine Phoenix Ridge, there were also 10 archaic royal clans. The densely packed archaic race army knelt on the ground. Fire Qilin Cave. Archaic royal clan. Their ancestor had produced a great emperor, the Qilin Emperor. He was truly awe-inspiring and ruled the universe. At this moment, in front of the Fire Qilin Cave, there were also 10 archaic royal clans. The 3 archaic royal clans had awakened at the same time and were preparing to attack together. This was shocking news. In addition to these 3 archaic royal clans, there were also 30 archaic royal clans and hundreds of archaic race. It could be said that the lineup this time was truly terrifying. Furthermore, there were innumerable archaic kings and even more terrifying geniuses among them. There were even many sacred weapons and sages. It could be said that this time, the archaic race was very well prepared. On the other side, although the human race had ruled the entire land, there were many sacred lands and sects, and there were also several ancient clans. However, they were not prepared at all. They did not even know that there was a great disaster waiting for them. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Dragon Crown Prince calculated the time and felt that it was about time. He said, "Old ancestor, contact them and use the azure dragon skin together to cover the sky and earth." The 2 sages nodded after hearing this. Then, laws flew out from their bodies and a powerful magical power began to transmit their voices. Divine Phoenix Ridge. The 2 old men's bodies shone with boundless light. Terrifying laws formed 2 pairs of divine wings behind them. At this moment, after hearing the voice transmission, their eyes flickered. It seemed that it was time to make a move. On the Fire Qilin Cave side, their sages had also received the news. Divine flames on their bodies surged into the sky. Let's do it, powerful figures rose into the sky one after another. The 3 archaic royal clans and 6 sages appeared in the sky together. In addition, the archaic royal clans and hundreds of archaic race also had a few terrifying sages. A total of 12 sages appeared in the sky together. They no longer tried to conceal their saint aura. Between them, there was a dragon shadow floating there. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't a true dragon, but a piece of dragon skin. It was the skin of a true dragon. But the 2 dragon race sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons were the first to move. They poured a vast amount of dragon blood onto the dragon skin. The dragon skin trembled as if it had come to life, letting out a loud dragon roar. Then, it quickly grew larger. Attack, the 2 of them roared angrily. The other 10 saints also attacked one after another, shooting out terrifying rays of light. The azure dragon skin was enlarged infinitely, forming a dark cloud that covered the world. It was too big. 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, 10 million miles. At this moment, everyone felt the sky darken as a terrifying projection descended from the sky. The remote antiquity families, the extreme Tao sacred lands, and the top sects were all shrouded by this shadow. The terrifying dragon might shook the 9 heavens. Damn it, not good, what happened? The human cultivators were astonished. Countless gazes in the various cities and palaces looked up at the sky. The sun was covered. Damn it, what was going on? Were the 10,000 ancient races going to attack, roar at the same time? An extremely terrifying dragon roar sounded. Then, the entire world completely darkened. The terrifying dragon might spread between heaven and earth. Damn it, at this moment, all the human powerhouses were shocked. Many of them were pressed to the ground. Even those invincible kings, grand elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a tremor from their souls. The expressions of the Yi family, Gu family, Alcade, Jade Pool, Daoi sacred lands, Great Xia dynasty, Myriad Buddha temple, and other remote antiquity families and extreme Dao sacred lands all changed. Not good, it's the aura of an extreme Dao weapon. The Yi family patriarch roared. Damn it! Did the nest of 10,000 dragons use an extreme Dao weapon? What were they trying to do? Hurry up and activate the void mirror of my Gu family. The Gu family patriarch also roared. The other party seemed to be coming aggressively. They had to quickly take defensive measures. It wasn't just the Gu family. At this moment, all the sacred lands and sects activated their peerless array formations to block. At the same time, they prepared to revive the sacred weapons of their families and sacred lands. They even wanted to awaken their sages. But in the next moment, they screamed. Damn it, they couldn't revive the sacred weapons, not good. Unable to contact the patriarch, terrified voices sounded. The faces of the sect leaders and sacred lords of the sacred grounds changed. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? How could this be? They personally attempted to awaken their holy armaments, but discovered that they were truly unable to awaken their holy armaments. They were also unable to contact their old ancestors. How could this be? For a time, the world was in an uproar. Immortal Palace's side was the same. They realized that they were also unable to awaken the sacred weapon. What's going on? Li Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy, while the Great Guardian and the others' faces were filled with worry. Where did the old Hall Master go? At this moment, they were all hoping for the old Hall Master to return. Because Lin Xian was no longer known, and the old Palace Master was nowhere to be found. Their immortal palace could be considered a group of dragons without a leader. However, fortunately, with Li Xianxia here, she could temporarily lead Immortal Palace's experts. The 10,000 dragons diagram was that supreme weapon. It sealed the heavens, sealed the earth, sealed everything. At this moment, a sigh sounded in the starry hall. Then, a sage appeared. Greetings, Patriarch. Li Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the others all stood up and bowed respectfully. That sage shook his head. There was no need to be so polite. The current situation was extremely dangerous. They had to deal with it carefully. Otherwise, it would be a crisis that would wipe them out. Patriarch, what exactly was going on? Immortal Palace's experts and invincible kings were extremely puzzled. That sage said that the nest of 10,000 dragons supreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, had the power to suppress and seal. Perhaps this time, they had opened the 10,000 dragons diagram and directly sealed the entire world. Those saints and holy armaments that had not been revived could not be communicated at all for the time being. However, those holy soldiers and saints who had been revived were still able to move. From the looks of it, the 10,000 ancient races wanted to seal the foundation of the human race so that we could not fight at full strength. It's sealing our foundation. In other words, those sleeping saints could not help us. Heavens, Immortal Palace's martial artists were extremely shocked, especially Li Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the others. They knew that their Immortal Palace had an extremely powerful foundation. Not only Immortal Palace, but the Yi family and Gu family also had extremely powerful foundations. Just the sleeping saints alone were probably many. But now, these saints could not be revived. Then what about the supreme weapons? Yi family and Gu family both had supreme weapons. Wouldn't it be fine if they used the supreme weapons to break the 10,000 dragons diagram? It wasn't that simple. Immortal Palace's sage shook his head. The 10,000 dragons diagram had awakened ahead of time and cut off all connections. Perhaps those ancient families and supreme holy lands could not revive their supreme weapons now. It was truly a disaster. What? They could not revive their supreme weapons. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. If that was really the case, then it would really be terrible. As expected. Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Grand Xia dynasty, 10,000 Buddha temple, their sect masters' faces were gloomy. It was because they could not revive their supreme weapons. Damn it, how could it be like this? There was a layer of power that separated us from the supreme weapons. Moreover, this power was not turbulent, but rather gentle. Therefore, it did not pose a threat to the supreme weapons. The weapon spirit sleeping within the supreme weapons would not awaken either. After learning of this situation, the expressions of these sect masters were abnormally ugly. Before they could react, the other party had already planned everything. Moreover, the other ancient royal families had joined forces and activated the supreme weapons. Needless to say, it was not just the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were definitely other ancient royal families. It was over. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with despair as they looked up at the sky. In the sky, the 12 saints stood on the azure dragon's skin and looked down with incomparably cold expressions. Behind them was an endless ancient army. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse, a terrifying genius. These people also looked down at the earth with cold gazes. At the front, the 2 saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. What magnificent mountains and rivers, what vast earth. This world was really beautiful. Yes, I remember that before I fell asleep, everything was under our control. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge also spoke in a deep voice, shaking the void. How could lowly humans have the right to control such a world? This world belongs to us. The saint of the Fire Chilan Cave also spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. Their eyes erupted with a biting cold light. Now that we have awakened, we are about to take back everything that belongs to us. The humans are only worthy of being our slaves. It's time to let these lowly humans know our power. We will once again rule the land and rule the world. The 12 sages had cold expressions as the nomological laws on their bodies soared into the sky. They were like high and mighty gods. They formed seals with their palms and terrifying seals appeared one after another. This world belongs to us. Let the humans feel pain. As the 12 sages used their divine chains and nomological laws, the azure dragon under their feet seemed to have come alive and turned into an incomparably huge dragon. The dragon opened its head and absorbed the spiritual energy within tens of millions of miles, forming a terrifying ball of light that suddenly rushed down. Black Demon Cliff. In order to escape the pursuit of the 10,000 ancient races, Lin Xian entered this place and was temporarily safe. However, when he first entered, he still felt his hair stand on end. Because they felt that a sage had killed his way in. This made Lin Xian's scalp go numb. Sages were extremely terrifying existences. He couldn't resist at all, and the other party was so strong. He could only pray that Black Demon Cliff was extremely terrifying and could stop this sage. Sure enough, not long after, the sage was inexplicably attacked and blood stained the sky. He left in a sorry state. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, then his face was filled with shock. Even a sage could be injured here, let alone him. If he wasn't careful, he would probably lose his life here. Fortunately, perhaps because he cultivated the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian wasn't attacked in Black Demon Cliff. He felt that there was a sacred power that seemed to be attracting him. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go deeper because he knew that even if he went out now, he wouldn't be able to escape. There must be ancient powerhouses guarding outside. He had to think of a way to see if he could find any treasures here and go out to kill. However, after searching around, he still couldn't find anything. Therefore, he simply stopped searching and sat there cross-legged, silently cultivating and recovering his body first. He wasn't afraid anyway, and those people outside wouldn't dare to come in. He still had a lot of cultivation resources in his hands, all of which were in the black earth. He could use them to cultivate. However, a few days later, the world suddenly changed as a terrifying pressure was emitted from the sky. Even Lin Xian, who was in the Black Demon Cliff, could feel it. The Crimson Dragon also came out of the black earth and screamed in fright. Damn, could it be that the saints had made their move again? He was too scared. Lin Xian was also on high alert. He decided that if the situation turned bad, he would enter the depths of Black Demon Cliff. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see the saint descend. Instead, the entire sky turned dark as if the sun had been blocked. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Dragon aura, he exclaimed. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying aura of the dragon clan pressing down from the sky. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary dragon. It was at least a saint-level dragon. From the looks of it, it should be the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons who had made a move. Could it be that the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons attacked us? Lin Xian was shocked. If that was the case, then things were really bad. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, and his eyes emitted a golden light that pierced through the demonic energy and darkness. He looked into the distance. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. No, it was not targeted at Black Demon Cliff, but the entire continent. Under the observation of the heavenly secret divine eyes, he saw the terrifying dragon might law covering the entire world. It was not only the Black Demon Cliff that was affected, but the other continents were also affected. Qingqing, Xiaoer, what happened? Lin Xian used the array formation to transmit his voice. Before they separated, they exchanged array formations with each other so that they could transmit their voice. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia had also transmitted their voice. They knew that Lin Xian had entered Black Demon Cliff and his life was not in danger for the time being. Therefore, the two of them were at ease and stayed in the sacred land to cultivate silently. But now, they could not cultivate at all. When they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission, the two of them hurriedly told him what they had seen. Big brother Xian, not good. The 10,000 ancient races are attacking. They took out their supreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, and sealed everything. Our Jade Lake can no longer use the West Emperor Tower. Even the sleeping saints and the sealed sacred weapons would not be able to come back to life. Hearing Morong Qingqing and Xianxia's words, Su Chen was extremely surprised. The Crimson Dragon's eyelids also twitched. 10,000 dragons diagram, damn it, is the nest of 10,000 dragons crazy? They actually took out such a thing. They want to use an extreme weapon. As a dragon and an old monster who had lived for many years, the Crimson Dragon naturally knew how terrifying the 10,000 dragons diagram was. If it used its full strength, it could probably destroy the entire world. No, they used an extreme weapon to intimidate the other families. Don't worry, they won't destroy the world. Their goal is to regain control of the world. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He naturally knew what these ancient creatures wanted to do. Didn't they want to regain control of the world? Even if the world wasn't destroyed, the human race was still in danger. They couldn't use their hidden trump cards. With the current strength of the human race, they couldn't resist the 10,000 ancient races. Furthermore, this time it was the three archaic royal families leading countless royal families and archaic races. This force was simply too powerful. They also had an extreme weapon to rely on. It would be difficult for the human race to resist. Unless the human race could use an extreme weapon to revive those saints. Perhaps they could resist. But if they really fought, the world would definitely collapse. Ghosts would wail and wolves would howl. Rivers of blood would probably flow. Many sacred grounds and families would be wiped out from this world. At this point, the Crimson Dragon sighed. Kid, why do I feel that this pursuit is a good thing for you? If you don't go out, you won't have to suffer the chaos outside. You'll definitely be able to survive. Why don't you cultivate here for a few hundred years and go out after becoming a saint? You'll definitely be able to intimidate a region. After all, at the saint level, your 9 young divine body and great dragon sword soul are definitely terrifying. Even if those 10,000 ancient races come to kill you, you can still retreat calmly. If you really can't, you can leave the true spirit world and go to the outer realm. The world was so big that a saint could leave whenever he wanted. Lin Xian directly shook his head and rejected the Crimson Dragon's suggestion. No, I can't cultivate here for a few hundred years. I have to go out quickly. In this crisis, Immortal Palace will also suffer. As the master of Immortal Palace, I can't just ignore it. Moreover, Qingqing and Xiaoer are still outside. I can't give up on them. I have to protect them. Lin Xian clenched his fists, his eyes releasing a biting cold light. If he couldn't even protect his subordinates and beloved women, then what was the point of cultivating? Kid, are you out of your mind? The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth in anger. What's the use of going out now? You're a young genius who can suppress the younger generation, but this isn't a battle between the younger generation. Did you see that? Those immemorial kings and saints have all jumped out, and they even used their supreme weapons. Do you think you can fight them? There must be a way. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood up. His heavenly secret divine eyes scanned the surroundings. This is Black Demon Cliff, where the 9 Sun Sword Saint fell. There must be other treasures here. Ruffian dragon, help me look around. You have to find something useful. I want to help the human race. I want to save the immortal palace. I want to protect Qingqing and Qiu'er. Lin Xian was very anxious. Useless kid, so what if I give you a sacred weapon? Can you use its full power? So what if you let the other saints use it? A sacred weapon can't change the battlefield at all. The Crimson Dragon shook his head and sighed. Unless the real Nine-Sun Sword Saint revives, perhaps he can reverse the situation. I don't care, I must try. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a biting cold light. The Nine-Sun divine body surged with divine fire. There must be something inside. I must go in and take a look. Lin Xian strode into the depths. Sigh. The Crimson Dragon sighed and shook his head. What a stubborn kid. He swung his dragon tail and followed. Boom, in the world outside Black Demon Cliff. The huge azure dragon opened its mouth and absorbed the spiritual energy within millions of miles. It gathered into a terrifying ball of light that was as bright as the sun. It carried a destructive power and blasted downwards. Middle ground, Xianxia sacred ground. This was a sacred ground in middle ground. Its strength was extremely terrifying, and it was also an overlord in middle ground. At this moment, the Xianxia sacred ground had activated a peerless formation. The sacred leader, elders, supreme elders, living fossils, and countless experts and young geniuses were all on guard. Because the dragon blood and dragon might in the sky and the laws of the saints were a great threat to them. Suddenly, a glaring light appeared in the sky, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Damn it, what was that? The people of the Xianxia Holy Land screamed in horror. The other humans were also shocked. The reason for that was because the sky had already been covered. It was dim and lightless. The sudden appearance of a ray of light in the darkness was truly frightening. Not good, that thing is coming down. The people of the Xianxia Holy Land were terrified. Was it a sun? What they didn't know was that it was an attack from the 10,000 ancient races. Block it, a supreme elder roared madly. Everyone in the Xianxia Holy Land started to move. They frantically operated the formation. The peerless formation emitted a monstrous aura. Rays of light surged, piercing through the void. The mountains within 1,000,000 miles were trembling, and the void was tumbling. The peerless array formation of a holy land was unleashed at full power at this moment. It was truly terrifying. Boom, in the next moment, the sun-like ball of light descended from the sky and blasted onto the array of the Xianxia Holy Land, bursting out with unparalleled light. The space within a radius of millions of miles was completely shattered. Pillars of light were like long dragons, striking the void. Boom. Boom, crack. Crack, not good, the people of the Xianxia Holy Land screamed madly. Because they found that their peerless array formation only blocked for a moment before cracks appeared. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. The sun-like ball of light directly pressed down. With a loud bang, the ground split open, and dozens of large cracks appeared. It was like a giant snake dancing wildly, tearing the ground apart. The spirit mountains, rivers, and countless palaces and pavilions in the Xianxia Holy Land were instantly torn apart and turned into ashes. Damn it, quickly counterattack. Those people roared as if they had gone mad. Those elders joined forces one after another, pushing a sacred weapon to contend with it. The young disciples quickly fled. However, under the sun-like light, all of their efforts were in vain. The bodies of tens of thousands of martial artists split open, turning into a bloody mist that drifted between heaven and earth. Screams rang out one after another, and those elders' bodies were also torn apart, crushed by this energy. In fact, even his sacred artifact was sent flying. Boom. Boom, boom. In the end, the sun-like ball of light landed on the ground and completely exploded, completely enveloping the Xianxia Holy Land. No one could escape. The terrifying sound spread throughout Zhongzhou, and for a moment, the Zhongzhou continent shook as if there was an earthquake. Large cracks spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles, and even millions of miles. At this moment, the 4 grand dynasties of Zhongzhou, the other sacred grounds, and the large sects were all stunned. They used secret techniques to observe. When they saw that the Xianxia Holy Land was shrouded in endless energy, they were dumbfounded. Damn it, the Xianxia Holy Land was under attack, not only Zhongzhou, but Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Nanling, and Northern Plains also sensed it at this moment. Those powerful sacred grounds, large sects, and families all used their arrays to investigate from a distance. When they saw the result, they were also dumbfounded. What kind of attack was this? What did it use? It was too terrifying. Those ordinary martial artists of the human clan were lying on the ground, unable to stand up at all. Their eyes were filled with infinite horror. The terrifying berserk energy lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it slowly dissipated. The sun-like ball of light slowly disappeared, and then it dissipated between heaven and earth. How was it? How was the Xianxia Holy Land? That was what everyone was concerned about. At this moment, the Yi family, Gu family, Yao Guang, Yao Qi, the grand dynasties of Zhongzhou, and the Buddhist sects of Western Desert were all investigating. They were all stupefied like wooden chickens. Even those supreme elders and living fossils were stupefied. Because they found that the Xianxia Holy Land was gone. Was the Xianxia Holy Land destroyed? Everyone's scalp went numb, and their faces were filled with horror. That's right, the Xianxia Holy Land had been reduced to ashes, and nothing was left. If there was anything left, it would be a sacred weapon. The sacred weapon that was used to resist fell to the ground, emitting a cold light. However, it had also become dim. A sacred weapon was an extremely terrifying weapon, and it was the only one that survived this disaster. The others were all killed. This included the Xianxia Holy Land's elders, grand elders, living fossils, and Xianxia Holy Lord. Without exception, they were all killed in one move. This result made the sacred grounds, large sects, powerhouses, and families of the world silent. Their bodies involuntarily trembled. Was this the power of the 10,000 Archean races? It was too terrifying. With one strike, a sacred ground was destroyed. Such a method was heaven-defying. Those martial artists of the sacred grounds were even more terrified. If this was the case, how could they fight? Their sacred grounds could only wait to be destroyed. The other party could destroy a sacred ground with one strike, and they could not resist at all. The sacred leader, sect master, and the patriarch of the clan of the ancients also had gloomy expressions. They didn't expect the attack of the 10,000 ancient races to be so fierce this time. Their attitude was actually so decisive. Was there no room for negotiation? In the sky, on the azure dragon's skin, the 12 sages watched the scene and sneered. What kind of human sacred ground was it? It couldn't even withstand a single blow. As he spoke, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons made a grabbing motion with his hand and picked up the sacred weapon on the ground. The sacred weapon began to tremble rapidly. It was a treasure sword. At this moment, it was emitting a biting cold light, wanting to kill the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. Dragon blood surged and directly suppressed it. Then, the 10,000 dragons diagram in the sky shot down a beam of light and directly destroyed the weapon spirit. The green treasure sword no longer trembled and returned to calm. It was completely held in the hand of the dragon race's sage. It was really a good treasure sword. He sneered and put it behind his back. This scene was naturally seen by the sect masters of the sacred ground. They were speechless. A sacred weapon was so easily obtained by the other party. This scene was like a dream. Damn it, an extreme weapon. The other party had an extreme weapon as his backing. They naturally knew that even a sage would find it difficult to easily control someone else's sacred weapon. However, if there was an extreme weapon, it would be different. Just now, it was the extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, that directly destroyed the weapon spirit of the sacred weapon. That was why the sage of the dragon race could control someone else's sacred weapon. Lowly humans, listen up, I'll give you a chance to live. The voice of the dragon race's sage sounded between heaven and earth. Now, give up the entire world and become our slaves. We can give you a way out. Otherwise, what awaits you will be massacred. If you dare to resist, you will end up like the Xianxia sacred ground. A cold voice resounded in all directions, spreading to every sacred ground and major sect. The cultivators of the sacred ground and major sects trembled, their faces filled with fear. Was this a declaration of war? The others were also incomparably furious. Damn it, they want us to give up the world, and they want us to become slaves. What a joke. This was especially so for the cultivators of the sacred ground and major sections. They were used to living like princes and were respected wherever they went. How could they endure being asked to become slaves? However, they did not dare to resist. How could they not be shocked when the Xianxia Holy Land was annihilated in one move? Damn it, what should I do? Didn't any saints come out to save him? They were terrified. Now, they could only place their hopes on the clans of the ancients and the apex Tao sacred grounds. They hoped that the saints of their respective sacred grounds would come out and turn the tide. Give up the world? Impossible. You want us to become your slaves? You must be dreaming. The patriarchs of the Yi family and the Gu family had spoken. As the descendants of the monarch family, how could they agree to such conditions? With the two clans of the ancients taking the lead, the other great sects of the Holy Lands followed suit. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things weren't that bad. What? Do you still want to resist? Since that's the case, don't blame us for being heartless. The 12 sages laughed coldly, and the ancient army behind them exuded a cold killing intent. Kill them all for me. Kill until they trembled. Kill them until they submit. Kill. Countless supreme ancient army raised their arms and roared. Terrifying killing intent turned into giant dragons that soared into the sky. At this moment, darkness descended. These ancient creatures were simply too powerful. The three theocrats had brought so many experts with them, and they even had the 10,000 dragons portrait to rely on. It could be said that they were incomparably powerful along the way. Roar, these ancient creatures were incomparably crazy. Their angry roars shattered the clouds in all directions. The entire ground was trembling. The human cultivators were terrified. Even their souls were trembling. There was nothing they could do. The other party was simply too powerful. That ferocity, those divine abilities, and the terrifying bloodline power suppressed them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Only a very small number of experts could resist it. Most of the cultivators were directly killed in one move. Boom, in the sky, the void cracked open, and a terrifying dragon claw descended. It was like a demonic mountain that carried an incomparably terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. Damn it, the three elders of the Dayan sacred ground roared. They were three invincible kings. At this moment, they executed the Dayan sword technique. Sword chi soared into the sky as if divine arrows were awakening. They fought against the dragon claw in the sky. Boom. Boom, the dragon claw mercilessly descended and shattered all the sword chi. The bodies of the three invincible kings of the Dayan sacred ground split open and instantly turned into a mist of blood. Their internal organs were directly smashed. No, elders, the cultivators of the Dayan sacred ground screamed crazily. Their faces were filled with horror. They didn't expect that their elders, invincible kings, would be killed so easily. Their faces were filled with despair. In the next moment, they were also enveloped by the terrifying palm and turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Damn it! Damn it! The Dayan sacred lord also roared crazily. However, he was soon sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This scene made all the cultivators of the Dayan sacred ground dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Even their sacred lord couldn't defeat the other party. Run! At this moment, they were running away crazily. In the sky, the ancient creatures sneered coldly. The silver lightning race's elites turned into lightning beasts and charged down from the sky. Instantly, countless people were pierced by lightning. Despicable ant, go to hell. The blood moon race's primordial king snorted coldly and exuded a terrifying murderous aura. The blood moon above his head crushed mercilessly like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everyone who was touched by it immediately turned into a mist of blood. At this moment, not only the Dayan sacred ground, but the Tai dynasty, Ninli dynasty, Divine Wind dynasty, and Great Xia dynasty were also affected. A green hand reached out with a pitch-black ghostly aura and directly killed more than 10 imperial family cultivators. On the other side, the blue devil race was continuously harvesting people's souls. Those people's eyes were wide open. There were no wounds on their bodies, but their souls were all devoured. Who can fight with me? the Sure race's elites walked on the ground, their bodies exuding a terrifying power. All the attacks landed on their bodies, but they were unharmed. And a single punch from them was enough to kill those invincible kings. Humans were indeed a bunch of trash, the Sure race's primordial king sneered disdainfully. Western Desert. They were also under attack. In the sky, golden clouds floated and covered the entire world. Countless figures flashed in the clouds. The person in the lead was a woman in red with a pair of divine wings on her back. Her face was cold, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with killing intent. This was the divine Phoenix Ridge. The Phoenix clan had led countless ancient armies to attack. Damn it, who are you? How can you blaspheme the pure land of Buddhism? The monks of White Horse Temple and Lanrua Temple roared crazily. A bunch of ants dare to be arrogant in front of me? In the sky, the woman in red sneered. The pair of divine wings behind her spread out quickly. They were 30,000 miles long. Then, they danced crazily. Wisps of divine light turned into divine arrows that descended from the sky. They were accompanied by killing intent as they shot down from the sky. Buzz, a heaven-splitting divine axe descended from the sky and directly split the Lanrua Temple's Buddhist gate into two halves. The array formation was split open by the axe. Boom, the majestic door collapsed, and countless monks turned into a bloody mist. Miserable cries rang out. Damn it, use the demon-subduing array. The eminent monks of Lanrua Temple roared. 360 monks quickly circled in the sky. Their bodies emitted endless Buddhist light. Vhumad was among them. His Buddhist light bloomed, and a terrifying power surged out. Demon subduing, a golden array formation formed between heaven and earth. Countless Buddhist light flickered, and Buddhist runes floated. It could suppress all evil in the world. You want to trap me with a mere array formation? In the sky, an old man sneered. He was a saint of the Phoenix clan. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a bone guqin. It was a guqin made from the corpse of a saint of the Phoenix clan. It was a sacred weapon. The sound of the guqin rang out, and the demon-subduing array that had just been formed below began to fluctuate like waves. Ka-ka-ka, cracks appeared on its surface, and with a hung sound, it shattered into pieces, scattering freely between heaven and earth. As for the 300 monks, they vomited blood and flew backward. Some of them directly exploded, and their souls were destroyed by the sound waves. Damn it, sacred weapon, Fong Guqin. It's Fong Guqin. Retreat quickly and resist with Buddhist chanting. Prajna. These monks chanted Buddhist Dharma to resist the Fong Guqin. However, they really could not resist. The Phoenix clan was simply too overbearing. In an instant, more monks were killed. The sky was split open, and the ground was shattered. Lanrua Temple was severely damaged. Vhumad also spat out blood madly. He pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. His body emitted a terrifying light, but he was still unable to resist. Fortunately, as a young prodigy, he was the target of Lancelot's protection. That was why he was not killed. Abbot, what should we do? Block it for me. I'm going to use the demon-subduing pestle. The abbot of Lanrua Temple roared. He entered the depths of Lanrua Temple. Soon, a terrifying light burst out from the depths of Lanrua Temple, bringing with it a monstrous saint aura and countless precepts, shining between heaven and earth. This scene gave hope to the monks of Lanrua Temple. The saint weapon is our demon-subduing pestle. Great, we have hope now. These people cheered, and no flower breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the saint of the Phoenix race sneered coldly. Demon-vanquishing pestle, let me see if you can subdue us. There was disdain in his eyes. The abbot of the Lanrua Temple held the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. 10,000 rays of Buddhist light bloomed from his body as he soared into the sky. He stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, "Come, follow me to the outer realm to fight." As he spoke, he soared into the sky. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The saint of the Phoenix race sneered. He also took Feng Qin, turned into a divine will, and disappeared into the sky. Everyone was extremely nervous. They knew that in a battle of this level, the power of a saint weapon was too terrifying. If they fought on the ground, the area within a radius of tens of millions of miles would probably be destroyed. Therefore, the battles between saints would usually be fought in the outer realm. There was nothing there, only the endless void of the universe. There was no need to be afraid of being destroyed, so those saints could do whatever they wanted. Above, the saints were fighting. Below, there was no stopping. The phoenixes led the primordial royals and other primordial races to kill in a frenzy. Blood flowed like a river. It was extremely tragic. In the end, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Then, the abbot of Lanrua Temple was sent flying and crashed into the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The saint of the phoenix race slowly descended with disdain in his eyes. Demon subduing pestle? That's all there is to it. Surrender, or die? The same scene was also playing out in White Horse Temple. Myriad Buddha Temple, an apex sacred ground. It had once produced Emperor Amiba, and his strength could be said to be very terrifying. The temple even had an apex weapon suppressing it. However, they could not use it now. However, as an apex sacred ground, their strength was much stronger than ordinary sacred grounds. Therefore, they had saints who had revived, and several sacred weapons had also been revived. For a moment, they blocked the attacks of the primordial royals. As expected of an apex sacred ground, they were indeed powerful. In the sky, a few figures descended. One of them had nomological laws dancing around his body. It was another saint of the phoenixes. Not good. When the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple and the elders saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They did not expect the primordial royals to descend, and they were saints. This wasn't good news for them. 10,000 Buddhas augmentation, the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple snorted coldly. In Myriad Buddha Temple, all the monks began to chant Buddhist scriptures. Wuchen was also there. All the Buddhist scriptures were added to the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple. With the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple, a golden Buddha was formed. This golden Buddha was indomitable, as if a real Buddha had appeared in the void, emitting a vast divine might. Is that so? Then let's see if your Myriad Buddha phantom is stronger or my phoenix phantom is stronger. In the sky, the phoenix race saint sneered. He reached out his hand and released the power of his bloodline. Behind him, a bloody light surged into the sky, forming a phoenix. It emitted a supreme saint's might. When this phoenix phantom appeared, everyone felt their souls tremble. Their bloodline was suppressed, and they could not breathe at all. As expected of the phoenix race. It was an ancestral awakening phantom, a saint-level ancestral awakening phantom. These people's faces were filled with despair. As expected, the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple's expression also changed. However, he still gritted his teeth and activated the Myriad Buddha phantom to fight against it. The two phantoms collided in the sky, and a terrifying divine light surged into the 9 heavens. Fortunately, Myriad Buddha Temple was an apex sacred ground and had a terrifying array formation protecting it. That was why Myriad Buddha Temple was not destroyed. However, the surrounding ground and sky were all destroyed into nothingness. In the end, the Myriad Buddha phantom vanished into thin air. The abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple also vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and his expression was dispirited. Abbot, those people screamed crazily. Wuchen's figure also swayed and came to the abbot's side. He chanted Amiba, and a terrifying bloodline power rose from his body, enveloping the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple. Amiba. He sighed, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The sun, moon, and stars were not something that a young man could produce. The reincarnation of an ancient Buddha? Interesting. In the sky, the phoenix race saint stared at Wuchen and revealed a cold smile. However, you're still too young and haven't fully grown. You still can't unleash all the power you had in your previous life. It's not difficult for me to kill you. The saint's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Divine chains of order danced under his feet, transforming into swords of killing. Apart from the western desert, the southern ridge, northern plains, and eastern wilderness also suffered heavy losses. Countless experts were killed, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sky. All kinds of screams sounded like ghosts. These people were in complete despair. They had only read about this kind of dark upheaval in ancient books. They had never experienced it personally. When they read it back then, they thought it was just a legend. They never thought that one day, they would also experience such dark turmoil. Eastern Wilderness. The Yi family and the Gu family were also affected. Many elders and experts were killed or injured, causing their faces to turn gloomy. No, we can't be so passive. We have to gather together and counterattack. Otherwise, if we're defeated one by one, I'm afraid we'll really be finished. The Yi family's patriarch said in a deep voice. He quickly contacted the Gu family's patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, Alcade sacred leader, Daoi sacred leader, and the others to discuss. Soon, they decided to gather at the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool was extraordinary. Apart from the West Imperial Tower, the Jade Pool water was also very magical. A drop of Jade Pool water was said to be able to bring bones back to life. It could be said to be a life-saving sacred medicine. That was why they planned to go there. They would use the Jade Pool as their base camp to fight against the 10,000 ancient races. The Queen Mother of the West nodded. She joined forces with the two patriarchs of the Yi and Gu families and issued an order. Fellow humans, gather at the Jade Pool to fight against the 10,000 ancient races. Their voices turned into thunder and rolled in all directions. At this moment, all the sacred grounds, sects, and families heard it. Countless people gathered at the Jade Pool as if they had gone crazy. In order to prevent the ordinary cultivators from being affected, the Queen Mother of the West declared war on the 10,000 ancient races. Come to the Jade Pool to fight. Determine victory and defeat. The three royal families of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chelan Cave sneered when they heard it. You want to fight to the death? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I can catch all of you in one fell swoop. It'll save me the trouble of running around. The three royal families were fearless. The far ancient royals and the other far ancient race beings laughed coldly as well. Indeed, it was too troublesome to kill those holy lands one by one. After all, the true spirit world was simply too vast. Even for them, it would take a lot of time. Now that they were all gathered at the Jade Pool, things would be much easier. As long as they killed all the people from the Jade Lake, the whole world would be theirs. Let's go. The three imperial families led countless immemorial armies and flew toward the Jade Pool. At the same time, in the other holy lands, the experts of the various clans also gathered at the Jade Pool. For a time, the Jade Pool became the target of everyone in the world. The Yi clan and the Gu clan were the first to arrive. They asked if the Queen Mother could use the Western Imperial Tower. The Queen Mother of the West took a deep breath. The West Imperial Pagoda was rather special, it had never truly fallen asleep. If they were to attack the fairy pool, they would definitely alert the West Imperial Tower. Hearing this, the Yi family and the Gu family heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. They would not dare to attack the Gu family and the Yi family, because the Void Mirror and the Celestial Emperor Cauldron would also awaken. At that time, our three extreme weapons will definitely be able to contend against them. Not necessarily. The Queen Mother of the West's expression was solemn. They would not be so stupid as to attack by force. They might not even use their extreme weapons. We still have to make all kinds of plans. It would be best to gather all the sacred lords and think of a plan together. They will be here soon. The Yi clan and the Gu clan leaders nodded. This time, they had brought many elders, invincible kings, and young geniuses. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were also here. However, the divine body of the Gu clan did not come. It was said that he had stayed with the Gu clan to guard the Jade Pool. This scene was rather surprising. Because the divine body of the Gu clan was very mysterious and had almost never appeared in front of others. Soon, the sacred lords and sacred lords of the Eastern Barren Territory all arrived with their experts. The sacred lords of the Western Desert, Middle Ground, Nanling, and Northern Plains also arrived. In an instant, the Jade Pool became more and more lively, but there was no lively atmosphere at all. Everyone's expression was solemn and their faces were pale. Because they knew that the 10,000 ancient races were about to arrive, and a shocking final battle would unfold here. While the world was gathering at the Jade Pool, on the other side, at the Black Demon Cliff, Lin Xian also learned about the situation outside through the array. His expression was incomparably solemn because the 10,000 ancient races were just too strong. With one strike, they had destroyed the Xianxia sacred ground, and then slaughtered the other sacred grounds and sections. Basically, none of the sacred grounds and sects could resist. Other than a few that had extreme weapons and were not attacked for the time being, the other sacred grounds and sects were all heavily injured. And now, the world was gathering at the Jade Pool. It seemed that there would be a final battle. He had to do something. But until now, he had yet to find anything mysterious. Forget it, I'm not going. I'm exhausted. The Crimson Dragon sat on the ground. No, kid, stop. The demonic chi here is too terrifying. We can't resist it anymore. Indeed, in the depths of Blackwood Cliff, there was monstrous demonic chi all around. It was extremely terrifying. Even with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's strength, they had to deal with it with all their strength. Therefore, with every step they took, they had to expend a lot of energy. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon's body did not have much energy left. He could not walk at all. Lin Xian also sighed and sat down. Alright, I'll rest here and recover my strength. He took out 2 divine crystals, held them in his hand, and absorbed them with all his might. At the same time, he frowned. This should not be. This was the place where the 9 Sun Sword Saint and the Great Demon died. How could there be nothing? Could it be that there was still a deeper place? He raised his head, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. He looked deeper with a solemn expression. That place was too terrifying. Probably even a sage could not enter. Even if he had the 9 Sun divine body, he would not be able to enter. Senior 9 Sun, now that the human race is about to be destroyed, the dark chaos is about to begin, Lin Xian prayed in a low voice. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. Don't say any more. It's useless. That old guy has been dead for God knows how many years. How could there be a response? Is the chaos about to begin again? Just as the Crimson Dragon finished speaking, a voice floated into his ears. Whoosh, the Crimson Dragon jumped up in fright. He floated in the void, and his hair stood on end. Damn it, who is it? Who is talking? Kid, are you trying to scare me? Lin Xian was also shocked. He turned his head and looked as if he was facing a great enemy. It's not me. Then who is it? It can't be, right? Could it be the ghost of old Ghost? Heavens, it said that a shocking battle happened here. Who knows how many people died? Damned brat, I told you, you shouldn't have come here. The Crimson Dragon wanted to escape. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be the remnant soul of the 9 Sun Sword Saint? If that was the case, then there might be hope. The Crimson Dragon said, not necessarily. Kid, don't forget that there's a great demon here. What if it's the soul of that demon? We'll all be finished, we probably won't even be able to withstand one move. The Crimson Dragon didn't want to take the risk. The two of them felt their hair stand on end when they heard the voice. Senior 9 Sun, is that you? Lin Xian asked quickly. At the same time, he activated the mysterious Heaven's divine god and scanned the surroundings. Soon, a faint voice sounded in his ears again. That's right, it's me. This is a remnant of my soul imprint. Senior, do you really have a remnant of your soul imprint? Lin Xian was wild with joy. He hurriedly said, the dark chaos has begun again. Senior, do you have any methods? Can you stop it? There is one method, but it depends on whether you can succeed or not. The voice of the 9 Sun Sword Saint drifted over. What method? Lin Xian asked quickly. Walk inside and come to the place where I fell. I'll tell you. The place where you fell? Lin Xian was shocked. That was the place where the demonic energy was the thickest. He couldn't resist it at all. Not to mention him, even a sage couldn't enter. The 9 Sun Sword Saint said, don't worry. With my guidance, the demonic energy won't hurt you. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon at the side was skeptical. Kid, be careful. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Lin Xian said, it's fine. I have to give it a try. As long as there's a chance, I won't give up. Indeed, Lin Xian urgently needed power to stop the dark chaos. Thus, he walked forward. As expected, it was unknown whether or not it was the influence of the 9 Yang Sword Saint's soul, but wherever Lin Xian passed, the devilish energy would frantically retreat, opening a path for him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was even more elated. His speed was even faster as he turned into a stream of light and flew forward. The dark red divine dragon at the side and followed him. The two of them came to the depths of the black demon cliff. The surroundings were simply too terrifying. The terrifying demonic chi even carried with it the laws of the world that could pierce through saints. No wonder this place was called a forbidden area. Because even if a saint were to come, he would probably not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon would never come here. There was a huge crater in front of him. It was shrouded in endless demonic chi, making it impossible to see what was inside. Lin Xian asked again in a clear voice. Senior 9 sons, I have arrived. What should I do next? Do you see that deep hole? My body is still in that deep hole. Dig it out. Dig it out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Crimson Dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. The 9 Yang Sword Saint's body was still there. It was truly unbelievable. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? Could it be because he cultivated the 9 Yang divine body? This was really shocking. The 9 Yang divine body was indeed too mysterious and terrifying. Lin Xian's figure flashed and jumped forward. The demonic chi in front of him quickly dispersed and retreated like the tide. There was a huge crater in front of him. He couldn't see the end of it, as if it was connected to hell. He shot out wisps of sword energy and probed downwards, quickly shuttling back and forth. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, his eyes finally lit up. Then, the sword energy turned into a huge dragon, wrapped around the thing below and flew out quickly. Boom! When the corpse below came to the surface, the surrounding demonic chi rumbled rapidly. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand the pressure. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also held their breaths. They felt as if there was an invisible force that was going to crush them to death. Damn it, it's so scary. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years, but his body still has such terrifying power. What level did the 9 Yang Sword Saint reach when he was alive? He probably wasn't far from being a great emperor. The Crimson Dragon screamed in horror. Lin Xian also kept retreating. At the same time, the dragon sword soul in his body roared. His body shone brightly as he used the 9 Yang divine body. Soon, the corpse below trembled slightly as if it was reacting. It should be a mysterious connection between the 9 Yang divine bodies. The terrifying pressure disappeared. Only then did the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Come over and grab my hand. Our two divine bodies can resonate with each other. You will know what to do next. Hearing that, Lin Xian walked over. He squatted down, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the corpse's hand. The corpse's flesh was gone, leaving only a skeleton. It was not an ordinary skeleton, but a golden skeleton. Every inch of the bones was golden as if they were made of gold. Lin Xian grabbed the golden skeleton's hand and was about to ask what to do next. Suddenly, his pupils constricted because 2 spots of light suddenly lit up in the golden skeleton's eye sockets. The golden light was mixed with incomparable demonic chi. Not good, Lin Xian exclaimed. In the next moment, he screamed miserably. He hugged his head and roared crazily in pain. Damn brat, are you okay? The Crimson Dragon immediately rushed up when he saw that. However, he was soon sent flying by the surrounding demonic chi, and dragon blood flowed out of his body. Damn it, why did you attack? The Crimson Dragon roared crazily. That shouldn't be. Is the 9 Yang Sword Saint trying to reincarnate? He knew that something was wrong. It couldn't be that simple. Ha 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 ha, I am a great demon who has just been resurrected. Suddenly, a crazy roar sounded, causing the surrounding demonic chi to turn into a boundless black wave that pierced through the void. The Crimson Dragon's expression became incomparably ugly. A great demon, it's actually a great demon, his soul hasn't completely dissipated. That's too terrifying. Damn it, it's a conspiracy, the Crimson Dragon instantly understood. That soul should be the great demon's. For some reason, it had attached itself to the 9 Yang Sword Saint's corpse. That was why it had spoken to him earlier. It seemed that the other party wanted to possess Lin Xian's body. However, the other party was probably too weak. Only by physical contact could it activate the possession. That was why the trap was set up. Lin Xian was caught off guard. In addition, he wanted to obtain power to stop the Dark Rebellion too much. That was why he fell for the trap. Brat, you have to persevere. The Crimson Dragon roared anxiously. He couldn't help at all. Just the demonic chi around him was enough to make him feel dangerous. This great demon didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by now. Therefore, he could only wait patiently. He hoped that Lin Xian's trump card would be able to kill this great demon. Lin Xian was struggling bitterly, resisting the great demon's soul attack. Several figures appeared in other mysterious places of the world. Among them, an old voice appeared. Like a star, it descended in front of a huge mountain. Spiritual mountain. That's right, it's here. The old man revealed a smile. If someone was here and saw him, they would definitely exclaim. Especially those from Immortal Palace, because this old man was the old palace master of Immortal Palace, Xiaojiu. Spiritual Mountain was an extremely terrifying place, and it was related to a great emperor. Donghua Great Emperor. An extremely terrifying existence had left behind a Dharma treasure in the Spirit Mountain. It wasn't any weaker than an extreme Dao weapon. At this moment, Xiaojiu stood in front of Spiritual Mountain, his eyes flickering. The investiture of the gods should be in Spiritual Mountain. At the same time, several other figures flew out from the mysterious Reincarnation Mountain and floated to various places of the true spirit world. On the other side, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was extremely nervous. The sacred lords, sect masters, great elders, experts, and geniuses of various sacred grounds and sects had all gathered at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Luckily, as an extreme Dao sacred ground, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was large enough to accommodate so many people. This scene was even more lively than the previous Peaches of Immortality banquet, but no one was in the mood to talk. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Some of them even had blood on their bodies. Wu Hua, Wu Chen, the Great Xia Prince, Princess Divine Wind, and the Ninely Prince all had blood on their bodies. They were all heavily injured. Heavens, it can't be. Even Wu Chen was heavily injured. He was one of the titled geniuses. It seemed like the Thousand Buddha Temple was also heavily injured. Queen Mother of the West, you must avenge us, the people of Five Elements Palace cried as they came in. Their holy lord had been directly killed. Five Elements Sacred Lord had fallen. This was like a bolt from the blue, shocking all the martial artists. Not only Five Elements Sacred Lord, but Nine Firmament Sacred Lord was also shocked. He had fallen, the new Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder's face was also pale. Fortunately, he was still alive. The other Sacred Lords and Sect Masters were also heavily injured. None of them were in good condition. The only one that was unharmed was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Because they weren't too affected, but what awaited them was a storm of attacks. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The sky was like a painting, trembling rapidly. Endless spiritual energy surged, and a terrifying aura surged. In the distance, the sky pressed down, causing all the cultivators to raise their heads and look up. Not good, the 10,000 ancient races are here. At this moment, they were extremely terrified. Was the final battle about to begin? However, they couldn't fight back at all. Other than the sage, the other party also had the 10,000 dragons portrait. That was an extreme weapon, how could they resist it? After all, the human race had no lack of apex weapons. The Jade Lake's West Emperor Pagoda, the Gu family's Void Mirror, the Yi family's Celestial Emperor Cauldron, and the Skyscraper's Dragon Emperor Sword, Yao Guang's Dragon Pattern Cauldron and Jiuli Dynasty's Jiuli Painting. It could be said that there were many extreme grade weapons, but they couldn't use them at all. Because the nest of 10,000 dragons was the first to activate the extreme weapons, cutting off their connection with the extreme weapons. Unless the other party went crazy and attacked with extreme weapons without any regard for their lives, only then would the other extreme weapons be activated and resurrected. Apart from that, it would be very difficult for them to use their extreme weapons again. This caused them to be at a disadvantage even before the battle began. Human ants, kneel down and accept your death. In the distance, dark cloud-like figures descended. The sky was filled with a black mass as countless ancient armies rushed over. They looked down like gods and demons. Killing intent surged from their bodies and pierced through the 9 heavens. It directly caused the peerless array formation below to rumble nonstop. Are they all here? Very good, just nice. I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop so that I won't be hunted down everywhere. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. Behind him, the other dozen or so sages also emitted a cold aura. Divine chains of order danced in the sky, bringing with them a powerful pressure. Damn it, are you really going to attack and kill us all? Do you really think that the human race is easy to bully? The Yi family patriarch roared angrily. The Gu family patriarch also snorted coldly. That's right, if forced into a corner, we'll fight to the death. We can use extreme weapons at all costs. If that's the case, you won't be able to gain any benefits. Everyone, what can't we sit down and discuss? Must we make such a big fuss? Once the extreme weapons are used, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, other than the Holy Land families with extreme weapons, the other factions will be annihilated. The 10,000 ancient races are no exception. Is this the outcome you want to see? The Queen Mother of the West also spoke in a deep voice. Sit down and talk? What's there to talk about? This piece of land originally belonged to us. The true spirit world was also controlled by us. It's just that we fell into a deep sleep, so you humans took advantage of us. Now, we've revived and regained control of the entire world. You humans, retreat and become our slaves. We can give you a way out. The powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave shouted coldly. Other than that, there was nothing to discuss. Domineering, incomparably domineering. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all. Damn it, let's fight it out. Some powerhouses gritted their teeth. They had never suffered such a thing. Let them become slaves? They might as well let them die. The others also roared angrily. In the sky, the 10,000 ancient races sneered. Fight it out with us? Do you have the qualifications? Humph, in a one-on-one fight, without using extreme weapons or holy weapons, you're not my match at all. A Grand Elder of the 5 Elements Palace stood out. Their sacred lord had been killed by the other party. How could they tolerate this? They had to take revenge. In a one-on-one fight, with just you, I'll fulfill your wish. In the sky, a figure descended. Like a fiend god, he was tall and had a monstrous bloody light on his body. Behind him was a blood-colored moon that was bobbing up and down. It was the primordial king of the Blood Moon clan. Come out, lowly human race. I can kill you with one hand. The primordial king of the Blood Moon clan was very powerful. I'll kill you. The Grand Elder of the 5 Elements Palace walked out. His robes fluttered, and the power of the 5 elements floated in front of him, forming a 5 elements mountain that crushed the void. This Grand Elder was also an invincible king. Moreover, he was a very powerful veteran invincible king. At this moment, he went all out without holding back and struck out with the power of the 5 elements. He activated the 5 elements mountain and quickly blasted it forward. The terrifying power was like a vast ocean, sweeping across the void and pressing forward. Reckless. Blood Moon Slash, the primordial king of the Blood Moon clan sneered as his bloodline power surged. With a wave of his arm, the blood-colored moon above his head spun rapidly, turning into a blood-colored long saber that directly slashed down. Puff, the 5 elements mountain was split in half. The Grand Elder of the 5 Elements Palace was also split in half from the middle. Blood dyed the sky red. What? He was killed in one strike. No way, how could the difference be so huge? Everyone was terrified, especially those from the 5 Elements Palace. Their bodies were trembling. This was impossible, that was one of their Grand Elders. How powerful was he? But now, he was killed by the other party in one strike. Moreover, the other party was not a saint at all. He did not even use a sacred weapon and was killed just like that. This scene caused everyone to fall into despair. The other sacred lords, sect leaders, Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others all frowned. The other party was indeed powerful. As expected of one of the terrifying royal races. The Blood Moon clan's primordial king sneered disdainfully as he looked at the corpse on the ground. He looked forward, his ice-cold eyes like two blood-colored bolts of lightning as he stared at the human cultivators in the Jade Lake Holy Lands. Who else is unconvinced? If you want to die, then come out, I'll do it, an expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land walked out. He was also an invincible king. Primal chaos energy revolved around his body, forming a primal chaos battle armor. The spear in his hand was formed from primal chaos light. He was extremely powerful. As he walked, he tore apart the sky and the earth, causing the earth to tremble. It was clear that this was an extremely terrifying invincible king. Elder, do your best. Kill him, the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land crazily shouted. The other human cultivators also clenched their fists and paid close attention. Although the All Beginnings Holy Land wasn't an extreme Tao Holy Land, it was still an extremely terrifying holy land. The primal chaos energy they cultivated had a great origin and was incomparably terrifying. Thinking about it, they should be able to kill him. The primal chaos energy was indeed a mystical ability. Unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it to perfection. The Blood Moon clan's primordial king coldly snorted in disdain. In the next instant, the blood-colored moon above his head revolved once more, turning into a blood-colored saber that slashed down. This scene was exactly the same as before. Therefore, the hearts of the human cultivators leaped to their throats. Buzz! It was the primal chaos spear. With a furious roar, the All Beginnings Holy Lands expert brandished the spear in his hand. It turned into a beam of primal chaos light that flashed out. The void rumbled as a beam of divine light soared into the clouds, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unimaginable power surged out, causing everyone to tremble. How powerful! As expected of the primal chaos energy, it was absolutely powerful, everyone cried out in alarm. The two energies collided in the sky, creating a resounding sound that tore through the void. It was blocked by the blood-colored moon. When the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators saw this scene, they all cheered. The All Beginnings Holy Lands expert also breathed a sigh of relief. The other party was only SOSO. Did he really think that he could block his attack? Suddenly, the All Beginnings Holy Lands expert's body trembled, and deep fear appeared in his eyes. That was because a voice had sounded behind him. Damn it, he wanted to turn around, but before he could do anything, a hand reached out and shattered his primal chaos battle armor, then grabbed his heart and ripped it out. Bang, the palm pierced through his body and crushed his heart. Pung, the body of the All Beginnings Holy Lands expert was torn apart. The one who attacked was an expert from the Blood Moon clan. Although his opponent had blocked his first attack, he was still killed by the second attack. Killing with one strike, there was no chance of survival. This scene made the people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground despair. How could he be so strong? In 2 moves, he killed another invincible king. Moreover, he was the incomparably powerful invincible king. Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races were so heaven-defying? Was there no one who could contend against them? Damn it, I don't believe it. The 4 Symbols Sacred Lord stepped forward. He possessed the power of the dragon elephant, which was extremely terrifying. With a stomp of his foot, a 1,000,000-li-long crack was formed, about to stomp the entire thing in half. Let me do it this time. Another divine shadow descended from the sky. This person was similar to a giant. His body was covered in earth-like patterns. He was a true member of the stone race. This was the stone race's primordial king. Both of them stood out. Both of them were invincible kings who specialized in close combat. At this moment, their confrontation was truly eye-catching. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist, the 4 Symbols Sacred Lord roared and brandished his fists. His fists transformed into dragon elephants that danced in the sky, crushing everything in their path. How terrifying! As expected of a Sacred Lord-level king. He was much stronger than the other invincible kings, the human martial artists exclaimed repeatedly. The eyes of the primordial kings also flickered. However, the stone race's primordial king only sneered in disdain. Today, I will show you what power is. Buzz. Mysterious blood-colored patterns blossomed on his body as he activated his bloodline power. With a loud roar, he stretched out his palms, covering the sky as he grabbed forward. Destroy! The stone hands grabbed the dragon elephant in the sky and forcefully pulled. The dragon elephant held in grief and was torn apart. Not only that, but this astonishing power passed through the dragon elephant and directly affected the four-symbol sacred lord. With a bang, the four-symbol sacred lord's arm trembled violently like a piece of cloth before exploding. The four-symbol sacred lord screamed and flew backward, half of his body shattered. Damn it, the four-symbol sacred lord roared and retreated into the Jade Lake sacred ground like a shooting star. His face was extremely pale. The stone race's primordial king sneered in disdain when he saw the scene. Trash, he spat out these two words. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions were ugly. Even a sacred lord-level expert had been defeated. He was no match for the other party. In fact, he couldn't even resist a single move. These people were simply too powerful and terrifying. The stone race wasn't an ordinary race. They were one of the most ferocious races among the primordial kings. Moreover, this primordial king bloodline power was simply too strong. The four-symbol sacred lord's defeat was not unjustified. A living fossil said in a deep voice. They knew that it wasn't that the four-symbol sacred lord was weak, but that the other party was simply too strong. He had far surpassed the sacred lord level. Damn it, I'll attack. An expert from the Dowie sacred ground walked out. However, the primordial king snorted coldly. Lowly humans, you're no match for us. There's no need to attack one by one. Let's fight to the death. In the sky, the 12 sages released divine chains of order that pierced through the ground. The primordial kings were also eyeing covetously. They were prepared to end the battle quickly and not waste any more time. In the next moment, the 12 sages attacked. The azure dragon beneath their feet spat out another ball of light that blasted onto the supreme array formation. Instantly, the array formation shattered, forming a huge black hole. Countless primordial kings charged in. Damn it, let's fight to the death. On the human side, the sacred lords and sect masters also roared in anger. They knew that they could no longer retreat. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. These people also attacked. At this moment, they didn't hold back. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others joined the battle. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out. At Black Demon Cliff, Lin Xian was still screaming in pain. He was currently suffering a great deal of pain. In his mind, a black mass of Mochi transformed into a ferocious figure that seemed to want to destroy his soul. It wanted to take his body for itself. 9 Yang Divine Body, Dragon Sword Soul, ha 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 ha, after obtaining your body, everything will be mine. In my previous life, I couldn't become a great emperor, but this time, with the 9 Yang Divine Body and Dragon Sword Soul, I will definitely become a great emperor. Moreover, I can go even further. He laughed wildly as if he had gone mad. Damn it, go to hell. Lin Xian roared crazily as he mobilized the Dragon Sword Soul to fight against it. The demonic figure sneered. The Dragon Sword Soul is powerful, but you can't unleash its full power. So now, you can't hurt me at all. If you die, I'll make good use of your body. The demonic figure let out a ferocious sound. Lin Xian roared crazily. In his mind, a golden vortex spun, forming a pair of golden eyes that looked down at the front like a god. Damn it, what is this thing? The demonic figure trembled, and a hint of fear appeared on its face. The golden eyes became more and more mysterious, and they even began to burn the black figure's soul. The black figure screamed and struggled frantically. Damn it, what kind of eyes are these? How can they be a threat to me? He couldn't believe it. The next moment, he screamed in horror. Could it be those eyes? Damn brat, you actually have those eyes, he screamed crazily as if he had encountered something terrible. I don't believe it. So what if you have these eyes? You're too weak. You're no match for me. He pounced forward. But in the next moment, he screamed and flew backward. Because his soul had been ignited. His soul imprint was already broken. Now that it had been ignited, his injuries were even more serious. Moreover, there was a dragon sword soul around, eyeing him covetously and attacking him from time to time. This caused the demonic figure to be extremely miserable. With a roar, he wanted to leave Lin Xian's mind. However, how could Lin Xian let him leave? Lin Xian had suffered so much pain before, and now he wouldn't let him go. Humph, Lin Xian crazily circulated his soul power without any regard for his life. He even mobilized the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword spirit roared and gradually merged with the golden eye. The dragon sword soul turned into a giant dragon, and the pair of golden eyes became the eyes of a giant dragon. Buzz, an even more violent force burst out and instantly enveloped the demonic figure. "Damn it, impossible, you can't kill me," he screamed crazily, but wisps of white smoke were emitted. In the end, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and was completely destroyed. Phew, it was finally over. Lin Xian also fell to the ground with a plop and closed his eyes. This scene shocked the Crimson Dragon. He quickly flew over. "Brat, are you okay?" Seeing Lin Xian's pale face, he was worried. It seemed that he had fainted. He dripped a drop of dragon blood into Lin Xian's body. At the same time, he took out a soul recovery treasure and fed it to Lin Xian. Then, he waited patiently at the side. Lin Xian finally opened his eyes under the effects of the dragon blood and soul recovery treasures. The Crimson Dragon asked. "Boy, is that you? Or was it that devil?" Lin Xian smiled and said weakly. "Of course it was me. I killed that guy." "That's great." The Crimson Dragon let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, a faint voice was heard once again. "I didn't expect you to be able to destroy the soul of a great demon. Looks like I really underestimated you." "Who was it?" The Crimson Dragon was scared out of its wits, and Lin Xian's face turned even paler. "Heavens, could it be that he's not dead yet?" Then the voice said, "Don't be afraid. This time, it really is my soul," the Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul imprint said weakly. "I fought with the great demon and we perished together. However, the two of us didn't die completely. His body was destroyed, and my body was left behind because of the Nine Sun Divine Body. His soul entered my body and fought with me for thousands of years. In the end, we intertwined and fused with each other. Just like that, tens of thousands of years later, we became what you saw just now. If you didn't appear, I'm afraid that in another few hundred years, the two of us might have disappeared. However, if you appeared and he succeeded in taking over, it would be another disaster. But fortunately, you managed to destroy her." Hearing this, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He took out a few more heavenly treasures from the black earth and swallowed them to recover his soul. He drank a few drops of spirit liquid. The next moment, he felt his soul recover quite a bit. Then, he asked, "Senior, what should I do to save the darkness this time?" The Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul sighed. "I'm too weak to help you now. Even if I go out, I can't do anything. However, my soul is weak, but my body can help you." "My body can help? How can it help?" Lin Xian asked. He felt that there was a way, so he couldn't wait to ask. "Enter my divine body and use this large success Nine Sun Divine Body to obtain his power. Perhaps it can help you." "You mean, use this body?" Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This body was a large success Nine Sun Divine Body. How terrifying was a large success Nine Sun Divine Body? It was absolutely unimaginable. One had to know that the Nine Sun Sword Saint had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but his body hadn't been completely destroyed. Even a terrifying existence like the Great Demon didn't have a body, but the Nine Sun Divine Body was preserved. Although only a skeleton was left, one could imagine how heaven-defying it was. But how to enter it? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that my soul left my body and entered this skeleton? He really couldn't understand. Moreover, after entering, would he be able to control this body? Then wouldn't he be invincible in the future? It's not as heaven-defying as you think. The Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul said weakly. "You must cooperate with my soul to enter it. Once you use it, my soul will quickly dissipate and eventually vanish. At that time, you won't be able to use the power of a large success divine body." So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. He asked solemnly, "Senior, how long can your soul last?" From the looks of it, the Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul was extremely weak. He probably wouldn't be able to last long. He didn't want the Nine Sun Sword Saint to die as soon as he left. There wasn't much time left, but it was still enough to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, if you enter my large success divine body, without using any divine abilities, just the strength of my physical body will be extremely powerful. Using the strength of my physical body won't consume my soul. Only when I use divine abilities will my soul be consumed. Moreover, the degree of consumption of my soul will be different depending on the degree of use. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint quickly explained. Lin Xian understood after hearing that. He took out some natural treasures from the black earth and said, "Senior, these are some soul recovery tonics. They are all natural treasures. Take some." He had taken out all of his soul recovery treasures. He did it so that the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul could last a little longer. He knew that the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's injuries were too serious. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years, it was impossible for him to be revived. All he could do was to extend his life. It was useless. He wouldn't be able to extend it for more than a few days. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint shook his head. Logically speaking, I'm not a great emperor. It's impossible for me to live for so long. Even my soul can't. It's just that my soul and that great model's soul fused together and some changes occurred. That's why I could survive for so long. However, at this moment, the great demon's soul has been destroyed. I won't be able to survive for long. Despite saying that, Lin Xian still handed all of the treasures over to Lin Fan regardless of the consequences. Even if it could be extended by 1 second, it would be a good thing. "Senior, there's no time to lose. Let's fuse quickly," Lin Xian said anxiously. The situation outside was very urgent. He could no longer contact Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. They must be in danger. He had to get out quickly. "Alright," the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul said after consuming those natural treasures. "The process of fusing is very difficult. Moreover, it's very painful. It's even more painful than cultivating the divine Nine-Yang body. Because you have to fuse with this skeleton. I know that no matter how difficult and painful it is, I have to give it a try." Lin Xian's eyes were firm and his voice was sonorous. Following the guidance of the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul, Lin Xian began to fuse. The process was too painful. Even Lin Xian screamed crazily. The Crimson Dragon's scalp went numb. Damn it, what kind of experience is this? He didn't know. He shrank his neck and shrank to the side. The process of fusing wasn't slow. It was very fast. However, it lasted for several hours. Finally, Lin Xian's body fused with the skeleton of the divine Nine-Yang body, forming a golden light. It was too bright and dazzling. It was so bright that the Crimson Dragon couldn't open his eyes. He was like a sun god, emitting thousands of rays of light. "Ruzalong, let's go," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The golden light on his body dimmed a little, but it was still very bright. The Crimson Dragon looked up and was stunned. In a daze, he seemed to think that the Nine-Sun Sword Saint had really come back to life. However, when he saw Lin Xian's blurry face in the golden light, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a possession. It was still that kid. "Let's go." The Crimson Dragon nodded. His body flashed, and he arrived beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian rose into the air. Wherever he passed, the black demonic qi receded quickly like the tide. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the void cracked open. Endless light spread out from under his feet, as if the sun had exploded. A beam of golden light spread out from under his feet and surged into the distance, turning into a golden dragon. Like a divine bridge, it carried him and flew out of the Black Demon Cliff. Outside the Black Demon Cliff, the 5 Archean kings were still waiting there, and there were hundreds of Archean creatures around them. Their auras were strong, and every single one of them was a powerful being. At this moment, these people were working together with the formation to seal off Black Demon Cliff completely. Suddenly, these ancient lifeforms frowned and looked into the distance. The 5 archaic kings also opened their eyes. They sat cross-legged in the void, and their eyes were as bright as divine lamps. There was a situation. They were transmitting their voices to one another. Sure enough, at the Black Demon Cliff ahead, Black Demon Chi rolled and spread to both sides. Something was coming out. These people were extremely surprised. In the next moment, they saw a golden light fly out from the Black Demon Cliff and turn into a giant dragon divine bridge that crawled in the sky. What was that? These people acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Could it be that the brat was about to come out, or was it something else? They did not know, but they were not afraid. There were 5 Archean kings here, and their strength was heaven-defying. Be careful, that brat might be coming out. The 5 Archean kings said coldly. The others also had solemn expressions. Sure enough, in the next moment, a golden figure stepped out of the golden path. He walked very slowly, but in a few steps, he came out of the black demon cliff from a very far place. Who are you? Seeing this figure covered in golden light, these ancient life forms were puzzled. One of the Archean kings even snorted coldly. The aura emitted from the other party made them extremely uncomfortable. Is he coming out? What a fast speed! The golden figure muttered to himself in a low voice. In the next moment, he swept his gaze in all directions and snorted coldly. Sure enough, he was still here. How reckless! What, it's that brat! One of the Archean kings screamed. His eyes were painted with silver flames, and he finally saw the situation inside the golden light. It's that brat. That's right, it's him. The dragon beside him is still there. It's that brat. How did he become like this? Everyone was shocked. The aura on the other party's body seemed to have become too tyrannical. No matter how tyrannical he is, he will still die facing us. The 5 Archean kings laughed sinisterly, and one of the silver figures walked out. He was the Archean king of the silver lightning race. At this moment, silver lightning surrounded his body, and there were even silver flames jumping, forming a lotus flower that shone behind him. Brat, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. You're really impatient. Are you unable to stay in there any longer? Don't worry, you won't be able to survive outside. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Since you dared to kill the prodigy of the silver lightning race, I will make your ending extremely miserable, the Archean king of the silver lightning race said in a sinister voice. He swore that he would torture the other party first before killing him. Then, he would send him to the nest of 10,000 dragons. But the Archean king of the silver lightning race's body shone brightly. He stretched out a palm, and silver lightning shot into the sky. It was as if a lightning beast had been resurrected, and it directly enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, it grabbed Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, these people laughed proudly. What Central Emperor? What young prodigy? In front of them, he was still an ant. That's right, how could a mere human warrior be compared to their lord? These Archean creatures laughed loudly. Bang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. That large silver palm smashed open, and light flew in all directions. The Archean king of the silver lightning race roared crazily. Blood dyed the sky red, and his palm was torn into pieces. You want to catch me? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you become so powerful? The Archean king of the silver lightning race was stunned. The other Archean creatures were also shocked and in disbelief. The other party actually came out and injured the Archean king. This was unbelievable. One had to know that no matter how powerful the other party was, he was only a young prodigy. Even if he was powerful, he would at most have about 27,000 to 28,000 Archean power. But the Archean king had 50,000 Archean power. The gap between the two sides was too big. A primordial king could squash these young geniuses to death with a single finger. But now, the ant in their eyes had injured the Archean king. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it, what did you use? Sacred weapon, the Archean king of the silver lightning race roared crazily. The silver stores in the sky regrouped and formed his arm. Buzz, he reached out his palm, grabbed a silver longsword, and charged over. Go to hell, brat, no matter what you use, you won't be able to defeat me. He was furious. He couldn't tolerate being injured by an ant. He wanted to split the other party in half first and leave him with only one breath. The silver greatsword flickered with incomparable lightning as it slashed down from the sky. This attack was absolutely terrifying. No one in the younger generation could resist it. Lin Xian looked at the greatsword and sneered disdainfully. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. It was simple and direct without any fancy moves. With a boom, the silver greatsword was shattered into pieces, turning into lightning that scattered in all directions. Then, Lin Xian punched the Archean king of the Silver Lightning race again. Puff, the Archean king of the Silver Lightning race's body was torn into pieces. What? Killed? That was impossible. The other primordial kings and primordial creatures were all stunned when they saw this scene. They were stunned in the void. How was that possible? That was a primordial king. He was extremely powerful, but now, he was killed by a single punch. And by a young descendant of the human race. They could not believe this scene. Damn it, this kid is strange. Hurry up and kill him. The other primordial kings roared. The other primordial creatures also charged over crazily. Was this the power of a greater success divine body? Lin Xian looked at the terrifying figures around him. He did not move at all. Instead, he stood in the void. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. His eyes flickered. It was too powerful. The power contained in this great success divine body was too terrifying. He did not use any magic at all in that punch just now. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to kill a primordial king. It was really shocking. It seemed that he could fight with a sage. Lin Xian was shocked. Don't worry, kid. Although he has been dead for many years, this divine body can't unleash its full power. However, the remaining power can still fight with a sage. It won't be a problem for you to kill a sage. The Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul said weakly. Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Could he kill a sage? He clenched his fists, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Great, this way, he would have a chance to stop the dark turmoil. While Lin Xian was thinking about these things, the surrounding primordial creatures were still charging over. The other two primordial kings also charged over quickly. They held terrifying ancient treasures in their hands that tore through heaven and earth. A terrifying light enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat, boom, Lin Xian waved his fists, and they were like suns that blasted in all directions. The bodies of the dozens of Archean life forms that were charging over were shattered into pieces. Then, they were enveloped by the Nine Sun divine fire, burned, and turned into nothingness. They did not even have time to scream. The ancient treasures in the hands of the two primordial kings also cracked in half with a bang. The two of them were also sent flying. Their bodies, which were covered in cracks, exploded with a loud bang. Now the two of them screamed crazily, their eyes filled with fear. Who would have thought that the other party would be so terrifying? A single strike had shattered both of their bodies, making it impossible for them to reassemble. Damn it, run, there was definitely something wrong with this kid. Hurry up and report it to the patriarch. Their two souls escaped as if they had gone mad. However, they did not take more than a few steps before they shattered with a loud bang. The reason for that was because Lin Xian's punch had not only destroyed their physical bodies, it had also completely annihilated their souls. Not good, run. The other two Archean kings and the surrounding Archean creatures felt their scalps going numb upon seeing this. Their eyes were filled with fear as they turned around and ran into the distance. Now, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Previously, when they surrounded this place, they thought that they could easily capture the other party. But now, they wished they could grow a pair of wings and quickly escape from here. As for capturing the other party, they didn't even dare to think about it. The other party was simply too powerful. Killing a primordial king was no different from squashing an ant. How could they fight against him? If you want to leave, then stay. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A golden light suddenly erupted, turning into a divine rainbow that carried terrifying flames, completely enveloping the entire sky. Boom! Boom, boom. This was the Nine Suns divine fire formed by a greater success divine body. Even a sage would not dare to easily contend against it, let alone these Archean creatures. Soon, the two Archean kings and hundreds of other Archean creatures screamed in the raging flames. Their bodies were ignited, and their souls were burning. It was impossible to extinguish the flames. In the end, all of the Archean creatures turned into ashes and disappeared into thin air. The two Archean kings were not spared either. In an instant, all of the Archean creatures were killed. And all of this was only a matter of a few moves. Was it settled? The Crimson Dragon was dumbfounded. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying means after fusing with the Nine Sun Sword Saint's greater success divine body. This was not inferior to a sage at all. Beside him, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He said to Rizalong, "Let's go to the jade pool quickly." Then, he turned into a wisp of golden light, wrapped the crimson dragon, and directly pierced through the void, flying quickly in the direction of the jade pool. At this moment, the jade pool was incomparably tragic. The void split open, the earth sank, and a terrifying sea of blood surged in the surroundings. It was a scene of destruction. The martial artists of the various sacred grounds and sects of the human race were fighting with the army of the 10,000 Archean races. The momentum shook the sky, and it was incomparably miserable. In the sky, the Archean creatures sneered. Terrifying claws with terrifying bloodline power descended from the sky. Ancient treasures emitted terrifying auras as they attacked. On the side of the human race, there were martial artists who fell at every moment. There were young disciples, and there were also experts of the older generation. Lowly humans, don't struggle anymore. In the sky, the sage's voice sounded. In front of us, you are just ants. There is no possibility of resisting at all. This voice carried a monstrous divine might, causing the bodies of the human race martial artists to tremble. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. Another sage's voice sounded. Now, put down your weapons, kneel on the ground, and welcome us. You can get a way out. Otherwise, only death awaits all of you. Think it through obediently. Otherwise, the human race will be exterminated. An even more ferocious voice sounded. In the sky, divine chains of order pierced through the 8 desolates. Despicable human, go to hell. Endless laws danced in the air again. A sage attacked and directly killed 3 sect leaders. This scene made all the human race martial artists despair. Damn it, where are our sages? Many people gritted their teeth and roared crazily. The patriarchs of the Yi and Gu families said that they were fighting in the outer realm. That's right, it wasn't that there were no sages on the human race's side. They had also attacked and fought with the Archean sages. However, the battle between sages happened in the outer realm, and they couldn't see it. However, occasionally, a piece of the laws would tear down from the sky, and the terrifying scene caused by it made them extremely terrified. The extent of the battle was probably not something they could imagine. Lowly humans, don't be wishful thinking. So what if you have sages? You are no match for us at all. These Archean kings sneered. They were all sages, but sages were also divided into levels and strengths. How could the other party's human race sages be compared to their Archean sages? In this battle, the human race would undoubtedly lose, and they would once again rule the land. Boom, suddenly, in the endless 9 heavens, a rumble sounded, and 10,000 bolts of lightning descended. Immediately after, blood splattered, and the void within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. Not good, seeing that drop of blood fall, all the figures below screamed in horror. Not only the humans, but the ancient creatures also fled crazily. Because the blood here was too terrifying. A single drop could crush the heavens. Sacred blood. This was the blood of a sage, they screamed crazily. Had the outcome of the battle above been decided, as everyone fled, they looked up at the sky. In the sky, more and more sacred blood gathered and shattered the void, forming a terrifying nomological energy that danced in the air. No one dared to approach. Some of the ancient creatures and human cultivators that retreated too slowly were directly torn apart by this energy. Boom, a figure descended from the sky. It was an old man. Damn it, no, the people of the Dao One sacred ground roared crazily. This was because this was one of their sacred ninjas. They just didn't expect their sacred ninjas to be injured. The people of the human race were filled with despair. The ancient creatures, on the other hand, raised their heads and laughed. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? Even if you're all sacred ninjas, you can't do it, that's right, you lowly humans are no match for us. Hurry up and kneel down, and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you can only go to hell. Crazy laughter sounded, and the faces of the humans turned pale. The sacred ninjas in the sky floated down. He wasn't dead, only injured. However, at this moment, his expression was incomparably ugly. Boom, at this moment, the void split open, and another figure fell down. This time, it was the ancient creature's turn to have ugly expressions. Because the sacred ninjas who fell this time was their sacred ninjas. This sacred ninjas also had blood on his body as he shattered the void. What was going on? Their sacred ninjas were injured, damn it, these ancient creatures roared crazily. On the other hand, the humans regained hope. In the next moment, several figures flashed quickly, divided into two factions. On the 10,000 ancient races side, there were 12 people with cold expressions. On the human side, there were only 7 sacred ninjas. Among them, 4 were injured. On the sacred ninja side, 3 were injured. In comparison, the humans were still at a disadvantage. What was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 dragons portrait had not been used yet. That was an extreme weapon. Once it was used, the sacred ninjas would not be able to resist at all. Hurry up and kneel down and submit. You have no chance of winning. The 12 saints were like gods, looking down on the earth. On the human side, their faces were gloomy. Among them, the saints of the human race had a solemn expression. The other sacred masters, sect masters, and young warriors all had pale faces. His face was filled with despair. Could it be that he was really going to lose? The head of the Yi clan snorted coldly. What kind of joke was this? If you have the ability, then kill us all. Otherwise, we would never give in. Kill one of the Yi family's grand elders also roared and charged forward. Golden aura surged from his body as he soared into the sky like a golden god of war. In the sky, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered in disdain. He pointed out with a finger and directly killed the Yi family's grand elder. Puff, the supreme elder's body was pierced through and he fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. He was no longer breathing. Reckless ants. If you're still not convinced, I'll use my extreme Dao weapon to kill all of you. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like gods and demons. Damn it, he really deserved to die. All the human ancient martial art practitioners roared madly. Could it be that they were really going to be killed here today? Even the 7 saints had ugly expressions on their faces. The other party had many more saints than them. If they continued to fight, they would probably die as well. Quickly retreat to the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West shouted coldly and quickly retreated with everyone. Morong Qingqing's small face was cold. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and there were a few terrifying cracks on her body. They were caused by the ancient prodigy's sneak attack. The 1-pound Xianxia was also injured. It wasn't just the 2 of them. Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the others were all injured. It could be said that they were still very heaven-defying that they hadn't been killed in the battle. So what if they retreated to the Jade Lake? Did they think that a mere Jade Lake sacred ground could protect the lives of ants like them? In the sky, the ancient creatures looked at this scene and sneered. They didn't move at all. Azure Dragon Break, the 12 saints formed seals with their palms. The Azure Dragon under their feet absorbed the energy of millions of miles and emitted a beam of light that rushed down. It caused the Jade Lake sacred ground to tremble. Many people inside vomited blood, and even the saints were injured. After all, this was an attack on the level of a saint. Moreover, it was a joint attack of 12 saints. It was caused by the use of a powerful god's eye. The Azure Dragon under the other party's feet, these human experts had already divined that it was not an ordinary thing. It was probably the corpse of a dragon saint after he died. It contained mysterious power. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender, or die? The primeval saint's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. He had lost his patience. These people didn't know what was good for them. Since these people dared to resist, he didn't mind completely annihilating them. After all, the 10,000 ancient races had plenty of slaves if they wanted. Humph, on the side of the human race, the 7 saints roared and attacked again. After an earth-shattering battle, they retreated again. This time, all 7 sages were injured, and one of them was almost killed. This caused everyone to be extremely terrified. Not only that, the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, and the Queen Mother of the West were all injured. Yi Wudao and the other young geniuses were even more seriously injured. The powerhouses on the side of the human race were on the verge of death. Unless they used their so-called foundation to awaken the sleeping saints, they would have a chance of fighting. Otherwise, the human race would be completely wiped out. What a bunch of trash. We haven't even used our extreme weapons, and you're already on the verge of dying? Don't worry, we won't give you a chance to live. In this lifetime, you won't be able to wake up those sleeping saints. No, the Yi family patriarch roared towards the sky, his voice tearing. Could it be that they were really going to be destroyed here? They were the family of a great emperor, however, their foundation couldn't be revived. With their current strength, they couldn't compete with the nest of 10,000 dragons at all. The Gu family patriarch also roared. Damn it, despicable. What was this? If you have the ability, let us use our foundation and fight with all our strength. The nest of 10,000 dragons is no match for the Gu family at all. They were also a great emperor family and also had extreme weapons. But now, they couldn't use them at all. How could they not feel aggrieved? In their opinion, if they used all their foundation, they could definitely contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons, and these 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to be arrogant in front of them. Humph, the Gu family? The void is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to use the things he left behind. Just you wait. Once I, the Dragon Prince, become the great emperor, I will confiscate all the treasures left behind by the remote antiquity families. Now, you can all die. In the sky, the 12 sages formed hand seals again, and a vast aura flew out from their fingertips. This time, the attack was even more violent. The 12 sages attacked together, and it really had the power to destroy the world. Under this attack, the Jade Lake would probably be destroyed. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The sacred lords and patriarchs were filled with despair. The young disciples couldn't withstand the sage aura and were directly pressed to the ground. The Yi family sacred lord, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sages all had ugly expressions. They roared crazily, ready to attack regardless of everything. Among them, the 7 sages went crazy. They didn't care about anything and attacked together again. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The primordial sages sneered and rushed into the sky to fight again. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist. The remaining primordial kings sneered. They controlled the azure dragon's skin and continued to attack. A terrifying aura was about to erupt. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly split open. Countless golden rays turned into sharp swords and cut the void in half. The azure dragon's movements were also interrupted. Boom. Boom, boom. The void trembled, and the light swept out like a tide, causing a huge crack to appear in the sky. Damn it. Who is it? At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. The primordial kings roared. The primordial theocrats also frowned. The newcomer was so powerful and terrifying that he could block their attack. Who was it? Did one of the sages of the human race awaken? Damn it. How was this possible? They had already used the 10,000 dragon picture to seal everything. How could those sleeping sages awaken? The human race was also stunned. They had originally despaired and thought that they were going to die, but they didn't expect that at the last moment, there would be a turn for the better. In the sky, a huge crack, 10,000 rays of light bloomed. Then, a golden figure appeared in the void and slowly descended. Along with it came a powerful force that suppressed the surroundings. So strong, the moment this golden figure appeared, everyone trembled. The primordial kings, sacred lords, and patriarchs were also terrified. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Who are you? An archaic king of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted coldly. I am the guardian of the human race. The human race cannot be bullied. The cold voice of the descending golden figure resounded throughout the land. Guardians of the human race, these words were like a clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's hearts. The 10,000 ancient races experts were stunned. The Jade Lake's cultivators' hearts were pounding wildly. Had their human race's experts appeared? Had he come to save them? The young disciples were trembling with excitement. However, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were frowning. Because the other side only had one person. Could they fight against the terrifying 10,000 ancient races? After all, even the combined forces of the energy reverend and the sage had been defeated. Even if the other party was a saint, there was nothing he could do. Unless the other party had special means to contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons and unlock the seal, reviving the heritage of the great sects of the Holy Land. Only then could they resist the 10,000 ancient races. When the 10,000 ancient races heard this, they were first stunned. Then, they sneered in disdain. Guardians of the human race? Ha 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 ha, what a joke! Do you think that you alone can protect the human race? That's right, who do you think you are? How dare you be arrogant in front of the 10,000 ancient races? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death, your human race's time is up. Cold laughter rang out. Among them, a primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons walked out. Kneel down and accept your death. As he spoke, a dragon claw stretched out, covering the sky and covering the earth as it grabbed at the golden figure in front of it. It wanted to claw him until he exploded. This scene caused everyone to feel nervous. The golden figure in front didn't dodge. Instead, he raised a finger and pressed it forward. How dare he fight against the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, he was fighting in close combat. He was courting death. Who did he think he was? Could his physique be stronger than the dragon races? Just wait, this guy will definitely be killed. The primordial king sneered. In their opinion, how could the other party be a match for the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons? A golden finger was like a peerless divine sword. It was incomparably sharp and directly pierced through the dragon claw. It even pierced through the head of the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons. With a bang, the head exploded. Blood mist filled the air as the corpse fell to the ground. What? This was impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What was going on? The primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons was killed. He was killed with a single finger just like that. Even his soul couldn't escape. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The martial artists on the human side were shocked. Those primordial kings felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this person? How could his methods be so powerful? Damn it, how dare you kill someone from the nest of 10,000 dragons? The primordial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons were even more furious. They were the primordial royal family, they were high and mighty, who dared to attack them, but now, someone actually killed one of their primordial kings so easily. Just an ant, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? Let your saints make a move. Today, I will tell you that the human race cannot be bullied. The golden figure said coldly. He was Lin Xian, who had rushed over from the Black Demon Cliff. After Lin Xian fused with the 9 Sun Sword Saint's great success divine body, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He left the Black Demon Cliff, killed a few primordial kings, and rushed directly towards the Jade Pool. Finally, at the last moment, he arrived. Damn it, go, kill him. And primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, a total of 4 primordial kings charged forward. 2 primordial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons, one from the divine Phoenix Ridge, and the other from the Fire Qilin Cave. These 4 primordial kings were all primordial kings of the primordial royal family. Their strength was incomparably terrifying, and they possessed the bloodline of the Emperor clan. At this moment, they attacked crazily. It's over, that guy is in danger. The martial artists on the human side all became nervous. After all, they were primordial kings of the royal family, making everyone's scalps go numb. Even the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the Gu family's patriarchs were the same. Lin Xian looked at the 4 primordial kings who had just arrived, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His eyes were incomparably resplendent. Killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. Another punch was thrown out, transforming into 10 suns that directly blasted forward. Boom, boom. Boom, before the 4 primordial kings could get close, their bodies exploded in midair, torn into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Dead, dead again, those primordial creatures widened their eyes in disbelief. They screamed crazily. Damn it, I don't believe it. Those were 4 primordial kings. Moreover, they were primordial kings of the royal family. How could they die? Damn it, who the hell was he? These people roared crazily. The 3 great royal families and more than 30 primordial royal families all went crazy. Those primordial creatures even began to tremble. The royal family was a godlike existence in their eyes. But now, there was actually someone who could slay a god. The human race's martial artists became excited. Hope was restored in their eyes. The person who came was so powerful, he might really be able to save them. Damn it, who the hell are you? These primordial creatures screamed crazily. They really couldn't believe that a human martial artist would be so powerful. I've said it before, I'm the guardian of the human race. Lin Xian's voice was cold. How dare you threaten my human race, kill without mercy, how dare you kill my human race's martial artists, tear them into pieces. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura formed on his body, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. At this moment, he was like a sun war god, making everyone look up to him. At this moment, even those primordial creatures' hearts were beating wildly, as if their hearts were about to split open. You want to tear us into pieces with just you? You're overestimating yourself. I'll let you experience the power of the 10,000 ancient races. The primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted coldly. The primordial king of the divine Phoenix Ridge also roared angrily. Kill him for me. They were really angry. Someone actually dared to challenge the three great royal families. They couldn't tolerate it. They had to use the primordial array formation to directly kill him. This time, they didn't rashly move forward because they knew that the other party was very strong. It wasn't something that one or two primordial kings could deal with. Therefore, they planned to use the array formation. These array formations were passed down from the primordial era. They were definitely incomparably powerful and unfathomable. Moreover, with so many primordial powerhouses using it together, it could definitely destroy the world. It wouldn't be difficult to instantly kill the other party. It's over. I wonder if that person can resist it? Yes, these primordial array formations are really too terrifying, far surpassing the array formations that we have now. Behind them, the sacred lords and sect masters of the Jade Lake sacred ground were discussing animatedly. The Supreme Elder and the others also had ugly expressions. That was because they had already suffered at the hands of the primordial formation in the previous battle. As soon as the primordial formation was activated, 4 sect masters had been annihilated on the spot. There were even 6 Supreme Elders who were directly crushed mercilessly. This kind of terrifying array formation made them tremble with fear. Now that the other party was using it, would that golden silhouette be able to withstand it? At the same time, they were also extremely puzzled. Who exactly was this person? Too powerful. Which holy land or great sect were they from? They could not guess. Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel that he resembled Brother Lin Xian? What did you say? Don't speak nonsense. How could that brat be so powerful? Someone shook his head. Morong Qingqing also said that his physique was very similar to the 9-yang divine body. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their scalps went numb. The eyes of the elders, living fossils, sect masters, and sacred lords twinkled. That's right, this really is the 9-yang divine body. No way, could it really be that brat? No matter how strong that kid was, he was still only a member of the younger generation. How could he have the power to surpass the holy bishop? These people's faces were full of disbelief. The patriarch of the Yi family took a deep breath. There was no doubt that it was the 9-yang divine body, but it probably wasn't Lin Xian. The power of the 9-yang divine body was too terrifying. It was not something that could be cultivated in a few hundred years. It would be very difficult to cultivate it without a few thousand years. Could it be that there was another successor of the 9-yang divine body in this world? They were extremely shocked. In front of them, the sky and earth spun as terrifying energy surged. Mysterious runes appeared in the sky like demonic beasts, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, all the spiritual energy within a radius of millions of miles gathered towards the array formation. A terrifying wave of energy formed, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky as if a peerless demon king was about to awaken. The immemorial Yuan Sky Array. A cold voice sounded, and the terrifying array formation rumbled, causing everyone's souls to tremble. A peerless killing intent rushed out. The entire ground was trembling. Even the jade pool was shaking. It could not be helped. The array formation was too terrifying. With so many immemorial kings and primordial beings activating it, its power was truly terrifying. But the terrifying array formation emitted a vast divine might, directly enveloping the entire starry sky and Lin Xian. Hurry up and activate the array formation. Below, Queen Mother of the West and the others also activated the peerless array formation to resist. Otherwise, they would probably be affected too. At this moment, everyone felt suffocated and wanted to escape. However, they could not do it at all. That was because their bodies had all stiffened. Despicable ant, go to hell. In the distance, the immemorial kings looked up to the sky and laughed, activating the array formation. The immemorial Yuan sky array rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying power. Countless lightning bolts and divine abilities rushed out. A wisp of lightning could kill an invincible king. At this moment, with so many of them, no one would be able to resist. The immemorial sky array was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was also an array formation expert, so he could naturally feel the powerful power brought about by the immemorial sky array. He was afraid that those sacred leaders and sect masters would not be able to resist it. But now, he was different. He now had the greater mastery of the nine-yang divine body, and its power was terrifying. This mere immemorial sky array could not hurt him. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he directly walked forward. Bolts of lightning struck his body, making rumbling sounds, but they could not cause him any harm. Lin Xian was like a god walking in the mortal world, strolling amidst the lightning and apocalyptic divine light. Damn it, how was this possible? Those immemorial kings widened their eyes and screamed crazily. Dream, I must be dreaming. Damn it, this person knows how to use illusions. These immemorial kings and primordial creatures screamed crazily. What did they see? The other party was strolling leisurely in their peerless array formation. He did not dodge at all. How was this possible? With such a terrifying immemorial sky array, any sacred bishop who lived in it would die instantly. Previously, they had successfully killed many powerhouses of the human race. But now, their immemorial sky array had actually failed. Damn it, could it be that this person is wearing a saint-level battle armor? One of the immemorial kings said coldly. After the other immemorial creatures heard this, their expressions also turned solemn. It was really possible. If it was a saint-level battle armor, it might really be able to withstand it. After all, a saint was extremely terrifying. A saint-level battle armor was a sacred weapon. So what if it's a sacred weapon? Let's attack together. The immemorial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The immemorial sky array was definitely not as simple as they imagined. Even if the other party was wearing a sacred weapon, as long as he was not a saint, he would still die. Kill, the primordial kings roared, and the murderous aura of the primordial army filled the sky. The power of the primordial killing array erupted once again. Lin Xian laughed out loud. The 10,000 ancient races and the peerless killing array are nothing in front of me. I've said it before, the human race is not to be bullied. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, tearing through the sky. His palm turned into a golden river and slashed forward. Terrifying lightning, terrifying storm, and world-destroying divine light. Under this attack, everything was turned into ashes. The entire primordial killing array shook violently, as if it would break apart at any time. This scene was too terrifying. The array that could kill a sacred leader was trembling rapidly under the feet of a person. Could this person be a saint? They didn't dare to imagine. God damn it, hold it steady. The primordial kings roared crazily as their palms formed seals. The primordial killing array in front of them churned rapidly as countless runes intertwined, forming in primordial demonic shadow. As soon as the primordial demonic shadow appeared, it carried a murderous aura and quickly charged over. This was formed by a peerless array, and it was extremely terrifying. After the first demonic shadow, many more appeared, densely packed. A total of 100,000 demonic shadows charged into the void. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and emitted a vast amount of energy. Kid, go to hell. The primordial kings behind them roared crazily. With a wave of their palms, 100,000 primordial demonic shadows rushed up crazily as if they were going to tear Lin Xian into pieces. A mere demonic shadow wants to fight against me? You overestimate yourself, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Golden light shone, and divine light danced in the sky. He punched out. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 100,000 demonic shadows trembled rapidly. Then, they exploded, forming countless murderous auras that scattered in all directions. A huge black hole was created in the entire array. Lin Xian retracted his fist. His body bloomed with light as he walked over like a god fiend. He walked out of the crack. A mere killing array, I don't care about it. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Today, I will show you the power of the human race. What? It was broken. Did he just break the ancient killing formation? How could this be? The ancient lifeforms in the distance were extremely shocked. Their eyelids twitched in disbelief. This was especially true for the archaic kings, whose faces were filled with shock. Who was the other party? What kind of method was this? A single punch had blasted it apart. It was an incomparably terrifying killing array. The human martial artists were also stunned. The sacred leaders and sect masters were shocked. This scene was like a dream. One had to know that the ancient killing formation could easily kill them. However, the other party didn't receive any injuries at all and easily broke through the barrier. Heavens, could this really be a saint? The 10,000 ancient races also thought of this possibility and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, so what if he's a saint? Kill him for me, no one in the 10,000 ancient races can stop him. These people charged forward like they had gone mad. However, before the ancient army could even approach, they fell from the sky. Their bodies exploded one after another, falling apart into pieces. Even their souls were directly extinguished. This scene was simply too shocking. Each of those ancient lifeforms was incomparably powerful. But at this moment, in front of Lin Xian, they were like ants. They had no possibility of resisting at all. Damn it, go to hell for me, the two archaic kings of the Fire Qilin cave roared angrily. Unparalleled flames bloomed from their bodies. Their bodies also suddenly enlarged, turning from human form into two Qilins. They were like giant mountains, roaring in the sky. These two Fire Qilins were extremely terrifying. Especially after they transformed into their true bodies, their bloodline power bloomed, suppressing the 9 heavens. It made those human warriors despair in their hearts. Was this the true body of the 10,000 ancient races? It was truly too terrifying. Moreover, the other party was actually a Qilin, not good. That was the ancient royal family, the Fire Qilin clan. They were extremely terrifying, not weaker than the dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons at all. Sure enough, the two Fire Qilins roared into the 9 heavens. Their terrifying voices shook heaven and earth, shaking those human powerhouses until their ears bled. With a roar, the two Fire Qilins arrived on both sides of Lin Xian. Their claws fell, tearing through the void, wanting to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Lin Xian reached out his palm, transforming it into a 5-finger mountain, grabbing forward. He grabbed the heads of the two Fire Qilins. Damn it, go to hell for me, the two Fire Qilins roared angrily. The flames on their bodies soared into the sky, wanting to refine Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A surge of 9 yang divine fire also rose from his hand and pounced forward. In the next moment, the two flames collided, emitting sizzling sounds. The two Fire Qilins screamed miserably. Their bodies were wrapped in 9 yang divine fire. Their bodies split open, their flesh and blood a mess. Damn it, how was this possible? I don't believe it. They roared crazily. This was too shocking. They were actually unable to resist the other party's flames. What kind of flames were these? One had to know. They were Fire Qilins. They cultivated flames to begin with. Furthermore, what they cultivated were Emperor race flames. What kind of terrifying flames were those? But they actually could not resist the other party, making them unable to believe it. In the next moment, they screamed even more miserably. Their heads were split into pieces, directly smashed apart. 2 massive corpses fell. Dust mist filled the air, and the ground cracked open. This scene was simply too terrifying. Dead, another 2 primordial kings were killed. This scene was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like a fiend god, moving his fists. Places that he passed through, those primordial creatures were all killed miserably one after another. Not a single one was able to escape. In an instant, those primordial creatures' blood flowed like rivers, corpses like mountains. This scene was simply too shocking. Those primordial creatures roared crazily. "Damn it, who the hell are you, the one who killed you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Weren't you all very arrogant and rampant? Want to slaughter humans? Now, I'll let you all have a taste of being slaughtered." While talking, Lin Xian waved his palm. Another 3 primordial kings' heads were cut off. Like cutting vegetables, there was no resistance at all. Taking a step out, swathes of the primordial army were crushed into a blood mist, without the strength to resist at all. Lin Xian was akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering wantonly. Places that he passed through, blood flowed like rivers. Too powerful, the human race's martial artists were shocked to the core. Those young disciples even clenched their fists tightly, their faces full of excitement. Awesome, it was really too awesome. Previously, they were slaughtered by these 10,000 ancient races until blood flowed like rivers, without the strength to resist at all. It made them despair for a time, thinking that the human race would be wiped out. But now, a peerless powerhouse jumped out of their human race, slaying the primordial creatures domineeringly. How similar was this scene? It was just that the targets of killing were their human race, but it became these primordial creatures. Seeing these ancient creatures being miserable and scared out of their wits, they felt very good. "Ah, how dare you kill a member of the ancient royal race? I will definitely tear you into pieces." An ancient king of the divine Phoenix Ridge roared crazily. The pair of wings on his back were hundreds of meters long. When they spread out, they were like 2 heavenly blades that cut through the void. However, he couldn't stop it. His subordinates and clansmen quickly fell. With a furious roar, he roared at Lin Xian, but his head was pierced by a finger. His body also fell down, and he lost his breath. Despair. The 10,000 ancient races were in despair at this moment. What kind of feeling was this? They had never experienced it before. But now, in the hands of a single person, they experienced despair. No matter how powerful the array formation, how terrifying the treasures, or how terrifying the ancient kings were, they were all killed in a single move in front of the other party. A single punch was enough to settle everything. "Ancestor, come and save us," those ancient kings roared at the sky, and the ancient creatures screamed crazily. They didn't dare to attack the other party at all. They only hoped that their ancestor would return from the war in the outer realm to save them and kill this despicable human in front of him. The war in the outer realm was extremely intense. Dao laws danced in the air, and divine chains crisscrossed. Suddenly, an ancient sage frowned. They heard shouts from below. What was going on? What happened? Why would their descendants let out such miserable screams? Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons stretched out his soul and glanced down. In the next moment, his expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, what was going on? Why did so many of the 10,000 ancient races die? Nearly half of them were directly killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowed into rivers. The terrifying aura almost spread to the outer realm. The other 11 sages also saw the scene below, and they all roared crazily. Damn it, who was it? What happened? Not good. There was still a human sage below. Hurry up and kill, we can't let him attack again. These people roared crazily. They no longer fought with the 7 sages of the human race. Instead, they turned around and killed their way down. The 7 sages of the human race heaved a sigh of relief. Being surrounded by 12 ancient sages, they were in an extremely dangerous situation. They could be annihilated at any moment. Yet now, the 12 sages had actually abandoned them and left. They looked down and saw the same scene. So many ancient creatures had died. Even many ancient kings had died. What happened? Who was that person? When they saw the golden figure, their eyelids twitched wildly. There were no nomological laws dancing around the other party's body, nor were there any divine chains accompanying them. However, a single movement from the other party, a single ray of light, was enough to make them shudder in fear. An expert, an absolutely terrifying expert, he should be a saint. The human race actually had a saint. Moreover, he had killed so many of the archaic army. This made them extremely shocked. Let's go down and take a look. The 7 sages absorbed the spirit chi from tens of millions of miles away and swallowed all kinds of treasures to quickly recover from their injuries. At the same time, they tore through the void and flew down. When they reached the bottom, they were still shocked. Although they had already seen the scene below when they had been in the outer realm, their hearts were pounding wildly now that they were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These were all primordial experts. Moreover, after these 10,000 ancient races died, they all transformed into their true forms. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, crocodiles, elephants, tigers, the huge corpses of the primordial mutants were like small mountains that filled the ground. The blood was extremely terrifying and contained boundless power. A single drop could easily kill an expert. At this moment, there was so much blood that it had gathered into a sea of blood. It was as if the entire world had turned into azure hell. Damn it, the 12 sages roared crazily. They couldn't tolerate so many 10,000 ancient races being killed. These were all their elite experts. Each of them could hold their own and dominate a region. But now, they were all dead. How could they tolerate this? They roared angrily, and their killing intent surged and swept through the 9 heavens. Their eyes were like piercingly cold sword lights as they stared at the golden figure in front of them. It's you, they looked at the other party with murderous intent. At the same time, their eyelids twitched wildly. The other party was too strange. Facing the killing intent of the 12 sages, he was still calm and composed. There was no trace of discomfort at all. In fact, their sage's pressure and nomological laws couldn't even get close to the other party. A sage. This was definitely a sage. However, the human race actually had a sage. And he was so terrifying. This made them unable to believe it. Damn it, who are you, the guardian of the human race? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The 12 primordial sages? You finally come out. Killing these ants is really too boring. Come on, let's fight. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking the human race. Lin Xian waved his hand, completely disregarding the 12 primordial sages. Seeing this scene, the 7 human sages were shocked. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake sacred ground were all excited. He was too domineering. Previously, the 12 primordial sages were high and mighty, looking down on them. Who would have thought that one day, the human race would also be able to look down on the 12 sages? Everyone quickly drank the Jade Lake sacred water. Xianxia didn't stay idle either. While the sages were fighting, the sacred leaders and sect masters, as well as the powerhouses, quickly drank the Jade Lake sacred water to recover from their injuries. Damn it, I'm so angry. In front, the primordial sages roared crazily. They were really mad. They had to kill the person in front of them, pull out his tendons and skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. None of this could relieve the resentment in their hearts. Not only you, I want the entire human race to be buried with you. I want everyone in the Jade Lake today to go to hell. The primordial sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chelan Cave roared crazily. They decided to destroy the human race and avenge their clansmen. The 12 sages emitted sharp killing intent that enveloped heaven and earth. The people of the Jade Lake below were pale. It was over. They had completely angered the primordial sages. They would probably end up in a miserable state. They hoped that that person could withstand it. What a joke. He definitely couldn't withstand it. How could he defeat the 12 sages alone? Even with the other 7, there were still 8 of them. Against 12, he was still at a disadvantage. That's right, and this gap couldn't be made up for. The sacred leaders and sect masters shook their heads and sighed. They felt that the Golden Man wasn't saving them, but completely angering the 10,000 ancient races. Their deaths would be hastened. In front, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light on his body became even more resplendent. Countless divine lights gathered under his feet, forming a giant golden dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the sky. His cold voice also resounded in all directions. Are you all coming together, or one by one? Together? You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are that you need us to attack you together? I can kill you alone. A primeval sage stepped forward. Silver nomological laws danced around this person's body. Silver Dao runes shone brightly. Lightning filled the sky and floated under his feet. It was too terrifying. It was as if he was a peerless god of thunder who could control all the lightning in the world. This is the sage of the Silver Lightning race. A sect leader of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground exclaimed. The Silver Lightning race was a very powerful race. Their sage was very terrifying. Moreover, this sage had cultivated the five-colored divine thunder nomological laws. It could be said that he was very heaven-defying in the Tao of Thunder. Be careful. This person's five-colored divine thunder nomological laws are very terrifying. Don't touch it easily. Behind him, several sages spoke in deep voices. This was because previously, a sage of the Great Xia dynasty was injured by the five-colored divine thunder nomological laws. Therefore, everyone had a deep impression of this sage of the Silver Lightning race. The five-colored divine thunder nomological laws? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. So what? I have the 9-yang divine body now. No matter how terrifying the other party's nomological laws were, he was not afraid. In front of him, the sage of the Silver Lightning race said coldly. Kid, do you believe that I can kill you with just 3 nomological laws? He was very confident because the five-colored divine thunder nomological laws were too violent. Nothing could resist that destructive power. 3 nomological chains? Lin Xian sneered. You can't hurt me with 300, let alone 3. His voice was full of confidence. It seemed that he did not take the other party seriously at all. Damn kid, you're courting death. The Archean king of the Silver Lightning race walked up. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our patriarch like that? They were really mad. Their patriarch was very terrifying. He was not inferior to the sages of the Archean royal families. That was the pride of the Silver Lightning race. Now, someone dared to look down on them. How could they tolerate that? The sage of the Silver Lightning race's face also darkened. He waved his hand and asked his people to retreat. As for him, he looked to the front and stared at the golden figure. Clever and eloquent. But very soon, you will regret it. As he spoke, 5-colored light rose from the saint of the Silver Electric race, which turned into 5-colored divine chains that circled around him. These were all divine chains formed from the power of laws. They were extremely terrifying. This kind of law completely surpassed that of a king. It could even easily kill any existence below the level of a saint. When those sect masters felt the power of the laws, their bodies trembled. They could only take out their divine weapons and activate them to defend themselves. The other human race martialists were pressed to the ground because they could not withstand the energy of the nomological laws at such a close distance. Fortunately, they were now inside the array formation. Otherwise, without the array formation, the aura emanating from it alone would have been enough to blast all the martialists into a bloody mist. Was this the power of a saint? How terrifying, heavens, are they going to make a move here? Brat, let's go. Follow me to the outer realms to fight. The saint of the Silver Electric clan rose into the air and spoke in a cold voice. However, Lin Xian did not move at all. He said coldly, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If I fight with you, I'll be able to determine the victor in 1 or 2 moves. He had no intention of going to the outer realm. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Determine the victor in 1 or 2 moves, this person was too arrogant, that's right. Who did he think he was? How dare he say such a thing? That was a saint. A battle between saints was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Did he think that he was still fighting against those archaic kings? The 10,000 Archean races roared in anger. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. Especially the saint of the Silver Hall race. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. Good. 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 No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. Today, I'll tear you into pieces. I'll let you know how powerful I am. He stretched out his hand and 5-colored light burst out. Lightning swept out as if it had flown from the immortal palace. Countless Tao inscriptions intertwined and covered the entire sky. At this moment, all the martial artists were trembling. Every single one of them was terrified. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. And they could not move at all. Not only the human race, but also the archaic race army. Feeling the might of a saint at such a close distance made everyone hold their breaths. "Go to hell, brat," the saint of the silver lightning race struck. He waved his palm and thousands of lightning flashed. The entire sky turned into five-colored divine light. It was extremely dazzling. The sky and earth collapsed. Nothing could withstand it. Queen Mother of the West and the others frantically activated the array. But the array was still rapidly breaking apart. They had no choice. The power of a saint was too terrifying. They had to use their sacred weapons quickly. The sacred lords and sect leaders struck out a few sacred weapons that floated in the sky. Together with the array, they managed to block the attack. Otherwise, Fairy Lake would have been split in half. How powerful! Was this the precept of the five-colored divine lightning? Once this precept was unleashed, it was truly devastating. One of the sect leaders looked solemn. Another Grand Elder also said that lightning was a violent force. The five-colored divine lightning was one of the most terrifying types of lightning. The precept of the five-colored divine lightning was absolutely heaven-defying. He wondered if that person would be able to withstand it. In the sky, a five-colored palm slammed down. The palm carried terrifying Tao inscriptions and terrifying divine chains. This was a destructive attack. Before the palm arrived, the space around Lin Xian completely collapsed and turned into a ball of chaos. That terrifying destructive force wanted to tear his body apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stomped his foot. The surrounding void split open, and a terrifying force pushed in all directions. Instantly, the chaotic void was pushed away. His body shone with boundless light. The terrifying five-colored divine lightning struck his body, producing a sonorous sound. The impact caused the people in the distance to vomit blood. The primordial creatures also bled from their 7 orifices. As for Lin Xian, he was unharmed. Was this your five-colored divine lightning? It was only SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. What? He actually blocked the five-colored thunder precept, and he was unharmed? Heavens, what kind of body was that? Was that guy a greater mastery sacred body? The people from the 10,000 Archean races were also stunned. They knew how terrifying the five-colored divine lightning was. Especially now, it was a saint who had attacked. How could the other party resist it? Could it be that he was wearing a saint armor? Everyone looked solemn. The 12 saints' gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the golden light. No, he wasn't wearing any armor. This was the power of his physical body. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. How had he managed to resist the destructive five-colored divine thunder laws with his physical strength alone? Damn it, there was something wrong with his physique. Could he be the Yi family's greater mastery sacred body? A creature from the divine phoenix ridge frowned and said. When the others heard this, their eyelids twitched wildly. Impossible. The Yi family's sage physique was so terrifying. It was said that the combat power of a sage physique was comparable to that of a great emperor. If he really had a sage physique, he would probably be able to destroy all of us with a slap. The Silver Lightning Saint was extremely shocked. His opponent's physique was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. He could actually block his five-colored divine thunder law. Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you can block my next attack. The Silver Lightning Saint's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. He formed a seal with his palms, and the law and divine chains of order danced in the sky. They were densely packed and covered the sky, forming layers of lightning. 49 levels of heaven, heavens, he actually knew such a great divine ability. A supreme elder of the human race exclaimed in surprise. The others asked one after another. The 49 levels of heaven was an extremely terrifying divine ability. One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation descended, it would descend from the 49 levels of heaven. However, it would usually only appear at the 9th, 12th, and 18th levels of heaven. At most, it would appear at the 36th level of heaven. As for the 49 levels of heaven, they were legendary existences. Perhaps only when a great emperor broke through the heavenly tribulation would the 49 levels of heaven appear. But now, the other party had used his own divine ability to evolve the 49 levels of heaven. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? These people were shocked. Even the saints of the human race had solemn expressions. Especially the saint of the great Xia dynasty. He had been injured by the other party's 49 levels of heaven. Kid, my 49 levels of heaven are comparable to the real heavenly tribulation lightning. Unless you are a true great emperor, you will not be able to block my 49 levels of heaven. Now, go to hell. The saint of the silver lightning race revealed a sinister smile. This was his trump card, and it was extremely powerful. So what if the other party's physique was strong? He did not believe that the other party could resist his 49 levels of heaven. 9 levels of heaven, kill. The silver lightning saint waved his hand, and immediately, the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky descended. 9 levels of heavenly tribulation lightning right off the bat. This was really a killer move. The eyelids of the human race powerhouses twitched wildly. And the ancient creatures exclaimed repeatedly. In the sky, crackling sounds could be heard. The void was torn apart, forming countless large cracks. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed out from the 9 heavens. The 5-colored divine lightning carried an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. No one who was swept by the lightning could survive. Even those saints had to be careful. Lin Xian naturally felt a sense of crisis. Was this the 49 layered heavens? He was indeed powerful, but so what? He sneered and charged towards the sky. He waved his golden fists and 2 golden crows flew in the sky. Boom, the thunder tribulation that filled the sky exploded. The entire sky was torn apart. Not only that, the 9th heaven was also torn into 2 by him. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the sun god of war, unstoppable. The saint of the silver lightning race continued to attack with a dark expression. He knew that the 9th heaven shouldn't be able to hurt the other party. Therefore, he gradually increased his attacks. 12 layers of heaven. He suppressed it. This time, the lightning was even more violent and terrifying than before. It carried the danger of destroying the world. However, it was still destroyed by Lin Xian with 1 punch. 24 layers of heaven, the saint of the silver lightning race roared again with a cold expression. This time, the 24 layers of heaven pressed down. Not only that, but a figure also appeared in the lightning of the 24 layers of heaven. It was a huge creature that looked very ferocious. It looked like a qilin or a lion. It was a lightning lake. It was a divine beast of lightning. Heavens, he could actually evolve such a thing. Oh no, the saint of the great Xia dynasty was injured by this lightning beast. Would that person be injured too? He must be able to withstand it, these people exclaimed. In the sky, the huge lightning beast let out a roar. Along with the divine lightning that filled the sky, it quickly charged over. It was surrounded by Tao patterns that formed a terrifying divine chain that displayed an extremely powerful destructive power. However, Lin Xian was still fearless. He strode forward. Under his feet, a golden light flickered and turned into a golden dragon. A piercing light burst out from his eyes like 2 golden divine swords. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed golden. Slash, Lin Xian roared. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he waved his arm and used his entire arm as a giant sword. With 1 strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The lightning beast in front of him was split in half with a bang and let out a miserable howl. The 24 layers of heaven were also shattered. The saint of the silver lightning race was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and pierced through the void. He was injured. How was this possible? Damn it. Our sage is actually injured. No, I don't believe it. The creatures of the 10,000 ancient races roared crazily. They were all stunned. The people of the silver lightning race screamed crazily. Patriarch, they did not expect their patriarch to be injured. On the side of the human race, their faces were filled with shock. Defeated, he actually defeated the lightning lake. He broke the 24 layers of heaven. Heavens, where did this person come from? He was too terrifying. He could split the sky and the earth with 1 strike. Poof, The saint of the Silver Palace retreated a few 100,000 miles before he could stop. His face became ferocious. Ah! A furious roar shattered the sky for millions of miles. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xian had actually broken his lightning beast, his 24 layers of heaven, and even injured him. He could not accept this. At the same time, he was shocked. Lin Xian's sword was so terrifying that it made him feel a little apprehensive. Damn it, you have completely angered me. 36 layers of heaven. In the sky, endless lightning rumbled as the 36 layers of heaven pressed down again. This time, the lightning formed numerous lightning palaces that contained a mysterious power. Dao runes danced on the palaces, and the laws spread out as they quickly descended from the sky. Not good, this power was too terrifying. It was much stronger than the 24 layers of heaven. No one would be able to resist it. They would have to use a sacred weapon to resist it. Does he have a sacred weapon? Should I lend one to him? The martial artists of the human race were extremely shocked. This power caused the entire Jade Lake sacred ground to tremble. The sacred weapons rumbled non-stop. The 7 sages of the human race also took action to stabilize the array of the Jade Lake. The 36 layers of heaven was too terrifying. The sky was filled with immortal palaces, as if they were really the palaces of the heavenly court. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He felt a great resistance that seemed to be preventing him from moving forward. It was just the evolution of lightning. Did they really think that the immortal palaces could suppress him? The golden light on Lin Xian's body became even more piercingly cold. He stretched out his large golden hand and grabbed forward. This palm stretched out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was as if the hand of a true fiend god was long as it went against the flow. He grabbed the palaces that filled the sky. Then, he squeezed hard. Crack! The palaces that filled the sky were all shattered. Endless lightning danced and pierced through all directions. Ah! Below, the ancient army was swept by the lightning and instantly pierced through, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it, the other sages cast out layers of nomological light screens to protect the lives of the 10,000 Archean races. However, their expressions were incomparably gloomy. Shattered, the 36 heavenly palaces were crushed with one pinch. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it at all. The Silver Lightning Race's sage was even more dumbfounded. That was the 36 heavens. What a terrifying divine power. However, it was shattered by the other party's palm. How was this possible? Damn it, the 49 heavens. He roared angrily, but before he could activate his divine power, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. He had received 3 divine powers from the other party and did not intend to passively endure it anymore. He planned to take the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and like a golden sword, he tore through space and time and arrived in front of the Silver Lightning Race's sage. With a kick, it was as if a huge mountain was crashing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The Silver Lightning Race's sage had not finished using his divine power, and the 49 heavens in the sky had just formed, but he was already kicked by Lin Xian. With this kick, more than half of his ribs were broken, and his body flew backward like a meteor. He crashed into the marble. Instantly, the ground split open, forming countless cracks. Dust filled the sky, and countless nomological laws and divine chains danced in the air. Boom! In the sky, the 49 heavens that had just formed also quickly dissipated. Looking at this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Because at the sage level, raising a hand was a nomological law, and waving a hand was a divine chain. Who would use their fists in close combat? This was simply a battle between barbarians. However, the golden figure in front of him was so powerful that he could crush the 36 heavens with a single hand. At this moment, he was in close combat. With a single kick, he sent the Silver Lightning Saint flying. Heavens, was he really a saint? I don't know. I've never seen him use the laws. He only saw him using the power of his physical body. It was too strange. The experts of the human race discussed animatedly among themselves. The eyes of the saints of the human race flickered. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Regardless of whether the other party had used any nomological laws, the consequences of this alone were extremely terrifying. To be able to send a sage flying with a single kick, they felt like they were dreaming. Damn it, no, I don't believe it, the archaic king screamed like they had gone mad. How could the other party be so strong? The other 11 saints' mouths also twitched. Damn barbarians, human ants, they're too despicable. They didn't expect that the other party would engage in close combat. However, what shocked them the most was how strong the physique of a sage was. So what if it was close combat? If a sage stood there and didn't fight back, a group of archaic kings wouldn't be able to break through the sage's defense. But now, the other party had sent the silver lightning saint flying with a single kick and even injured him. This meant that the other party was definitely at the sage level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through the sage's defense. Damn it, this guy was really strange. He was clearly a sage, but he didn't use any nomological laws and only used the power of his physical body to resist. Could it be that he had some restrictions? The Blood Moon Race's archaic saint frowned. Humph, what restrictions? Despicable human, you're provoking us. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. In his opinion, it wasn't that the other party wouldn't attack, but that he wouldn't use any nomological laws. This was obviously looking down on them. How could they tolerate this? The other saints also had gloomy expressions. Why don't we attack together and kill him? These people all had the same thought, but at this moment, a saint of the Yi family stood out and shouted coldly. What, you want to attack together? Is this the glory of the ancient race? As a member of the 10,000 ancient races, you don't even have this much confidence. Hearing this voice, the saints of the 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth. Damn it, they couldn't attack anymore. Because they couldn't afford to lose face. Indeed, they thought that they were high and mighty, that they had the noblest bloodline flowing in their bodies, and that humans were ants. Now, a group of high and mighty existences like them had to besiege an ant. How could they do that? Their pride didn't allow them to do that. Therefore, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. But there was nothing they could do. All of a sudden, everyone's gazes shifted to the distance. What happened to the silver lightning race's saint under the ground? Boom. Boom, boom. The ground below began to tremble, and large cracks appeared in all directions that were tens of millions of miles long. It continued to spread. The entire ground was cut into several pieces. A figure drilled out of the ground and roared at the sky. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. This person was an expert of the silver lightning race. He was mad with anger. The other party had actually injured him with a kick and broken his divine ability. This was intolerable. He swore that he would tear the other party into pieces. However, as soon as he left the ground, a long leg stepped on his head and stomped him down again. Crack! Crack! The silver lightning race's saint's head was deformed. Do you still want to get up and resist? Today, I'll trample you under the feet of the humans. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped on the other party's head with one foot and looked in all directions disdainfully. This scene was simply too shocking. Everyone was stunned. The entire world was terrifyingly silent. Only their hearts were beating nonstop. So powerful. So domineering. The people from the human race were shocked beyond words. The sacred masters and sacred masters were also shocked. The saints were even more so. The young disciple fainted from excitement as if he had been injected with chicken blood. On the other hand, the archaic army roared crazily. No. Damn it, take your foot away, we'll kill you. We'll definitely kill you, let go of our patriarch. They screamed crazily. The archaic saints were their patriarchs, their pride. But now, their heads were being stepped on, and they could not resist at all. This was intolerable. Damn it, let go of our patriarch. The 8 archaic kings of the silver lightning race charged over. They held ancient treasures in their hands and connected them to form a terrifying attack that charged toward Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 8 divine rainbows transformed into golden swords that slashed into the distance. Instantly, the 8 archaic kings were cut in half. Bang! 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 Their bodies split open, and blood spurted out. This scene was extremely tragic. This scene caused the archaic army that came later to stop. They retreated as if they had gone mad. Powerful, he's too powerful. He raised his hand to kill the primordial king and stepped on the head of the primordial saint in a domineering manner. What kind of person is he? Could it be that he's the reincarnation of a great emperor? Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. The primordial saint of the silver lightning race roared crazily. His lungs were about to explode from anger. He had never been humiliated like this. No one had ever dared to hurt him, let alone step on his head. But now, he was so aggrieved in front of a human. This was intolerable. However, no matter what laws he used or what divine abilities he used, he couldn't escape from the other party's feet. How is this possible? How is this possible? The silver lightning race's saint roared crazily. He couldn't escape from the other party's feet. This is too unbelievable. Lin Xian felt that the saint below him wanted to break free. He sneered. Stop struggling. You can't break free at all. He had mastered the 9-yang divine skill, and his strength was terrifying. Although he didn't use any laws, the power of his physical body was not something that the other party could contend with. Damn it. The silver lightning race's saint roared. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes, and his head exploded. That energy could destroy the heavens and the earth. The terrifying energy combined with the saint's blood turned into a ferocious beast that charged towards Lin Xian crazily, wanting to tear him apart. Oh no, that saint actually self-destructed. The human cultivators in the distance cried out in alarm. The eyelids of the sect leaders also twitched wildly. A saint didn't hesitate to self-destruct. The consequences were definitely terrifying. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely engulfed. The place where he was turned into a black hole that spread in all directions. Nothing could stop it. Everyone retreated crazily. The human saints even held sacred artifacts in their hands and launched terrifying attacks that cut through everything. Whoosh, the silver lightning race's saint retreated. In the distance, his head reassembled. Although his face was pale, he revealed a sinister sneer. Damn it, you actually want me to self-destruct to kill you. How despicable. Don't worry. Although you're dead, I'll kill all of your fellow humans. I want you humans to bleed to the last drop of blood. The killer's intent on his body overflowed into the sky and transformed into rays of rainbow that pierced through the 9 heavens. Because he was truly enraged. He would not rest until he killed all of the human race. The rest of the supreme ancient army also roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, what kind of human expert is this? That's all there is to it. That's right, even though he's formidable, he's still no match for our ancestor in the end. You humans will definitely die today. These people's eyes were also red. Like demons, they were ready to attack. It was over. On the human side, their hearts fell from heaven to hell. Their faces were filled with despair. Some of them even knelt on the ground and started crying crazily. Was the gold-like man killed as well? They didn't dare to imagine that the other party was so powerful that he could trample an ancient saint under his feet. He was their savior, but now, the other party was swallowed up by the terrifying black hole and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the expressions of the other sacred leaders and sect masters, he knew that the other party was most likely dead. As expected, the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters turned ugly. The 7 sages also had cold expressions on their faces. The supreme ancient army in the distance was like a black cloud that pressed over. Despicable human, go to hell. They laughed sinisterly. With a boom, the endless black hole was torn open, and the gold-like figure walked out again. How dare they attack again? Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw those figures charging over again. The light on his body transformed into 108,000 sharp swords that slashed in all directions. Puff. Puff, the supreme ancient army was mercilessly destroyed. Their bodies split open and turned into a sea of blood again. Damn it. The people from the 10,000 ancient races felt their hearts being torn apart. Their elite had fallen again. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was not dead. The other party was walking over. How was that possible? How was the other party unharmed after such a violent energy attack? What kind of physique was that? Could it be that he really had a greater mastery of the sage physique? How dare you self-destruct? Let's see how many times you can self-destruct. Lin Xian tore through the void and charged over again. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Silver Lightning Race's sage. Damn it, get lost. The Silver Lightning Race's sage roared crazily when he saw that. The five-colored lightning on his body formed a lightning blade, and he slashed out. The terrifying blade light was like a huge mountain ridge that pressed down from the sky. At the same time, the Silver Lightning Race's sage opened his mouth and spat. The sky was filled with thunder. The entire world was shaking. The mountains in the distance were directly shattered. Numerous cracks began to appear on the ground. The terrifying thunderbolts transformed into flying swords made of thunder and lightning that shot towards Lin Xian. These flying swords all carried Taoist patterns and flashed with nomological laws. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. This scene caused everyone to hold their breaths. This method was simply too powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body bloomed with light, and the 9 suns' divine fire burned fiercely. It fought against the lightning that filled the sky. The small flying swords were enveloped by the 9 suns' divine fire and instantly melted. The Taoist patterns on them also burned. Lin Xian's fist turned into a terrifying golden crow that charged forward and blasted the 5-colored blade light away. At the same time, his leg flew up and lashed forward like a divine whip. With a bang, the Silver Lightning Race's sage was sent flying again. Whoosh, Lin Xian followed closely behind like a shadow. He stepped out with a long foot, and it pressed down from the sky like an ancient mountain. Boom, this foot once again stepped on the Silver Lightning Race's sage. Everyone was stunned. The Silver Lightning Race's sage was so angry that he fainted. His head was stepped on again. It was the same scene, the same action, and he could not escape. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to self-destruct. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He exerted force with his foot and directly crushed the sage's head. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. This time, it was not self-destruction. Instead, it was the saint's head that was stomped to smithereens. Boom, Lin Xian's foot landed on the sage's body, and his body was torn into pieces. Sage blood surged in the sky. This scene was simply too terrifying. A sage's body was blasted into pieces. They knew that with the means of a sage, it was impossible for him to die so easily. However, this was the first time they had seen a sage being blasted into pieces. It was too tragic. That golden figure was simply too powerful. Was this the power of the 9 suns' divine body? Why do I feel that he has a greater mastery of the 9 suns' divine body? The sacred lords, grand elders, and the sages of the human race discussed in low voices. The Silver Lightning Race's sage regrouped and charged over crazily. However, he was once again blasted into pieces by Lin Xian's punch. Let's see how many times you can regenerate. Lin Xian was like a god of death, unstoppable. He did not use any laws. His fists were simple and direct, and he could easily crush the sage's body. Buzz, suddenly, the void behind Lin Xian cracked open, and a blood-red ray of light shot toward him. The ray of light was too sudden, and it was impossible to guard against it. It was extremely fast, and there were Tao patterns on it. Obviously, another kind of sage had made a move. Oh no! All the human race martial artists exclaimed, and they started to worry about the golden figure. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He did not expect someone else to make a move. Shameless indeed. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a palm strike behind him. With a boom, Lin Xian's palm strike sent the red ray of light flying. The red ray of light flew backward and turned into a blood-red moon. It floated in the sky with monstrous Tao patterns. It was the sage of the Blood Moon clan. He had made a move. The human race martial artists in the distance exclaimed. They did not expect the second true Archean sage to make a move. Were they trying to bully him with numbers? The human race's sage had terrifying law divine chains on his body, and he was about to make a move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and charged toward the Blood Moon clan sage. A huge hand covered the sky like a demonic mountain and blasted out. Courting death. In the sky, the Blood Moon clan's sage roared. The blood-red moon behind him could suppress the world. At this moment, he was enraged when he saw Lin Xian making a move against him. The blood-red Dao patterns on his body turned into divine swords and pierced down from the sky. Soon, they collided with Lin Xian's golden palm. There was a boom in the sky, and it sounded like a heavenly tribulation. Sparks flew from the golden palm, but it was not injured. Instead, the terrifying force shattered all the blood swords. The Blood Moon clan sage? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His golden palm struck out, trying to capture the Blood Moon clan sage. Courting death. How dare you? The Blood Moon clan sage roared. He activated the blood-red moon behind him and charged toward Lin Xian with endless law. At the same time, the Saint of the Silver Lightning clan charged over again. Divine chains of order flashed in the sky, bringing with them a terrifying power of thunder and a terrifying blood-red killing aura. At this moment, the two saints were going all out against Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. Oh no, that person is in danger, that's right, no matter how strong he was, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of two saints. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races? How shameless! The humans on the side of the human race roared madly. Indeed, he didn't expect the other party to use such a method of outnumbering him. Ancestor, make a move. The human warriors looked at the seven saints. However, the ancient sages in the sky sneered. You want a group battle? We don't mind playing with you. Their auras descended and stared at the human saints below. If the human saints made any movements, they would attack mercilessly. In terms of numbers, they far outnumbered the humans. Damn it, the human saints' face darkened. There was nothing they could do about it. This was their current disadvantage. If they could use their trump cards, they would be able to reverse this situation. However, they just couldn't use their trump cards. Therefore, at this moment, they could only watch as the golden figure in front of them was besieged by the two saints. Buzz, the golden hand grabbed the blood moon in the sky and then squeezed hard. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the blood-colored moon. Boom, then, it shattered. The blood moon saint was sent flying while vomiting blood. Countless cracks also appeared on his body. Even his divine chains of order had become dim. This scene stunned everyone. Another palm had shattered the blood moon. This scene caused the same commotion as when the other party shattered the 36 levels of heaven with a single palm. Die for me. At this moment, the Silver Lightning Saint also appeared behind them. The five-colored lightning on his body blasted forward. Each bolt of lightning was condensed from the laws. At this moment, they were densely packed and turned into an inescapable net. The intertwining of the lightning made everyone tremble. Even the human saints had solemn expressions. This was because the five-colored lightning posed a great threat to them. However, it didn't have much of an effect on Lin Xian. The strength of Lin Xian's body was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, when the five-colored lightning struck Lin Xian, it didn't cause any damage at all. On the other hand, the Silver Lightning Saint was sent flying by Lin Xian once again. The other party's body was torn apart and shattered again. This was the 10,000 ancient races? They were only SOSO. Lin Xian stood in the void and looked around with a hint of mockery in his eyes. 2 against 1, and not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he also suppressed 2 primordial saints. The heavens were too powerful. Were these the powerhouses of the human race? The cultivators in the Jade Pool were extremely excited. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races' faces were gloomy. They were about to faint from anger. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Too powerful. The other party was indeed too powerful. They had probably never dreamed of this scene. The saints of the Silver Electric clan and the Blood Moon clan yelled in anger. Kill. The two of them attacked again. If they didn't kill this kid in front of them, they would be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the two of them didn't show any mercy at this moment. They used their nomological Great Daos, and the entire world shook rapidly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian didn't use any nomological laws. The power of a greater mastery divine body was enough to deal with the current situation. One had to know that when the Nine-Sun Sword Saint was alive, he was extremely shocking. A Greater Mastery Nine-Sun Divine Body wasn't weaker than a Greater Mastery Sacred Body. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the power to collapse the heavens with a raise of his hand. A great battle erupted, but after 50 moves, the two saints fled miserably. They were beaten up 7 or 8 times, and even their souls were injured. Their nomological laws were about to be destroyed. This shocked them. The person in front of them was like a god of death. He far surpassed them, and they didn't dare to fight again. The 10,000 ancient races were only SOSO, Lin Xian stood in the sky like a god looking down. It made the army of the 10,000 ancient races tremble. The faces of the primordial royal family members were also pale. The expressions of the other primordial saints were terrifying. Damn it! Since when were they intimidated by the threat of the human race? They wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Who's going to kill him? In front, a saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. F***ck, a saint of the Tiango race walked out. He opened his huge head and bit at Lin Xian. Instantly, the originally bright sky became dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Not good. The Tiango eclipse of the moon. Below, the cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground trembled. Many of them lay on the ground, and their souls were about to be crushed. Rumor had it that the Tiango race could devour the moon. They originally thought that it was just an exaggeration, but now it seemed that the Tiango race's saint could really do that. This time, it was as if the entire sky was swallowed. Lin Xian was naturally stabbed in. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly dog saint sneered. Their race was known as the Moon Devourer. That was not a lie. Moreover, they did not simply swallow things. There was a terrifying power in their bodies that could refine everything. Even if a saint was swallowed, he would most likely die. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly dog saint threw his head back and laughed. However, he was soon unable to laugh anymore. That was because his head had been smashed apart. In the endless darkness, a golden light shone and pierced through the sky. Then, the heavenly dog saint screamed in pain. His saint blood floated down. His teeth were shattered, and his head was torn apart. A golden figure rushed out of the darkness. It was Lin Xian. Do you think you can swallow me? After Lin Xian came out, he stomped on the ground and punched the heavenly dog saint's body into pieces again. Another saint was injured. His body was destroyed. The 10,000 Archean races could not believe it. The other saints were even more shocked. All of you, back down. I'll do it. An old voice sounded. This time an old man walked out. Divine flames surged on his body, making him look like a god of fire. The Saint of Fire Qilin Cave, he was the saint of the primordial royal family. These people were terrified. The heavenly dog race and the blood moon race were all primordial royal families. They were powerful. However, they were still inferior to the primordial royal family. Now, the saint of the primordial royal family was finally going to make a move. A flaming divine spear appeared in the old man's hand. It emitted a monstrous light, and Tao patterns filled the sky. The Qilin spear, a sacred artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying and famous sacred artifact. It was created by a powerhouse in the primordial era. It had been sleeping together with Fire Qilin Cave for countless years. Now, it finally saw the light of day again. The Qilin spear was able to suppress everything. Even the saints felt threatened, let alone the sect masters, sacred ancestors, and ordinary martial artists. They could not breathe at all. Everything was over. The old saint of Fire Qilin Cave snorted coldly. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying light. A terrifying saint's aura directly pierced through the void. Wang, in an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xian and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. So fast, so strong. Everyone exclaimed. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the spearhead in front of him. What? He wanted to face the Qilin spear head-on, catching a saint weapon with his bare hands. These people were extremely shocked, especially the experts from the 10,000 ancient races. They cried out in surprise. He could not believe it. The archaic kings of the Fire Qilan cave all laughed coldly. This brat was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? You want to take our saint's attack with your bare hands? Just you wait, he'll be beaten to pieces. As expected, the moment the Qilan spear was grabbed, the flames on it surged to the heavens and turned into a Fire Qilan, wanting to kill Lin Xian completely. On Lin Xian's body, the 9-yang divine flame rushed out and turned into a huge flame dragon, tangling with the Fire Qilan. It's useless. Your flames can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. At the same time, his other hand also held the Qilan spear. With an angry roar, he swung the spear and directly smashed the Fire Qilan cave saint downwards. Boom! This attack caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless mountain ranges were broken, and countless lands sank. A terrifying power rushed in all directions like a dragon's aura. What? So strong, this scene stunned everyone, especially the 10,000 ancient races. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and their souls were trembling. Could it be that even the saint of the ancient royal family was no match for him? Weng, in the sky, a divine light lit up and flew towards Lin Xian. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge had made his move. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and attacked again. The divine Phoenix Ridge was also one of the ancient royal families. Their saint was also incomparably terrifying. It was a woman with a cold expression. At this moment, she raised her jade-like hand and directly turned it into a golden sword light, forming an eternal killing move. Weng, Lin Xian was still fearless. He threw out a punch and directly collided with the eternal light. In the next moment, he frowned. Because he discovered that the light suddenly opened up and formed a terrifying power that enveloped him. Damn it, self-destructing an ancient treasure, Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was so decisive that she didn't hesitate to use the power of a saint and the power of an ancient treasure to attack him. Whoosh, whoosh. Boom. Boom, in front of them, a terrifying light flickered, so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The terrifying power rumbled, causing their ears to bleed. The light on Lin Xian's body was also torn apart. The 9 suns divine fire danced in the sky. Could it be that that person was injured? The powerhouses on the human side exclaimed. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races also laughed sinisterly. This time, he was dead for sure. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned, and their pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? The other party wasn't injured. The human race cultivators also began to scream. What? It's him, it's actually him. Heavens, they were about to faint. Because they had discovered something extremely inconceivable. At this moment, the young cultivators, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were dumbfounded. Not to mention them, even the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were stunned. How could it be Lin Xian? That's right, now that the golden light on Lin Xian's body had been torn apart, revealing his face, it was naturally seen by the human cultivators. It was also seen by the 10,000 ancient races. Damn it, Lin Xian of the Central Imperial race, how could that prodigy of the human race be him? How could he have such powerful strength? What, a prodigy of the human race? Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Damn it, isn't he from the younger generation? How could he be a saint? The archaic kings also screamed. They really couldn't understand what was going on. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Xian's expression was grave. He didn't expect the divine Phoenix Ridge's saint to be so powerful that he could break through his protective light. He had revealed his true appearance. But so what? So what if he recognized his identity? Today, he would defeat these 10,000 ancient races with a tyrannical attitude. It couldn't be that they just looked alike, right? That's right, maybe he's that kid's ancestor. Otherwise, how could that kid have the 9-yang divine body? If you say so, it's possible. Everyone discussed animatedly. They felt that this figure wasn't Lin Xian, but one of Lin Xian's ancestors. It seemed that this Lin Xian's identity was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was so powerful, they discussed animatedly, but soon, they were stunned. Some even fainted from fright. That was because the golden figure in the sky spoke in a deep voice. That's right, I am Lin Xian, I am the Central Imperial race's Lin Xian. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. It shocked everyone so much that their brains went blank. What? Lin Xian? He's really Lin Xian, heavens, this is impossible, dreaming, I must be dreaming, I don't believe it. What did he experience? How could he have the combat strength of a saint? Could it be that he was a sage himself? These people were all stunned. Central Emperor Lin Xian, who in the world did not know him? Who did not know him? He was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He had the potential to become a great emperor in the future and compete with the other races. However, no matter how dazzling he was still just a young genius. How heaven-defying could he be? Even though he could defeat the elders, he wasn't a match for those saint and sect masters at all. But right now, this young genius before him had far surpassed the saint and sect masters. Even the primordial sages were no match for him. He could stomp a primordial sage into the ground with one foot. Was he still human? Was he trying to defy the heavens? What was going on? They wanted to ask, but were stopped by the Yi family head and Queen Mother of the West. Don't ask too much. We'll talk about it after the dark turmoil is over. They now knew that Lin Xian was their hope. No matter how he got his strength, defeating the 10,000 ancient races was the most important thing. Yes, Hall Master Lin, do your best. The elders cheered. Those young disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Lin Xian, you're my great Lin Xian, ha 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 ha, great Lin Xian, I knew you were the best, great God, I love you to death. Central Emperor Lin Xian truly lived up to his reputation. This was the aura of a young great emperor. He was definitely a future great emperor. The martialists of the human tribe cried out in alarm. The sacred masters and sacred masters were also shocked. Yi Wudao, Wuchen, Gu Santong, and the Grand Xia Prince of the younger generation were also stunned. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were equally shocked. It was indeed Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian, I knew it was you. The two of them had already guessed it. They weren't too sure, but now they were sure. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Especially the primordial sages, their faces turned green. If the other party was a super expert, they would have accepted it. After all, the human clan had been operating for so many years, so there must be one or two extremely terrifying saints. However, the other party did not have a strong background, nor was he a super expert that had been passed down since ancient times. He was just a young genius. He was a young junior. How many years could he have cultivated for? More than 100 years, however, such a person actually trampled them underfoot and beat them into pieces. How could they tolerate this? Damn it. Damn it. Those immemorial kings roared like they had gone mad. The faces of the ancient sages turned cold. No, this kid couldn't be a real sage. He must have obtained power for some reason. No matter what, he had to kill him first. No one can provoke us, and no one can stop us. The human race must be destroyed. No matter how powerful a saint was, he would not be able to stop them. The expressions of the primordial sages were cold. So what if the other party was strong? As long as it wasn't the Mother * King Human King who was resurrected, no one could stop them. Let's go. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons took a deep breath. Then, 3 figures walked out and suppressed the entire area. Endless laws danced in the air. The humans screamed as the 3 sages attacked. They were sages from the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave respectively. The 3 royal families were going to join forces. Shameless. How dare you fight 1 against 3? And you even beat up our young geniuses? Have all of you primeval saints been living like dogs for nothing? That's right, what noble bloodline? High and mighty, you're worse than ants, shameless to the extreme. The people below screamed crazily. This was too disadvantageous for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. Although he had fused with a large success divine body now. After all, this body had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and the other party was a saint of the 3 royal families. If they joined forces, they would definitely pose a huge threat to him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Senior, it seems like you're going to use your divine ability? I know. The soul of the 9 Sun Sword Saint transmitted a voice. Then use it. I will use the last bit of my life to contribute to the human race. Previously, Lin Xian did not use his divine ability in the battle with the ancient sages. Therefore, he did not consume too much of the Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul. But now, it was different. Facing 3 ancient sages, and they were sages from the royal families, he had to use some great divine abilities. Using great divine abilities would consume the soul of the Nine Sun Sword Saint as the price. Therefore, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He had to think about every step and every divine ability. He could not waste them. In the sky, the 3 sages floated over and surrounded Lin Xian. The powerful divine consciousness of the third party danced, forming a special world that completely enveloped Lin Xian. Wind, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons, was a middle-aged man. His expression was very cold, and the green scales on his body carried a heavy aura. With a cold shout, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth. The entire world turned into a green storm as if it was about to destroy the world. The law of wind, this saint comprehended the law of wind. Everyone exclaimed. Below, the Jade Lake sacred ground was also on the verge of collapse, as if it would be overturned by the violent wind at any moment. Fortunately, the many sages worked together to suppress the Jade Lake. However, other places were not so lucky. Hundreds of thousands of feet tall mountains were instantly razed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, forming black holes one after another. Lin Xian was even more fiercely attacked. Each of those wind blades carried runes and laws. They could easily kill the sacred leaders and sect masters. They could even pose a great threat to the lives of sages. At this moment, they were charging towards him from all directions. Through their previous observation, these ancient sages discovered that the other party had not used the divine chains of laws. This made them suspect that the other party did not know any laws. However, the other party's close combat was very terrifying. Therefore, they would not engage in close combat with the other party. The 3 sages attacked with laws from afar. The laws of the 3 of them were extremely terrifying. In addition to the law of wind of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was also the law of fire of the Fire Qilin Cave. The law of clouds of the divine Phoenix Ridge, all of them charged towards Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. The powerhouses on the human side cried out in alarm. That's right, he was powerful in close combat, but his laws were not. This was something that those ancient sages had also discovered. Would Lin Xian be able to contend against them? Everyone started to worry. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. That kid is dead for sure, just you wait, he's finished, under the 3 great laws. He will definitely die, boom. Boom, the 3 great laws enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. In the next moment, he took a deep breath. The light and flames on his body jumped, forming a long sword. He held it in his hand. A cold aura erupted from the sword. A terrifying aura erupted and soared into the sky like a peerless divine sword. The terrifying light was like a wave, causing the entire sky to boil. What was that? Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the scene. Even the sages' eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too astonishing. In the sky, the world formed by the 3 great laws was torn apart in an instant. An earth-shattering light shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Tao patterns flickered all over the sky, divine chains danced in the air, and a terrifying sword cry echoed between heaven and earth. This was the power of laws. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders trembled in shock. In the distance, the primordial kings were terrified. Laws, the other party actually used the laws, damn it, how was this possible? The other party wasn't a melee expert, so he didn't know how to use the laws, they were truly stunned. Didn't know how to use the laws? You guys are really naive, previously, you guys were too trash, so I disdained to use the laws. Today, I'll let you see what a true law is. Lin Xian snorted coldly. As he spoke, the golden sword fell crazily, bringing with it endless laws. Damn it, block it for me. The 3 primordial sages roared. The wind law, fire law, and cloud law quickly charged forward. Boom. Boom, the four great laws collided in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Endless Tao patterns flickered, each of them capable of killing a sacred leader. So what if he had the laws? He wasn't a match for the three sages at all. Those primordial creatures comforted themselves. But in the next moment, they fainted from fright. Because in the sky, the three great laws were broken once again. A cold sword light illuminated the entire world. The three sages all vomited blood and were sent flying. Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons had one of his arms cut off. The sage of the fire Chilan cave was cut in half at the waist. The sage of the divine phoenix ridge was split in half. They were injured, damn it, the three sages were all injured, this was impossible. I don't believe it, those primordial kings screamed crazily. The pupils of the other primordial kings also constricted. How was this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? One sword strike injured the three sages. What kind of law was this? What kind of method was that? The human experts were equally shocked. The sacred leader of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family gasped. It was too terrifying, they were extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the legendary Nine-Yang sword art? It was really possible. The other experts also cried out in surprise. Was the long-lost Nine-Yang sword technique about to reappear in the world? It was truly shocking. The Nine-Yang divine body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, so the Nine-Yang sword technique was naturally lost as well. Some time ago, Lin Xian displayed the Nine-Yang divine body, which shocked the world. Many experts were envious and wanted to obtain the cultivation method of this physique. However, what surprised them was that although Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, he had never used the Nine-Yang sword technique before. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian might not have obtained the cultivation method of the Nine-Yang sword technique. This made everyone feel regretful. The reason for that was because the Nine-Yang sword technique was one of the most frightening sword techniques in the world. It was extremely masculine and filled with boundless power. As soon as the sword technique was unleashed, the sword burned the 9 heavens and split the heaven and earth. It could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. Now, the crowd was finally able to witness the long-lost sword art in Lin Xian's hands. The Nine-Yang sword technique was the human race's Nine-Yang sword technique. On the other side, a saint of the 10,000 ancient races also spoke in a deep voice. This was the saint of the Blue Ghoul race. His expression was abnormally gloomy. At this moment, there were countless green laws around him, forming ghost heads that blocked the sword energy that filled the sky. However, those ghost heads were suppressed until they were dim. Damn it, the power of masculine and masculine is my natural counter. The saint of the Blue Ghoul race gritted his teeth. That's right, he was from the Blue Ghoul race and cultivated an evil power. As for the Nine-Yang sword technique, it was the power of masculine and masculine. Previously, when the other party used the Nine-Yang divine body, he had noticed this. He didn't expect it at that time. However, when he saw the sword light, he immediately screamed. The Nine-Yang sword technique was already very famous before the 10,000 ancient races fell into hibernation. Human experts who cultivated the Nine-Yang sword technique could also compete with them. Who would have thought that they would encounter this sword technique again after awakening? Damn it, he's the successor of the Nine-Yang. Kill him, we must kill him, the saint of the Blue Ghoul race roared crazily. The other saints also had serious expressions. During the 10,000 ancient races, the 10,000 ancient races were strong while the human race was weak. However, the human race wasn't destroyed. The reason was that the human race produced a few peerless experts. Although there weren't many of them, their strength wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 ancient races. They could even suppress the 10,000 ancient races. At the time, it caused a huge shock. However, what made the 10,000 ancient races let out a sigh of relief was that there were too few such human experts. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. If there were a little more of such experts, the human race wouldn't be an ant-like existence anymore. They would definitely be one of the strongest races. Back then, those human great emperors hadn't appeared yet. However, there were a few people who were still fresh in the 10,000 ancient races' memories. One of them was the Saint Body. Back then, he already had a greater success Saint Body. Although he didn't become a great emperor, the might of the saint body was still fresh in their memories. The second was the successor of the 9 sons, the 9 sons' divine body and the 9 sons' sword art. Back then, he had also dominated the world and killed many 10,000 ancient races experts. These 10,000 ancient races creatures wouldn't forget this point. The third was the successor of the 9 Yin. The 9 Yin and 9 sons were 2 very ancient cultivation methods of the human race. However, the successor of the 9 Yin had long been lost. The 2 ancient inheritances of the human race were slow and everyone thought that they had disappeared. They didn't expect that they would appear now. Therefore, these 10,000 ancient races experts were very ferocious. They didn't allow the successor of the 9 sons to appear because the shadow that the successor of the 9 sons had caused back then was too great for them. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. The successor of the 9 sons had injured 3 saints with 1 strike. This sword art was too terrifying. Huff, the 9 sons' sword saint's soul slowly exhaled. He was much weaker than before. Lin Xian hurriedly took out some treasures. Senior, quickly consume it. The 9 sons' sword saint's soul was enveloped by countless treasures. Kid, this is the 9 sons' sword art. I can only use 1 move now. You have to watch carefully. If you miss any move, the 9 sons' sword art will really be lost. The 9 sons' sword art? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had wanted to obtain this sword art before, but he hadn't been able to find it. He didn't expect that he would be able to use the 9 sons' sword art personally now. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely remember it. I will definitely not let the 9 sons' sword art be lost. Very good. The 9 sons' sword saint's soul was gratified. You have already sensed the power of the greater success 9 sons' divine body. I will also teach you the next cultivation method of the divine body. You will be the next successor of the 9 sons. Who would have thought that it was actually the lost successor of the 9 sons? The 12 ancient saints' faces were gloomy. So what if it's the successor of the 9 sons? Back then, you weren't an invincible existence. Now, you're still not a match for the 10,000 ancient races, you're still far from it, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. The aura on his body was completely released, and his dragon head was incomparably ferocious. Dragon blood surged, causing everyone to tremble. The dragon race was indeed worthy of being a top existence. The power of their bloodline had already reached a level that made people despair. In the next moment, in the endless storm, azure dragons danced in the wind, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, 9 fire cheilants also appeared. The 9 heads were incomparably huge, and the flames on their bodies were even more terrifying. This was an ultimate move that could already kill a saint. Feng Qin, the female saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge, took out a guqin and played it non-stop. The sound of the guqin tore through the sky and earth, causing everyone to vomit blood. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying demonic sound howled, also enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and brandished the 9 sons' sword technique, quickly charging over. In the sky, the azure dragons were chopped into pieces one after another. The terrifying fire cheilant's head was also cut open. The terrifying sound of the phoenix cry and the demonic sound was also destroyed by his sword. Roar, not only that, in addition to the 9 sons' sword technique, there was also an earth-shattering dragon's roar that resounded through the world. Boom, the dragon blood in the sky surged and even dimmed. Damn it! The expression of the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons changed. The great dragon sword soul. This kid also had the great dragon sword soul. Indeed, everyone knew this before. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul with unparalleled attack power. It had once attracted the pursuit of countless experts and finally disappeared. When he reappeared, he brought this terrifying 9 sons' divine body back to the world. No one knew what he had experienced in between. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. In the previous battle, the 9 yang divine body and 9 yang sword technique were too terrifying. It made them forget that Lin Xian originally possessed the great dragon sword spirit. Only now did the dragon cry resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, did everyone remember. Even the soul of the Nine-Sun Sword Saint was trembling with excitement, let alone the humans and the primordial saints. Great Dragon Sword Soul, I didn't expect you to be the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Kid, if you can resist the dark turmoil, your future achievements will definitely be much higher than mine. The soul of the Nine-Sun Sword Saint smiled in relief. Perhaps you can really reach the peak of martial arts. As he spoke, his soul began to spread out. The Nine-Yang sword technique in his hand became even more terrifying. Let's see what kind of power the Great Dragon Sword Soul can display. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul was very happy. This was because he had naturally heard of the power and legends of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was just that he had never had the chance to see it before. Now, he did not expect that the young man in front of him would have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Then, when combined with his Nine-Yang sword technique, how powerful would it be, no one knew. However, it would definitely surpass the Nine-Yang sword technique alone. Before he died, he would be able to experience the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which had the highest attack power. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint was very excited. Buzz, an extremely cold sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body, and a fire dragon flew out. This was formed by the fusion of the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Nine-Yang sword technique. After this fire dragon, 17 more fire dragons appeared. In the sky, 18 fire dragons spewed out and directly blasted the 3 primordial saints away again. Not only that, the bodies of the 3 primordial saints split open and were ignited. They screamed in the sky. The sky was filled with divine chains that pierced through the 9 heavens. However, they were unable to extinguish the flames. The terrifying laws were useless, but they were unable to heal their bodies. Today, I will kill the primordial saints. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and strode forward. Every step he took cracked the void. No, damn it. The primordial saints retreated crazily. Their bodies were still torn apart, and they were wrapped in clouds of blood mist as they fled into the sky. They had no choice. The Nine-Yang sword technique was too cold. The sun-like flames on it burned them until they were in an extremely miserable state. They could not be erased in a short period of time. What made them even more frightened was that the other party's sword chi was too sharp, and there was an indestructible will left on it. They knew that this was the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. They had to quickly use the power of laws and Dao runes to erase this indestructible will. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was close to them. The 3 primordial saints were scared out of their wits. The primordial creatures in the distance roared, "Damn brat, stop, patriarch, run." They screamed crazily. These primordial saints had never thought that one day, their primordial saints would be hunted down. Seal, a thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the world. Following that, Lin Xian's body was fixed in midair. Countless black Dao runes surrounded him, imprisoning the entire void. Immobilization technique. It was the 6-eared divine monkey clan, the Yi family saint exclaimed. That's right. Among the 12 saints, one of them was a divine monkey. It held an iron rod in its hand and was extremely strong. Moreover, it knew the even more strange immobilization technique. At this moment, it was the thunderous sound from its mouth that directly immobilized Lin Xian. Kill, the other sages also made their moves. A black iron rod appeared in the air, flickering with terrifying laws as it blasted toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled, and a sickle slashed down like a blood moon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a cold wind blew, and ghost heads filled the world. Each of them could devour a saint. This was the great divine power of the Blue Ghost Clan's saint. In an instant, the primordial saints all used their ultimate techniques and charged toward Lin Xian. They had gone too far. On the side of the human race, they roared crazily. The Gu family's saint snorted coldly. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to attack? The power of the void on his body trembled, and endless laws danced. Instantly, in addition to the black Dao runes around Lin Xian, another black hole appeared and completely swallowed him. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. As soon as he disappeared, the place where he was shattered by the saints' attacks. Void technique, damn it. These primordial saints roared crazily and turned to stare at the saints of the Gu family below. The Gu family had produced a void emperor before, so they naturally knew the void palace technique. This kind of spatial technique was unpredictable and was indeed a headache. They didn't expect the Gu family to save them at the most critical moment. That kid, damn it, keep an eye on him. I can't let them attack anymore, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram emitted a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. It instantly stared at the jade pool. The people in the jade pool felt their bodies turn cold, as if they would be killed at any moment. Damn it, was this the power of an extreme weapon? Even the sage's body began to tremble. Although they possessed saint artifacts and possessed heaven-defying strength, they were still trembling from the bottom of their souls when facing an extreme Dao weapon. After suppressing the jade lake below, the primordial saint's gazes pierced through the void, trying to find Lin Xian. Soon, they controlled the azure dragon and struck out with a law. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian appeared in front of everyone again from the endless void. Kid, let's see how you escape this time, you're dead meat, kneel down and repent obediently, the primordial saint sneered. The six-eared divine monkey was still worried. It shouted 3 times in a row and used its divine ability. The sky was filled with black law trash, completely sealing Lin Xian. This time, you won't be able to escape, the primordial saints attacked again. Not good, the human cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground below were filled with despair. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to die? After all, it was too difficult for one person to fight against so many primordial saints. Moreover, the other party was frozen by the divine ability and could not dodge at all. Could the other party's 9-yan divine body withstand the laws of so many saints? They did not know. They were extremely nervous. In the sky, the nomological laws that filled the sky turned into streaks of spiritual consciousness that shot towards Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to freeze me with a mere immobilization technique? With a furious roar, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Boom! Boom! The sword lights were extremely terrifying. They flickered with astonishing power and instantly shattered all the surrounding black runes. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily and used the 9-yang sword technique again. Accompanying it was the power of the great dragon sword soul. Under this attack, the surrounding runes were reduced to ashes. The primordial army vomited blood and retreated, their faces filled with fear. Leave this place quickly. They also took out their sacred artifacts, and the 10,000 dragons diagram shone down and enveloped them. Only then did they save their lives. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the long sword in his hand and swept it in all directions. His body was unparalleled, and he was not afraid of the aftershocks at all. However, the saints felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, he actually broke the immobilization technique. The 6-eared divine monkey's expression was ugly. How could the other party be so strong? Immobilize! Immobilize! Fix! He shouted coldly again. Black laws covered the sky, but they were mercilessly wiped out by Lin Xian's sword light. Was the fixed body spell very satisfying? Should I beat you up first? Lin Xian stared at the 6-eared divine monkey. The sword slashed out like a huge dragon slashing down from the sky. Clang! The 6-eared divine monkey raised the black iron rod in its hand to counter the attack. Although the black iron rod looked unremarkable, it was a true saint weapon. It was engraved with densely packed Dao runes. At this moment, it was like a black mountain that was rampaging through the sky. Pung pung pung, there was an earth-shattering collision. In the next moment, the 6-eared divine monkey's palm was smashed open by the force, and the black iron staff was sent flying. One of his arms was also shattered by the sword light. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. Even if the 6-eared divine monkey were to use a saint weapon to fight against him, it would still be no match for him. You want to leave? Seeing that the other party was retreating, Lin Xian added another strike. With a slash, the 6-eared divine monkey was split in half. Blood rained down from the sky as the 6-eared divine monkey fled like a madman. The 2 halves of its body quickly merged in the distance. Kill! Lin Xian roared again. His terrifying voice resounded through the 9 heavens. He held the divine sword in his hand and charged forward like a peerless god of war. Today, I will kill a saint. He stared at the Silver Electric Tribe's saint. Lin Xian had a grudge against the Silver Electric Tribe, So he wanted to make an example out of them. This time, he would not simply defeat the other party. He wanted to kill them completely. Only the death of a saint could hurt the 10,000 Archean tribes and intimidate them. Damn it. Get lost. The Silver Electric Tribe saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. His opponent was coming for him. This made him both shocked and angry. On one hand, he was terrified of the other party's strength. On the other hand, he was extremely angry. What was the other party trying to do? Was he looking down on him? He quickly retreated, and a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back. They were completely formed by the laws. What he cultivated was the law of lightning. Lightning was not only violent in its attacks, but it was also extremely fast. Therefore, at this moment, after the law of lightning formed the wings, the Silver Electric Tribe saint's speed reached the limit. No one below the saint level could see him clearly. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders could not see him clearly. They could only see blurry balls of light shining in the sky. So fast. Among them, the human saints were extremely shocked. In terms of speed, the Silver Electric Tribe saint did indeed have a unique advantage. Let's see how you're going to hurt me, kid. The Silver Electric Tribe saint moved quickly and appeared in various directions in the sky. At the same time, he did not idle around. A silver lightning hammer appeared in his hand, and he kept swinging it. With every strike, destructive lightning would fall and shatter the void. Terrifying Dao runes interweaved in the sky and attacked Lin Xian, using the laws to attack from afar. This Silver Electric Tribe saint was really experienced. The saints of the human race sighed. Lin Xian frowned. He did not want to waste time with the other party because the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul could not hold on for long. He had to end the battle quickly. The next moment, he snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything to you just because I'm fast? How naive. 9 suns open the sky. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the 9 Sun Sword technique. A fiery red light soared into the sky. A huge flaming sword shadow soared into the sky. It covered the entire sky. At this moment, every inch of space was filled with the 9 Sun Sword chi. There was nowhere to hide. Sure enough, the Silver Electric Tribe saint was also forced back. No matter how fast he was, he could not dodge. Unless he knew the Gu family's Great Void technique and hid in the universe. Unfortunately, he did not know how to do that. Therefore, this time, he revealed his true form. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sword chi and instantly shattered the other party's lightning wings. With a crack, the laws in the sky shattered. The Silver Electric Tribe saint spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Damn it. Attack together and kill him, the saint roared crazily. He was no match for his opponent at all. Sure enough, when they heard that, the other saints also attacked. The primordial kings also joined forces in the distance. Together with their ancient treasures, they formed a peerless killing formation and attacked from afar. Lin Xian continued to wave his sword. Divine flames surged in the sky, shattering the peerless formation that had just formed. Many primordial kings were also killed. This scene caused the primeval saints in the sky to feel their hearts bleed. Buzz, golden light appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He quickly dodged the laws that the saints had cast. He quickly chased after the Silver Electric Tribe saint. The Silver Electric Tribe saint condensed his lightning wings again, trying to escape. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Freeze! When this voice came out, it gave everyone a fright. They all thought that the 6-eared divine monkey had used the immobilization technique again. The 6-eared divine monkey was also stunned. He shook his head and said, "It's not me." If it's not you, then who is it? Everyone was stunned. It's that kid, what did you say? It's that kid, Lin Xian. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. Lin Xian was sure. What was he doing? The Silver Lightning Race's saint was also shocked. He sneered. Kid, do you think you can scare me like this? Seriously, before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. His expression was one of horror. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't move. He screamed crazily. Was he really frozen? The people of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The human cultivators were also stunned. How was this possible? Wasn't that the six-eared divine monkey's divine ability? Damn it, the dragon sword soul simulated everything. It was the power of the dragon sword soul. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. Kill him quickly, we have to kill him quickly. Everyone rushed toward Lin Xian crazily. A pair of golden wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. Golden runes shone on them. As his wings flapped, his speed instantly increased. Oh no, he's imitating the wings of a lightning Dao divine ability. The silver lightning race's saint's pupils constricted, and his expression was extremely ugly. These golden wings were exactly the same as his lightning wings. The other party was using the dragon sword soul to simulate his divine ability. Moreover, he wanted to use this divine ability to kill him, damn it. He roared crazily and wanted to struggle. However, in the next moment, his body was cut in half. The Dao patterns on the golden wings were surrounded by divine chains. They were incomparably sharp. In an instant, the silver lightning race's saint was cut in half. The silver lightning race's saint screamed and wanted to heal. The five-colored divine lightning around him exploded, forming a terrifying energy that blasted away the immobilization technique. He quickly fled into the distance. However, not long after he flew, he was slapped down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and earth. It was like a golden mountain that carried the laws and directly slapped the other party's body into a bloody mist. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been killed long ago. However, saints were so powerful that they could be reborn with just a drop of their blood. Therefore, even though his body was shattered, the silver lightning saint still managed to escape. Thor's shield. He formed 9 shields in front of Shen Tian, and then his body reassembled. Peng, Lin Xian brandished his long sword. The 9-yang sword technique flew out and shattered the 9 thunder god shields on the spot. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions, forming one black hole after another. Weng, he pointed his finger, and his sword chi exploded the head of the saint of the silver lightning race. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. The saint of the silver lightning race roared like a madman. His body had already been shattered dozens of times by the other party. He had never been humiliated like this before. He decided to burn his own bloodline power to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the power of the great dragon sword spirit had exploded forth, causing his body to be unable to heal. Not only that, even his soul had been injured. 9 Sun's soul extinguishing, it was another ultimate move of the 9-yang sword technique. The 9-yang divine fire that filled the sky surged and engulfed the silver lightning saint's soul. Ah! The saint of the silver lightning race screamed like a madman. His soul was burning. Damn it, put it out. An endless sea of lightning appeared on his body, trying to extinguish the divine fire. However, he could not do it. The divine fire carried a monstrous power and a terrifying aura of destruction. The other sages also stepped forward one after another, wanting to lend a helping hand. Weng, Lin Xian's long sword swept in all directions and cut 2 saints in half. The other saints were also forced back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Senior, let me borrow your laws. Lin Xian said in a low voice. In the next moment, endless laws enveloped him. After the great dragon sword spirit gained the power of the laws, it roared as if it had come to life. The saint of the silver lightning race's soul was severely injured and split in half. Lin Xian slashed down a few more times and completely destroyed the saint of the silver lightning race's soul. Now that he had obtained the power of a saint, the power of the great dragon sword soul that was activated in the state of a saint was truly terrifying. The saint of the silver lightning race could not resist at all and was killed. Ruzalong, think of a way to collect the saint's blood. Lin Xian said. In the array formation below, Ruzalong quickly gathered the Queen Mother of the West and the Yi family's patriarch to collect all the blood of the silver lightning race's saint in the sky. Damn it, patriarch, that's impossible. The ancient army had gone crazy. Has a saint fallen? Between heaven and earth, endless blood flowed wildly. The sky cracked, forming a huge crack, and a rain of blood fell. Heaven and earth mourned. The fall of a saint was an extremely terrifying matter. After all, a saint had transcended heaven and earth and comprehended the laws. It was very difficult to become a saint. Among the countless invincible kings, there might not be one. However, once a saint became a saint, it was very difficult for him to fall. It was known as the rebirth from a drop of blood, therefore, although the soul of the Silver Lightning Race's saint was destroyed, the sea of blood in the sky roared crazily. Kid, do you really think you can kill me? What? He's not dead? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Some of the saint's blood that he had just collected, the artifacts that contained the saint's blood, exploded. He was almost affected, and he quickly retreated to the jade pool in fear. The other sacred lords could only give up. He's not dead? He's not dead? His soul has been destroyed, but he's still not dead? Is this a saint? Could it be that they're immortal? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul sighed. A saint being reborn from a drop of blood was not a legend. Their blood contained everything. It even carried the inheritance and soul imprint. Therefore, even if his soul was destroyed, he would not be killed. As expected, the blood of the saints in the distance reformed into a saint. It was the Silver Lightning Race's saint. His face was abnormally pale. The killing intent on his body soared into the sky. Great, the patriarch is not dead. The ancient army heaved a sigh of relief. The other ancient saints also sneered. Kid, I don't know how you obtained your power. But you really don't understand saints. Do you really think you can kill a saint? You? You can't do it. You can't do it? You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Isn't it just rebirth from a drop of blood? Watch me destroy all of your blood. He shouted coldly, and the 9-Sun divine body shone brightly. The 9-Sun sword covered the sky and earth, forming a world of laws that enveloped the Silver Lightning Race's saint again. Boom. Boom, boom. The 9-Sun divine fire combined with the dragon sword soul turned into a fire dragon that burned the other party. Ah. This time, not only was the other party's soul ignited, but his body was also burning fiercely. The blood evaporated, and then it was destroyed by the sword chi. In the end, everything was devoured by the fire dragon, and not a single drop of blood was left. Dead. This time, the Silver Lightning Race's sage was really dead. He could not be resurrected. This scene stunned the 10,000 Archean races. The sage's pupils also constricted. What? Did he really kill the Silver Lightning Race's sage? A strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Patriarch, the primordial life forms of the Silver Lightning Race roared madly. Their eyes were bleeding, and they fell to the ground. They were about to faint from anger. The primordial kings were also so angry that they vomited blood. Dead. One of their sages was killed just like that. They could not accept this at all. That was a sage. What a terrifying existence. It was absolutely unimaginable to lose one. The other 10,000 Archean races were also terrified. If even a sage could be killed, didn't that mean that the other 11 sages were also in danger? The humans were also shocked. A sage was such a terrifying existence. A drop of blood could kill all of them. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill a sage who could be reborn from a drop of blood. But now, they saw a powerful sage die with their own eyes. Moreover, he was killed so easily. This was too shocking. This made them extremely excited. This was because this was done by a young prodigy of the human race. This would probably be recorded in history. That's right, this was an unprecedented feat that would never be repeated in the future. The human sages were also amazed. Perhaps even the primeval emperors were only like this when they were young. Perhaps they might not be able to do it. After all, Lin Xian's current state was too strange. After Lin Xian killed the Silver Lightning Race's sage, he snorted coldly and looked into the distance again. Soon, he stared at the Blood Moon Race's sage. Damn it, the Blood Moon Race's sage's hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. Go, let's kill him together, he called out to his companions and prepared to join forces. Kill. Lin Xian also let out a long roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. Boom, the sky split open, and the murderous aura that filled the sky turned into the 9-Sun sword and directly pierced through the Blood Moon Race's sage. Slash, the Blood Moon Race's sage's body was cut in half. Damn it, hurry up and attack. The saint of the Blood Moon clan frantically retreated and reformed his body. His eyes were filled with endless fear. His opponent was too powerful. Just one move was enough to cut him in half. How were they supposed to fight? He had to join forces with others, do it quickly. The sages of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave also roared angrily and prepared to join forces to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian's current speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, his large success 9-yang divine body had already surpassed these ordinary saints. Even the saints of the far ancient imperial family were unable to stop him. Do you think you can still escape? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his 9-yang sword qi, gathering the power of the great dragon sword spirit, as if it had turned into a peerless eternity. His body was emitting boundless light like the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Puchi, one ultimate move, 9 suns open the heavens. It brought with it a monstrous light and terrifying divine fire as it slashed down from the sky. The saints of the Blood Moon clan took out their saint weapons and used their most powerful divine powers. The entire sky was covered by the blood-colored moon, but it was still unable to resist. Under this attack, he was once again cut into 4 pieces. Destroy, remember, you are the second saint of the primordial era to be killed by me. Lin Xian's voice was cold as the light of the 9 suns covered the sky. Soon, another terrifying divine fire fused with the great dragon sword spirit, forming an 8 desolation fire dragon that also killed the saint of the Blood Moon clan. He no longer existed. The humans were stunned, while the 10,000 ancient races screamed crazily. The people of the Blood Moon clan were also incomparably miserable. Their saint had also fallen. The remaining 10 saints felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was simply too strong. Killing a saint was like cutting cabbage. Damn it, they were too careless. Previously, they thought that the other party's physical body was asking for a beating and that he didn't know the laws. They could join forces to kill him. However, the power of the laws that the other party was using now was simply too terrifying, far surpassing theirs. This was probably a large success 9-yang divine body. They had such a guess in their hearts. The terrifying power of a large success 9-yang divine body was definitely not something they could imagine. Therefore, the 10 saints did not plan to delay any longer. They quickly used the 10,000 dragons diagram to kill him in one strike. Boom! Boom! The 10 saints quickly rose into the sky. Their palms formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies soared into the sky. They communicated with the 10,000 dragons diagram. Among them, the 3 saints of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons were the leaders, and the other primordial era saints were the assistants. They jointly controlled the 10,000 Dragons Earth. Buzz, the terrifying 10,000 Dragons diagram rotated in the sky, releasing a biting cold light. Strands of Extreme Emperor's aura spread out. This was an aura that was even more terrifying than that of a saint. The entire world was trembling. Not a single space was intact. It was filled with black holes and cracks. There were even places that had turned into chaotic nothingness. The primordial era army trembled as they knelt on the ground. Fortunately, they had their own extreme weapons this time, so they were enveloped by a ball of extreme light. That was why they were able to survive. However, the Jade Lake was in danger. Although there was a peerless array formation and a terrifying saint weapon protecting it. But at this moment, the array formation cracked, and the saint weapon dimmed. It could not withstand it at all. Could it be that we're really going to die here? Those cultivators were terrified. The 7 saints had solemn expressions, but the Queen Mother heaved a sigh of relief. Did the other party use an extreme weapon? It was really a blessing in disguise. Although the multi-purpose diagram did not specifically target the Jade Lake sacred ground, the Jade Lake still collapsed. The entire sacred ground was torn apart and could be destroyed at any moment. However, at this moment, a primordial aura surged out. A beam of light shot into the sky and froze the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake, which had been torn apart, healed instantly. What's going on? What happened? The primordial era creatures kneeling on the ground were stunned. Why was the Jade Lake fine? The 10 primordial era saints' expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's an extreme weapon. Did the 10,000 dragons diagram activate the West Emperor Tower? Damn it, don't target the Jade Lake, they cried out in alarm and controlled the 10,000 dragons diagram to isolate the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake was an extreme Tao sacred ground with an extreme weapon suppressing it. They could not destroy it at all. Forcefully attacking would only activate the other party's extreme weapon and awaken it. If the West Emperor Tower really awakened, then the 10,000 ancient races would lose their advantage. Therefore, they did not allow the West Emperor Tower to awaken. Big Brother Xian, come quickly, inside the Jade Lake, Morong Qingqing called out. Shen Jingqiu also shouted, Big Brother Lin Xian, come quickly. That's right, Lin Xian would be safe once he entered the Jade Lake. Before Lin Xian could move, the 10,000 dragons diagram in the sky shone down with 10,000 rays of light, cutting off the void and blocking everything. Kid, you can't escape. Be destroyed obediently. He sneered. The other party had killed 2 of their primordial era saints. How could he let the other party leave? In the sky, the 10,000 dragon picture became more and more terrifying. It was controlled by the 10 saints to avoid the Jade Lake. A terrifying light illuminated the 9 heavens. The 10,000 dragon picture seemed to have come to life as countless giant dragons circled in the sky. At this moment, not only the Jade Lake, but also the entire true spirit world, all living beings were prostrating on the ground. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, it's too scary. Is it a saint? No, it's not a saint. A saint doesn't have this power. It's the Arch. Has the Arch revived? It's an extreme weapon. Heavens, is someone using an extreme weapon? Countless clans and sects were terrified. The human race had lived on this land for tens of thousands of years. Other than some forbidden lands, the rest of the land was filled with humans. Those who went to the Jade Lake were the top sections. The other families and sects didn't go. Of course, they were all watching closely. Now, they felt a terrifying pressure coming from the distant east. They were all terrified. Could it be that the battle was so terrifying that they had to use extreme weapons? This aura, so many dragons, this should be an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. Those people trembled as they looked into the distance. Where are our extreme weapons? Could it be that they weren't used? Heavens, what should we do? Without an extreme weapon, there was no way to fight against them. Even a saint couldn't, unless the Arch revived. Buzz, the 10,000 dragon picture's power shook the heavens and earth. Other than all the living beings in the true spirit world trembling, the Arch weapons were also alarmed. Countless people were guarding the Yi family. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled as a shocking light shot into the sky. The celestial emperor cauldron shone brightly. An ancient mirror in the Gu family rotated in the universe, emitting a terrifying Arch aura. It was the Gu family's void mirror. The extreme weapons of the Yi and Gu families released a terrifying aura, but soon, it became silent. The 10,000 dragon picture deliberately avoided them. Similarly, the extreme weapons of the Daoi sacred ground, Wavering Light sacred ground, Great Xia dynasty, Ninely dynasty, and Thousand Buddha temple also quickly dimmed. Northern Plains, Demon King Palace. They were also extreme Tao sacred grounds and had the Demon King Pagoda. At that moment, the Demon Emperor's tower sensed the 10,000 dragon picture's emperor's might and also released a terrifying aura. However, it quickly dimmed. However, no one knew that in the Demon King's palace, a beautiful woman dressed in white had opened her eyes. Her gaze was as bright as the stars. Her body also emitted a wisp of monarch aura. However, it appeared together with the Demon Emperor Pagoda's emperor's might, so no one sensed it. Did he use an extreme weapon? This beautiful woman was Yanryu. Her body was actually emitting the emperor's might of an extreme-grade weapon. It was truly shocking. Could it be that the human race was really going to lose? Yanryu frowned. Nanling, Yan family. The experts of the Yan family did not enter the Jade Lake because they had already secretly colluded with the ancient royal family. In this dark turmoil, they had chosen to stand on the side of the 10,000 ancient races. Of course, they did not join the 10,000 ancient races in attacking the human race. Instead, they secretly passed on some information and provided some resources and spirit veins. At this moment, the head of the Yan family and Yan Nantian sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the 10,000 dragons picture, and their eyes flickered. Was he finally going to use an extreme weapon? It seemed that this battle was about to end. With so many sacred leaders, sect masters, and experts gathered at the Jade Lake, they would probably all die. No one would be able to withstand the might of an extreme weapon. This time, the human race was really going to be destroyed. Don't worry, the human race will not be wiped out. Our Yan family will still exist. In the future, we will be the kings of the human race. The head of the Yan family revealed a fanatical expression. Yan Nanshan's eyes also flickered. In the sky, the extreme 10,000 dragons picture emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire world. Below, the cultivators in the Jade Lake trembled and bowed down. Fortunately, due to the West Emperor Pagoda, their lives were not in danger. However, Lin Xian outside was not necessarily safe. Lin Xian was floating in the sky and could not return to the Jade Lake at all, so he could only face the extreme weapon alone. No, Lin Xian was really in danger. In terms of strength, he was not a match for the extreme weapon. He could not face the extreme weapon. The sect masters and the sages of the human race were extremely anxious. The 7 sages all wanted to go out. However, they were intimidated by the extreme weapon and could not move at all. "Senior, can you withstand it?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably solemn because the power of the extreme weapon far surpassed the combined power of the 12 sages. "Don't worry, if it's an extreme weapon in its peak state, I won't be able to withstand it. But now, it's not powered by a great emperor. It's powered by a few sages. Moreover, the West Emperor Pagoda is nearby, so it's impossible for them to fully activate it. They must have some scruples. Therefore, it's not difficult to withstand the extreme weapon. However, I'll need to consume too much of my soul. Perhaps after resisting the extreme weapon, I won't be able to use those divine powers anymore." Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. The situation was actually so serious. However, he still had to resist the extreme weapon now. He said, "Senior, give it your all. I hope you can help save the human race. Of course, you must lock the last trace of your soul. Even if you don't use your divine powers, just your divine body and physical strength are enough. Don't worry, I know this. I will definitely hold on until the end. I can sense a few powerful auras rushing over." The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, "Don't worry, the human race won't be destroyed. The human race's foundation is not something the 10,000 ancient races can imagine." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the 9 Sun Sword Saint had sensed something. However, he did not sense it, and the 9 Sun Sword Saint did not say in detail. Could it be that other human sages were rushing over? However, what was the use of more sages rushing over? He did not know, and now, he could not think about these things. He had to quickly deal with the extreme weapon in the sky. "Senior, start." Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light erupted from his body. Rune precepts floated out from his body. "You still want to resist? Die for me." In the distance, more than 10 sages roared and formed hand seals. Above, the 10,000 dragons picture trembled, and a giant dragon flew out from it. It carried an extreme emperor's aura and charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to be killed in one move? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In the next moment, he would use the 9 Sun Sword technique. Between heaven and earth, terrifying rays of light turned into numerous sword lights that slashed towards the giant dragon. Pooh! After the sword fell, the giant dragon was cut into 2 halves and disappeared into thin air. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of an extreme weapon. How was this possible? The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The pupils of the 10 saints constricted. The humans were also stunned. Lin Xian had actually blocked the attack of an extreme weapon. It was too unbelievable. Divine body at greater success stage. He definitely had a divine body at greater success stage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block it, the sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. The human saints had solemn expressions. It was just an aura just now. Although they had blocked it, they were not happy. Because the true power of the 10,000 dragons portrait was definitely not limited to this. The 10 saints' expressions were gloomy. he blocked it. This guy was too powerful. If they used it again, they had to shatter his body. They definitely could not let such a body survive in the human world. The other party's body was too terrifying, like an indestructible god of war. It made them suspect that the other party had a greater success stage 9 young divine body. Such a divine body would be a huge threat to the 10,000 ancient races if they kept it alive. Therefore, they wanted to use the power of the 10,000 dragons portrait to completely destroy the other party's body. So what if he had a greater success stage divine body? In front of an extreme weapon, everything would be reduced to ashes. Let's do it and kill him. The saint of the 10,000 dragons nest said in a deep voice. At the same time, he told them to control their power and not activate other extreme weapons. Understood. Behind him, the other primordial saints nodded. In the next moment, they formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies flew into the 10,000 dragons portrait. The 10,000 dragons portrait was completely revived. Endless dragon roars rang out, and the entire world trembled. The sky was filled with resplendent light, as if millions of stars were dancing in the sky. Roar! Roar, roar! 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the entire world. At this moment, all the living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Lin Xian also roared angrily. An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body, connecting to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His body was incomparably resplendent, and mysterious laws surrounded him to resist the emperor's might of the extreme weapon. How terrifying! His aura was still rising. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? The human saints were extremely shocked. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. The other party's aura was too terrifying. It surpassed that of ordinary saints, and it could even fight against extreme weapons. Was this the greater success stage 9 young divine body? It was indeed terrifying. The saints of the Yi family were also shocked. Their family once had a saint body at the great accomplishment level. That was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and deities weep. Thinking about it, a divine body at the great accomplishment level should be similar. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Tao patterns filled the air. The aura of the 10,000 dragons picture hung down and pierced through the void. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was simply too strong. It was as if the 9 sun sword saint had been reborn. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world trembled. The laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths danced in the air. The aura of the myriad dragons diagram was actually unable to harm him. Beside him, the 9 young divine flames were obliterated. Within Lin Xian's body, a similar dragon roar resounded. It was the voice of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, he was like a great emperor, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared around him. The human sect masters and the saints were shocked. In the distance, the 10,000 ancient races experts felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Despair. This caused them to feel a sense of despair. If it weren't for the myriad dragons portrait, they wouldn't have stood a chance at all. The human race actually had such a great powerhouse. Even the 10 primordial saints who cast the spell sucked in a breath of cold air. Buzz, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying aura. The sword chi on his body swept through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the world apart. The world trembled as all the energy was blocked by him. A terrifying sword intent soared into the sky as if an immortal sword was about to descend. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the living beings sensed it. The beasts prostrated, and the humans also trembled as they raised their heads. What happened? What a terrifying aura. Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Some of the older generation experts screamed. Not only Eastern Wilderness, but Middle Ground, Western Desert, and the entire true spirit world sensed it. This aura was too powerful. It was as if a great emperor had come back to life. How terrifying. Which great powerhouse had come back to life? The human cultivators were incomparably excited. The beings of the 10,000 ancient races prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it, there was actually someone who could fight against the myriad dragons diagram. How was this possible? the expressions of the elders of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Qilin Cave, and the other ancient royal families also changed drastically. Their eyes were like rainbows that pierced through the 9 heavens. They wanted to see who it was. I am Lin Xian of the Central Emperor. I will suppress everything and quell the chaos, his majestic voice resounded throughout the world. At this moment, everyone's scalps exploded. Lin Xian, it was actually Lin Xian, heavens, this was impossible, wasn't he a prodigy of the younger generation? How could he fight against an extreme weapon? Damn it, there must be a shocking change. Hurry up and investigate, exclamations sounded one after another. The human cultivators were extremely surprised. They all set up array formations, wanting to observe from afar. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were searching crazily. All kinds of lights flickered between heaven and earth. All eyes were focused on the jade pool. Was that golden figure really Lin Xian? Through the array formation, they saw a golden figure in the distance under the myriad dragons diagram. He stood there like a peerless god of war. Under his feet, countless living beings submitted, and above his head was a terrifying extreme weapon, the myriad dragons diagram. At this moment, the other party was fearless under the myriad dragons diagram's emperor's might. Damn it, impossible, how could that kid emit such a terrifying power? He had already surpassed a sage. The powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Especially the elders of the ancient royal family. Their faces were filled with shock. 9 Yang Divine Body, Greater Mastery 9 Yang Divine Body, not good, we must kill him. These elders of the ancient royal family were experienced and knowledgeable. They recognized at a glance that it was the legendary 9 Yang Divine Body. Moreover, it had been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can fight against us? Although we can't fully activate the myriad dragons diagram, just a trace of its power is enough to kill you, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He controlled the myriad dragons diagram, and strands of peerless killing intent descended. Terrifying emperors might spread in all directions. The 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed at this moment. Today, I want to see just how powerful the legendary extreme Dao weapon is. Lin Xian let out a long roar and stretched out his palm. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky as it grabbed forward. He was going to take the imperial weapon with his bare hands. Boom, the golden palm collided with the myriad dragons diagram, and the aura that hung down let out a shocking sound. At this moment, the terrifying existences that were sleeping in the 10,000 ancient races were all awakened. They opened their eyes, and their auras erupted. Wisps of divine red pierced through heaven and earth. They wanted to see this battle clearly. Damn it, someone could take an imperial weapon with his bare hands. They were too shocked. Boom. Boom, boom. The extreme weapons of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the jade pool trembled again as if they were about to awaken. There was nothing he could do about it. This attack was simply too terrifying. Countless living beings bowed in the direction of the jade pool. At this moment, they felt their bodies stiffen and they couldn't move at all. The blood in their bodies froze, and their souls felt like they were about to explode. Dazzling light flashed. Lin Xian retreated and broke through the void. He only stopped after retreating hundreds of thousands of miles. Was he pushed back? The human sages exclaimed and hurriedly looked over. The Yi family head, Queen Mother of the West, and a few other top sacred lords also looked forward. On the other side, the primeval race sages and the top primeval kings were also paying attention. That kid should have been beaten up, right? That's for sure. He dared to fight against an extreme weapon. He must be courting death. Just wait, he will definitely destroy the divine relic. The primeval sages sneered. They were very confident in their extreme weapons, even though they had only used a little of their power. However, no one was able to resist it. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. That was because the aura of the golden figure in front of them didn't weaken, and the light didn't disappear. In fact, not even a drop of blood flowed out. Damn it, he's not injured. How is this possible? The primeval sages were dumbfounded, and the primeval kings were about to faint. At this moment, the experts who were paying attention to the jade pool were all stunned. Someone had actually blocked an extreme weapon with his bare hands. And he wasn't injured, he really blocked the imperial weapon with his bare hands. The human sages' hearts were beating wildly. The Queen Mother of the West, Yi family head, and the others were even more shocked. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were stunned. In myths and legends, such a situation only appeared in the records of the primeval emperors. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to do it. The greater mastery of the nine-yang divine body? Yi Wudao clenched his fists. He had to cultivate the greater mastery of the nine-yang divine body. Then, he might be able to block an imperial weapon with his bare hands. He had to reach the peak of the martial path. At this moment, Yi Wudao's battle intent was aroused. The other young geniuses were the same. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived in front of Qin Nan from a few 100,000 li away. His eyes were bright, and the sword qi on his body hummed as he looked at the 10 figures in the sky. Was this the power of an imperial armament? That was all there was to it. Today, I'll take this myriad dragon's portrait with my bare hands. Lin Xian's voice resounded throughout the 8 desolates, causing the human martial artist's blood to boil. The archaic creatures, on the other hand, were all horrified. Catching a monarch weapon barehandedly, just how bold were these words? Furthermore, he had really done it. Shouldn't the human race be exterminated? Kill him, I must kill him. On the other hand, the primeval saints were filled with killing intent. The other party was too terrifying. Although it wasn't a true resurrection of a great success divine body, it was still controlled by Lin Xian, and it had unparalleled divine might. If such a thing existed, it would be a great threat to them. They had to kill it. Once again, he increased the power of the myriad dragons diagram. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared angrily. The other sages also had cold expressions on their faces. At this moment, the power of the myriad dragons portrait erupted once again. A terrifying emperor's might filled the air, reaching the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the living beings in the entire world submitted. Great Tao fell from the sky like a waterfall, hanging upside down in the 9 heavens. Oh no, the myriad dragon's portrait is about to erupt again. The human sages were terrified. An extreme Tao weapon was too powerful. That attack just now was just a casual attack, and it didn't activate the true power of the myriad dragon's portrait. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would sink under the full-strength attack of an extreme Tao weapon. Was it that terrifying? Wouldn't Brother Xian be in danger? Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous when they heard this. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head and said, "Don't worry, they wouldn't do that. Firstly, an extreme Tao weapon was a great emperor's weapon. No matter how powerful a sage was, he couldn't fully activate it. It was already heaven-defying to be able to unleash a portion of its power. Moreover, they didn't dare to use too many extreme Tao weapons because that kind of emperor's might would trigger the other extreme Tao weapons to awaken. As long as it exceeded a certain level of power, the West Emperor Tower would awaken. At that time, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, the Void Mirror, and other extreme Tao weapons would also awaken. As for the human race, we will completely activate our foundation." This was probably something that the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to see. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still extremely nervous. This was because a wisp of the myriad dragon's portrait's aura could kill a sage. It was already very heaven-defying for Lin Xian to be able to fight barehandedly. Kill! Lin Xian held a golden battle sword in his hand and charged into the 9 heavens. He took the initiative to fight the myriad dragon's portrait. He was courting death. The 10 sages roared and activated the myriad dragon's portrait again, launching a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything turned into chaos, and no one could see this battle clearly. However, everyone could feel an extremely terrifying energy surging between heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. 18 world-ending sounds rang out in a row, and the entire world was enveloped by a resplendent light. No one could open their eyes. Those sages wanted to forcefully watch the battle, but in the next moment they screamed in pain. Their eyes bled, and they rolled on the ground in pain. It was too terrifying. Even the sages couldn't watch it. An extreme grade weapon is powerful, But it's not something ants like you can use. If you want to kill me, revive your ancient emperor. Lin Xian's voice sounded in the world. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You've gone too far. These were the voices of the ancient sages. Although the crowd couldn't see the battle situation, just hearing the voices was enough to scare them out of their wits. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian has the upper hand? Heavens, the 10 sages are actually unable to do anything to him? This is too unbelievable. Roar, boom, another earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by countless screams. The sky was blood-red, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. A saint had been blown apart. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, causing one's scalp to go numb. After a few screams, the light in the sky quickly retreated like the tide. How's the battle going? Seeing that the light was no longer so resplendent, all the sages looked in the direction of the jade pool again. In the next moment, they were scared out of their wits. These sages were extremely terrifying existences in the world, but at this moment, they were dumbfounded and stunned. In the void, the 10,000 dragons diagram emitted a resplendent light, and a golden figure stood between heaven and earth. The auras of the two collided, tearing countless cracks. Meanwhile, the sages of the ancient sages were in a miserable state. Blood stained the void, and their bodies were shattered. Although they weren't killed, they were in an extremely sorry state. Defeated, the 10,000 ancient races were actually defeated. The 10 sages had used extreme weapons to fight Lin Xian, but they had been defeated. This was too unbelievable. This was probably a major event that would shock the entire world. Everyone was horrified. The 10,000 ancient races shrieked in disbelief. The humans were extremely excited. Great, Lin Xian actually caught an apex weapon with his bare hands. This kid was too heaven-defying. Cheers sounded one after another, and hope was restored in their eyes. An apex weapon? It was indeed powerful. However, you can't hurt me with just your strength. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll slaughter your entire ancient army. Lin Xian's body emitted a biting cold-killing intent that surged forward. This caused countless archaic creatures to tremble in fear. Even the archaic kings were filled with despair. Under the other party's power, they had no ability to resist at all. The ancient sages were so angry that they vomited blood. Their bodies reassembled, but their expressions were incomparably ugly. To be honest, their minds were still blank because they couldn't accept that someone could catch an apex weapon with his bare hands. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Perhaps only the ancient emperors could do it. However, how heaven-defying was such a person? It could be said that one wouldn't appear for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that this kid really had the might of an ancient emperor? Dear heavens, if the other party was allowed to continue growing, the 10,000 ancient races would really be finished if another emperor lord was born. Why, were they still not convinced? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a 9-sun sword flew out, instantly splitting one of the sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons apart. That sage screamed and retreated in fear. The other sages also trembled and contacted the 10,000 dragons diagram for protection. Damn it, kill him. We must kill him. We must activate the 10,000 dragons diagram at all costs and launch a shocking attack. Even if we have to sink the entire eastern wilderness, we must kill him. The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The other party was actually suppressing them so powerfully. This was intolerable. The other sages' eyes were also bloodshot. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then sublimate to the extreme. Let's fight to the death. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the aura on his body erupted. He was like an ancient great emperor, suppressing the 8 desolates, causing the 10,000 ancient races to tremble. If he used the 10,000 dragons diagram at full power, he might not be able to withstand it. However, he was not afraid because he knew that there were several extreme weapons in the eastern wilderness. As long as the other party wanted to sink the eastern wasteland regardless of the cost, the few extreme weapons of the human race would be revived. At that time, the human race would be able to activate their foundation. Don't act rashly. The saints of Divine Phoenix Ridge and Fire Chilan Cave also tried to persuade him. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. He said, "Why don't you take out your Divine Phoenix Ridge's Extreme Dao weapon as well as your Fire Qilin Case Extreme Dao weapon? With the 3 Extreme Dao Monarch weapons attacking, I don't believe that we can't kill him." Upon hearing this, the human experts were extremely shocked. Were they going to use 3 extreme weapons? Perhaps no one would be able to resist it. No, the Western Yellow Pagoda would probably automatically awaken once the 2 extreme grade weapons appeared. The Saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge still shook his head. They had too many concerns. Damn it, the humans in the past were just like that. They could easily crush them to death. But now, they wanted to attack the humans, but they actually had so many concerns. They didn't even dare to go all out. Thinking about it, they felt really aggrieved. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? You don't dare to make a move? If that's the case, take your people and scram back to your nest. If you dare to take another step into the human city, I will directly kill you." Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. He didn't back down at all. He was now the guardian of the human race. He had to use a strong stance to repel the 10,000 ancient races in order to ensure the safety of the human race. "Buzz, kid, you're too arrogant." On the Jade Lake side, the 10 primordial saints didn't say anything. However, a cold and dignified voice sounded from extremely far away. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart and the great Tao descended. A figure soared into the sky. A terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Another saint had awakened, sensing the extremely powerful saint aura and laws in the sky. Everyone exclaimed. Needless to say, this was a saint of the 10,000 ancient races. Whoosh whoosh, after the first saint, a few more figures soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the Jade Lake. Soon, 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of their auras was powerful. They were even more terrifying than the primordial saints from before. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake were terrified. Lin Xian also frowned. The situation wasn't good. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were using their trump cards again. Indeed, Lin Xian discovered that the 8 figures that came this time were very strange. Their bodies still existed in the deity crystals. In other words, these 8 saints hadn't come out of the deity crystals. However, the auras on their bodies were incomparably terrifying. Their gazes were extremely cold. They were like divine swords that emitted such terrifying power without coming out. Once they came out, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Needless to say, these people were extremely terrifying existences. In the saint realm, they were extremely terrifying. As expected, facing the 8 saints in the deity crystals, the 10 primordial saints quickly bowed. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more terrified. These 8 were definitely extremely terrifying patriarchs. Kid, do you really think you can contend against the primordial race? Today, we'll let you know the true power of an extreme weapon. The 8 patriarchs snorted coldly. Their auras also erupted. This time, the 10,000 dragons picture spun once again. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire world. Not good, the human cultivators had originally seen hope, but now, they were in despair. The 10,000 ancient races trump cards were simply too powerful. Lin Xian also frowned. Just now, he had used too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul to receive the Emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Now, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul was extremely weak. Would he be able to withstand this attack? He didn't know, but no matter what, he had to resist. What, do you think the human race doesn't have anyone? Just as Lin Xian was about to fight to the death, a voice also came from the distant sky. The sky flickered with golden light, quickly covering the entire sky. The 10,000 dragons picture vibrated, and a terrifying dragon aura surged. It turned into a huge dragon that danced, fighting against the golden light. In an instant, the 2 sides were evenly matched. What was going on? Was this kid playing tricks? They stared at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian also had a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura. Could it be that the human race's extreme weapon had awakened? The primordial saints and the 8 primordial patriarchs all had ugly expressions. If that was really the case, then things would be terrible. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, and the other saints were also puzzled. What a terrifying aura. It wasn't weaker than an extreme weapon. Which extreme-grade weapon had awakened? The Celestial Emperor Cauldron? The Void Mirror? Or the Dragon-Wending Cauldron? But that wasn't it. They sensed that it wasn't an extreme weapon they were familiar with. Could it be that there was an unknown extreme weapon in the world? In an instant, everyone exclaimed. The human race had regained hope. Lin Xian also turned his head to look into the distance because he heard the 9-Sun Sword Saint say, "It's here. It's finally here." What was it? Lin Xian didn't know. Could it be that the foundation of the human race had appeared? He remembered that the 9-Sun Sword Saint had said that the foundation of the human race was beyond the imagination of the 10,000 ancient races. Perhaps that unknown foundation had appeared. Golden light covered the sky. The 9 heavens and 10 earths also urged the aura of the great emperor to resist the 10,000 dragon diagram. From within the golden light, a figure descended. When he saw this figure, Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The cultivators of the human race were also puzzled. Who was this person? Did this old man look unfamiliar? They had never seen him before. However, Li Xuanxian and the others cried out in alarm. "Greetings, old palace master." What? Could it be that he was the previous palace master of Immortal Palace? Heavens, the palace master of Immortal Palace was actually a saint? They cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also shocked. That's right, the old man who had come was none other than Xiaojiu. "Who are you?" The archaic saint of the Fire Qilin cave shouted coldly. "Xiaojiu," the old man said indifferently. Never heard of him." The archaic saints snorted coldly. The sacred leaders and sect masters were also puzzled. However, the expressions of the 7 saints of the human race changed. They thought of a person and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, it couldn't really be him, right? It was very likely that other than him, who else had such means to block the 10,000 dragon diagram? The saints quickly conversed, and the sacred leaders felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that this old man had a great background? Xiaojiu said in a deep voice, 10,000 ancient races, you've gone too far. Could it be that you want to start another dark turmoil? I advise you to leave quickly and not cause trouble. Xiaojiu's voice wasn't loud, but there was an unquestionable warning in his tone. Leave quickly? Just you? You can also say such things to me. The saint from the Fire Qilin cave sneered. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge Qilin hand and grabbed downwards. He wanted to slap Xiaojiu to death. Upon seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. However, Lin Xian's gaze remained calm. He knew that Xiaojiu was a saint. They should be able to deal with the current situation. As expected, Xiaojiu sighed. Boom, the Qilin's huge hand exploded in midair, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was incomparably miserable as his entire arm turned into nothingness. What? The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The humans also felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He knew that Xiaojiu was powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. To be able to injure a primordial saint with a single sigh, this method was too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that he isn't any weaker than a large success 9-yang divine body? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the gazes of all the experts in the true spirit world gathered on Xiaojiu, wanting to see through him. Damn it, how dare you injure me? The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was furious. The flames on his body surged into the sky as he wanted to attack again. However, he was stopped by a primordial saint. The primordial saint's body was hidden in a divine crystal, but his eyes pierced through the void and stared at Xiaojiu. Who are you? I've said it before, I'm Xiaojiu. I advise you to quickly retreat and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you think you can resist the entire 10,000 ancient races by yourself? You overestimate yourself. Our primordial royal race has revived to rule this land. You humans should move aside. The primordial saint was very powerful. They were even stronger than the primordial saints. Attack! In the next moment, they roared and activated the 10,000 dragons diagram together. The 10,000 dragons diagram rumbled and transformed into 10,000 dragons that rushed in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. Not good. Could it be that they were going to use an apocalyptic attack? If that was the case, the eastern wilderness would fall and all of them would be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. Xiaojiu was still fearless in the face of such a scene. Xiaochen waved his hand, and golden light filled the sky. It quickly wrapped around the 10,000 dragons picture, forming a painting. Immediately, the light of the 10,000 dragons diagram was blocked. Damn it, he actually resisted the 10,000 dragons diagram. How was this possible? The 8 primordial saints and the 10 primordial saints were terrified. What was that thing? Laws appeared in their eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, an ancestor screamed. The investiture of the gods, it's actually the investiture of the gods. Where did you get this thing? What investiture of the gods? The primordial beasts and human cultivators were confused, but the human saints' expressions changed drastically. Especially the western desert monks, their eyelids twitched. Could it really be that thing? They were shocked. Xiaojiu said indifferently. I got it from the Spirit Mountain. Do you still want to attack? The Spirit Mountain was indeed there. The 10,000 Buddha temple's monks were shocked and chanted Amitabha. The others were puzzled. Master, what was that thing? Yes, was the investiture of the gods very powerful? The 10,000 Buddha temple's monks said in a deep voice. The investiture of the gods was a treasure personally refined by the arch. It was used to seal powerful enemies. What, this was a treasure refined by the arch? Wasn't that an extreme grade weapon? Everyone was shocked. No wonder it could resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. Was it Donghua the arch? The saints were shocked. The 10,000 Buddha temple's monks nodded. Yes, it was Donghua the arch. Donghua the arch had refined the investiture of the gods and sealed a peerless enemy in the Spirit Mountain. After countless years, that powerful enemy had probably turned into ashes. However, the investiture of the gods had been passed down. However, that wasn't the arch weapon. No one could touch it. They didn't expect that Xiaojiu would use it to resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. This Xiaojiu was really terrifying. His strength definitely far surpassed that of a saint. Yes, he could actually use the investiture of the gods. This strength was heaven-defying. Donghua the arch, the human cultivators discussed animatedly. There weren't many legends about this the arch, and they didn't know much about him. They knew about Celestial Emperor Yi, the Void Emperor, and the others. However, the Yi family's saint said that Donghua the arch was very terrifying. His might shook the world, and he cared about the common people. When the Yi family's celestial emperor was young, he received the teachings of Donghua the arch. That was why he could become a celestial emperor. When these words came out, everyone gasped. What? Celestial Emperor Yi received the inheritance of Donghua the arch? This was too unbelievable. One had to know that Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying existence. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was rumored that he had already ascended to immortality. Such a brilliant figure was actually a disciple of Donghua the Great. One could only imagine how terrifying Donghua the Great was. The investiture of the gods he left behind was definitely incomparably useful. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The primordial sages gritted their teeth. The 8 ancestral patriarchs sneered. Do you think we can't do anything just because you blocked the 10,000 dragons portrait? Do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? They exuded a cold aura. Attack, kill them, kill all the human powerhouses in the Jade Pool. I want to destroy the human race. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, Old Xia, do it. Although the other party had 8 ancestral patriarchs, with his and Xiaojiu's strength and the 7 saints, they should be able to fight against them. No hurry? Seeing Xiaojiu smile, Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that someone else is coming? Indeed. Not long after, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Riding a sword and riding the wind, I shall eliminate the demons between heaven and earth. All demons submit to me, the wine sword immortal. His voice sounded extremely carefree and at ease. Everyone was extremely shocked. It was likely that another exceptional expert had descended. On the human side, the saints were stunned. Lin Xian also widened his eyes. Could it be? He trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone with a cold light. In the Jade Pool, the Crimson Dragon also muttered softly. No way, is that guy here? Damn it, if it's really him, I have to make him return my dragon essence. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were also red. He thought of someone. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Lord Wine, is that you? Whoosh, a sword light streaked across the void, and an immortal sword bloomed. On the immortal sword, a man in a long robe was half lying in the void. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and his eyes were a little drunk. Little guy, well done. The man shook the wine gourd and said with a smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was stubble on his face. He looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were like stars. Everyone knew that this was a super powerhouse. However, what shocked everyone even more was that this super powerhouse was actually related to Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is really, they were shocked beyond belief. Xia Jiuyo, who had just come out, was Immortal Palace's old palace master, while Lin Xian was the current palace master. There was no need to talk about their relationship. The newly appeared wine sword immortal seemed to have a heaven-defying strength. Furthermore, he was actually related to Lin Xian. Just who was this Lin Xian? All of a sudden, they began to speculate about Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian ignored their thoughts. At that moment, he only had eyes for Lord Alcohol. He was extremely excited. Is it really you, Lord Alcohol? That's great. I thought I would never see you again, how could that be? Lord Alcohol laughed out loud. I've said it before. When you grow up, we'll fight side by side. As he spoke, he tossed the gourd over. Have a taste, this is my newly brewed spirit wine. Lin Xian took it and took 3 big gulps. Then, he said, awesome. Lord Alcohol, let's fight side by side. 10,000 rays of light bloomed from his body. Although he could no longer use the power of laws after resisting the supreme weapon, the power of his greater success divine body was enough to suppress everything. On the other side, the primordial saints and ancestral ancestors had gloomy expressions. The other party had sent 2 super powerhouses in the blink of an eye. This was truly beyond their expectations. However, one of the ancestral ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. It's just 2 powerhouses. How can they contend against us? The 8 of them were powerful, and they didn't believe that the other party would be able to contend against them. Who said that there were only 2 of them? Lord Alcohol drank and smiled. Don't worry, I'll use your blood to brew a pot of good wine later. His eyes lit up. Courting death. The primordial saints and ancestral ancestors were furious. The other party actually wanted to use their blood? They were overestimating themselves. What wishful thinking, at the same time, they were shocked. Could it be that more human powerhouses had arrived? Why were there so many human powerhouses? One had to know that the saints of the Supreme Tao Sacred Lands were suppressed by the myriad dragon portrait. Could it be that those saints had also awakened? Ancestral ancestors, what should we do? The saints asked. Investiture of the gods. The ancestral ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. If not for the investiture of the gods, they could have used the myriad king's portrait to directly kill the other party. But now, their 10,000 dragons portrait was sealed. Damn it, let's see what they're capable of. An ancestral ancestor walked out. This was the ancestral ancestor of the southern sea crocodile gods. He was extremely terrifying. He transformed into a huge divine crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long. He blotted out the sky and the sun as he pressed down. His laws could directly obliterate a saint. It was too terrifying. The cultivators of the Jade Lake were terrified. These ancestral ancestors were simply too terrifying. The ancestral ancestor of the southern sea crocodile gods charged towards Lord Alcohol in the sky. Die. Terrifying might surged outwards, forming a divine spear that pierced forward. His attack could kill a saint. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lord Alcohol was still lying lazily on the flying sword. He glanced indifferently and then waved his finger. Buzz, circles of black runes flew out from his hand and flickered in the sky. Then, they suddenly expanded and turned into a black hole that spread forward like an abyssal beast that was devouring everything. With a boom, the terrifying divine ability was devoured. Not only that, but the southern sea crocodile gods also screamed in horror. Damn it, get lost. He realized that the black hole had also enveloped him. A mere spatial power was not worth a single attack. The southern sea crocodile god's ancestral ancestor sneered. His huge body swayed and crushed the void. However, he was unable to escape the black Tao patterns. The Tao patterns that filled the sky completely enveloped him. Devour, Lord Alcohol muttered as countless black Tao patterns flickered. The southern sea crocodile god screamed in horror. Damn it, my power! How dare you absorb my power? He screamed crazily as he tried to break free. However, he could not break free at all. This scene shocked everyone. Who was the other party? He was too terrifying to be able to subdue an ancestral ancestor so easily. Boom, the void in the sky split open as a divine light tore through the 9 heavens. The ancestral ancestor charged out, but his face was pale and his body was trembling in anger. In that instant, a lot of his power had been sucked away. The devouring sword. Damn it, you have the devouring sword. The southern sea crocodile god screamed in horror. The others were also shocked. What? The devouring sword of the 5 swords of the world? Damn it, damn it. The primordial saints and ancestral ancestors' expressions changed. The devouring sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. It was as famous as the dragon sword soul. Its power was absolutely unimaginable. It could devour everything in the world. No one expected that not long after the dragon sword soul appeared, another peerless divine sword, the devouring sword, would appear. It was too terrifying. No one knew if the other 3 legendary divine swords would appear. The legends of the 5 swords of the world had been around for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the chaos caused by the 10,000 ancient races would cause the great dragon sword and the devouring sword to appear together? Don't act rashly. The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. The ancestor of the southern sea crocodile god race snorted and retreated with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect the other party to have the devouring sword. It wasn't good for him to attack again. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. He had been careless just now. He wasn't afraid of the other party. So what if it was the devouring sword? He would use his divine power to destroy the other party's body. Let's use the second extreme weapon. The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. All right. The ancestor of the divine phoenix ridge nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. There was no other way. The current situation had exceeded their expectations. The 10,000 dragons portrait had been blocked, and the other party had 2 super experts. In addition, Lin Xian had given them a headache. If they didn't use the extreme weapon now, they would probably have to retreat. Retreat? How could they be willing to do that? They had planned for so long and used all their strength to kill the humans. If they retreated now, wouldn't they be mocked? Furthermore, 8 ancestors had come this time. As long as they controlled it carefully, they shouldn't alarm the other extreme weapons. Since they had already decided, the female saint of the divine phoenix ridge let out a long roar. A phoenix phantom rushed out from her body and covered the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire world began to shake. A rumbling sound came from the divine phoenix ridge in the distance. A ray of light streaked across the 9 heavens and flew towards the jade pool with an invincible radiance. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. The countless living beings below prostrated themselves and trembled. Some even cracked and turned into a bloody mist. An extreme weapon. This was an extreme Thearcha's aura, another extreme grade weapon had been born. Everyone in the world was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races trembled with excitement. On the other hand, the humans were filled with despair. The Queen Mother, the Yi family head, the 7 sages, Lin Xian, and the others also had solemn expressions. Xia Jiuyo's eyes flickered. Lord Alcohol still looked indifferent. The extreme weapon tore through the void and instantly arrived above the jade pool. Terrifying Thearcha's aura covered the area. The 10,000 dragons picture vibrated, and the investiture of the gods kept rolling. However, it still managed to restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they could still restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram. Otherwise, they would be facing two extreme weapons. Most likely, no one would be able to contend against him. Now that there was an extra one, if Lin Xian was still as strong as before, he might be able to take on the monarch weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, there were two super strong cultivators. There was still a sliver of hope for the human race. However, the primeval saints snorted coldly. In the sky, endless rays of light turned into a phoenix divine spirit, and thousands of rays of light fell from it. Each of them transformed into a terrifying great Tao that interweaved in the sky. Phoenix Bell, an extreme weapon of the divine Phoenix Ridge. At this moment, being activated by the old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge, it emitted a clear and melodious sound. Weng, the 100,000 mountain peak suddenly exploded, and millions of lands instantly sank, turning into darkness. It was too terrifying. Just a trace of the might of an extreme weapon was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Nothing could withstand it. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, the sect masters and saints trembled. Facing the extreme weapon, they were once again suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. They couldn't resist at all. Outside, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body bloomed with light, and golden divine chains surrounded him. He used his powerful physique to resist the Emperor's might. An endless black hole appeared beside Lord Alcohol, quickly devouring this terrifying energy. Xiao Jiuyo stood there without moving. His eyes seemed to have turned into two universes, and an extremely terrifying power surged from his body. Phoenix Bell, if it was activated by an emperor, we really wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, you can't do anything to me. Today, I'll take it with my bare hands. Xiao Jiuyo stood out. Although his face was old, at this moment, he was like a mountain that stood tall in the void. You want to take on an emperor weapon with your bare hands? What a joke. Die for me, the old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge laughed sinisterly and struck out with a shocking attack. The Phoenix Bell spun in the sky, carrying millions of great Daos as it charged over. A wisp of light turned into the phantom of a phoenix, covering the sky and covering the earth as it charged at Xiao Jiuyo. The sky was filled with divine flames. The phoenix was born from the flames and could burn everything. Xiao Jiuyo shouted coldly. His robes fluttered, and he reached out with both hands. Two stars quickly formed in his palms. In the end, they enlarged and turned into two universes of starry sky. Boom, boom. The two palms carried the universe of starry sky and collided with the phoenix that was reborn from the flames. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Large black cracks danced wildly in the sky, and all the void collapsed as if the world had been reversed. Monstrous flames spread in all directions, and darkness appeared in the sky. The stars that filled the sky seemed to have been replaced. All kinds of strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying, and all the primordial kings, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a chill in their hearts. This method was too heaven-defying. After the attack, the dark starry sky disappeared, and the terrifying phoenix flames also disappeared. The sky regained its clarity once again. Xiao Jiuyo stood there and retracted his palms. He was unharmed. The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. On the side of the human race, they also exclaimed. He had taken on an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Heavens, another person had taken on an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, the power of the emperor weapon this time was even more terrifying. It was too terrifying. He was definitely a super sage. Why didn't they know that the human race had such a powerhouse before? Moreover, he was a living sage. He wasn't sealed in a god crystal. Everyone cried out in alarm. They saw hope once again. The primordial saints' faces were gloomy, and the primordial ancestors of the divine Phoenix Ridge had a ferocious expression. Damn it, he blocked it. The other party really blocked his attack. How was this possible? Damn it, who was the other party? The patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. Don't fight him head-on. He's probably an old monster who has lived for countless years. His strength is heaven-defying. Let's hurry up and use the Phoenix Bell and the 10,000 dragons diagram to send the investiture of the gods flying. Then, we'll gather the two emperor weapons and kill them. They definitely won't be able to resist. Alright, the 8 patriarchs and 10 primordial saints moved together. Clang, the phoenix bell emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Phoenix phantoms moved about in the sky, and together with the 10,000 dragons diagram, they quickly bombarded the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods lowered countless great daos to seal everything, but no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of two emperor weapons. In an instant, the investiture of the gods trembled as if it was about to fall from the sky. Not good, it's dangerous, the Queen Mother and the others were terrified. If the investiture of the gods fell, the power of the two emperor weapons would be enough to destroy them in an instant. West Emperor Tower, hurry up and revive. The Queen Mother and the other powerhouses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground communicated with the West Emperor Tower. However, they couldn't revive it in a short period of time. This made them even more anxious and uneasy. On the other hand, the primordial royals were extremely excited. This is great. Two extreme-grade weapons. The human race is dead for sure. That's right, how can these ants fight against us? With a boom, the investiture of the gods was finally pushed back. The 10,000 dragons diagram flickered again, and 10,000 dragons soared into the sky. They tore through the void, forming a terrifying crack. At this moment, all the human cultivators in the quintessential world knelt on the ground, their faces filled with despair. They had broken free. The arch-weapons were going to work together to kill them. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram released its extreme the arch aura, and the phoenix bell kept spinning. The two were going to work together to kill Lin Xian, Xia Zhouyo, and Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian roared and used his greater success divine body, preparing to fight to the death. At this moment, a loud explosion came from the eastern wilderness. Immediately after, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky and kept spreading. The terrifying the arch aura appeared again, suppressing the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the 10,000 ancient races trembled, their scalps going numb. Apex weapon, another apex weapon had been born. Damn it, it was the human race's extreme weapon. They felt like their bodies were about to explode from the pressure. This was definitely not an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. The pressure on the human race's side instantly decreased. At the same time, they were shocked. Another the arch weapon had appeared. Yi Wudao, the Yi family patriarch, and the Yi family sage exclaimed. The celestial emperor cauldron, it was the heaven and earth cauldron. Had the Yi family's celestial emperor cauldron awakened, the other sages, the Queen Mother, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sect masters also widened their eyes. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? One had to know that the West Emperor Tower had yet to awaken. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? Could it be that the seal of the 10,000 dragons diagram had been broken? Impossible. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? On the 10,000 ancient races side, the primordial saints and primordial ancestors also screamed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had used two extreme weapons, they were still careful not to alarm any of them. Not to mention the celestial emperor cauldron, even the West Emperor Tower, which was so close to them, had not awakened. Not to mention the celestial emperor cauldron even further away. Damn it, what had happened? Could it be that the Yi family's cultivators had forcefully awakened the celestial emperor cauldron? But how did they do it? For a moment, all the primordial ancestors were stunned. Xia Zhouyo and Lord Alcohol revealed smiles. Lin Xian was extremely alarmed. From the looks of it, Xia Zhouyo and Lord Alcohol weren't the only ones attacking the humans. The cauldron of the celestial emperor flew out from the Yi family and floated above the 9 heavens, emanating the aura of the great path. Hum below the heaven and earth peak, a figure walked over quickly, making him look like a god. What's going on? Someone had really activated the celestial the arch cauldron. Who was it? Was it the saint of the Yi clan? The elites of the 10,000 ancient races stared at the figure. Below, the Yi family cultivators and the other Holy Lands cultivators all turned their heads and looked over. That was especially true of the saint of the Yi clan, Leaf Dao Denier, and Yang Qi. They didn't know who that person was. Whoosh, the celestial emperor's cauldron arrived near the jade pool in an instant. It intersected with the investiture of the gods, resisting the myriad dragon's portrait and the phoenix bell. What's wrong? Are you bullying us humans because we don't have imperial weapons? The person's voice was ice cold. This was an imposing figure with a head full of white hair. It was very eye-catching. However, although this person had white hair, he didn't look old. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked to be in his 30s. Of course, they wouldn't be fooled by appearances. This should be an expert who had lived for countless years. The other party's aura was too terrifying and strange. It was completely different from the golden path above. It was pitch black like ink, like a demonic cloud that shrouded his surroundings. This scene was too strange. A demonic figure controlling the radiant and holy celestial emperor's cauldron was unbelievable. Not to mention them, even the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Wudao, and the other Yi clan experts were stunned. Who was this person? He wasn't a saint of the Yi clan at all. How could he control the Yi clan's celestial emperor's cauldron? Could it be that the other party had forcefully seized the Yi clan's celestial emperor's cauldron? But how was that possible? The celestial emperor's cauldron was an extreme weapon. Who could seize it? Apart from the Yi clan's experts, no one could use it. Thus, in an instant, the experts of the Yi family were all stunned. When the experts and saints of the other sacred grounds and sects learned about this, they were also stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. Lin Xian was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like an expert of the Yi clan. The Yi clan's cultivation technique was very obvious and special. It was golden. After all, the Yi clan had the bloodline of the arch. Although they only had a sacred body, the cultivation techniques of others were the same. They were all the arch cultivation techniques. However, the person in front of him was completely different. His entire body was pitch black like ink. This was simply a demonic cultivation technique. Moreover, looking at the other party's demonic aura, Lin Xian suspected that the great demon of Blackwood Cliff had been resurrected. Damn it, could this be someone from the demon race? For a moment, Lin Xian suspected that the demon race had seized the extreme Dao weapon and was here to kill the human race. However, from the other party's tone and appearance, it seemed that he was on the side of the human race. Therefore, for a moment, he was stunned. The corners of Xiao Zhouyo and Lord Alcohol's lips curled up. You're finally here. Who are you? In front, the patriarchs of Fire Qilin Cave shouted coldly. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Damn it, why was the human race so strange? Every time at the critical moment, a powerhouse would jump out, and the other party would bring an extreme Dao weapon. They were also incomparably familiar with this extreme Dao weapon. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extremely terrifying extreme Dao weapon left behind by Celestial Emperor Yi. I am the Demon Master. You primordial ants actually dare to threaten the human race. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your death? The Demon Master was even more arrogant, not putting these 10,000 ancient races in his eyes at all. Even when facing the primordial saints and primordial ancestors, he still suppressed them in an extremely domineering manner. Ants? We're ants. Those primordial kings were all stunned. The primordial powerhouses and saints were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it. Damn it. The other party actually didn't put them in his eyes? Courting death, those saints and patriarchs erupted with extremely terrifying power. The arch weapons above their heads flickered with incomparable light. However, the new demon master was still not afraid. He also snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, endless demonic chi formed a huge black hand that directly grabbed the Celestial Emperor Cauldron and smashed it forward. Under this attack, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. As if it was going to destroy the world, endless cracks appeared, causing the primordial saints and patriarchs' expressions to change. Damn it. Block it. They crazily activated the arch weapons, forming countless great Dao laws that enveloped them and the primordial army below. Otherwise, this attack would have been more than enough to reduce everyone to ashes. After this attack, the mountains and rivers shattered, and blood flowed like a river. Another batch of the primordial army was killed. Even the great Dao laid down by the two extreme Dao weapons were shattered. The primordial saints and primordial ancestors also felt their blood boil. A few of them were even injured. Their faces were abnormally gloomy. Damn it, was the other party crazy? He actually used an extreme weapon like this. Could it be that he really wanted to destroy this world? The people on Jade Lake's side also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, was he here to save the human race or to destroy the world? Their bodies trembled. The person in front of them was too powerful. He was both good and evil. Although he came for the human race, his methods were abnormally arrogant. It was as if he didn't have any scruples. Even if they destroyed this world, he wouldn't care. Such a method not only terrified the human race, but also the 10,000 ancient races. Because such a person had no scruples. If they really fought, the 10,000 ancient races would probably suffer great losses. Damn it, hurry up and stop the investiture of the gods. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron definitely couldn't let them use their extreme weapons again. The Patriarch of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons roared. The Patriarch of the Fire Chilan Cave also shouted coldly. If it really didn't work, they would use their extreme weapons. They also planned to use their third extreme weapon. There was no rush. Let's seal their extreme weapons first. We'll fight them. They have fewer people, so we don't believe that they can resist us. The 8 primordial ancestors quickly conversed. Indeed, the other party had a terrifying figure, but they had a lot of saints on their side. If they attacked together, they didn't believe that the other party could resist. Damn it, they were too shameless. Below, the Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. The white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. Attack? You're courting death, you ants aren't enough to fight in front of me. He was too arrogant. The primordial ancestors were so angry that they vomited blood crazily. The white-haired demon lord shouted coldly. With my demon blood, I'll kill my way up to the 9 heavens. Whoever wants to attack, feel free to do so. Do you think we'll fight you one-on-one? The 8 patriarchs walked up, and the 10 primordial saints did the same. A terrifying power surged out, completely enveloping Xiao Luyu and the others. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light around his body overflowed into the sky. Lord Jiu used the devouring sword and circled around him. Xiao Jiuyo was like a god of the universe. And this kind of demon lord was even more terrifying. Demonic chi filled the sky as if it wanted to overturn the entire world. Who dares to stand with me? Right at this moment, another biting cold voice sounded from the sky. Then, a figure descended, trampling all over the place. My saber can't wait any longer and wants to drink the saint's blood. A maniacal laughter rang out as a blue figure turned into a saber light, splitting the void. It had appeared. The human experts had appeared again. Below, the human warriors exclaimed. In this short period of time, there were too many surprises for them. First, the white-haired demon lord appeared and used the celestial arch cauldron. Then, 2 more terrifying figures appeared. Not only that, but they were also very powerful. A third powerful figure had also arrived. As soon as she appeared, countless forests appeared in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the injured people in the fairy lake were instantly healed. Heavens, how miraculous! My injuries have actually recovered. Who was this person? She was a life-type saint. The others cried out in alarm as they felt an abundance of power. Lin Xian felt that the power in his body had also recovered. In fact, even the soul of the 9 suns' divine body had become slightly stronger. This made him happy, but he couldn't care less about it now. His eyes were fixed on the figures in front of him. One of them had descended powerfully, trampling all over the place. Father, is that you? Lin Xian shouted. He realized that he was too familiar with this figure. It was his father, Lin Zhan. What? When this voice sounded, everyone was stunned. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were all stunned. Father, among these figures, Lin Xian's father was actually among them. It can't be, Lin Xian actually has such a great background. His father was an incomparably terrifying saint. The experts of the human race were all stunned. The people from the 10,000 ancient races were even more terrified. This brat was too strange. He was powerful, and he knew Xiao Jiuyo, Lord Alcohol, and this new expert. A total of 6 figures had appeared, and 3 of them were related to this kid. Damn it, this kid's future achievements were probably limitless. They had to think of a way to get rid of him. These primordial saints looked at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. The imposing figure turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Xianer, you've really grown up. You can stand on your own now. Father, Lin Xian walked up excitedly, his eyes red. Lin Zhan smiled. Now wasn't the time to talk. After defeating the 10,000 ancient races, let's have a good drink. Alright, Lin Xian clenched his fists. Let's join forces and defeat these 10,000 ancient races. She was extremely excited. She didn't expect to see not only Lord Alcohol here, but also her father. At the same time, she was extremely surprised. Her father and Lord Alcohol seemed to know each other, and their relationship wasn't ordinary. What was going on? Her father was just an ordinary cultivator previously. Although he was powerful, that was only in the Tianwu domain. But now, he had actually become an indomitable and powerful saint. And it seemed that he had been carrying out a secret mission with Lord Alcohol and the others. Lin Xian felt that his father and the others seemed to be preparing a shocking plan, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps this plan would affect the safety of the human race. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at the 8 barons. His loud voice sounded. I'm Lin Zhan. Who dares to stand against me? You overestimate yourselves. Do you really think you can go against us? Without an apex weapon, the human race is nothing. On the opposite side, a figure walked up from among the 8 patriarchs. It was the patriarch of the Silver Clan. The Silver Clan was extremely powerful. They were from the primordial royal race, and they were known as the uncrowned kings. It was said that the Silver Clan was known as the strongest royal race below the royal race. So at this moment, when their patriarch walked out, the human race held their breaths. He was too powerful. This was definitely an earth-shattering figure. Yes, their bloodline power was said to be terrifying. Would that Lin Zhan be able to withstand it? Now, the 4 apex weapons from both sides were facing each other. They didn't use them. Instead, these saints were prepared to fight personally. Lin Zhan looked at the other party and snorted. The Silver Clan, fine, let me see if your title of uncrowned king is as powerful as the legends say. Lin Zhan strode out. You will see it for yourself. However, the price you will pay is your life. The Silver Clan's patriarch also walked out. This patriarch's body emitted a silver light. His entire body seemed to be made of silver, and he exuded a heavy aura. His physique was strong to an unparalleled extent. To be honest, my target isn't you. It's your kid. He has the 9-yang divine body. It's rumored that the 9-yang divine body has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. I really want to fight with him. But don't worry, after killing you and your son, I will let you and your son reunite in the netherworld. The Silver Clan's patriarch's cold voice sounded. In the next moment, runes appeared under his feet. Silver-white Dao runes also appeared on his body. Terrifying divine chains of order danced in the air. Accompanied by his fist, he punched forward. So powerful, the 7 human race saints from the Jade Lake sacred ground had already flown up to assist Xiaojiu, the demon ancestor, and the others. But at this moment, when they felt this punch, their expressions changed, and they retreated frantically. They didn't dare to take it head-on. They had no choice. Before the punch arrived, just the aura brought by the nomological laws had already caused their bodies to crack. This punch would definitely be able to kill them instantly. In the field, the demon ancestor, Xiaojiu, Lord Alcohol, and the others also moved and flew into the sky. They watched the battle silently and weren't very nervous. Lin Xian was a little nervous. Although he knew that his father was very powerful, the other party was even more terrifying than the Silver Clan. Especially now that the one who attacked was the Silver Clan's patriarch, he was indeed sweating in his heart. Feeling the power of this punch, Lin Zhan also snorted coldly. His eyes lit up. An aura that could suppress the surroundings surged from his body. A loud roar shook the heavens and earth. Lin Zhan also waved his fist. His fist didn't have a resplendent glow. It was simple and unadorned. He just pushed it forward. Boom, with a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The silver runes in the sky cracked. That terrifying silver fist was torn into pieces. Silver-white blood danced in the sky, piercing through the void. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and groaned. He was injured. The old ancestor of the Bai clan was actually injured. How was this possible? The other primordial saints and the other 7 ancient ancestors were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was the Bai clan. Their physique was extremely strong, and they were known as the uncrowned king. It was even rumored that they weren't weaker than the three royal families. Such a terrifying physique, but now, he was actually injured by a single punch. Damn it, who exactly was this man in front of them? Impossible, the primordial kings below screamed miserably. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and stabilized his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He was actually injured in the battle with the other party. The humans were also dumbfounded. The seven saints, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the others were all shocked. They had seen and recorded the strength of the Silver Clan, but what about now? Lin Zhan injured him with a single punch. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Father is so powerful. He's actually not weaker than my phenomenal success divine body. Indeed, he realized that the power that Lin Zhan displayed now was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond his imagination. What exactly had his father experienced all these years, or was his father a super expert to begin with? Lin Xian didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before. It was also extremely mysterious. Could it be that his father had endless secrets on him? In front, Lin Zhan retracted his fist. His cold voice sounded. Bai clan, you're not my match. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. The silver ancestor was furious. Earlier, he didn't think too highly of the other party, so he didn't use his full strength in that punch, resulting in him suffering a loss. At this moment, he was going to use all of his strength to kill him. He wanted to use the other party's blood to wash away his humiliation. 1,000 hands of silver, with a roar, silver laws danced in the air. This time, the power he used was many times stronger than before. That was because his killing intent had been aroused. He had to kill the other party. In front of him, silver divine chains intertwined with each other. Terrifying silver laws danced as if gods and demons had appeared between heaven and earth. Ka ka ka, the silver ancestor's body continued to grow. Not only that, silver arms appeared on his back. It was extremely terrifying. There were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 silver arms danced in the air like demons. Terrifying saintly aura filled the sky. Kill, with a furious roar, 1,000 arms burst forth at the same time, bringing along divine chains of laws that filled the sky, suppressing forward. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The experts on the human side were terrified. The primordial king of the Baiyin clan laughed sinisterly. 1,000 hands of silver, our ancestor is angry. Humans, just wait for your death, I'll let you know our strength. This was the ultimate technique of the Baiyin clan. With 1,000 hands, it could kill the primordial ancestors of the other clans. It could be said to be extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the middle-aged man on the other side could block it. Fine, I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Zhan also took a step forward. Light erupted from his body, spewing out a domineering aura. At this moment, he was as strong as an ancient overlord. He was extremely powerful. Tyrant Fist of the Heavens, with a punch, he suppressed heaven and earth and destroyed all the laws in the world. He wanted to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying aura. The bodies of the primordial saints trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt that just this aura alone was enough to crush them. Damn it, who exactly was the other party? Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It had an incomparable domineering aura and was very difficult to cultivate. This person could actually cultivate it to such an extent. Damn it, he was definitely a super strong expert. They were extremely terrified. As expected, once the Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was unleashed, it had an incomparable domineering aura that swept out in all directions. It engaged in a great battle with the 1,000 silver hands. The two of them exchanged blows, causing the world to collapse. They fought from here all the way to the outer realm. With a loud bang, the void above the 9 heavens split open. A huge crack was like a divine sword that split the entire world into two. At the next moment, silver blood splattered everywhere. The 1,000 silver barks exploded. The patriarch of the Baiyin clan also fell from the outer realm. He was extremely miserable. He roared angrily, and his body reassembled. However, it was once again shattered by Lin Zhan's punch. What? The patriarch of the Baiyin clan was actually defeated. How was this possible? Wasn't the other party too powerful? Who exactly was the other party? How could Lin Xian's father be so terrifying? Could it be that the other party was also a mysterious expert from a terrifying clan? They were all stunned. Lin Zhan landed. His clothes fluttered, and his domineering aura remained. I've said it before. You're not my match. Step back, I'll attack. Another patriarch walked out. His figure was like a demon king, and his body carried a terrifying aura. The pair of golden wings behind his back covered the sky. He was from the Heavenly Rock clan. This was an extremely ferocious clan among the ancient royal clans, the Heavenly Rock clan. It was said that this clan had once challenged the dragon race and even succeeded in slaying a dragon. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they weren't any weaker than the Baiyin clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch walked out. I'll fight you. He could tell that Lin Zhan was very powerful, but he wasn't afraid. The Heavenly Rock clan was extremely powerful. They could definitely kill Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's eyes glinted coldly. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, before he attacked, the white-haired demon lord floated out. Leave this battle to me. All right then. Seeing the white-haired demon lord, Lin Zhan nodded and stepped back. He stood with his hands behind his back. A mere heavenly rock. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel at my feet and become my slave. I can spare your life. The white-haired demon lord was even more domineering and arrogant. He didn't care about the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch at all. You're courting death. The Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch was enraged. He roared angrily. His black hair fluttered wildly, and his golden wings covered the sky. They transformed into two heavenly blades that slashed over with the great Tao. You want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself. The demon lord's white hair fluttered. He was like a demon god as he walked forward. He punched out. Demonic aura surged from his body. His fist transformed into 6 black holes that seemed to want to devour everything. These 6 black holes were too terrifying. They were different from Lord Alcohol's devouring sword. They were like 6 worlds. They carried an extremely mysterious aura as they quickly charged over. What kind of fist technique was this? It was so terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races and the ancient ancestors were shocked. It was as if they were about to be annihilated by the 6 worlds. The expression of the Tianping race's ancestor also changed. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so profound. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only wave his 2 golden wings crazily, transforming them into 2 heavenly blades that carried the great Tao as they descended. He wanted to shatter the other party's fist with one strike. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. 6 black holes shrouded the golden wings. In the sky, the laws collided and the great Tao interweaved, forming a scene of destruction. Boom boom boom, the 6 black worlds spun rapidly, forming a terrifying force that tore apart the golden wings. Blood dyed the sky red as the golden wings were split in half. The Tianping race's saint was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how is this possible? How is it impossible? Die. The white-haired demon lord's figure flickered as he waved his fist again, bringing along the 6 worlds as he charged over. Damn it, the Tianping's extreme speed. The pupils of the Tianping race's ancestor constricted. The other party's fist technique was too powerful. Even the golden wings that he was so proud of were cut off. Even if it hit him, it would most likely shatter him into pieces. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After succeeding in one strike, he continued to chase after him. The Tianping's movement technique was extremely fast. Even the saints couldn't see him clearly. They could only see a blurry light. However, the demon lord sneered. The 6 black worlds instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world. No matter how fast you are, can you escape my reincarnation? Kill. The 6 black worlds continued to expand, forming 6 skies that covered the entire world. It was as if their true spirit world was connected to 6 incomparably mysterious worlds. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it. As expected, the Tianping race's ancestor couldn't escape from the 6 worlds at all. In the next moment, he was torn apart by the 6 mysterious forces, and his body was torn apart. Ah! The Tianping race's ancestor screamed crazily as his body reformed in the distance. However, he was soon shattered again. One world after another descended, beating the Tianping race's ancestor until he screamed again and again. Damn it, this is impossible. The ancient sages were terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races screamed. The immemorial king of the Sky Rock race knelt on the ground, his eyes bleeding. They were about to go crazy. Their ancestor had been defeated so miserably and was even about to be killed. They couldn't believe it. The humans were also stunned. They were too powerful. These new human experts were each more powerful than the last. Previously, Lin Zhan's tyrant firmament fist had already shocked them. Indomitable and domineering. But now, they realized that this white-haired demon lord was even more terrifying. When he punched out, it was as if he had created 6 real worlds. Even the Sky Rock's ancestor, who was so powerful, had been killed several times. If not for the saint's blood rebirth, Patriarch Tianping would have been killed long ago. Even so, they were still terrified. What kind of fist technique was this? This was too terrifying. Leaf Dao Denier and the clan leader of the Yi clan looked on in shock. The saint of the Yi clan let out a shriek. 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. This is my Yi clan's peerless fist technique. How did he know it? What? 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This is the 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. The other sacred leaders and sect leaders were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist was extremely terrifying. It was a secret technique of the Yi clan that wasn't passed down to outsiders. It was a top divine ability. Leaf Dao Denier had cultivated this technique before, and could use it against someone in the same level as him. Not many people could contend against it. And now, the white-haired demon lord actually knew how to use the Yi clan's divine fist. What was going on? Damn it, what was his relationship with the Yi clan? Previously, the other party could directly use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Now, he even used the Yi clan's 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. He couldn't be from the Yi clan, right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Could it be that this was really the case? They looked at the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan and Leaf Dao Denier were confused. The saint of the Yi clan was indeed shocked. Was it really him? Could it really be him, ancestor? What was going on? The clan leader of the Yi clan asked in a deep voice. Although he was the clan leader, he had only been in power for 1,000 years. He didn't know about things that happened a long time ago. This saint was different. He obviously knew more. Leaf Dao Denier was even more shocked. Looking at the expression of their ancestor, could it be that this white-haired demon lord was really from the Yi clan? Heavens, how could someone from the Yi clan become a demon? Perhaps it really was that person, but it was impossible. It was rumored that he had already fallen. How could he appear again? The Yi clan saint's expression was incomparably solemn. This made everyone even more curious. What was the identity of this white-haired demon lord? What was his relationship with the Yi clan? However, this was no longer important. That was because a loud sound had attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, 6 world of reincarnation mercilessly crushed, killing the heavenly rock ancestor 6 times. The heavenly rock ancestor went crazy. A golden halberd rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Only then did he escape. This halberd was an unparalleled sacred weapon. At this moment, the heavenly rock ancestor used it to kill his way out. After coming out, his body trembled. His face was filled with fear, shock, anger, and humiliation. He had his body shattered 6 times. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt that it was a great humiliation. However, he didn't dare to make another move because the other party was too terrifying. Those 6 black holes were like real worlds. He couldn't shatter them at all. If he attacked again, he was afraid that he would shatter even more. He might even be killed by the other party. What heavenly rock? It was nothing more than this. Obediently become my mount. The demon lord was very domineering. He strode over as if he was about to attack again. You're courting death, the heavenly rock ancestor was furious. Although the other party was powerful, the other party kept saying that he wanted to take him as a flying mount. How could he endure this? In the next moment, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and directly slashed out. This golden halberd was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an extremely terrifying saint of the Heavenly Rock clan. At this moment, a golden light shot into the clouds, cutting the entire sky open. Clang, however, it was sent flying by the white-haired demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist. Damn it, everyone attack together and kill them, the Heavenly Rock ancestor roared crazily. He wasn't a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but they had more people on their side. As expected, in the next moment, the other primordial saints and ancient ancestors couldn't help but attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The demon lord let out a long roar. Terrifying demonic energy covered the 9 heavens, forming 3,000 demonic shadows in the sky. I'm the demon lord, I'll laugh at the world, a terrifying voice resounded. The 3,000 demonic shadows accompanied the demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist and charged out together. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan also took a step forward and executed the tyrant fist of the heavens. On the other side, Xiaojiu had sublimated to the extreme. The aura on his body was biting cold as he struck out 2 universes. Lin Xian didn't use any laws, but the power of a greater success divine body was incomparable. He directly entered close combat and killed his way into the primordial saints, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the Saber Saint's long saber was unparalleled. The elf girl struck out laws that filled the sky, helping the human saints recover. She controlled a world and provided a powerful vitality. In an instant, the holy war erupted. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go to the outer realm, the primordial saints roared angrily. The demon lord's black hair fluttered. A black dragon roared beneath his feet, bringing him directly into the sky. These saint-level experts had all fought their way to the outer realm. A great battle erupted, and heaven and earth erupted. Below, the experts of the 10,000 ancient races and the human race trembled. They looked up at the sky. The sky was flickering, and large cracks would erupt from time to time. It was obvious that an extremely terrifying and tragic battle had erupted in the outer realm. It's too scary. Will we be able to withstand it? The human race will definitely be able to withstand it. Damn it. Ancestor, do your best. Kill them all. The 10,000 Archean races and human race martial artists were extremely nervous. Suddenly, a fire erupted in the distance. It was as if millions of fire cheilants were rushing through the sky, tearing through the void and charging toward Jade Lake. Not good, the Cheelan spear. Damn it. It's an extreme weapon, the human martial artists on Jade Lake's side screamed in fear. Their faces were pale as they fell to the ground. Even the sacred leaders and sect masters' bodies were torn apart. The Empress of the West and the others narrowed their eyes. Not good. Those sages are in danger. They realized that after the Cheelan spear appeared, it didn't attack Jade Lake, the investiture of the gods, or the celestial the Arch Cauldron. Instead, it charged toward the outer realm. If one of those primeval sages controlled an extreme Tao weapon, no matter how strong Lin Xian, the archdevil ancestor, and the others were, they would still die. Damn it. Despicable, the Crimson Dragon and the others cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Just the Emperor's aura alone made them unable to move. As expected, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the outer realm. The void was torn apart, and sage blood floated down from the sky. It was obvious that some sages were injured. Ha 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 ha, human, go to hell, the primordial sages roared arrogantly. Thousands of light rays flashed, turning into countless fire cheilants. The Cheelan spear was an extreme weapon. It was an extremely powerful weapon. It was extremely terrifying. Now that it was controlled by the primordial sages, it could destroy gods and Buddhas. It was incomparable. No one could stop it. Damn it. I'm going to slaughter the 10,000 Archean races and turn them into rivers of blood, the demon ancestor's cold voice sounded in the sky. Killing intent surged in the sky as countless demonic shadows swept across. Not good. Stop him, the Qilin spear exploded with power, piercing through all the demonic shadows. The demons were also pushed back. Lin Xian fought back, but he was also pushed back. He had no choice. In the past, he could take on imperial weapons with his bare hands. But now, in the outer realm, with so many primordial sages using it, the Qilin spear's power was too strong. It was so strong that they were shocked. Fortunately, they were in the outer realm. Otherwise, in the eastern wilderness, countless territories would have sunk. Wang, in the void, an endless black hole was formed. The devouring sword devoured everything, swallowing most of the energy. The demon lord used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of the 6 worlds destroyed everything. Lin Xian's greater success divine body blasted out in all directions. No, this can't go on. Lin Zhan also frowned. Xiao Jiuyo's eyes lit up as he shouted coldly. His aged white hair started to turn black, and his aged face also started to turn younger. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lower 9 nether's eyes erupted with a piercingly cold light, and a large hand reached down. Lend me the West Emperor Pagoda. The sky-covering hand passed through the Jade Pool's array formation and grabbed the West Emperor Pagoda. Then, it rose from the ground. With a loud boom, it was as if a 10,000 zhang tall mountain had been uprooted. The West Emperor Pagoda was pulled up and flew into the sky. In the next moment, it erupted with an unparalleled emperor's aura. The West Emperor Pagoda had awakened, the Queen Mother of the West and the saints of the Jade Lake sacred ground were shocked. What kind of method was this? Someone had borrowed their imperial armament in a domineering manner. They recognized that it was Xia Jiuyo's voice. This elder Ming was too terrifying. He was definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. They were pressed to the ground, their bodies cracked, and their blood dyed the ground red. Above the 9 heavens, the primordial saints were also shocked. Damn it, how did he do it? Imperial armaments were the exclusive weapons of thearchs. They could suppress an area. Only the descendants of thearchs and sacred grounds could use them. Others couldn't get close at all. Even saints couldn't. But now? The old man in front of them had directly borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda from the Jade Pool sacred ground. What kind of method was this? Damn it, he had already brought the investiture of the gods. Now, he had borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda. How did he do it? The primordial saints roared crazily. They frantically activated the Qilin spear. However, at this moment, the humans had the West Emperor Pagoda. With lower 9 nether's activation, the Qilin spear was directly sent flying. Explode, the demon lord also roared as his body descended from the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of the celestial emperor cauldron and struck out with his palm. Demonic aura surged from his body. Buzz, the celestial emperor cauldron hummed as it continued to expand, about to crush the entire world. A terrifying extreme Dao emperor's aura erupted, blasting in all directions. Not good, he's crazy, quickly block it. The primordial saints also rushed down from the outer realm, controlling the 10,000 dragons diagram and the phoenix spell to block it. With a boom, the extreme Dao Emperor's aura collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and countless stars in the outer realm. And this impact caused all the seals in the entire true spirit world to be broken. In the next moment, the endless void above the Gu family flickered. Then, an ancient mirror shattered the void and appeared in the world with a powerful emperor's aura. The void mirror appeared. In the Yaoguang sacred ground, a dragon roared as a black cauldron with dragon patterns appeared, also suppressing an area. In the Daoi sacred ground, a Dao diagram flickered, also incomparably mysterious. In the Grand Xia Empire, a golden sword transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. This was the extreme Dao weapon of the Grand Xia Empire. The Jiuli painting also flew out. In the western desert, in the Thousand Buddha temple, a Kasaya bloomed in the sky, directly enveloping the entire western desert, forming the strongest defense. This was also an emperor weapon. One after another, extreme Dao weapons appeared, and a terrifying extreme Dao aura suppressed heaven and earth. The entire true spirit world was trembling, and countless cracks appeared. At this moment, all the living beings of the sacred grounds and sects prostrated on the ground. Some directly fainted from the shock. Not good. The Demon Emperor of the Northern Plains Demon Emperor Palace also appeared, suppressing an area to prevent it from collapsing. Yan Ryu frowned. There was an extremely terrifying power in her body that was being suppressed by her. Otherwise, she would definitely soar into the sky and fight against these extreme Dao weapons. Damn it, it's awakened, it's all awakened. How could this be? The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Qilin Cave, and the 3 royal families, as well as the endless ancient royal families, all opened their eyes and roared. They didn't expect that in the end, the human race's extreme Dao weapons would awaken. Next, the foundation of the human race, the sleeping saints, would be awakened. If they forcefully started the dark turmoil, it would be an endless period of darkness. The various races would be destroyed, blood would flow into rivers, and corpses would form mountains. It wasn't certain who would win in the end. This wasn't what they wanted to see. They wanted to use extremely tyrannical methods to destroy the human race as quickly as possible. However, this plan had failed. What should they do? The Archean patriarchs and powerful sages quickly conversed. They had to think of a countermeasure. On the human race's side, those extreme Dao weapons, the sacred grounds, and the frozen saints also opened their eyes. When they sensed all of this, they roared crazily. Figures appeared in the sky one after another. Damn it, who dares to attack the human race? They were really crazy. In the next moment, the world was in chaos. Terrifying energy currents wreaked havoc in all directions. Those weak cultivators were like ants, mercilessly crushed. If they wanted to fight, so be it. At most, they would sink the entire world. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were also furious. Boom, in the endless void, 2 extreme Dao weapons soared into the sky. Clearly, the royal families of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened again. More and more extreme Dao weapons appeared in the world. Although they didn't clash, just their auras alone were enough to shake the entire world. If this continued, the entire world would probably shatter. It's over. Is this the end of the world? Those people were terrified. The people of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground, trembling. Because they realized that even if they had terrifying extreme weapons and the ancient royal family, it was still useless. Because the human race also had them. Moreover, once the extreme weapons collided, the entire world would be destroyed. Who cared if they were royalty or royal family? They couldn't exist at all. I'm afraid that only those with imperial armaments would be able to survive. Therefore, these ancient creatures were all lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Humans, do you really want to fight to the death? The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. How laughable. You want to start a dark rebellion and slaughter the human race, but you don't want us to resist? Lin Xian sneered. Was the other party crazy? What kind of logic was this? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan's body was also full of fighting spirit, carrying an incomparable domineering aura. The demon lord was even more direct. What nonsense was there to talk about? Let's see our true moves with the imperial weapons. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me in terms of the use of imperial weapons. The celestial emperor cauldron above his head was as if the celestial emperor had been reborn. He was unbelievably powerful. Xia Jiuyo's expression was solemn. The stars in his eyes flickered. To be honest, we don't want to use the imperial weapons unless we have no other choice. But you ancient races are really going too far. Do you really think that the human race has no one? Using the extreme weapons is a warning to you. It's a warning to you that the human race is not someone you can bully and crush as you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, the ancient saints and ancestors opposite them gritted their teeth in anger, their bodies trembling. Before they fell into a deep slumber, the human race was just a small ant. But now, they could actually threaten them, moreover, they couldn't fight back at all. This kind of depressing feeling was unbearable for the 10,000 ancient races who thought that they were high and mighty like gods. Damn it, let's fight it out. I don't believe that they can win against us. That's right, our foundation and strength are far from what these humans can imagine. Fire Qilin Cave and Divine Phoenix Ridge roared crazily. they were too aggrieved. In the distance, the two imperial weapons also floated up and down. A few terrifying figures also appeared in the void. Laws danced around their bodies, making them hazy, making it impossible for others to see them clearly. What kind of race was this? However, at this moment, one of the figures in the distance spoke. No. The human race had developed to its current level. Over the past tens of thousands of years, several great emperors had emerged, leaving behind their orthodoxies and supreme weapons. You're still no weaker than us primeval theocrats. That's right. If we really fight, both sides will suffer, and we won't be able to gain any advantage. That's not what we want. What we want is just resources and territory for cultivation. We don't want other races to go extinct. Hearing this, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons fell silent. Indeed, although they were angry, they knew that if they really fought, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most of the 10,000 ancient races would be destroyed, and only a few of the royal families would survive. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the imperial family would be able to survive. More importantly, their dragon crown prince had just been born. If he suffered any losses in this battle, they wouldn't be able to recover even if they died 10,000 times. Hence, the nest of 10,000 dragons had already decided not to make a move. At the very least, they couldn't start a war with supreme weapons. In addition, the Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Spirit Cave, and the other primeval theocrats were the same. They also had princes and princesses. If they were really killed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Negotiate. In the end, an ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons spoke in a deep voice. You humans have occupied too much land and resources. The 10,000 ancient races must take back some of them. Yes, that's right. No one will use supreme weapons, but you must give us resources and land. We must control this world together. The saint of the Fire Qilin Cave also said that. The saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also snorted coldly. The eyes of the other 10,000 ancient races were red and fiery. Indeed, although they couldn't start a war, they had to take back the resources. They definitely couldn't let the humans take advantage of them. Hearing that the primeval theocrats wanted to negotiate, the jade pool cultivators below were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect the primeval theocrats to retreat, those from the Yi family, Gu family, Daoi Holy Land, and the others who had supreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Great, there was no need to start a war. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the dark turmoil had been stopped. Xia Jiuyo's eyes flickered, and he revealed a smile. Only the demon lord snorted coldly, looking very unhappy. To be honest, Lin Xian and the others were really worried. They were afraid that the demon lord would directly use the celestial emperor cauldron and kill his way over. If that happened, there would be no possibility of negotiation at all. However, although the demon lord's actions were evil and unpredictable, he was incomparably arrogant. However, this time, he didn't make a move. In that case, let's go to the jade pool, Xia Jiuyo said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the West Emperor Pagoda in his hand quickly descended and returned to the jade pool, suppressing the jade pool. It emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The Gu family, Great Xia, and Daoi Holy Land also withdrew their supreme weapons. On the other side, the nest of 10,000 dragons and the other primeval theocrats also withdrew their supreme weapons. In the sky, the emperor's aura slowly dissipated. The living beings below all heaved a sigh of relief. This is great, they were saved, because just now, their fates were all in the hands of those people above. If these people had fought with their supreme weapons, none of them would have been able to survive. This made them feel like they had survived a disaster. Only the Yi family had a strange expression because their celestial emperor cauldron was still in the hands of the other party. Facing this terrifying white-haired demon lord, they didn't dare to speak at all. If the other party killed them without a word, they probably wouldn't have anywhere to cry. However, if they couldn't get the celestial emperor cauldron back, how could they be willing? One had to know that this was a supreme weapon, it was their lifeblood. They would never lose it. For a moment, the Yi family's patriarch and the others frowned. There were even many elders who secretly wanted to activate the sleeping saints to snatch it by force. However, among them, there were a few living fossil-level saints who shook their heads. They soared into the sky, and one of them even said excitedly with a trembling voice, "Are you Lord Seven? What was going on?" As soon as these words came out, the people of the Yi family were dumbfounded. The cultivators of the other holy lands were also shocked. Those archaic creatures also frowned. A powerful Yi family saint was actually so respectful to the white-haired demon lord. Could it be that this white-haired demon lord was also a member of the Yi family? But why did the other party cultivate the demonic path? They couldn't understand. They were very curious, and all of their eyes were looking forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. The white-hair fiend ancestor snorted and turned to look at the other party. "What, seventh master? You've got the wrong person." With a wave of his hand, the celestial emperor Cauldron flew out and entered the Yi family. Seeing this scene, the Yi family patriarch and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the celestial emperor Cauldron had returned. However, this made them even more puzzled. Was the person in front of them really not from the Yi family? But why did the other party know the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? Why could the other party use the celestial emperor Cauldron directly? On the other hand, the saint of the Yi family was extremely excited. "It's him, it must be him," he roared crazily in his heart because his guess was right. The other party must be that person. However, the other party probably wouldn't admit it. But it didn't matter, as long as he knew that the other party was still alive. Seeing the other party's impatient expression, the Yi family saint hurriedly turned around and left. He knew this person's temper. If the other party was really angry, he would probably chop him up. "Patriarch, who is he?" the invincible kings of the Yi family asked one after another. However, the saint shook his head. He would talk about this matter after returning to the family. Indeed, there were too many people now and it wasn't suitable to talk about these things. The others originally wanted to hear some secrets of the Yi family, but now it seemed impossible. But soon, they put away their thoughts. Because above, Xia Jiuyo, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and other peerless experts descended from the sky and entered the Jade Pool. The Queen Mother and the Jade Pool saints hurriedly opened the array formation and made a path. They welcomed them with the highest standards. They had no choice, these were all saints, and among the saints, they were extremely terrifying existences. They couldn't be offended. After landing, Xia Jiuyo and the others looked up at the sky. Lin Xian also sneered. He looked at the primordial saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons and sneered. "Why? Don't you dare to come down? If you don't dare to come down, then go back. There's no need to negotiate. Scram back to your nest and don't come out again. Kid, you're courting death." The primordial saints were so angry that they coughed up blood. Among them, primordial ancestor Gu snorted coldly. They quickly descended, bringing with them the laws that filled the sky, and arrived at the Jade Lake. In an instant, the martial artists at the Jade Lake felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Fortunately, the West Emperor Pagoda had already awakened at this time. It released endless Emperor's might, blocking the terrifying aura of these sages. Only then did they manage to protect Jade Lake. Otherwise, all the warriors in the Jade Lake would turn into blood mist and cease to exist. How terrifying. Was this the power of a supreme saint? Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others were shocked beyond words. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, Dustless, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were too strong. Although they thought that they were the geniuses of the younger generation, they didn't have any power to resist in front of these primeval sages. A single glance from the other party could kill them instantly. He really hoped that one day, he would be able to fight with such a person. They were envious. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian had fought with such an existence before? Heavens, this is too scary. The Queen Mother of the West opened the West Emperor Palace. It was an ancient palace with a peerless array formation and endless Dao inscriptions. It was used to receive the sages. Usually, it wouldn't be opened, but now that so many human sages and primeval sages had descended, she had no choice but to open the West Emperor Palace. Soon, Xiaojiu, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, and the others were invited in. The sages and primeval kings of the 10,000 Archean races also walked in. Lin Xian was also among them. He had fused with the greater success divine body and was extremely powerful. Naturally, he could also enter the West Emperor Pagoda. The others couldn't enter. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others couldn't do anything. They could only wait outside. The other martial artists of the human race were the same. Outside, the endless primeval army was also very nervous. No one knew what the outcome of this discussion would be. No one knew how much resources and land the human race would give up. However, if they gave up a bit, these people would bleed. Damn it, they really wanted to go in. The Crimson Dragon was also scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously outside. However, there was nothing he could do. There were endless Tao inscriptions in front of him. Those were the laws of the sage level. Those below the sage level couldn't detect them. After 2 days, everyone's expressions changed. Because they heard angry roars coming from the West Emperor Palace. There were humans and primeval races. No way, were the negotiations going to fall apart, they were terrified. It seemed that the negotiations between the two sides were not harmonious. In fact, there was even a roar. There was no choice. There were only so many top-tier resources and spirit veins. Other than those forbidden lands that couldn't be entered, the other places were occupied by the human race. How could they give them to the primeval races? In particular, those top-tier spirit veins and resources would definitely be the focus of the two sides. It was easy to understand why such a voice was heard. However, these people were trembling. If these people fell apart and another battle broke out, wouldn't the dark turmoil start again? Everyone waited outside for 7 days and 7 nights. Suddenly, the door of the West Emperor Pagoda opened, and the primeval sages walked out like gods and demons. Their faces were gloomy, and their killing intent was monstrous. It was obvious that the discussion was very unpleasant. After coming out, they soared into the sky, tore through the void, and came outside. Then, Xiaojiu, the Fiend Master, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and the others also walked out. They also had solemn expressions. The faces of the saints of the sacred grounds were also ashen. It was obvious that the other party was asking for too much. Humans, do as we say. Otherwise, we will start a dark upheaval. In the sky, the primeval sages said coldly. I'll give you 7 days to consider. After 7 days, we'll talk again. As they spoke, they led the primeval army and camped near the jade pool. Damn it, they're going too far. The saints of the sacred grounds gritted their teeth and roared. Indeed, the other party was too arrogant. Their conditions were really unacceptable. At most, they would fight with them. They would let them know that the human race was not to be bullied. Many people gritted their teeth. Xiaojiu, Lin Zhan, the Fiend Master, and the others frowned. The other party's conditions were indeed overboard, but it was impossible for them to fight. If they fought, the mountains and rivers would shatter, and they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Was there really no other way? Lin Xian also frowned. To be honest, if he hadn't followed them in and heard these conditions, Lin Xian wouldn't have known that the primeval race was actually so ambitious. There was no other way. Xiaojiu sighed. Although there was no extreme war, the primeval races still looked down on the human race in their hearts. Therefore, they would naturally ask for too much. He had to think of a way to intimidate them again. That's right. Both sides were tied now. Although they didn't use any extreme weapons, their remaining strength wasn't enough to make the ancient race feel fear. They had to make the ancient race feel fear before they could negotiate normally. Otherwise, if the other party demanded an exorbitant price, they wouldn't be able to negotiate at all. If only our human race had a living arch. Let's see if the ancient race would still dare to be arrogant. A sage from the Purple Dawn sacred land shook his head and sighed. Let me do it. At that moment, a voice sounded, attracting the attention of the sages. Lin Xian was also shocked because he realized that the voice was coming from his body. Senior, he exclaimed. That's right, the voice came from the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. The other sages were also shocked. They naturally knew that this body wasn't Lin Xian's. They didn't know where he got it from. Now that they heard another voice coming from the other party's body, they were extremely astonished. This soul was very weak, but the pressure from it made their eyelids twitch. Even the Fiend Lord, Lord Alcohol, Xianxia, and the others narrowed their eyes. You should be the previous 9-Sun Sword Saint, right? At that moment, Xianxia said in a deep voice. That's right, I am. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul emitted fluctuations, shocking the sages. You don't have to guess my origins. My soul can't hold on for long, so I want to use my last bit of strength. What do you want to do? Xianxia asked. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul said, I need power. Give me as much power as you want. I can temporarily recover to my peak state and then intimidate the ancient race. However, this time is very short. Before long, I will vanish into thin air. Senior, Lin Xian exclaimed again. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul said, Don't worry, there's no need to grieve for me. I should have died long ago. However, due to special reasons, I've lived for tens of thousands of years. Now, all of this is no longer what I'm familiar with. There's no need for me to stay. However, I'm willing to make a final contribution for the human race. Hearing this, all the sages fell silent. Yes, everyone should do their best for their race. I can help you. Xianxia also nodded solemnly. At the side, Lord Alcohol, Lin Zhan, and the demon lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. We don't have any problems on our side. We can provide you with enough power to temporarily restore you to your peak state. At this point, the saints were extremely shocked. How terrifying would a divine body at its peak state be? They did not dare to imagine. There's no time to lose. Let's begin. The 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul said. Xianxia, Lord Alcohol, and the others nodded. Little guy, I still need you to control this body. The 9-Sun Sword Saint said. No problem, Senior. I will do my best. Lin Xian clenched his fists. The 9-Sun Sword Saint nodded his head in gratification. I'm very happy to see you grow. I hope that you can bring the 9-Sun Divine Body to greater heights in the future. I have one last request. Once I'm done intimidating the ancient royal family, I hope to return to Black Demon Cliff. You buried this body in the deepest part of your body. Don't worry, Senior, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. From the looks of it, the 9-Sun Sword Saint was still worried about the demonic chi there. He wanted to use his divine body to suppress the demonic chi in Black Demon Cliff. Jade Lake Saints controlled the West Imperial Tower and sent out waves of Emperor's might to envelop Jade Lake. It was to prevent the 10,000 ancient races from investigating. After all, they were used to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. If the other party discovered it and destroyed it, the gains would not make up for the losses. Waves of Emperor's might shot out, preventing the people outside Jade Lake from investigating. Even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to enter. This scene terrified the other cultivators in Jade Lake. What's going on? What happened? Why are they using extreme weapons again? Are they really going to start a dark upheaval? Their bodies trembled. The 10,000 ancient races that were stationed near Jade Lake were also stunned. Those primordial life forms prostrated on the ground, and the primordial kings were terrified. The primordial saints' expressions also changed. They all soared into the air. Damn it, Extreme Emperor's might, they activated the West Imperial Tower. Are they trying to ambush us? These people emitted a terrifying aura. As long as the situation was not right, they would activate their extreme weapons. Since the other party wanted to fight, they would accompany them to the end. However, after waiting for a long time, they frowned because they realized that the West Imperial Tower only enveloped the entire Jade Lake. It did not spread out. Nor did it attack them. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that these humans were afraid that they would ambush them, so they covered the entire Jade Lake. Humph, what a bunch of cowards. The primordial saints sneered and landed one after another. They also warned their own people not to be afraid. It was just a human defense, so there was no need to pay attention to it. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. In Jade Lake, the human cultivators waited for a long time but did not see any attack. They heaved a sigh of relief. They guessed that they were using Emperor's weapons for their own safety, to prevent the 10,000 ancient races from ambushing them. Therefore, they heaved a sigh of relief. In the depths of Jade Lake, Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyou, and the others stood there. Lin Xian stood on an extremely complicated array formation. This array formation was completely formed by interweaving Dao runes. It was drawn by Xia Jiuyou, Lord Alcohol, the Fiend Master, and the others. Together with the Jade Lake's holy water and the Life Goddess's great divine ability, he began to recover his greater mastery divine body. Lord Alcohol even used the devouring sword to devour the pure energy of heaven and earth and poured it into his greater mastery divine body, allowing it to recover to its peak. Lin Xian felt that his greater mastery divine body seemed to have come alive as it frantically absorbed the energy. Could it be that his greater mastery divine body had not recovered to its peak strength? He was too surprised. One had to know that previously, he had only used the strength of his physical body to defeat a saint. However, this was only his ordinary state, not his peak state. How terrifying was a peak greater mastery divine body? He could not imagine it at all. Of course, the most difficult thing was the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. This was because his soul was too weak. It was like a candle that could be extinguished at any moment. He had to ensure that the other party's soul was not extinguished before he could use the greater mastery divine body. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not be able to use the greater mastery divine body. Use the soul anchoring pearl of my Lanrua temple. A monk of Lanrua temple took out an ancient treasure. It was a yellow pearl with Buddhist runes all over it. The moment it appeared, everyone's soul trembled. A look of shock appeared on their faces. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that they were all saint-level existences. How powerful were their soul powers, however, in front of this pearl, they trembled. From this, one could imagine how extraordinary this pearl was. Could the soul-anchoring pearl be that ancient treasure? The saint of the Dayan sacred ground exclaimed. The other sages were also shocked. This was left behind by an ancient Buddha. It was an extremely terrifying treasure. Moreover, it was a rare soul treasure. With it, one's soul could definitely be protected. With this item, 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul should be able to protect it. At the very least, he could complete his mission of intimidating the 10,000 ancient races. The sages were extremely excited. Xia Jiuyou, Lord Alcohol, and the others nodded. They also knew about the soul anchoring pearl. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He carefully took the soul anchoring pearl and inserted it into his body. The soul anchoring pearl emitted a Buddhist light and enveloped 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. With the soul anchoring pearl protecting his soul, 9 Sun Sword Saint roared and unleashed all his potential. Buzz, Lin Xian's body trembled. Then, he let out a long roar and shattered the galaxy in the sky. Countless runes appeared on his body and transformed into divine chains of order that danced around him. The divine body of greater success bloomed with resplendent light. The entire Jade Lake trembled. The cultivators inside were terrified and looked up. Damn it, what happened? Why is the Jade Lake trembling? Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races outside are attacking? They were truly stunned. Right now, the Jade Lake was being suppressed by the West Imperial Pagoda. There shouldn't be a problem. However, the Jade Lake trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the sky above. A terrifying and monstrous aura pressed them to the ground, making them unable to resist. The sages of the sacred grounds were all terrified. Had the great emperor revived, they looked at Lin Xian in front of them in shock. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was too terrifying. It far exceeded that of a sage. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been revived. The only ones who could resist him were Xia Jiuyou, the demon lord, Lord Alcohol, and the others. They also retreated with solemn expressions. They looked at the divine body of greater success in front of them with flickering eyes. As expected of the 9 Sun divine body. When cultivated to greater success, it was comparable to a great emperor. That's great. Such power can definitely intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Although the other sages were trembling, their eyes were burning because the other party was too powerful. Was this the power of a great success divine body? Lin Xian clenched his fists in shock. He saw that the sages around him were trembling because of his aura. He even felt that he could kill these sages with a single glance. Too powerful, this made him excited and incomparably envious. He swore that in the future, he would definitely cultivate the 9-yang divine body to the large success stage. Buzz buzz buzz, in the sky, countless large cracks appeared. Strands of laws were useless, and divine flames filled the sky. They turned into phoenixes that circled around him. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared under his feet. It was as if he was kneeling. The sect masters and elders in the jade pool were all stunned by this scene. Could it be that the ancient emperors had really come back to life? Even the 10,000 ancient races stationed outside were terrified. Those ordinary immemorial creatures were once again pressed to the ground, and some even fainted. The primordial king trembled. The primordial saint and a few patriarchs also changed their expressions. Biting cold radiance appeared in their eyes. They turned into long rainbows, as if they were going to pierce through the front. Damn it, what's going on? What kind of aura was that? They were extremely shocked. Why would an extremely terrifying power be emitted from the jade pool? It was as if the ancient emperors had come back to life. Could it be that they had used a second extreme weapon again? The sage of the heavenly rock race said with a frown. Because inside, other than the West Emperor Tower, there was also a terrifying power that was awakening. That power was almost the same as the Emperor's might. Therefore, they suspected that the other party had activated a second extreme weapon in the jade pool. Damn it, what were these guys trying to do? They covered the jade pool and even activated a second extreme weapon. Could it be that they were really plotting something? The faces of the primordial saints were gloomy. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice, "Let's be careful and not be tricked by the other party. Don't worry, we definitely won't let the humans launch a sneak attack." The other sages also sneered. Inside the jade pool, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He let out a long roar that shattered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a war god that could split the world apart. Inside his body, the 9 sun sword saint's soul said, "Little guy, that's enough. Hurry up and move. I don't have much time." Although he had the soul anchoring pearl, there wasn't much time left for the 9 sun sword saint. After hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, he took a step forward. After taking a step, the golden runes under his feet flickered and turned into a golden dragon. Heaven and earth shook and the void collapsed. There was nothing that could stop it. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived outside the jade pool. A terrifying force shook the surroundings and swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators in the jade pool knelt down, trembling. Not only that, but the primordial great army outside also prostrated on the ground. Apart from the jade pool, all the living beings in the entire eastern wasteland knelt on the ground again. Their faces were filled with fear. What was going on? Could it be that an extreme weapon was used? Heavens, could it be that the jade pool collapsed? Apart from the eastern wasteland, the middle continent, and the western desert, the powerhouses of the entire true spirit world were also trembling. Their gazes turned to the distant east. Damn it, what was going on? Look, it's not an extreme weapon, it's a person. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, a few sect masters screamed. They discovered that the terrifying aura wasn't an extreme weapon, but a person. Who was that? Could it be that the primordial great emperor had revived? This shocked them greatly. The aura emitted by the other party was not inferior to an extreme weapon at all. Only a great emperor could emit such an aura. However, the light was too bright. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Golden light. That was the 9 sun divine body. It was that kid Lin Xian. Heavens, how did his power increase again? Those living fossils had faces full of shock. Could it be that it was the peak state of the greater success divine body? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the saints of the various sacred grounds had worked together to restore Lin Xian's greater success divine body to its peak. Could it be that the human race was going to attack the 10,000 ancient races again? This was truly a shocking piece of news. At this moment, all the sect masters watched in silence, their bodies trembling. On the other hand, the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. Especially the pupils of the primordial saints shrank. Damn it, it wasn't an extreme weapon. They also saw the golden figure in the sky. Had the great emperor revived, the saints also trembled, and despair appeared in their hearts. Because the other party's aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Only a great emperor could make them feel so hopeless. No, damn it, I don't believe it. They screamed crazily. How was this possible? How could there be a living great emperor of the human race? They were crazy. One had to know that the appearance of a great emperor was an existence that dominated the world. Even if the other families had extreme weapons, they wouldn't be able to contend against a true great emperor. Because the difference was too great. Previously, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could destroy the human race, or at least make the human race slaves again. But now, a great emperor had appeared in the human race, which made them despair. If the great emperor of the human race made a move, none of the 10,000 ancient races would be able to contend against him. These 10,000 ancient races were really panicking. No, it wasn't a real great emperor, it was that kid. The eyes of the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like divine chains that pierced through the void. He finally screamed. It was that kid from before. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? This should be the power of a great success divine body. That's not right. I've already seen the 9-yang divine body before. Although it's very powerful, it's far from this level. The other ancestors also frowned. The face of the ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons was pale. It was probably the peak state of a great success divine body. What, a great success divine body in its peak state? Rumor has it that it was comparable to a great emperor. How did he recover? Damn it, how did this kid do it? The patriarchs roared like they had gone mad. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes opening and closing as he swept his gaze in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz, those ancient kings exploded with a bang, and the ancient army below also turned into a bloody mist. No. Damn it, block him, they roared crazily. In an instant, the image of 10,000 dragons appeared. Tens of thousands of auras descended, covering the countless ancient army. The other ancient creatures that had survived trembled in fear, pissing their pants in fear. It was too terrifying. The other party only glanced at them, and the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races shattered into a bloody mist. What kind of power was this? If the other party made a move, none of them would be able to withstand it. Damn kid, you dare to attack us? Kill him, I must kill him. The primeval saints roared. The 10,000 dragons diagram was activated, and it unleashed a shocking attack. 10,000 dragons roared and charged toward Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. Wherever it passed, the laws and energy of the 10,000 dragons portrait were quickly destroyed. Then, the sky-covering hand grabbed the 10,000 dragons portrait. Roar! The 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into countless dragons that roared in the sky, but they were unable to break free from this large hand. Damn it! He actually managed to grab the myriad dragons diagram. This was what it meant to receive an imperial weapon barehanded. The ancient creatures were horrified. Inside the jade pool, the human warriors were also stunned when they saw the scene. Was this the power of a great success divine body that was comparable to a great emperor? He was indeed too powerful, that was an imperial weapon. Yet, the other party was able to easily grasp it in his hand. Grabbing the 10,000 dragons picture, Lin Xian looked down again. Bang bang bang, the bodies of the saints split open, and their blood splattered. What? Even the saints couldn't withstand a single glance from him? What kind of existence was this? The 10,000 ancient races had really gone crazy. The bodies of the patriarchs also split open as they retreated crazily. They frantically activated the 10,000 dragons picture, and the other supreme weapons were also quickly recovering. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the 10,000 dragons picture into the outer realm. In the next moment, his cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Do you really think that the human race doesn't have any powerhouses? Just as well, I'll go to the territory of the 10,000 ancient races today. At this point, he took a step forward, and countless Dao runes appeared under his feet. They directly stretched into the distance, forming a golden dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. With a single step, the mountains and rivers changed, and time and space rotated. Lin Xian instantly disappeared in the sky. Not good, the primeval saints all screamed. From what they heard, the other party wanted to attack their nest. Damn it, an existence comparable to a great emperor was attacking their nest. How could they resist? Not good, protect the dragon prince. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. They also tore through the void and flew towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Buzz, middle ground, Qianling Mountains. Millions of dragon veins were like giant dragons that coiled above the ground. At this moment, the void in the sky cracked open, and golden Dao runes gathered. A golden god of war walked out of the crack. It was Lin Xian. The moment he appeared, a terrifying pressure filled the entire middle ground. All the living beings of the middle ground prostrated on the ground, trembling. Was the great emperor here? The faces of these living beings were filled with terror. The saints of the Taiyi dynasty, Grand Xia dynasty, and the other sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Damn it, who was it? At this moment, countless people's gazes were focused on the Qianling Mountains. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The primeval saints of the dragon race also opened their eyes. Although they didn't break the divine crystal, they all floated up. Not good, a strong enemy is attacking. Quickly protect the crown prince. Countless figures danced and surrounded the golden dragon. The golden dragon's expression was also solemn, and there was a trace of shock in his golden eyes. What a terrifying aura, it made him tremble. What was it? Had the great emperor really awakened? Buzz, in the next moment, a large palm grabbed over from the sky, and the void above instantly cracked open. Lin Xian directly broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless dragon chi rolled and soared into the sky. Damn it, who was this person? The saints in the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed in horror. This method was too terrifying. Their nest of 10,000 dragons was a forbidden area, and no one could break in. However, the other party broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons with a casual palm. No. Damn it. How dare you? At this moment, the saints and primeval saints also charged over. They brought the 10,000 dragons portrait and descended. Great, we're saved. We have the 10,000 dragons portrait, we can definitely kill him, the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. The dragon crown prince also snorted coldly. No matter who you are, you will definitely die today. Men, use the 10,000 dragons portrait and kill him. Boom, the 10,000 dragons portrait revived and charged toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had a peak greater mastery divine body, comparable to a great emperor. How powerful was he? The 9-yang divine sword directly blasted the 10,000 dragons portrait away. Boom. Boom, the 10,000 dragons portrait flew into the outer realm, and the people in the nest of 10,000 dragons were all dumbfounded. Who was this person? He caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands and sent the 10,000 dragons portrait flying. Was the other party really a great emperor revived? This was because only the emperors of old could achieve such a feat. He had a greater mastery divine body. He had a greater mastery divine body. Damn it, what were you trying to do? If you dare to touch our dragon prince, we swear that even if we have to leave our last drop of blood, we will destroy the human race. Many of the ancient saints roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swept out a few fingers, and the bodies of those saints exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This scene made everyone tremble in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. Heavens, it was too terrifying. The saints in their eyes were like ants in front of the other party. They were killed at will. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the little golden dragon amidst the dragon energy. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. The dragon blood in the other party's body was too powerful. Was this the son of a great emperor? He was indeed too strong. Just this bloodline alone, even if the other party didn't cultivate, he could grow to an unimaginable level. The little golden dragon, the dragon prince, was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze. His body instantly tensed up. He let out an unwilling roar, wanting to resist. However, although he was the dragon prince, the son of the dragon emperor, but facing a peak great success divine body, it was still not enough. Therefore, his roar was completely useless. Not only that, a crack even appeared on his body. No, damn it, stop. You can't do this. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. The others also had looks of despair on their faces. That was their dragon prince. Sure enough, the dragon prince roared as drops of golden dragon blood rolled down his body. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. But the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to defeat him. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Was this feeling very desperate? When you launched the dark chaos and targeted the human race, did you ever think that the human race was also in despair? At that time, the human race also pleaded for mercy, but what did you do? Do you want me to remind you? Lin Xian's cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, all the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons trembled. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. We were wrong. We apologize. Please show mercy. They could only lower their heads in front of the other party. This scene was observed by countless experts with their souls. They were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. The nest of 10,000 dragons and the far ancient royal family actually admitted defeat. This was simply too shocking, especially on the side of the human race. They were extremely excited. This was great, as expected. A peak great success divine body intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other ancient race experts also sucked in a cold breath of air. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons had submitted, so how could they resist? Why don't we quickly use the 3 monarch weapons to kill this kid? One of the Fire Qilin Cave's patriarchs quickly spoke. That was because he was extremely unwilling. However, the other members of the ancient theocrats all shook their heads. Forget it. If he managed to escape, what awaited him would be a crazy revenge. Our master, the princes, and princesses would most likely be killed with a single glance. They didn't dare to take the risk. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons apologized and then said, "Don't worry, we definitely won't cause any more chaos. We will not ask for too much. We will live in peace with the human race." Is that so? But I don't really believe your words. Lin Xian coldly snorted. We are willing to swear that these ancient saints screamed crazily. Very well, swear on your dragon prince's life that there will be no more chaos. Otherwise, your dragon prince will definitely be destroyed in body and soul. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons thumped wildly. This was a vicious oath. Once they swore it, if they really went back on their word, their dragon prince would have to take such a vicious oath in the future. But now, if they didn't swear, the other party might directly kill their dragon prince. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and said, "All right, we swear." These ancient saints quickly swore a vicious oath. Remember, you are not allowed to attack the human race. Lin Xian turned around and left. Countless Dao runes interweaved under his feet, carrying him as if the celestial arch was traveling and walking into the distance. Whoosh, the saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons all fell to the ground, panting heavily. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons also survived the calamity. The dragon prince was so angry that he went crazy. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He was the son of the Dragon Emperor, high and mighty. In the future, he would definitely become the new Dragon Emperor and rule over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But now, he was actually being threatened by someone. Moreover, he couldn't fight back. This was unbearable. Damn it, who is he? Who exactly is he? I must kill him. Lin Xian ignored this roar. He intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons and then flew to his next target. His time was limited, and he didn't want to start a war directly. After all, if they fought, the human race wouldn't have any advantage. What he needed to do now was to intimidate these 10,000 ancient races so that they wouldn't dare to attack the human race casually. His second target was naturally the Divine Phoenix Ridge and the Phoenix race. When Lin Xian arrived, countless cracks appeared on the Divine Phoenix Ridge. It couldn't withstand this terrifying energy at all. We admit defeat, we admit our mistakes. The Divine Phoenix Ridge was very straightforward and directly came out. Several saints swore on the spot and paid a large number of ancient treasures. They had no choice. They had all seen what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They didn't want to suffer the same experience again. Next, Lin Xian continued to head to the Fire Qilin cave. The Fire Qilin cave also lowered its head and admitted its mistake. There was no other way. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge had admitted their mistakes. What was the use of persisting? In addition to the 3 royal families, Lin Xian looked at 2 other mysterious places. 2 extreme weapons had appeared in these 2 places. Clearly, they were also 2 royal families. However, the other party was more mysterious. But Lin Xian still looked over. The 2 mysterious royal families also swore a poison oath not to start a dark rebellion. Next, Lin Xian swept his gaze over the ancient royal families. These primordial royal clans were much worse than the Imperials. Therefore, they didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In just 2 steps, he could go from one ancient race to another. In an instant, the 10,000 ancient races all received warnings and threats. Facing Lin Xian, they trembled and didn't dare to attack at all. Very good, now it was time to sign the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless golden laws interweaved in the sky, forming a golden scroll. On the human side, Xiaojiu, Lord Alcohol, Fiend Lord, and the saints of the sacred grounds and great sects all soared into the sky. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races also arrived. They discussed with each other and finally signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. The human race and the 10,000 ancient races coexisted peacefully in this world. To be honest, the 10,000 ancient races were very unwilling to accept such a treaty. However, Lin Xian was still watching from the side, so they could only bite the bullet and sign it. Seeing that the other party had signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. However, this wasn't the end. He made another condition. End of chapter 2887. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.